Chapter 1. Call him Daddy. In the grand banquet hall of the International Hotel in Jiangzhou, a young gentleman clad in a black tuxedo stood proudly beside an enchanting woman of exquisite beauty as they solemnly exchanged vows. Once the ceremony concluded, the couple shared a blissful gaze. Xian, come here from now on. Uncle Lin will be your father. Call him Daddy. The woman instructed, lifting the little girl in her arms and gesturing towards the young man beside her with a commanding tone. Xian blinked her large, watery eyes, her voice soft and childlike. He's not my daddy. My daddy is Ji Fan. The woman responded gravely. Xian, Ji Fan is currently a convict. Do you wish for a father who is imprisoned? The man chimed in, Xian, I am now married to your mother, which makes me your new father. I will take care of both of you. Yet, Xian shook her head vigorously like a rattledrum. Daddy is in prison to take the blame for Uncle, and he will be out soon. I don't want you as my daddy. The hall erupted in a wave of murmurs. Lin Xiaoping's face darkened. Jiang Lu, is this how you educate your child? Jiang Lu's face flushed crimson as she hastily swatted Xuanxuan's bottom. How could you speak like that? Today is your mother's wedding, no more nonsense. Xian immediately burst into tears. I don't want a mommy. I don't want Uncle Lin. I want my daddy. Perhaps her cries irritated Lin Xiaoping. You insolent little brat, he exclaimed, abruptly snatching Xian and throwing her towards the crowd below. At that moment, a commanding voice rang out, stop. With a thunderous crash, the banquet hall doors were kicked open and a shadow darted through the crowd and expertly caught the little girl. In that instant, Xian nestled in the warm embrace of the man, trembling incessantly, her small face pale with fright. When she looked up and saw the man's face, she gasped in astonishment. You are Daddy. Daddy, you're finally out of prison. Xian isn't dreaming, right? Why, I missed you so much, Daddy. Ji Fan held his daughter tightly, reassuring her, Xian, Daddy is back this time and will never leave you again. No one will bully you anymore. Jiang Lu gazed at the slender young man before her. Disbelief etched across her face. Ji Fan, you're out of prison? Ji Fan coldly smirked. What, afraid I might ruin your good fortune? 3 years earlier, Jiang Lu's older brother, Jiang Weigua, had fled the scene after a drunk driving incident. That day, he had just been promoted to the director of the Urban Management Bureau and was still within the probationary period for officials. Thus, the Jiang family decided to have Ji Fan, the son-in-law, take the blame at that time. Ji Fan's company had been framed, leading to his bankruptcy, not to mention the debts amounting to hundreds of thousands. Ultimately, the Jiang family reached an agreement with Ji Fan. He would take the fall, and they would assist him in clearing his debts. After 3 years in prison, his wife, Jiang Lu, had only brought their daughter to visit him once. Moreover, that visit was under the pretense of needing to change school district for their daughter, orchestrated to arrange a fake divorce. Looking back now, it seemed the change of schools was merely a fad. The divorce was the truth. Today, on what should have been his day of release, not a single member of the Jiang family had come to greet him. Amidst a deluge of bank statements, the debts, inclusive of principal and interest, had already soared into the millions. In that moment, Ji Fan finally comprehended the extent to which the Jiang family had thoroughly deceived him. You must be Ji Fan? No wonder Lulu chose to divorce you. It's evident that you are a spineless coward. Lin Xiaoping scrutinized the man before him, standing at a modest height of 1.70 meters, with a crew cut, appearing utterly ordinary. He immediately displayed a look of disdain. A Hitandran offender attending my wedding is simply bad luck. Get out of here at once. Ji Fan stood his ground, fury boiling within him, exuding an overwhelming aura of wrath that thickened the air around him. Lin Xiaoping, you have wronged my daughter and insulted me. If I do not teach you a lesson today, I am unworthy of being called a father. Before he could finish speaking, Ji Fan embraced Xianyuan and strode forward, delivering a powerful kick that sent Lin Xiaoping sprawling to the ground. Lin Xiaoping lay there, feeling his stomach churn violently, a coppery taste flooding his throat as he coughed up blood. The scene erupted into chaos, prompting the Lin family to call the police immediately. At that moment, Jiang Lu pointed an accusatory finger at Ji Fan, exclaiming, Ji Fan, are you intent on ruining my wedding? If anything happens to Xiaoping, I will not let this go. Jiang Lu's father, Jiang Dafu, rushed over to chastise him. Ji Fan, you are utterly broke, drowning in debt, unemployed, and burdened with a criminal record. Even if Lulu were willing to be with you, do you truly believe you could support her and her daughter? Her brother, Jiang Weigua, joined in the mockery, saying, Fan, if you have the guts, go ahead and sue me. Let's see who would believe that the DUI accident of years past was your doing. I warn you, do not harass my sister again. You have relinquished your rights to Xuanyuan's custody, and you are not permitted to see her again. Otherwise, every encounter will result in a beating. A spineless wretch like you will remain a bachelor for life. Ha ha ha. Fan's eyes blazed with anger, fists clenched, ready to confront the despicable Jiang Weigua. Suddenly, a melodic female voice rang out from outside. Who says Fan will be a bachelor forever? What do you call me, his wife? Before the words settled, a stunning woman clad in a blue, floor-length gown descended from a Rolls-Royce, exuding an air of opulence. Her long, flowing black hair framed a delicate, flawless visage, a beauty that could captivate nations. Her enchanting figure accentuated every curve, leaving all the women present in awe. She was breathtakingly beautiful, so stunning it was almost heart-stopping. Even the remarkably attractive Jiang Lu paled in comparison. Instantly, the entire banquet hall buzzed with excitement, every man regarding this unparalleled beauty with fervent admiration. Su Piaoxue, the heiress of the Su family, one of the four prominent families of Jiangzhou, and the female president of the Su group, wielding assets in the billion Shrulier. Quintessential example of wealth and beauty. She is Su Piaoxue, the most beautiful woman in Jiangzhou. What? Is she really Su Piaoxue? Indeed, she is as beautiful as a celestial being. Wait, from her earlier comment, it seems she has some connection to that good-for-nothing Fan. Upon encountering Su Piaoxue, Jiang Dafa's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. Ah, Miss Su, what an honor it is to have you grace my daughter's wedding today. Had I known of your attendance, the Jiang family would have dispatched a special vehicle to welcome you. At that moment, the members of the Jiang family, including Jiang Lu and Jiang Weigua, were eager to engage Su Piaoxue in conversation. Even the injured Lin Xiaoping, upon seeing Su Piaoxue, suddenly felt revitalized. However, Su Piaoxue completely disregarded them and made her way directly to Fan's side. Darling, how could you come here right after your release? I waited for you outside your family home for quite some time. Here, this is your marriage certificate. As she spoke, Su Piaoxue took 2 red booklets from the hands of her bodyguard, selecting one and presenting it to Fan. This scene left everyone present utterly astonished. What? Su Piaoxue was already married? And to a man who had just been released from prison, no less. The most shocked of all were the members of the Jiang family. Jiang Dafu was left speechless. Miss Su, you must be mistaken. Fan is just a useless man who has recently been released from prison and is in debt to the tune of $1 million. Yet in the next moment, Su Piaoxue intertwined her arm with Fan's, leaning into him. A refreshing and captivating fragrance enveloped them, causing Fan's heart to flutter. The crowd erupted in a chorus of astonishment, filled with envy and resentment. How could such a stunning beauty be interested in someone like Fan? It truly seemed as though fate had played a cruel trick. Chapter 2. Contractual marriage. At this moment, Fan was utterly bewildered. He did not even recognize the enchanting beauty before him, let alone contemplate marriage. However, upon examining the photograph on the marriage certificate, it appeared to be a composite image created from the identification photo he had provided to the old man during his incarceration. After 3 years in prison, he had been fortunate to learn martial arts and medicine from an elderly mentor. Before departing, the old man had requested a passport-sized photo, and it seemed this matter was undoubtedly connected to him. In any case, since this Miss Su was assisting him, there was no need to hastily unearth the truth. Jiang Lu, with her striking eyes wide open, pointed at Fan and scolded, Fan, do you even realize what you are? What status does Miss Su possess? And what makes you think you're worthy of her? I don't care what tricks you've employed. Get away from Miss Su at once. Silence. Su Piaoxue thundered. With a sharp slap, Jiang Lu's face instantly bore 5 distinct fingerprints, swelling visibly before their eyes. You dare strike me? Jiang Lu seethed, ready to retaliate, but was restrained by 2 bodyguards beside Su Piaoxue. You dare to insult my man? That slap was merely a reward for your insolence. Should you dare to repeat it, I shall ensure you regret ever crossing me. Su Piaoshue's voice was icy, causing Jiang Lu to shudder. Her previous bravado vanished without a trace. Honey, let us return, Su Piaoshue said softly. Indeed. With that, Su Piaoshue linked her arm with Ji Fan's, while he took hold of Xianxian's hand, and the three of them proceeded toward the exit. At that moment, Lin Xiaoping's father, Lin Zhenghua, along with a group of burly men, blocked their path. Ji, you have injured my son. If you do not provide an explanation, you shall not leave this place. The Jiang family members, regaining their composure, threatened to prevent Ji Fan from taking Xianxian away. Oh, then do not blame me for being impolite. Ji Fan entrusted Xianxian to Su Piaoshue and scoffed, preparing to take action. Ji Fan, do not act rashly. It appears these individuals are skilled fighters. Allow me to handle this. Su Piaoshue tugged at Ji Fan, her concern evident. The men brought by Lin Zhenghua were all muscular and imposing, advancing menacingly. Fear not, my dear. If your husband lacked the ability, how could he possibly have captured the attention of such a stunning beauty as yourself? Ji Fan replied with a mischievous grin, gently lifting her chin, his intentions unmistakably flirtatious. Su Piaoshue was rendered speechless. How could this man be so fearless? While she was consumed with worry, he seemed to revel in the moment, teasing her. The onlookers, witnessing the spectacle, were incensed, gnashing their teeth in frustration. They believed that this young man, having learned a few moves in prison, was foolishly challenging seasoned fighters. It was a recipe for disaster. Perhaps he sought to impress the beautiful Su, a foolish endeavor that would inevitably lead to his downfall. They could not fathom how he had garnered the affection of such a captivating woman. It would be best if those men went all out. That way, Miss Su could return to being single, and we might have a chance, Jiang Lu remarked, her demeanor dripping with schadenfreude. Ji Fan, I will make you regret your pretense. Just wait and see how you beg for mercy. Amidst a chorus of mockery, Ji Fan plunged into the throng of muscular men. In the blink of an eye, the banquet hall was filled with the sounds of anguished cries. The ground was strewn with bodies, each one bearing the grim marks of severed limbs, creating a scene most horrific. Jiang Lu's face reflected sheer terror, while the onlookers wore expressions of utter astonishment. None were more taken aback than Lin Zhenghua, whose forehead glistened with beads of cold sweat, his countenance fluctuating between shades of fear and dread. Had it not been for his years of experience in the business world, he might have been utterly paralyzed by fear. He never anticipated that Ji Fan was a formidable opponent. Evidently, he had underestimated him gravely. Ji Fan approached Lin Zhenghua, a cold smile gracing his lips as he declared, Lin Zhenghua, even if you were to kneel before me and plead for my departure, I would not acquiesce. Tell me, how shall we settle this account? Lin Zhenghua found himself momentarily speechless, shocked to discover that this man was one who sought vengeance for even the slightest grievance. The Lin family, though a second-rate clan in Jiangzhou, held a certain status and power, albeit not comparable to the Su family of Su Piaoshue. If he were to admit defeat, it would surely be a source of mockery throughout Jiangzhou, jeopardizing his standing. As he hesitated, a shrill wail of police sirens pierced the air, and several officers burst through the door. Who called the police? A striking female officer followed closely behind. Upon witnessing the grim scene before her, she paused momentarily, then swiftly drew her firearm, her voice taut with urgency. Who did this? I did, Ji Fan replied boldly, raising his hands in surrender. Shortly thereafter, he was handcuffed and escorted to the police vehicle, while Lin Zhenghua and his associates were taken for questioning. Before departing, the female officer cast a furtive glance at Su Piaoshue. At 10 o'clock that evening, outside the Jiangzhou Detention Center, Su Piaoshue stood beside Xianxian, both beauties peering into the facility with anticipation. Moments later, Ji Fan emerged from the confines of the building. I thought I might spend the night in detention. But to my surprise, I am free so soon. It seems the lovely Su is concerned for her husband. Su Piaoshue scoffed. Ji Fan, do not be so self-absorbed. I am only here out of consideration for Xianxian, who has been persistently mentioning you. Ji Fan, with a sheepish grin, replied, All right, say what you wish. I am nonetheless grateful to you. Do not rush to thank me. We are merely engaging in a mutually beneficial partnership. Let us discuss further once we are in the car, she remarked before entering the vehicle. Though Ji-fan could not fully comprehend her words, he vaguely sensed they pertained to their marriage certificate. In silence, they traveled for 20 minutes until the Rolls-Royce glided into the Su residence. The Su estate, developed by the Su Group, was a premier luxury villa community. It was said that each villa cost over 10 million and could only be purchased by individuals of significant status. Ji-fan felt a wave of emotions. Just yesterday, he had been in prison, and now he found himself in the most affluent area of Jiangzhou. Before long, the trio entered a magnificent villa, sprawling over 1,000 square meters. Inside, the opulence was dazzling, with lights shimmering brilliantly. Xian, upon witnessing the grandeur, exclaimed in awe, "Wow! So this is Aunt Piaoshua's house. Like a royal palace. It's so big and beautiful, just like on TV." Su Piaoshua smiled gently, lifting Xian and tenderly saying, "Will you stay here forever, my dear? Really? That would be wonderful." Xian harbored a deep affection for the palace, as she had long cherished the dream of becoming a princess within its walls. She danced with delight, her cherubic face adorned with a rosy glow. Yet, Ji-fan wore a slight frown. Although he possessed a marriage certificate with Su Piaoshua, he knew such documents could easily be fabricated. At this moment, his sole desire was to uncover the hidden truths behind Su Piaoshua's approach with the marriage certificate. Casting a glance at Ji-fan, Su Piaoshua perceived his confusion and gently set Xian down. "Aunt Wu, please take Xian upstairs to play. I need to speak with my husband." Soon, a middle-aged woman donned in an apron emerged from the kitchen, offering Ji-fan a faint smile before escorting Xian upstairs. Now seated on the sofa, Ji-fan examined the marriage agreement in his hands, momentarily at a loss for words. "You expect me to agree to a 3-year marriage, only to divorce immediately after? During these 3 years, I must unconditionally appear at any public event where a husband is required?" Chapter 3. The Old Man's Scheme. Su Piaoshua sipped her coffee and nodded slightly. "Indeed, for the duration of these 3 years, you cannot touch me, nor interfere in each other's private affairs. Our union is merely a transaction." Ji-fan remained puzzled. If that is the case, why bother with the marriage at all? What drives you to endure such a situation? Do you think I desire this? It is solely to secure my inheritance rights. My grandfather established a rule that I must marry to inherit the family fortune. Furthermore, marrying you was his directive. He stated that our family owes a debt to a revered master, and you happen to be that master's disciple. Thus, marrying you is merely a means to repay my family's obligation to your teacher. Su Piaoshua laid bare her intentions. A dawning realization washed over Ji-fan. Indeed, this was the handiwork of the old man. Upon entering prison, he had encountered an elderly man, afflicted with festering sores and a putrid stench. While others shunned him, Ji-fan diligently assisted in caring for him for 100 days. One day, the old man unexpectedly offered to impart his skills. Initially skeptical, Ji-fan was soon astounded by the miraculous results. Seeing Ji-fan deep in thought, Su Piaoshua assumed he was hesitating and continued, "Rest assured, I shall not shortchange you. You possess commendable skills. Why not serve as my personal driver? Simply transport me to and from work daily, and you will have the rest of your time to yourself. How does a monthly salary of 20,000 sound?" Ji-fan was momentarily taken aback, contemplating the ease of such a job for such generous compensation. 30,000. Noticing Ji-fan's hesitation, Su Piaoshua misinterpreted it as dissatisfaction with the offer. "Ahem, I can only offer a flat rate of 50,000. That is my final offer." "Very well, it's a deal." Ji-fan, reluctant to prolong the negotiation for fear of losing the opportunity, promptly signed the agreement. Su Piaoshua glanced at the contract, allowing a long-awaited smile to grace her lips. However, within that smile lurked an undercurrent of intrigue, as if veiled schemes lay hidden beneath the surface. Ji-fan, possessing a profound level of skill, could not help but notice the subtle nuances in her demeanor. After all, a person capable of leading a corporate empire would undoubtedly possess a keen commercial acumen. It was improbable that they would allow anyone to benefit without reason. However, He did not confront Su Piaoxue on the spot. Instead, he wished to uncover the mystery behind the situation. The villa comprised 4 floors, and I resided on the top floor, leaving the remaining 3 floors for you and Xian to choose at your leisure. By the way, you'll need to take it to work tomorrow morning. Ji Fan nodded and then inquired if there were any kindergartens nearby, as Xian had reached school age and could not remain at home indefinitely. Our community boasts a kindergarten renowned for its educational resources, arguably the finest in Jiangzhou. I will speak to the principal shortly, and in the morning, you can have Wu Ma take Xian there. With that, Su Piaoxue ascended the stairs. While he sat on the sofa, gazing up at the starry ceiling, finding it all somewhat surreal. The next morning, Ji Fan accompanied Su Piaoxue to the Su Corporation. Upon arriving at the company, she specifically instructed her secretary to show Ji Fan around. However, he was perplexed when introduced to the company employees. Their expressions resembled those of individuals encountering a plague, their faces paling before they furtively retreated. Was this the new driver for the CEO? Another unfortunate soul. Indeed, it was likely he would find himself in the hospital within 3 days. Word had it that young Master Shun had been diligently honing his boxing skills at the gym, serving as yet another hapless shield. It seemed that the salary advertised online for the position of driver had reached a staggering 100,000 yuan per month. Yet no one dared to apply. The money from a CEO is not so easily earned. One could only surmise that this fellow was willing to risk his life for a paycheck. Although these employees only began to whisper after Ji Fan had left. As a skilled individual, his perceptive abilities far surpassed the ordinary. Thus, every word they spoke reached his ears unmistakably. Young Master Shun? Unfortunate soul? No one dares to apply for a salary of 100,000 yuan. Could it be that Su Piaoxue as personal driver is indeed that terrifying? Yet, I refuse to succumb to superstition. At this moment, in the lobby on the first floor, Secretary Sun Iran handed Ji Fan the company access card, regarding him with a curious gaze. Ji Fan, are you in dire need of money lately? Yes, indeed. My company went bankrupt 3 years ago, and I am still burdened with debts of 1 million. Ji Fan shrugged helplessly. Sun Iran nodded thoughtfully. No wonder. She then instructed, if the CEO requires a vehicle on short notice, you must be available immediately. While your hours are flexible, it will be prudent to remain in Jiangzhou and not wander about, just in case. That is no problem. After watching the beautiful secretary depart, Ji Fan hummed a tune as he made his way out of the building. Just then, a familiar voice called out from behind, Fangge. Fangge. Turning around, he was surprised to see a young man in a security uniform calling him. Upon closer inspection, he recognized it was Shi Qingfeng, who had worked as a security guard at his company 3 years ago. Qingfeng, are you working here? Yes. I just finished my night shift. Fan Ye, I heard you went in 3 years ago. When did you come out? Shi Qingfeng said, offering Ji Fan a cigarette as they stood by the roadside, exchanging idle chatter. However, upon learning that Ji Fan was now the personal driver of the CEO, his expression darkened instantly. Fangge, no matter how desperate you are for money, you cannot take that job. It's a matter of life and death. A matter of life and death. Ji Fan expressed his confusion. Shi Qingfeng began to narrate slowly. You may not be aware, but Shun Yuchen, a scion of one of Jiangzhou's 4 prominent families, has taken a liking to General Manager Su and has been ardently pursuing her. Recently, he had been sending her flowers, which she discarded right in front of him into the trash. Subsequently, Shun Yuchen devised another scheme, offering to drive her to and from work every day. Naturally, General Manager Su declined, yet that fellow parked his luxury car at the company entrance daily, flaunting his prowess by incapacitating her driver in plain sight, compelling her to acquiesce. Eventually, General Manager Su hired several drivers skilled in combat, but they were all severely injured by Shin's bodyguards and hospitalized. Over time, no one dared to chauffeur her anymore. I heard that a few days ago, the Su family made a special request to the Shun family, which has somewhat quelled Shin's advances. But this is merely a temporary solution. I think General Manager Su might as well accept Shun's pursuit. After all, they are both from prestigious families. Upon hearing this, Ji Fan took a deep drag from his cigarette, then threw it to the ground, extinguishing it with a forceful stomp. I see. No wonder the employees in the company reacted the way they did upon learning I was Su Piaoshue's personal driver. Huh, Shen Yuchen, I am quite eager to meet you. I do not care how arrogant you are in front of others. If you dare to tread upon my G-fan, I shall repay it tenfold. Qing Feng, thank you for sharing this with me. As for the matter of General Manager Su's driver, I am resolved. G-fan patted Qing Feng on the shoulder, offering a faint smile. He exchanged contact information before departing. Meanwhile, in the presidential office of the Su Group, Su Piaoshue stood before the grand floor-to-ceiling window, holding a cup of coffee with a serious expression as she observed Ji-Fan and Qing Feng below. She spoke slowly. Ji-Fan, if you cannot even surpass Shen Yuchen, you are unworthy to be my man. Chapter 4. Using a knife to kill the Lin family was bustling with activity. Following Lin Xiaoping's severe injuries from Ji-Fan's assault at the wedding, the elder of the Lin family rushed back from a nursing home in the provincial capital to Jiangzhou overnight. At this moment, he reclined against a scarlet lacquered armchair, his left hand gripping a string of prayer beads while his right hand twisted a walnut. With a cold snort, he remarked, this Ji-Fan, just out of reform through labor, not only fails to mend his ways, but dares to create disturbances. Has he consumed his prison meals in vain? I say, Jinghua, how can you not handle a mere child? How can I trust you to manage the Lin family in the future? The outside world is mocking us. You, who achieve nothing but bring about failure. Lin Jinghua, sweating profusely with anxiety, hastily explained, Father, I never anticipated that this fellow was a master. The group I trained are utterly no match for Ji-Fan. Old Master Lin paused momentarily. A master? He turned to glance at the hunchbacked elder beside him. Zhu Lao, can you ascertain that this young man is indeed a master? The elder, known as Zhu Lao, slightly lifted his drooping eyelids, his voice gravelly as he replied, a young master of such caliber is a rarity in my many years of wandering the martial world. However, the truth can only be revealed through confrontation. Old Master Lin nodded and shifted his gaze to his second son, Lin Zhengshan. Zhengshan, have you made any progress in investigating Ji-Fan? Lin Zhengshan replied, Father, Ji-Fan is currently with Su Piaoshue from the Su family, and it appears they have already registered their marriage. I have just received news that he is now exclusively responsible for driving Su Piaoshue to and from work. The elder of the Lin family frowned, clearly perplexed. Oh, the beautiful granddaughter of the Su family has actually married Ji-Fan, who has just been released from prison. One wonders what schemes that old fox from the Su family is concocting, given that the Su family is their support. Our plans for revenge against Ji-Fan must be postponed. After all, the Su family is currently the foremost family in Jiangzhou, and we, the Lin family, cannot afford to openly clash with them. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoping's mother, Zhang Fangfang, grew anxious. Father, you must avenge Xiaoping. After all, he is your grandson. How can you bear to see him bullied by Ji-Fan like that? Lin Jinghua's expression turned frosty as he quickly reprimanded her. Silence. What does a woman know? I have my own judgments. The elder Lin took a sip of tea, contemplating if we simply let old Zhu take action. Do you truly believe the Su family has no formidable figures behind them? Fangfang, I understand your maternal instincts, but do not underestimate others. Indeed, every prominent family harbors powerful experts to safeguard their lineage. At that moment, a slender young man, donned in a suit, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and sporting slicked-back hair, entered the room. Grandfather, I have an idea. I have heard that Shen Yuchen from the Shen family is pursuing Su Piaoshue and often maims her driver. Why not let him serve as our pawn? This young man, Lin Xiaowei, is the son of Lin Zhengshan. He is of the same age as Lin Xiaoping, a graduate from a prestigious university in the United States, possessing exceptional business acumen, and is currently managing operations for the Lin Group. The elder nodded repeatedly, appearing quite pleased. Excellent. If that is the case, let that young man from the Shun family test the waters for us. Xiaowei will handle this matter. Zhenghua, please stay behind. The rest may disperse. Soon, only Lin Zhenghua and the elder remained in the hall. Zhenghua, you must educate Xiaoping well. You should learn more useful skills instead of indulging in frivolities. I had intended to pass the position of heir to him, but now it seems he has greatly disappointed me. The elder sighed, leaning on his cane as he exited the hall with the hunched old man. Hearing this, Lin Zhonghua was utterly stunned. Does father intend to bestow the position of heir upon someone else? After dedicating decades of hard work to the Lin family, am I merely to serve as a stepping stone for another? No, I cannot accept this. It is all Ji Fan's doing. With this thought, his eyes widened in rage, his anger surging and his fists clenched. Ji Fan, I vow to ensure you meet your end without a grave. At the Jiangzhou Muay Thai gym on the ring, a bare-chested young man, clad in boxing gloves, was engaged in combat with a burly man. Both were drenched in sweat, panting heavily. Seizing the opportunity, the youth executed a swift leg sweep, bringing the sturdy man crashing to the ground. Haha, Master Liu, I have one. Congratulations, young Master Shun. You have truly mastered the essence of the ancient Thai boxing technique, the crocodile tail sweep. Liu Shiqi, rising from the floor, greeted him with a smile. Immediately thereafter, a scantily clad dealer by the arena rang a bell, symbolizing the conclusion of this friendly match. Shen Yuchen descended the stage with satisfaction, immediately surrounded by several of his underlings, some offering water while others wiped his sweat. Young Master Shun is incredible. His followers cheered in unison. With a proud expression, Shen Yuchen proclaimed, if any troublemakers cross your path in the future, just call for me. Watch how I utilize my skills in ancient Thai boxing to deal with them. At that moment, one of the underlings anxiously interjected, young Master Shun, there seems to be a situation with Su Piaoxua. It appears she has found a new driver. What? A new driver? Shen Yuchen's temper flared instantly, but recalling the warnings from his elders a few days prior, he hesitated. In the past, he would have taken his underlings to confront the driver and deliver a sound beating. His father and the others had advised him that if he genuinely liked Su Piaoxua, he should pursue her openly and honestly, without resorting to underhanded tactics. Even if he faced rejection, he should not be disheartened. A woman of Su Piaoxua's caliber possessed exceptionally high standards, and most men would find it challenging to catch her eye. Hence, he had taken up Thai boxing to strengthen himself and become more formidable. The underlings, sensing the tension, quickly shifted the topic. Someone suggested visiting a nightclub that evening, claiming several stunning foreign beauties had recently arrived. Shen Yuchen's eyes lit up at the prospect, a foolish grin spreading across his face. Heh, I haven't tried foreign beauties yet. I must give a go tonight. Just then, Lin Xiaowei entered, chuckling softly, young Master Shun. No matter how handsome those foreign beauties may be, can they truly compare to your Su Piaoxua? Shen Yuchen's expression faltered. Lin Xiaowei, aren't you a busy man from the Lin group? What brings you here? Lin Xiaowei flashed a sycophantic smile. Young Master Shun, if you head to the nightclub tonight, I fear your dream girl, Su Piaoxua, may already be in another's embrace. What do you mean? Shen Yuchen snapped, gripping Lin Xiaowei's collar tightly. Su Piaoxua was his goddess. He could not stand idly by while someone else laid claim to her. You might not be aware, Lin Xiaowei continued, but Su Piaoxua is already married, and her partner is none other than the new driver. What? Is that true? The revelation struck Shen Yuchen and his entourage like a bombshell, leaving them utterly speechless. Damn it. Lin Xiaowei, are you just trying to stir trouble for me? Shen Yuchen clenched his fists, ready to strike, but Lin Xiaowei produced his phone and said, if you don't believe me, take a look at this video. Yesterday was my cousin Lin Xiaoping's wedding, and Su Piaoxua was present. Before a crowd, she referred to a recently released ex-convict as her husband. Heh, young Master Shun. Take a look, this is your goddess. In shock, Shen Yuchen opened the video, revealing scenes from Lin Xiaoping's wedding where Su Piaoxua entered the banquet hall and called Ji Fan her husband. Boom! Shen Yuchen felt as though a thunderbolt had struck his mind. In the next moment, with reddened eyes, he roared, take me to the Su group. I will deal with this scoundrel. Watching the group rush away, a sinister smile crept across Lin Xiaowei's face. Chapter 5. Is this all the strength you have? In the evening, outside the Su group, a Rolls-Royce had been waiting for quite some time. At this moment, Ji Fan, while smoking a cigarette, was contemplating his financial situation. Although Su Piaoxua had granted him a monthly salary of 50,000, he was burdened with debts exceeding $1 million, not to mention the impending educational expenses for his daughter. Xian. The kindergarten recommended by Su Piaoxua was the finest in Jiangzhou, and he had inquired earlier that day. The tuition for a semester amounted to over 500,000. Fortunately, before his father passed away, he had gifted Ji Fan a notebook filled with numerous traditional Chinese medicine recipes, appraisal methods, and feng shui secrets. With a little effort, Ji Fan could leverage the knowledge contained within to earn some money. Among the notes was a recipe for a beauty-enhancing potion, whose ingredients were quite accessible and, if effective, would likely find a substantial market. With this thought in mind, he resolved to purchase the necessary ingredients for the beauty potion from the herbal shop the following day and return to Su Piaoshui's villa to concoct the elixir. Just then, the urban professionals in the building began to stream out. Before long, a striking figure caught Ji Fan's eye. It was indeed Su Piaoshui. She was descending the steps, laughing and chatting with her secretary, son Iran. Iran, why not take my car today? I'll drive you home, Su Piaoshui offered. Son, Iran shook her head repeatedly, smiling gently. No trouble at all, Su, I have a date tonight. With that, she hailed a taxi and departed alone. Once inside the car, Su Piaoshui found herself wondering why she had not seen Shen Yuqin today. Typically, whenever she recruited a new driver, he would rush over like a shark sensing blood. Why was there no sign of him today? Had he finally learned to behave? Just as Ji Fan started the engine, a series of motorcycle roars echoed from a distance. In the next moment, a line of multicolored luxury sports cars blocked their path. The lead car, a Lamborghini, had its door swung open, and Shen Yuqin emerged, flanked by a cadre of menacingly clad henchmen in suits, striding toward Ji Fan's position. Those henchmen brandished clubs, exuding an intimidating aura. Get the hell out of my way, Shen Yuqin shouted, pointing at Su Piaoshui's vehicle. Although Su Piaoshui had encountered many grand spectacles, she had never witnessed such a commotion from Shen Yuqin before. Yet, she clearly had no intention of exiting the car. Turning to Ji Fan, her face betrayed a hint of tension, yet she maintained her composure. Ji Fan, can you handle all these people? If not, I suppose I must reluctantly step out, but I cannot guarantee your safety. You may have heard that this young Master Shun is pursuing me, and every one of my drivers has faced severe beatings. Ji Fan merely smiled calmly. No need for that. You just stay put in the car. As soon as he finished speaking, he pressed the accelerator and charged straight into the crowd surrounding Shen Yuqin. The group scattered in panic, and Shen Yuqin, caught off guard, stumbled and fell to the ground. Taking advantage of the moment, Ji Fan abruptly applied the brakes and rolled down the window, defiantly raising his middle finger at the disheveled Shen Yuqin, his face a mask of disdain. So you're Shun, right? With your pathetic skills in wooing women, it's best you remain a little virgin. A beauty like Su Piaoshui is far too exquisite for someone like you. As he spoke, he wrapped an arm around the lovely Su Piaoshui, unabashedly planting a kiss on her delicate cheek. Ji Fan, you're incorrigible, Su Piaoshui chided playfully, lightly punching his chest with her small fist. Although she initially felt a twinge of discomfort, the sight of Shen Yuqin and his companions outside compelled her to play along. Her coy demeanor left onlookers utterly dumbfounded. Everyone knew that the illustrious CEO of the Su Corporation, Su Piaoshui, was typically aloof and distant from suitors. Yet here she displayed such a tender side. Shen Yuqin watched, consumed by envy and resentment. Then, Su Piaoshui turned her cold gaze towards Shen Yuqin and said, Mr. Shun, I am now married. This man, Ji Fan, is my husband. I kindly request that you cease your pursuits, as they are inappropriate. With that, she boldly planted a kiss on Ji Fan's cheek. You, Shen Yuqin exclaimed, Su Piaoshui, what do I lack compared to him? Es immediately a benedicción. Drowning in debt. Why does he have to marry you? Furious, he could almost spit blood in disbelief. Born into one of Jiangzhou's 4 prominent families and a rightful heir, he was well known in high society. Surely, dozens of women had pursued him in the past. Yet, this Ji Fan, a mere waste of space, dared to claim the most stunning beauty in Jiangzhou, Su Piaoshui. In terms of status, strength, wealth, and family background, how could he possibly compete? Brother, some lessons require time to grasp. Winning a woman's heart cannot rely solely on your clumsy theatrics. Farewell. With a mischievous grin, Ji Fan pressed the accelerator, and they sped away in the Rolls-Royce. Damn it, I can't swallow this humiliation, I will pursue that scoundrel. If I don't receive an explanation today, I swear I will make those two adulterers pay. Soon, a dozen sports cars surged after the Rolls-Royce. During rush hour, the streets grew increasingly congested. The sight of numerous sports cars chasing a single Rolls-Royce Phantom became a striking spectacle in the heart of Jiangzhou. In the rearview mirror, Ji-Fan noticed that the group was closing in, even feeling a violent impact at the rear of the vehicle. He instructed Su Piaoxue to fasten her seatbelt and grip the armrest tightly. Ji-Fan, what are you planning? Su Piaoxue asked, her voice tinged with anxiety. What do you think? I'm going to teach them a lesson. Otherwise, they truly think I, Ji-Fan, am easy prey. As he finished speaking, he slammed on the brakes and sharply turned the steering wheel to the left. The cars swerved at the intersection, and behind them, there was a loud crash. A sports car that had been tailing Ji-Fan was instantly overturned by an oncoming truck. Glancing at the chaos in the rearview mirror, a sinister smile crept onto Ji-Fan's lips. I had assumed that Shun Yuchen would relinquish his pursuit due to the car accident. However, to my astonishment, as the vehicle ventured into the outskirts, those racing cars reappeared in hot pursuit. The sparse traffic and favorable road conditions in the suburbs allowed these sports cars to significantly increase their speed. In fact, two of them had already surged ahead of Ji-Fan and his companions. Bang! Bang! The Rolls-Royce was swiftly subjected to collisions from these racing cars. Su Piaoxue, terrified within the vehicle, screamed in fright, her face drained of color. Piaoxue, hold on tight. These relentless miscreants. Watch how I retaliate against them, he declared, slamming on the brakes. The sports car behind, unable to decelerate in time, crashed into the rear of the Rolls-Royce. Due to the immense inertia, the sports car soared into the air, flipping 3.5 times before crashing to the ground. Unfortunately, it landed on the side of the fuel tank, resulting in a tremendous explosion and flames erupting from the vehicle. In the following moment, the remaining 12 cars quickly encircled the Rolls-Royce. Ji-Fan advised Su Piaoxue to remain inside the car before opening the door and stepping out. At that moment, Shun Yuchen also exited his vehicle, wielding a baseball bat, his eyes aflame with rage, resembling an enraged lion. All he desired was to eliminate the worthless Ji-Fan in front of Su Piaoxue, and then confront her with questions about why he was unworthy of her. Chapter 6. Never again, how shall we settle this? A duel or a collective effort? Ji-Fan regarded the fiercely aggressive Shun Yuchen with disdain. Do you believe you possess exceptional fighting skills? I have recently learned ancient Thai boxing and am in need of sparring partner. Since you are so arrogant, allow me to demonstrate the existence of greater prowess beyond your own. With a roar, Shun Yuchen swung the baseball bat towards Ji-Fan. Although he intended to rely on ancient Thai boxing without any weapon, this being their first encounter, he chose the bat as a means of testing the waters. Whoosh! The bat sliced through the air, emitting a deafening whistle. Meanwhile, Ji-Fan remained unfazed, standing his ground without evading or even wielding a defensive weapon. The onlooking individuals clad in black believed Ji-Fan would undoubtedly face defeat. Despite Ji-Fan's previous triumph against multiple opponents at Lin Xiaoping's wedding, Su Piaoxue was still somewhat apprehensive, primarily due to her numerous close protective drivers who had all suffered severe injuries at the hands of Shun Yuchen, creating an atmosphere of dread. Bang! Just as the crowd processed the unfolding events, a piercing metallic clank resonated through the air. Unbeknownst to them, Ji-Fan had somehow seized the baseball bat from Shun Yuchen's grip. Not only was the bat broken in two, but Shun Yuchen also found himself kneeling before Ji-Fan, his face ashen, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, trembling uncontrollably. Young Master Shun, are you all right? One of the more astute lackeys immediately inquired. Damn it, do you not see that this beast Ji-Fan has reduced me to this state? Why are you still dawdling? Get over here now, Shun Yuchen bellowed, nearly exhausting himself in his fury, his voice turning into a desperate croak. His subordinates surged forward, and the pallor on Shun Yuchen's face began to regain some color. Ji-Fan, oh Ji-Fan, no matter how formidable you are, can you truly defeat so many at once? Soon, I want you to kneel before me and sing your submission. However, the ensuing scene left him utterly astonished. The throng of his subordinates was mercilessly vanquished by Ji Fan, who wielded nothing but 2 broken baseball bats. Observing his fallen lackeys, each writhing in agony, bruised and battered, limbs broken, Sun Yuchen was rendered speechless. What manner of man is this? Why is he so ruthlessly violent? All he wished for now was to flee. Yet, he soon realized his knees were pinned to the ground, devoid of sensation. Ah, my legs! My legs! He slumped to the floor, fear overtaking him as he screamed, striking his legs with his hands, but they remained unresponsive. Ji Fan chuckled coldly and picked up a steel pipe, preparing to end Sun Yuchen's life. In his lexicon, those who dared to threaten his existence deserved death. This was the baseline for a master. Ji Fan, no. Su Piaoxue hastily intervened, which left him perplexed. If you kill Sun Yuchen now, you may feel vindicated, but have you considered the consequences? What if the Shun family comes to the Su family demanding answers? How we justify ourselves? Moreover, should our 2 families' relationship deteriorate, it could incite a bloody storm in Jiangzhou. Today, you have taught him a harsh lesson. He should have learned his error. Ji Fan nodded, yet he truly cared little for the Shun family's vengeance. With his current prowess, he could slay anyone who stood in his way. Why would he fear a mere Shen family? Very well, for the sake of my dear wife. Sun Yuchen, today you are fortunate. Should I ever see you harassing Miss Su again, I will not hesitate to end your life. Now express your gratitude to Miss Su. Ji Fan pressed the steel pipe against Sun Yuchen's throat, commanding him sternly. Thank you, Miss Su. I promise I will never dare to disturb you again. Please, have mercy. Trembling with fear, Sun Yuchen hurriedly expressed his gratitude and apologies. With that, the 2 entered a Rolls-Royce and sped away. Sun Yuchen, his body tense and drenched in cold sweat, finally exhaled deeply. He then dialed a number, lamenting, "Hello? Dad, I've been bullied. Come save me." Meanwhile, in a CAF across from the Su Group's headquarters, Lin Xiaowei sipped his coffee, awaiting news. He had just witnessed Sun Yuchen leading a charge against Ji Fan. Now, he fantasized about Ji Fan's vehicle being cornered by a Sun Yuchen sports car, only to be assaulted by a swarm of men in black. Ji Fan, who asked you to provoke my Lin family and bring us disgrace. Today, you shall accept your fate. He reveled in his thoughts until he suddenly received a text message from his informant embedded within Sun Yuchen's crew. What? Defeated? Lin Xiaowei rubbed his eyes in disbelief upon reading the content of the message. This man had single-handedly taken on dozens and defeated them all. The most unfortunate was Sun Yuchen, who not only had his legs incapacitated, but also bowed and apologized before Su Piaoxue. How infuriating! A hint of annoyance swept across Lin Xiaowei's face. It seemed necessary to enlist the help of Elder Zhu. On the way home, Ji Fan opened the sunroof. A cigarette perched between his lips and cranked the car's audio system to the maximum volume. Coincidentally, the song Today You Will Marry Me began to play. The warmth of spring carried away the melancholy of winter, and a gentle breeze wafted in with a romantic aura. Every love song suddenly brimmed with significance. In this moment, I unexpectedly saw you. At this instant, Su Piaoxue felt elated, humming along with the music, exhibiting an unexpectedly lively demeanor. It is worth noting that the female CEO of the Su Group has always maintained a cold exterior, only shedding her facade in the presence of her most familiar family members. Occasionally, she would steal glances at Ji Fan, and to her surprise, she found him somewhat handsome. As this thought magnified, she suddenly realized that she might be developing feelings for Ji Fan, which startled her into quickly looking down at her phone to divert her attention. However, the more she tried to distract herself, the more she felt compelled to look up at him. "Miss Su, why is your face so flushed? Are you coming down with something?" Ji Fan seemed to have sensed Su Piaoxue's unusual demeanor and inquired with concern. "And no, I'm just feeling a bit warm." Su Piaoxue quickly explained. "Warm?" He cast a puzzled glance at the turned-off air conditioning and the open sunroof. "Ji Fan, I didn't expect you to be so formidable. I wonder what you experienced during those years in prison. In fact, my grandfather once sent someone to investigate your background, and it certainly did not impress him. If it weren't for your master's strong recommendation, I doubt I would have." Upon hearing this, Su Piaoxue turned her head to look at him with an odd expression. Ji Fan took a deep drag from his cigarette, flicked the butt out of the window, and smiled lightly. Are you implying that I'm unworthy of you? And no, that's not what I meant. Oh, so you're suggesting that I am worthy of you? If I am worthy, then why the marriage agreement? Wouldn't it be better to be a couple for life? Ji Fan, what nonsense are you spouting? Su Piaoxue angrily turned her head away, her beautiful eyes slightly reddened. The previously ambiguous atmosphere abruptly cooled. Ji Fan, who was never skilled at comforting women, found himself at a loss in this situation. He could only remain silent, which only deepened Su Piaoxue's resentment toward him. Soon, the car came to a stop in front of the Su mansion. I need to go pick up Xian Xian. Would you like to accompany me? Ji Fan asked Su Piaoxue, who had not spoken a word since their earlier quarrel in the car. Go ahead. I miss her too. I wonder how Xian Xian is adjusting to her first day at kindergarten. At this moment, Golden Star Kindergarten was bustling with parents waiting to pick up their children. Being the best kindergarten in Jiangzhou, a myriad of luxury cars lined the entrance, including military district vehicles and government cars. Daddy, Auntie Piaoxue. As Ji Fan and Su Piaoxue entered the kindergarten, they saw Xian Xian, who was waiting in line, waving at them with a beaming smile. Ji Fan immediately rushed over and scooped Xian Xian into his arms. Xian Xian, did you listen to the teacher today? Did you make any new friends? Xian Xian hesitated for a moment before nodding. At that instant, he unexpectedly noticed several fresh scratches, just beginning to scab, behind Xuan Xuan's ear and on her neck. Judging by the marks, they appeared to have been inflicted that very day. Furthermore, upon examining Xuan Xuan's face, it seemed as though there were traces of tears, suggesting she had been crying. Ji Fan's temper flared instantly. Xian Xian, please tell Daddy, were you bullied at school today? What happened to those injuries on your neck? Chapter 7. Daddy, hooray. Daddy, my neck was scratched by Xiaohong. Xuan Xuan's voice was barely a whisper, tinged with fear of Ji Fan's reprimand. As she lowered her head to her chest. Xiaohong? Which Xiaohong? Ji Fan urged, do not be afraid, my dear. Daddy is here to protect you. No one can bully you. As he comforted his daughter, his anger simmered beneath the surface. It was the one with the yellow hair tie. Following Xuan Xuan's indication, Ji Fan saw a couple leading a little girl out of the kindergarten. The girl's hair was adorned with two yellow elastics styled in pigtails. Xiaohong, why does that name sound so familiar? Piaoxue, please greet the teacher. I will take Xian Xian to find them, Ji Fan declared, carrying Xian Xian as he headed toward the entrance. Su Piaoxue quickly interjected, Hey, let us discuss this calmly. The child simply doesn't understand. Please do not resort to violence. Her concern stemmed from Ji Fan having just dealt a thorough beating to Shun Yuchen and still being agitated. When people become heated, they often act rashly. Are you the teacher of the kindergarten's small class? Su Piaoxue inquired of a striking woman clad in a uniform and sporting black-rimmed glasses. Hello, are you Xuan Xuan's mother? I didn't expect someone so beautiful. The woman replied with a slight smile. I am Qi Xinyue. You may call me Teacher Qi. Since starting her job here 6 months ago, she had learned that parents who could afford to send their children to this establishment were typically from the upper echelons of Jiangzhou society, either affluent or distinguished. Thus, she was particularly courteous to Su Piaoxue, especially given her stunning beauty. Su Piaoxue was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating that Teacher Qi would mistake her for Xuan Xuan's mother. However, given the urgency of the situation, she did not refute the assumption and allowed it to stand. Did Xian Xian have a conflict with someone at school today? Why does she have those scratches on her neck? Su Piaoxue Dichiti. I hope you can speak honestly. Qi Xinyue appeared somewhat taken aback by Su Piaoxue's inquiry, her brow furrowing in concern. I sincerely apologize, Xuan Xuan's mother. During our afternoon free play session, Xian Xian and Xiaohong were partners. Initially, they were playing happily, but for reasons unknown, they began to argue. Ultimately, Xian Xian was the first to strike, prompting Xiaohong to scratch her neck. After class, I called them both to the office and have already spoken to them about it. Surprised by this revelation, Su Piaoxue couldn't believe that Xian Xian had initiated the altercation. Just then, a commotion erupted at the kindergarten entrance. She turned to see Ji Fan embroiled in a heated argument with Xiaohong's father. This was not good. Teacher Qi shouted and hurried over. Su Piaoxue, with a troubled expression, closely followed behind. Gentlemen, let's speak calmly. Please do not resort to violence. There are many onlookers present, and should a fight ensue, the two children would undoubtedly become the subjects of ridicule at school. Teacher Chi, being an educator, articulated his reasoning with clarity. At that moment, Hong Hong's father raised his hand, intending to strike Ji Fan, but Ji Fan effortlessly seized his fingers and forcefully twisted them in the opposite direction. Ouch! Ouch! Hong Hong's father immediately cried out in pain. Su Piaoxue, anxious for Ji Fan, urged him to let go. Ji Fan coldly retorted, "Let go. Have you inquired about what they have done first? Don't act recklessly. Just now, Teacher Chi informed me that it was Xian who first laid hands on Hong Hong." Upon hearing this, Xuan's face turned pale with fear. Little did she know that Ji Fan burst into laughter at this revelation. "Oh, is that so? Huh, truly, she is my daughter." Xian acted rightly. "Well done." Su Piaoxue was instantly bewildered. "Ji Fan, how can you teach the child like this?" Xian, "Dear, do not listen to your father's words." Realizing she was still oblivious to the situation, Ji Fan recounted the entire story. It turned out that Ji Fan was already acquainted with Hong Hong's father. They had pursued Jiang Lu together years ago. However, Ji Fan, being astute and resourceful, soon earned his first fortune through entrepreneurship. Consequently, Jiang Lu naturally became his wife. As for Liao Donglin, he was introduced to Jiang Lu by her elder brother, Jiang Weigua. Both worked in the Urban Management Bureau as colleagues. Although he and Jiang Lu did not end up together, it did not hinder the warm relationship between the Liao and Jiang families. Thus, Xian and Hong Hong were already familiar with each other. 3 years prior, when Ji Fan was incarcerated, Liao Donglin was certainly aware, as the couple frequently discussed matters concerning the Jiang family. Hong Hong, being exposed to these discussions, retained the information. When conflict arose between Xian and her, she called Xuan's father a hit-and-run offender and claimed that Xian had no father, labeling her a wild child. Naturally, Xian could not tolerate this and retaliated directly. Hong Hong followed suit, leading to the incident where Xian bore marks on her neck. Earlier, when Ji Fan confronted Liao Donglin regarding the matter, their mutual acquaintances became particularly hostile. Liao Donglin mocked Ji Fan for being freshly released from prison and considered him a destitute individual daring to send his child to this school. Wasn't that just a farce? Ji Fan countered by asserting that Liao Donglin was living off others. This exchange provoked Liao Donglin to resort to violence. Meanwhile, Li Mimi, cradling her daughter, could hardly fathom that her seemingly timid husband would resort to such drastic measures, leaving her momentarily stunned. It was only upon hearing her husband's cries for help that she began to dial for assistance. "Ji Fan, let me make myself clear. If anything happens to our Donglin, I will ensure that you spend a lifetime in prison." Li Mimi threatened immediately after calling the police. Ji Fan regarded her threats as mere bluster. At this moment, Su Piaoxue, having grasped the full context, realized her earlier misconceptions regarding Ji Fan and Xian. Had she been in Xian's position, she too would have acted without hesitation. "Xian, come here, let Annie give you a hug. Annie has just misjudged you. Your actions were justified." As she spoke, Su Piaoxue gently cradled Xianyuan in her arms, wiping away the tears that had just fallen, all the while offering her comfort. Ji Fan pointed at Liao Donglin's family, asserting, "When you return home, educate your child properly. If I hear your daughter Hong Hong utter such words again, I assure you she will be sent to an orphanage at her tender age." "Ji Fan, what nonsense are you spouting?" Liao Donglin retorted, his temper flaring as he disregarded his wife's attempts to restrain him and charged forward. Alas, how could his fist contend with Ji Fan? A sharp crack echoed through the air. Not only was his arm broken, but he was also sent sprawling 5 meters away by a swift kick. "Ah, my arm! My arm!" Liao Donglin writhed on the ground, crying out in agony. Li Mimi gasped in horror. Donglin, are you all right? Someone quick, call for an ambulance." 10 minutes later, Liao Donglin's family hurriedly left in an ambulance, while Ji Fan was taken away in a police car. Before his departure, Su Piaoxue urged him not to panic, assuring him that she would find a way. At this moment, outside the interrogation room, a strikingly beautiful police officer strode in with purpose. However, Her expression revealed a hint of displeasure. Tonight marked Han Bing's first date with her blind date, a prospect she was quite pleased with, having taken the initiative to invite him. To her delight, he had readily accepted the invitation, just as she was applying her makeup. Lost in daydreams of romance, marriage, and children, a phone call from her superior shattered her reverie. Oof. Regardless of who commits an offense tonight, this officer will unearth every misdeed you've ever done. Han Bing resolutely determined as she took her place as the lead investigator. She opened her notebook methodically and inquired name. Yet, when the familiar face of Ji Fan came into view, her countenance darkened. Ji Fan? You again? Chapter 8. The Flying Little Policewoman. Oh, so it's the Flying Little Policewoman. How delightful to see you again. Ji Fan smiled ingratiatingly, feeling quite pleased with himself. Han Bing was the very officer who had taken him away at Jiang Lu's wedding the previous day. After being brought into the interrogation room, he adamantly refused to confess, leaving Han Bing exasperated. Her partner, Old Shui, had even gone to great lengths to ensure Ji Fan faced justice. Yet his attempts had backfired spectacularly, resulting in a fractured arm that kept Old Shui in the hospital. What astonished her most last night was the revelation that Ji Fan's personal information was classified as top secret within the official system. How could this be? A man fresh out of prison, yet his details were deemed state secrets? Perplexed, she promptly reported the matter to her superiors. Soon, orders came down from above. Released Ji Fan immediately, without delay. Watching Ji Fan walk out of the detention center left Han Bing infuriated. Before his departure, she warned him that should he engage in any criminal activities in Jiangzhou again, he would certainly be brought to justice. Little did she expect that less than 24 hours later, this violent man would once again cross paths with her. Ji Fan, do not think that just because someone is backing you, you can act recklessly. You have injured Liao Donglin, and now his family is preparing to sue you. Last time, when you assaulted Lin Xiaoping and the Lin family's bodyguard, the director personally intervened to protect you. However, this time, Liao Donglin's father-in-law, Li Xianchu, is a figure even our director dares not provoke. The elder of the Li family has made it clear that no one is permitted to shield you this time, or they will be opposing the Li family. I foresee you are destined for prison, Han Bing said triumphantly, then proceeded with the routine inquiries. Ji Fan responded mechanically, yet internally mused about the Su family being the foremost clan in Jiangzhou, and how unexpected it was that they could invoke the director's influence for protection. Ji Fan, please provide your family information. Once you enter the detention center, we cannot predict when you will be released. I need to inform them to send some clothing and bedding, as this winter is quite chilly. After speaking, Han Bing began organizing the documents, while a nearby assistant handed Ji Fan a family form to fill out. Ji Fan wore a blank expression. I apologize, but I am an orphan. I divorced a year ago while in prison and currently have no relatives. If it must be someone. He paused, thinking of Su Piaoxue and their marriage agreement. Should he disclose it? Although some were aware of his marriage to Su Piaoxue, it had not been widely publicized. Han Bing's brows furrowed. Confess for leniency, resist for severity. Hurry up. Actually, I just got married. My partner is Su Piaoxue, residing at Su Mansion number 1. The phone number. Wait, who? Su Piaoxue? Han Bing was momentarily taken aback. Her mouth agape, as if a chicken egg could fit inside. Which Su Piaoxue are you referring to? Who else but the female CEO of the Su Group? Ji Fan clarified. This is impossible. What is your status? What is Miss Su's status? Seeing her skepticism, Ji Fan replied, the marriage certificate is in my pocket. You can take a look for yourself. Upon witnessing the marriage certificate, Han Bing's demeanor shifted dramatically as she struggled to comprehend how the exalted beauty of Jiangzhou, a formidable businesswoman, could possibly marry a recently released violent offender. Something unusual is afoot. Speak. Did you employ some despicable means to coerce Miss Su into this? Han Bing interrogated sharply. Cough, cough. I must ask, can you refrain from always assuming the worst of me? Can you not see my charm? Ji Fan retorted playfully. Oh, since entering this interrogation room, I haven't had a sip of water, and my wrists are sore from the handcuffs. May I rest for a moment before we continue? As he spoke, Ji Fan subtly twisted his cuffed hands. Suddenly, with a clatter, the handcuffs fell to the ground. Ji-fan rose from his chair leisurely and stretched, relishing the comfort. This scene alarmed Han Bing, who immediately drew her firearm from her waist. Don't move. Ji-fan, you are currently a criminal suspect. If you dare act recklessly, do not blame the gun for being merciless. Ji-fan maintained a serene demeanor, chuckling, "Oh, I am merely stretching a bit. Officer Han, there is no need for you to be so anxious." This scene was fortuitously witnessed by Zhao Quan as he entered the surveillance room, leaving him astonished. Han Bing, what are you doing? Put that down immediately. Zhao Quan rushed into the interrogation room and admonished sternly. Director Zhao, this young man, Ji-fan, has actually freed himself from his handcuffs and attempted to escape. I am merely acting in accordance with the law. Han Bing quickly defended herself in response to the superior's inquiry. Acting in accordance with the law? What do you know of it? I hereby command you to leave. Regarding Ji-fan's case, I shall personally oversee it from now on. You have no authority to intervene. Zhao Quan reprimanda. But director, leave. Zhao Quan's voice involuntarily rose in intensity. Han Bing, feeling wronged, turned away with tears welling in her beautiful eyes, casting a fierce glare at Ji-fan before exiting the interrogation room. Once the room was devoid of occupants, Zhao Quan's initially furious expression transformed. As he approached Ji-fan with a broad smile, clasping his hands firmly. Comrade Ji-fan, I apologize for the distress you have endured. Ji-fan, bewildered, replied, Director Zhao, I believe we were not acquainted prior to this. Were we? Ah, that was in the past. Now we are familiar, are we not? Zhao Quan's cordiality caught him off guard. Ji-fan mused whether Zhao Quan had connections to the Su family. Perhaps it was Su Piaoxue who had sent him to rescue him. It certainly seemed plausible, as only Zhao, being Han Bing's superior, wielded such authoritative power. Well then, I sincerely thank you, Director Zhao, for your timely assistance. I feel quite embarrassed to have troubled you so often. When I have the opportunity, I shall personally express my gratitude to Piaoxue, Ji-fan stated politely. Zhao Quan, taken aback, inquired, Piaoxue? Which Piaoxue? There hasn't been any snow in Jiangzhou recently, has there? Upon hearing this, Ji-fan's smile abruptly faltered. What is the meaning of this? Director Zhao, did you not come to my aid at the behest of the Su family? Ji-fan questioned hastily. Zhao Quan, suddenly enlightened, chuckled. Ah, so you were testing me, Comrade Ji? In fact, I contacted the capital yesterday, and your identity information is classified as top secret in our system. In our great nation, only super special forces and unparalleled warriors enjoy such privileges. Therefore, you must be an extraordinary individual. Am I correct, esteemed Ji? Ji-fan nearly sputtered the water he had just sipped. What was Zhao Quan on about? Super special forces? Unparalleled warriors? While he indeed possessed remarkable skills, they bore no resemblance to those professions. As for the top-secret identity system, he was utterly unaware. Yet, in order to extricate himself from this situation, Ji-fan decided to play along. He feigned a lofty demeanor, clasping his hands behind his back and clearing his throat, resembling a leader on an inspection. Ahem, young Zhao, since you have investigated my identity so thoroughly, it seems your sources are quite impressive. Seeing Ji-fan acknowledge his status as an extraordinary individual, Zhao Quan's joy knew no bounds. He, if you esteemed one, do not mind. Zhao would be honored to pledge brotherhood with you. In the future, it would be reassuring to have someone to rely on in Jiangzhou. It may seem that by allying with Director Zhao Quan, Ji-fan is the one benefiting. However, he understands that those who become the kings of soldiers and gods of war are unparalleled masters capable of defeating thousands single-handedly. Moreover, only those who serve the nation and have ascended to the pinnacle of power in the capital are granted an audience with them. As for ordinary folk, no matter how much you plead, you shall never behold their grandeur. Very well. Henceforth, I shall call you Brother Zhao, Ji-fan replied with a slight smile. Brother Ji, should you encounter any trouble in Jiangzhou, do not hesitate to contact me, Zhao Quan said, patting his chest. Before parting, the two exchanged phone numbers. When Han Bing witnessed Ji-fan emerge from the police station once more, her face turned a shade of green. Ji-fan, do not think that just because you have Director Zhao as protection, you can act recklessly. As long as you remain in Jiangzhou, we shall see what unfolds. Ji Fan chuckled. Officer Han, I'm afraid your plans have once again fallen through. Seeing Ji Fan's smug expression, Han Bing, incensed, ground her teeth in frustration and stomped her feet. Just you wait. Chapter 9. Beauty Mud. As Ji Fan made his way back to the Su mansion, he pondered the confidential matters Zhao Quan had mentioned. Having spent 3 years in prison without venturing anywhere else, let alone fighting for the country, how could such a thing exist? After much contemplation, he ultimately directed his thoughts toward the old man who had taught him his skills. Could it be that the old man was behind this? It had been over a year since he was released, and there had been no word since. When he next encounters him, he must inquire thoroughly. Meanwhile, within the Su villa, Su Piaoxue was making calls to leverage connections regarding Ji Fan's situation. Brother San, last time you managed to get Ji Fan released. Why not this time? The man on the other end sighed in resignation. Sister Piaoxue, to be frank, last time was not my merit. When I called, they had already decided to release him. I merely took credit for my own amusement. This time, when I called, that fierce Han Bing flatly refused, insisting on suppressing Ji Fan's audacity. No pleas would be effective. I suggest you seek connections with Director Zhao instead. Han Bing fears no one but her superior, Director Zhao. With that, the man known as Brother San abruptly ended the call. Hello, how would I know Director Zhao? Su Piaoxue responded, dumbfounded. Just as she was about to inquire whom to contact regarding Director Zhao, she was met with a dial tone. Why is it that none in the Su family are reliable? With that thought, she began sifting through her phone contacts and unexpectedly stumbled upon Han Bing's number. Should I personally reach out to this fierce woman? Just as she hesitated, her phone rang, revealing a call from Ji Fan. Piaoxue, I've just been released. I happen to be passing by a street vendor. What would you like to eat? I shall bring some back for you. Upon hearing the long-awaited voice, the heavy stone in Su Piaoxue's heart finally lifted. Anything is fine, as long as you're safe. As the conversation concluded, she abruptly ended the call, cursing Ji Fan for his lack of conscience. This rascal had the leisure to wander through night markets, yet failed to spare a thought to call her, causing her unnecessary worry. Tears welled up at the corners of Su Piaoxue's eyes, her expression one of profound grievance. At that moment, Xian Yuan descended the stairs for a drink of water and, upon witnessing Su Piaoxue's countenance, chirped in a childlike voice, Aunt Piaoxue, are you worried about Daddy? Who is worried about him? He is nothing but a rogue. Su Piaoxue hastily wiped away her tears and scooped Xian Yuan into her embrace, indulging in a moment of affection. After bidding farewell to Xian Yuan and returning to her room, a sudden realization struck her. Had she developed some inexplicable feelings for Ji Fan? Otherwise, why would she be brought to tears over his affairs? This was a first for her in all her years. Ba ba ba. Su Piaoxue scolded herself. What nonsense are you thinking? You and Ji Fan are merely contractual spouses. After 3 years, you shall part ways. You must not entangle yourself emotionally with him. Standing before the mirror, she repeatedly reminded the reflection of herself. Just then, Ji Fan's voice resonated from the living room, prompting her to compose herself before making her way downstairs. There she found Ji Fan savoring beef skewers, a pile of takeout skewers spread across the table. Piaoxue, come eat, he called. No thanks, I do not fancy snacking after dinner. As long as I see you safe, I am at ease, Su Piaoxue replied with an icy demeanor. She then informed him that she would be traveling to Hong Kong for a few days on business. During her absence from Jiangzhou, she needed Ji Fan to refrain from causing any trouble, as she would not be able to return swiftly. Not a problem, I assure you, Ji Fan replied with a slight smile, nonchalantly taking another bite of beef skewer. In the ensuing days of Su Piaoxue's absence, all remained tranquil. Ji Fan busied himself with escorting Xian Yuan to and from school and concocting beauty elixirs from a multitude of herbs he had procured, following the formula from an old man's notes. However, due to issues with proportions, he faced repeated failures. It was not until the afternoon of the 3rd day that a tremendous explosion erupted from the boiler in the Su family's backyard. At that moment, Ji Fan was seated on a chair, one hand fanning the boiler's vent while the other held his phone, engrossed in a novel. The sudden blast sent him careening backward from his seat. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly, executing a backflip to regain his balance. What the heck? He exclaimed, as thick white smoke billowed from the boiler, accompanied by an enticing aroma. Peering inside, he discovered a pot of herbal concoction had reduced to a greenish sludge. He scooped out a small portion and applied it to his face, instantly enveloped by a wave of refreshing comfort. Once he wiped it clean, the area adorned with the green mud transformed into a supple, radiant complexion, reminiscent of an infant's skin, luminous and smooth. He then rolled the green mud into a pill and swallowed it. Immediately, he felt invigorated. His complexion considerably improved. The effects were remarkable. The beauty elixir. It has finally succeeded, Ji-Fan exclaimed in exuberance. The beauty clay is originally in a paste form, suitable for both external application and internal consumption. When ingested, it must be shaped into pill form, necessitating manual processing. At this moment, Ji-Fan's task is to continuously mold the beauty clay into pill shapes and place them into small boxes. Each box contains precisely 18 pieces, no more, no less. Once the task is completed, he aims to produce a total of 30 boxes of beauty clay and 60 boxes of beauty pills. With these, he believes he can clear his debts and achieve financial freedom. Just as he was preparing to conclude his work, he noticed the housekeeper, Wu Ma, rushing over in a hurry. She seemed to have just finished her bath, with her hair still damp. "Young master, are you all right? I thought I heard an explosion here just now." Wu Ma had been startled from her shower by the sound of the explosion. Ji-Fan assured her that everything was fine, but Wu Ma looked at his pharmaceutical tools with a trace of apprehension. For the past few days, Ji-Fan had been concocting medicine in the backyard, filling the air with a peculiar herbal aroma. If it weren't for the Su family's considerable stature, the neighbors would have already raised a ruckus. As it stands, they could only discreetly grumble to Wu Ma. Wu Ma wore an expression of resignation. After all, Ji-Fan was the son-in-law of the Su family. If he wished to experiment with these strange herbs, there was little she could do to stop him. "Young master, it might be best to refrain from these herbs in the future." The neighbors are starting to voice their concerns. Ji-Fan chuckled. "Wu Ma, do you believe that in the future they will be begging me to concoct these herbs?" "Huh?" Wu Ma paused, unsure of what the young master meant. "Here, Wu Ma, this box of beauty clay is for you," Ji-Fan said, retrieving a box of beauty clay from his bag and handing it to her. Wu Ma looked perplexed. "Young master, what is in this box?" Ji-Fan explained. "This is the medicine I've been diligently brewing these past few days. The unpleasant odor you mentioned emanates from this." As Wu Ma opened the box, she was astonished to find a green, clay-like substance exuding a delightful fragrance, which was strikingly different from the scent that had filled the air earlier. Ji-Fan informed her that this was beauty clay. When applied to the face, it could restore the youthful condition of any woman's skin, regardless of age. It not only removes spots, but also keeps the skin hydrated, brightens, reduces wrinkles, and diminishes scars, boasting a multitude of benefits suitable for all ages. "Is this for real? Young master, you're not trying to deceive me, are you?" Wu Ma remained skeptical, particularly because she had several age spots on her own face. She had been diligent about her skincare in recent years, frequently flying to Korea for expensive beauty treatments. Yet, the age spots and melasma on her face had proliferated like mushrooms after rain. She had been planning another trip to Korea soon for laser treatment to eliminate the spots. Although such lasers only provided temporary relief for about 6 months, they could enhance her appearance, and no woman would refuse that. Why not give it a try? I recall you have a noticeable scar on your hand from chopping vegetables. Why not use that as a test? Ji-Fan suggested. Chapter 10. Street stall selling powerful beauty mud. Wu Ma, filled with skepticism, cautiously applied a small amount of green mud to the scar on her left middle finger. Immediately, a refreshing chill penetrated to her very bones. Following this, an inexplicable sensation akin to ants biting her skin emerged, accompanied by a burning heat beneath the scar. Alarmed, she cried out and hurriedly turned on the garden hose, washing away the green mud from her hand. Observing Wu Ma's anguished expression, Ji-Fan felt perplexed. Could it be that the remedy recorded in the old man's notes was erroneous? Unthinkable. He had just used it himself without any adverse effects. With this thought in mind, Ji-Fan reopened the old man's notebook. He discovered a line of small print beneath the beauty mud recipe. For normal individuals, a cooling sensation is expected. However, when applied to scars, acne, or blemishes, a transient feeling akin to insect bites and warmth will occur, but will soon revert to normal. Oh, that makes sense. No wonder Wu Ma displayed such a pained expression. At that moment, having rinsed her hand clean, Wu Ma gazed in astonishment at the scar on her middle finger, which had inexplicably vanished, leaving her utterly speechless. What on earth was happening? How did it heal? She raised her finger to the sunlight, tilting her head in contemplation, but could not fathom the miraculous occurrence. The green mud had worked its wonders in less than a minute, erasing a long-standing scar. It was nothing short of miraculous. Son-in-law, I wish to apply the beauty mud to my face and see the results. Wu Ma exclaimed with uncontainable excitement, rushing into the bedroom with a box of beauty mud in hand. 10 minutes later, a shrill scream erupted from within the room, startling Ji Fan into thinking something had gone awry. Upon entering, he found her standing before the mirror, her expression one of disbelief as she gazed at her reflection. The face that had been marred with age, spots, and blemishes now appeared strikingly clear and revitalized. While it may not rival the youthful visage of an 18-year-old, it certainly matched that of a woman in her 30s. My heavens! Son-in-law, am I dreaming? Wu Ma exclaimed, her hands pressed against her cheeks, tears of joy welling in her eyes. Ji Fan smiled softly. Of course not, Wu Ma. Do take good care of that box of beauty mud. It is rather precious. Wu Ma nodded vigorously. Indeed. This beauty mud was painstakingly crafted by you, son-in-law, and given its remarkable efficacy, I shall cherish it as a family heirloom. She then inquired about the duration of the beauty's effects. When informed that it was permanent, she stood in stunned silence. With such an extraordinary beauty elixir at her disposal, how could she not flaunt it on social media? Thus, Wu Ma posted a 9-grid selfie on her moments. To her astonishment, the stark contrast stirred a sensation among her WeChat friends. Countless comments flooded in, inquiring how she achieved such a transformation. Some even resorted to private messages or phone calls. Neighbors from nearby homes, particularly the young mothers, flocked to her door seeking answers. Wu Ma tirelessly explained that all the credit belonged to the beauty mud. Yet, when asked how one could acquire this miraculous beauty mud, she informed the crowd that if anyone was interested in purchasing, she could assist in inquiring. At this moment, in the back street of Chong'an Temple in Jiangzhou City, Ji Fan sat by the roadside, hawking several boxes of beauty mud and beauty pills. Passers-by, do not miss this opportunity. Freshly unveiled miraculous beauty elixirs. Whether you suffer from skin conditions such as psoriasis, vitiligo, acne, or even age spots, melasma, and scars from burns or cuts, my beauty remedy guarantees to restore your skin to a radiant, dewy complexion with both external application and internal consumption. A woman holding a child had just exited the temple after paying her respects when Ji Fan called out to her. Madam, would you like to give it a try? The woman cast a disdainful glance at the sign before shooting Ji Fan a scornful look. Turning to her child, she remarked, look here, if you don't study hard, you might end up like this person, deceiving others by the roadside. With that, she hurried away with her child. Ji Fan remained speechless, squatting on the ground. Nearby, an old man who was fortune-telling burst into hearty laughter at the scene. I say, young man, we all make our living in this marketplace. There's a rule here. Prices must be accessible. I charge merely a few dozen yuan for a fortune. Yet you price a box of medicine at a staggering 100,000. ISNT that courting ridicule? Who would be foolish enough to spend such a sum on an unknown concoction at a roadside stall to smear on their face? Unfazed by the mockery, Ji Fan replied, Old man, have you heard of Taigong fishing? I operate on a willing buyer basis. Those who truly understand will appreciate its value, and they are not short of money. He chose not to elaborate further. The reason for positioning himself near the temple was that affluent individuals often gravitate towards Buddhism. Ji Fan set the price of the beauty mud at 100,000, targeting wealthy women, their daughters, and wives. For them, investing such an amount to resolve skin troubles was exceedingly cost-effective. Many affluent ladies spent hundreds of thousands annually on beauty treatments abroad. Ji Fan calculated that once the beauty mud gained a reputation in the market, he would promptly raise the price. However, as night fell, not a single transaction had been made. Several curious customers approached, but upon seeing the exorbitant price of 100,000 per box, They shook their heads and departed. The old fortune teller's mocking grin deepened. Ji-Fan remained remarkably composed, contemplating whether to relocate the next day, perhaps to the vicinity of a downtown office building, as urban white-collar women also had decent incomes. At that moment, a luxurious, elongated Lincoln pulled up at the temple's exit. Shortly thereafter, a group emerged from within. Leading the group was an elderly woman with silver hair, leaning on a cane. Due to her advanced age, she was supported by two attendants. Following her were two women. One wore a baseball cap, tied her hair in a ponytail, and donned athletic attire, exuding a fresh and vibrant aura. Perhaps due to years of fitness, her figure was remarkably perfect, and in terms of beauty, she was nearly on par with Su Piaoxue. Beside her stood a girl clad in a pink Ming-style hanfu, her hair styled in a manner reminiscent of a protagonist from an ancient drama, which was quite captivating. However, she wore a red veil that obscured her features. As the group approached an elongated Lincoln, Ji-Fan seized the opportunity without hesitation, raising his voice to proclaim, "Come and witness the newly unveiled beauty elixir. Whether for skincare or remedying various skin ailments, it is infallible." The beauty in a baseball cap was the last to board the vehicle, and upon hearing Ji-Fan's enthusiastic call, she paused in her tracks. Curiously, she approached his stall. "Excuse me, you claim that this medicine on the ground can treat various skin issues? Is that true?" The woman glanced at the boxes on the ground, then lifted her gaze to scrutinize Ji-Fan, displaying a look of skepticism. At that moment, Ji-Fan appeared to her as a wandering doctor, likely unreliable. However, compelled by other circumstances, she resolved to inquire further. Ji-Fan confidently assured her, "Of course. May I inquire if you have any specific skin concerns? If not, this beauty mud can also serve as a skincare product." With that, he opened a box of beauty mud and handed it to her. He elaborated that this beauty mud was concocted from purely natural herbs, free from side effects and devoid of any chemical additives. As she accepted the beauty mud, an enticing aroma of medicinal herbs enveloped her senses, instantly invigorating her previously foggy mind. She had suffered from allergic rhinitis since childhood, particularly intolerant to the scent of incense. Had it not been for her grandmother's pilgrimage to Chong'an Temple, she would never have set foot in such a place. "Huh? I didn't expect this to have some merit. You, the seller, are asking 10,000 for such a small box of medicine? That seems rather outrageous. Could you lower the price? Perhaps within 1,000. Feel free to name your price." The woman contemplated taking the beauty mud, reasoning that even if it did not serve as skincare, it could at least function as a pleasant fragrance. Ji-Fan, sensing her doubts, emphasized, "My dear lady, this beauty mud is no ordinary product. Regardless of your skin condition, once applied, I guarantee you will see results within 5 minutes. If not, I shall face a penalty tenfold." The woman, taken aback, replied, "You can't be serious, can you?" Nearby, an elderly fortune teller burst into laughter. "Immediate results? Surely, even the elixir of the Supreme Elder Lord cannot compare to your concoction. My dear, do not heed his words. Come to me for a fortune, and I assure you, ailments will be treated and peace will be restored." Ji-Fan persisted. "If you remain skeptical, we can conduct a live trial. If a single word of mine is false, not only can you overturn my stall, but you may also bind me and send me to the authorities. Most importantly, I would owe you 10 times the price." With this declaration, the woman resolved to give a try. She approached the Lincoln, exchanging a few words with those inside. Shortly thereafter, the girl in hanfu hesitantly descended from the vehicle. "My name is Bai Meng Yao, and this is my cousin, Yin Chi-Chi. The purpose of my visit is to inquire about medicine for her." Bai Meng Yao gestured towards the girl beside her, who was adorned in traditional Han clothing. Ji-Fan nodded and promptly applied a small amount of beauty clay from the box onto his own face, then wiped it clean with a tissue. Instantly, that patch of skin appeared radiant and supple. "See? It poses no harm to the skin." The onlookers gasped in amazement, which bolstered Bai Meng Yao's confidence. She turned to encourage Yin Chi-Chi, saying, "Chi-Chi, regardless of whether this medicine is genuine or not, let us test its efficacy. If it does not live up to the proprietor's claims, just wait and see how I will deal with him." With that, she cast a fierce glare at Ji-Fan. Ji-Fan felt a chill in his trousers, acutely aware of the murderous intent in her gaze. Yin Qiqi appeared somewhat apprehensive. After several deep breaths, she finally raised her hand to untie her veil. With a rustling sound, her disfigured face was exposed to the air, evoking gasps of sympathy from the crowd. She tightly shut her eyes, unable to face the world, tears streaming from the corners of her eyes and tracing the contours of her unfortunate visage. "Boss, are you certain you can treat my sister like this?" Bai Mingyao asked, her uncertainty palpable. The onlookers shook their heads in response. The stall owner was in dire straits. It was evident that Yin Qiqi's face had suffered severe burns from a fire. Not even the most advanced cosmetic surgery could restore her to a normal appearance, let alone any miraculous ointment. Who told him to boast so brazenly at the outset? Now he must pay tenfold for his lies. That's a million. TSK. He deserves it. Who can he blame? Which vendor on this street sells medicine priced over 50 yuan? And he, right off the bat, demand 100,000. Goodness. Despite the ridicule, Ji Fan remained unfazed. "Fair lady, your sister's injury can certainly be treated. It will simply require several more sessions. Additionally, it necessitates the use of internal beauty pills to eliminate the heat toxins embedded deep within the facial bones, thus aiding the restoration of her skin." He pointed to a box of beauty pills on the ground as he spoke. Bai Mingyao was convinced that Ji Fan was merely attempting to swindle her out of money. "I think we should first try this box of beauty clay," she asserted, picking up the already open container. She scooped out a little and applied it to Yin Qiqi's face. In an instant, Yin Qiqi clutched her face and screamed in agony. My face! My face!" This scene sent a wave of dread through the crowd. Bai Mingyao turned pale with fright, even alarming the elderly matriarch in the Lincoln car. "Water! I need water! Cousin, my face hurts so much." The servants of the Bai family rushed over, dampening a towel with water to soothe Yin Qiqi. The matriarch approached Ji Fan, brandishing her cane and pointing at him. With a cold snort, she warned, "If anything happens to that girl, you will pay dearly. You heartless charlatan." Bai Mingyao, anxious and fists clenched, stormed towards Ji Fan, exclaiming, "You scoundrel! How dare you deceive me? Just wait and see how I will deal with you." From a young age, she devoted herself to martial arts. Although she is a beautiful girl, her temperament is akin to that of a boy, fiercely opposed to evil. Just as Ji Fan was about to retaliate, Yin Qiqi, in a flurry, exclaimed, "Cousin, please don't hit him. I'm Fina." Surprised, Bai Mingyao turned around to find her cousin happily admiring herself in a mirror. "Cousin, look at my face," she exclaimed, stepping closer and pointing to the spot where she had applied the beautifying mud. To her astonishment, the previously sunken skin had returned to its original state, and the scars had vanished completely. This small patch of normal skin stood out brilliantly against her entire face. Just moments ago, Yin Qiqi's face had shown no signs of improvement, leaving only one possibility. Ji Fan's beautifying mud was not an exaggeration, but indeed effective. How is this possible? Bai Mingyao gazed in disbelief at the area on Yin Qiqi's face that had regained its former vitality. This is truly miraculous. At that moment, Yin Qiqi excitedly approached Ji Fan, expressing her gratitude while inquiring about the precautions for using the beautifying mud. Ji Fan, of course, shared all he knew, explaining that for complete restoration, it must be used in conjunction with beautifying pills. Apply the mud evenly across your face in 3 sessions, with a week's interval between each application. During this time, you must also take the beautifying pills. After 3 weeks, your face will be entirely rejuvenated. He then handed her a written list of usage guidelines, precautions, and potential side effects, such as tingling and warmth. One box costs 200,000, he stated plainly. Deal. Yin Qiqi replied decisively, and soon after, a check for 200,000 was in Ji Fan's hands, eliciting envious gasps from the onlookers. Beside them, the elderly matriarch, though still harboring some doubts about Ji Fan and his beautifying mud, remained silent upon witnessing her granddaughter's joy. As long as the child was happy, that was all that mattered. Bai Mingyao, having witnessed the miraculous effects of the beautifying mud firsthand, was eager to purchase a box herself. However, when she quietly expressed her desire to Ji Fan, he leisurely responded with 2 words. "Not for sale. You just tried to hit me, We haven't settled that score yet. Bai Mengyao retorted, exasperated. I was just worried. If anything happened to my cousin, how could I explain it to the matriarch? Ji Fan shrugged. If you want to buy it, it's 200,000. Bai Mengyao was instantly incensed, her breathing becoming rapid and uneven, given her already ample figure. Ji Fan found himself momentarily taken aback. Realizing the situation, Bai Mengyao let out a startled scream. Ah, pervert, and immediately swung her fist towards Ji Fan's face. Wait again. Ji Fan quickly raised his hand to defend himself. Mengyao, you are, after all, a young lady of the Bai family. How can you be so uncouth? 200,000 is nothing. Our family can afford it. Inside the car, the elderly matron rolled down the window and addressed Bai Mengyao. Let me make this clear. If you fall victim to deception, you have no one to blame but yourself. One party is willing to strike, and the other is willing to receive. Indeed, esteemed matron. Bai Mengyao shot a defiant glance at Ji Fan before transferring funds to his account via her phone. Yi, should this beauty-enhancing clay cause any adverse effects, I shall hold you accountable and demand retribution. Ji Fan chuckled. Fear not, should Miss Bai utilize it and encounter any issues. My head will be yours. Humph. Bai Mengyao scoffed, turning to enter the vehicle. As she sped away, Ji Fan's eyes sparkled with delight. In less than 10 minutes, he had completed 2 transactions, totaling 400,000. This scene left the nearby street vendors utterly dumbfounded. The fortune-telling elder, who had previously mocked Ji Fan, now approached with an eager grin. Ah, young brother, I must confess my earlier oversight. I have limited funds. Would 5,000 suffice for a single box? The surrounding onlookers also clamored to purchase, though their offers all fell below 50,000. Ji Fan, however, was not interested. Step aside. I'm closing up shop. If you wish to buy, return tomorrow with sufficient funds. 10,000 per box. In a few days, the price may soar. With that, he stuffed all the boxes into his backpack and departed swiftly. The fortune-telling elder watched Ji Fan leave the back street of Chong'an Temple, regretting his earlier mockery with a fervor that nearly led him to strike his thigh. Why did I keep belittling him? After all this time, my neighbor should have at least sold me 1 box. As Ji Fan walked along the road, he felt a surge of joy. He was now relying on the Bai family to promote his product. Once the reputation of the beauty-enhancing clay spread through the upper echelons of society, demand would inevitably increase. He would no longer need to sell on the street daily. Customers would seek him out. Consequently, he planned to raise the price to 500,000, aligning it with its true value. At that moment, Ji Fan strolled into a secluded alley, suddenly sensing an intense aura of danger. So, you've finally shown yourselves. How long were you planning to follow me? He turned to find 2 men wearing baseball caps trailing behind him. The men seemed taken aback at being noticed. Just then, a group emerged from a nearby alley, encircling him. At the forefront was a middle-aged man clad in a suit. Ji Fan focused his gaze and recognized none other than Lin Jinghua, Lin Xiaoping's father. Lin Jinghua brandished a wooden stick, pointing it at Ji Fan with gritted teeth. Ji Fan, I never would have imagined even the young master of the Shun family could not bring you down. But today, you will face my wrath. You have left my son Xiaoping in such a state, yet you remain unscathed. In this world, how can such injustice stand? I demand blood for blood. With that, Lin's henchmen surged toward Ji Fan at his command. Ji Fan had anticipated that the Lin family would not let this matter rest, but he had not expected retaliation to come so swiftly. Nevertheless, he was undeterred. With a resolute stride, he charged forth, fists clenched, into the fray once more. Another fierce battle awaited. The men he faced were all robust and formidable, their sun-kissed skin and closely cropped hair revealing their military backgrounds. Yet before Ji Fan, these retired mercenaries were of little consequence. Once again, victory came to him with ease. Lin Jinghua, witnessing the groaning henchmen sprawled on the ground, turned pale with fear. Impossible. How could you possibly defeat them? These mercenaries had just returned from the international battlefield, each one a ruthless character. To think they would fall so swiftly. Before Lin Jinghua could finish his protest, Ji Fan's fist sent him crashing to the ground. Ah, Lao Zinggu, at your son-ass wedding, I spared your life. Yet you still sought to harm me. Now, You shall languish in bed for the rest of your days." All his limbs were brutally broken, followed by a punch to the abdomen that left his internal organs shaken. As he lay unconscious, a pool of blood forming beneath him, Ji Fan departed, satisfied. Later that evening at the Su family villa, Aunt Wu sat on the living room sofa, deep in thought. Following Ji Fan's departure, a throng of guests arrived at the Su residence. These visitors were neither seeking Ji Fan nor Su Piaoxiue. They were drawn in by a post from Aunt Wu's social media. Reluctantly, she produced her box of beauty mud for the affluent ladies to sample. To her astonishment, this trial unveiled a lucrative opportunity. The ladies, witnessing the remarkable effects of the beauty mud, clamored for it, raising the price of a single box to hundreds of thousands. Some even assured her that as long as there was stock, the price was negotiable. Unfortunately, she had no inventory available, so she had to ask these wealthy women to return home and await further notice. "Aunt Wu, I'm back," Ji Fan exclaimed cheerfully as he entered the living room, backpack slung over his shoulder. Aunt Wu, upon noticing him, hurried to greet him and recounted the events of the afternoon and the social media post. "Oh, is that so?" Ji Fan responded with surprise, then chuckled, realizing that these ladies were quite savvy. It seemed they had tasted the benefits of the beauty mud. Otherwise, they would not have proposed such steep prices on the spot. "Aunt Wu, you truly are my lucky star. Now I don't even need to advertise," he remarked with a beaming smile, observing Aunt Wu's momentary bewilderment. "Lucky star? Advertising?" Aunt Wu pondered briefly before expressing concern. "Young master, those boxes of beauty mud you took this afternoon, you meant to sell them, right? I just worry that you might sell them all at a low price, which would be a pity." Ji Fan patted the backpack on his back and replied, I sold 3 boxes, although not at 50,000 each. It's still a respectable sum." He then revealed a total of 86 boxes of beauty mud and beauty pills. "Aunt Wu, please take photos of these beauty mud and pills on the table and post them on social media. Advertise them at 500,000 a box." Emphasizing urgency. "Once this village is gone, this shop will be too. For each box sold, I'll give you a commission of 20,000. And this box of beauty mud is a reward for your hard work." As he spoke, Ji Fan handed a box of beauty mud to Aunt Wu. Upon hearing this, Aunt Wu could hardly contain her joy. Not only would she earn money, but she also received a box of beauty mud for free. Was this not akin to a windfall from heaven? Soon, she followed Ji Fan's instructions and posted on her social media. Within less than half an hour, dozens of luxury cars lined the road outside the Su family villa. The courtyard gate was crowded with people, all of whom were affluent ladies and socialites. "Please, everyone, calm down and listen to me. I have a total of 86 boxes. 60 boxes are for internal use, while 26 boxes are for external application. This beauty mud not only enhances skin, but also diminishes blemishes, erases various scars, and treats numerous stubborn skin ailments. For those seeking treatment for skin issues, it is best to use 1 box of beauty mud in conjunction with 1 box of internal beauty pills. Of course, if the beauty mud runs out, you can crush the beauty pills, mix them with a little water to form a paste, and apply it to the face just as effectively." With this, the crowd erupted into a frenzy, eager to purchase. By the time everything concluded, 3 hours had passed. Looking at the pile of cash beside him and the continuous notifications of deposits from the bank, Ji Fan beamed with delight. He calculated that he had earned a staggering 43 million tonight, along with an additional 400,000 from earlier at Chong'an Temple, totaling an astounding 43,400,000, all within less than half a day. Chapter 13. The Orphanage Master. You have struck it rich. Aunt Wu, who had been assisting Ji Fan with the arrangements, laughed alongside him. She had played a significant role in the entire sales process. "Here, Aunt Wu, this is your rightful earnings." Ji Fan placed 172,000 in cash before her. Then, he took an additional 28,000 from a stack, accumulating a total of 200,000. "Aunt Wu, what is this extra 28,000? She asked, bewildered. Previously, Ji Fan had promised her a commission of 20,000 for each box of beauty mud sold. With 86 boxes sold, her share was precisely 172,000. However, she could not fathom the source of the additional funds. "Aunt Wu, this is your promotional fee. You have greatly assisted me today. Without your advertising on social media, those affluent ladies would not have rushed here to purchase my products at such a late hour. Ji Fan chuckled, patting her shoulder in encouragement. Shortly after, he received a call from his bank manager. Typically, such calls were reminders for payments, but this time, the manager was cheerfully requesting him to make a fixed deposit. Due to the substantial amount deposited in a short time, his account had drawn the bank's attention. Certainly, I have over 10 million in cash to deposit tomorrow. That night was destined to be one of sleeplessness for Ji Fan. It was the first time in 3 years since his company went bankrupt that he found himself in possession of such wealth. This evening could truly be described as a night of extraordinary fortune. In the past, he would have found such a reality hard to believe. And all of this was attributed to a simple prescription from that old man's tattered notebook. It is worth noting that within that notebook, there are thousands of formulas akin to the beauty mud. He could hardly fathom the scene that would unfold if all these prescriptions were transformed into medicine and sold. It was likely that he could establish a globally renowned pharmaceutical company, surely earning a place among the Fortune 500. By then, his net worth would surely exceed 1,000 billion. Wouldn't he it? Lost in such thoughts, Ji Fan soon succumbed to slumber. The following morning, after dropping Xianxian off at kindergarten, Ji Fan, accompanied by Wu Ma, made his way to the bank, laden with a substantial amount of cash. By the time they emerged from the bank, it was already noon. During this interval, he had become a valued client of the establishment, receiving a warm reception from the bank's president. Furthermore, a charming female client manager was assigned to him, along with a credit card boasting a limit of 5 million. At this moment, seated in his car, Ji Fan gazed at the debt release document in his hand and let out a long sigh of relief. From this day forth, he was no longer a debtor. Contemplating the 40 million resting in the bank, a wave of exhilaration coursed through him. Moreover, Wu Ma had also benefited from Ji Fan's generosity, receiving a substantial sum of 2 million. Young master, I cannot express my gratitude enough. You have no idea how my son has been quarreling with his girlfriend over the issue of their future home. We were just 30,000 short of the down payment. What fortune it is to have met you, Wu Ma said, her eyes glistening with tears as she grasped Ji Fan's hand, overwhelmed with emotion. Ji Fan chuckled softly. Wu Ma, there is no need for formality among family. We are merely uplifting one another. Come, let me treat you to hot pot for lunch. In the afternoon, Ji Fan purchased a BMW 3 Series, as it was rather inappropriate to drive Su Piaoshui's Rolls-Royce every day. He then withdrew 200,000 in cash to buy some fruit and gifts before heading to an orphanage on the outskirts of town. As he observed the weathered walls and the rusted gate, nostalgia washed over him. He couldn't help but light a cigarette, savoring its smoke. Ji Fan had been an orphan, raised in the very orphanage he now visited. Had it not been for the support of the director and kind-hearted individuals, he would never have completed his university education. Since earning a living, he had made it a point to visit the director and the mute old woman, who served as the caretaker of the orphanage whenever he had the chance. The old woman was an exceptional cook, beloved by all. According to the director, she had rescued him from the streets as a child, which deepened Ji Fan's affection for her. At that moment, a middle-aged woman approached the orphanage, carrying a basket of vegetables. Upon noticing the unfamiliar visitor, she inquired, "I'm sorry, but our orphanage has not had any orphans since last month. If you wish to adopt, perhaps you should visit another welfare institution." As she turned to leave, Ji Fan called out, "Director, do you not recognize me? It's Ji Fan." Ji Fan? The woman adjusted her reading glasses and turned back for a closer look, her face breaking into a radiant smile as she recognized him. "Oh, my dear child, why didn't you say so sooner? Look at my poor eyesight." She immediately welcomed him inside. "Child, I heard you got into some trouble. When did you get out?" she asked as they walked together. You have no idea how the old woman has been gesturing, asking where you have been. I told her you must have gone abroad to earn money. Ji Fan recounted that 3 years prior, he had been incarcerated for driving under the influence. And now that he had been released, he yearned for a chance to live a life of integrity. When he learned that the orphanage was to be converted into a nursing home, he felt a profound sense of loss. Muffin sighed in resignation, stating, "Ji Fan, you must understand that both I and the elderly lady are advancing in years and cannot manage this for much longer. I am contemplating selling this place and returning to my hometown to enjoy my twilight years. She handed him a sum of 200,000, adding, take this. If it is insufficient, just give me a call later. Ji Fan, however, insisted on returning the money. I cannot accept this. I have heard of your divorce and your considerable debts. Use it to settle your obligations, Xiao Fan. The director glanced at the money in the bag and returned it. Speaking earnestly, Ji Fan explained that the money was intended for the elderly lady's care, and he had recently earned a significant amount through his business ventures. Upon hearing this, the director finally agreed to accept the funds. He then met with the elderly lady, and they reminisced for a while. Before departing, Ji Fan, as he had done in the past, inquired about his origins, but once again received only a shake of the head in response. Alas, I wonder if my biological parents are still alive. With this thought, he exited the orphanage. At that moment, a luxurious Porsche pulled up at the entrance of the orphanage. A stunning woman stepped out of the car. Accompanied by her driver, she entered just as Ji Fan was leaving. He thought to himself that yet another wealthy individual had come to adopt a child, but unfortunately, their timing was off. He cast a fleeting glance at the beautiful woman before hastily departing. The woman met his gaze momentarily and, feeling a twinge of curiosity, asked her driver, "Have you seen that man in Jinling before? He seems somewhat familiar." The driver shook his head emphatically. "No, miss, you must be mistaken." She nodded in agreement, but couldn't shake the feeling that she had encountered the young man somewhere before. Seeing the unfamiliar visitors, Director Ma Fen promptly approached them. "Oh, are you here searching for a lost relative? Unfortunately, we have no children left here. The place is soon to be transformed into a nursing home." The woman smiled gently. "Auntie, I am here to find my brother. If he were still alive today, he would be 28 years old. I have received information that he may have been adopted from your orphanage. Does he possess anything distinctive?" asked Ma Fun with curiosity. Before he was taken, he had a note in his belly band, which bore his name, Chun Fan, along with his date of birth. "My mother had just given birth to him less than a month before he was abducted." At this moment, the woman felt a wave of sadness wash over her. Director Ma Fen then led her to the orphanage's archives, pointing to a particular shelf. "Miss Chun, these are the files for orphans aged 25 to 30. Please take your time to look through them." Unfortunately, she added, "In my memory, we have never had a child named Chun Fan in our care." Hearing this, Chinya felt a pang of disappointment but remained resolute, continuing her search through the aging records, determined that perseverance would yield results. An hour later, she excitedly pointed to a document adorned with photographs of children, exclaiming, "It must be him." Soon, in Director Ma Fun's office, 2 items lay upon the desk. One was a photograph of Chunya's father as a child, which she had brought from her own home. The other was unearthed from the ancient archives of the orphanage. Upon closer inspection, Director Ma Fen discovered that the photograph of Chunya's father bore an uncanny resemblance to the child depicted in the archives. When her gaze fell upon the line bearing the name, she leapt from her chair in astonishment. How can this be? For there, inscribed in quietude, lay 2 words, Ji Fan. Upon hearing this, Chunya was instantly electrified. "Aunt Ma, do you know where Ji Fan is now? My grandfather is gravely ill and has been troubled by the disappearance of his grandson for many years. Even if the final identification reveals no blood relation between Ji Fan and our Chun family, we would still accept him. As long as there is the slightest glimmer of hope, I shall not relent. To be frank, our family has invested considerable effort and resources in locating this lost brother. 10 years ago, we commenced our search for him, and we have pursued no fewer than 500 potential leads regarding Ji Fan." Ma Fen was deeply moved by Chunya's words. The mere thought of Ji Fan made her exclaim, "Oh dear. He was here with me this afternoon and left not long ago. Did you encounter a young man when you arrived?" "That was Ji Fan." At this revelation, Chunya was left speechless. "What? It was him. No wonder I felt a strange familiarity when we exchanged glances. Perhaps this was the power of blood ties. Here, this is his contact information." As she spoke, Ma Fen produced Ji Fan's business card. After noting down the number, Chunya hurriedly departed with the driver. Meanwhile, at Jiangzhou International Airport, Su Piaoxue gracefully descended from the plane, while Ji Fan awaited her arrival in a Rolls-Royce. "Ji Fan, after a few days apart, you seem to radiate even more vitality. Ji Fan mused to himself. How could he not? Suddenly transformed from a pauper to a millionaire. Who wouldn't he feel elated? Of course, joy brings vigor. Su Piaoxue scoffed. What joy? Is it because of that so-called beauty mud? Let me tell you, any man who stands by me, Su Piaoxue, must not engage in deceit. Don't think for a moment that I am unaware of the dealings you and Wu Ma have been up to in my absence. Chapter 14. The quarrel who is engaged in deceit? Can you refrain from making accusations without understanding the situation? Ji Fan retorted. What I sell is genuine, pure, natural herbal medicine, and its effects are remarkable. Have those affluent ladies never encountered quality products? If the beauty mud were merely attacks on intelligence, would they spend so lavishly on it? Very well, I concede your point. Now, let us return home. Su Piaoxue replied coldly as she entered the car. Moments later. The Rolls-Royce glided into the Su family villa, where a throng of people had gathered, numbering at least in the hundreds. Wu Ma stood at the entrance, her expression fraught with urgency. Upon seeing Ji Fan's return, she seemed to grasp onto a lifeline. Dear son-in-law, it is terrible. Too many people are inquiring about the beauty mud. They have raised the price to 1 million per box. What? Such a high price? Ji Fan was taken aback upon hearing such a quote. Yet, there is no stock left at home, unless we brew another batch, but that would require time. However, as Su Piaoxue stepped out of the car, her face turned pale, especially when she walked through the crowd into the courtyard. A strong scent of traditional Chinese medicine assaulted her senses, causing her nose to itch. Ashu, ashu. She sneezed twice before feeling somewhat relieved. Having been sensitive to strange odors since childhood, Su Piaoxue was particularly affected. Ji Fan. A piercing scream echoed through the courtyard. Soon, those who wished to purchase the beauty mud were dismissed. Come to my study now. I need to speak with you. Su Piaoxue stormed into the villa, leaving Ji Fan and Wu Ma behind. Wu Ma, frightened, turned pale. Dear son-in-law, I have watched the young lady grow up. This is the first time she has been this furious. When you go in later, do not provoke her. It's no big deal if we abandon the beauty mud business. Ji Fan patted Wu Ma's shoulder in reassurance. Don't worry, Wu Ma, I have my plans. Now that the beauty mud is so popular, will he simply let such a lucrative opportunity slip away? 10 minutes later, in the study, Su Piaoxue sat in a chair sipping coffee while scrolling through her phone. Upon seeing Ji Fan enter, she straightened up. Ji Fan, although we are nominally husband and wife, you cannot exploit the Su family's name to engage in unethical conduct. Do you truly believe that beauty mud is worth $1 million? Ji Fan responded candidly. Of course. Otherwise, why would so many people be buying it? She scoffed coldly. Don't be ridiculous. If it were as effective as you claim, you would already be a Nobel Prize winner in biology. Ji Fan shrugged helplessly. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. Nevertheless, I will continue producing the beauty mud. The marriage agreement does not seem to prohibit me from selling products, does it? Su Piaoxue, infuriated, placed her coffee on the table with a forceful thud. Whether you produce the beauty mud or not is of no concern to me, Su Piaoxue. But I warn you, this is the Su family villa, not your G workshop. Moreover, Wu Ma is my family servant, not your promotional committee. Her delicate face flushed with anger, clearly upset. Rest assured, I will relocate the production of the beauty mud, and Wu Ma will no longer be involved in this matter. From now on, aside from the contents of our marriage agreement, anything I do is none of your Su family's business. I, Ji Fan, will bear any risks alone. How about that? Are you satisfied now? With that, Ji Fan let out a cold snort and swept away. Ji Fan. Su Piaoxue suddenly stood up, wanting to discuss a few more points with him, only to find he had already exited the study. What an insufferable man. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Her eyes reddening as tears brimmed in her eyes. Her words intended to guide Ji Fan towards the right path, steering him away from unscrupulous endeavors. Why could he not comprehend her intentions? In the living room, Aunt Wu feigned to clean the corridor outside the study, yet her focus remained entirely on the commotion within. As she overheard the argument, her heart raced with apprehension. Upon witnessing Ji Fan storm out, her anxiety intensified. Aunt Wu, you need not assist me with the beauty clay any longer. With that, Ji Fan hurriedly departed, leaving Aunt Wu in a state of bewilderment. After exiting, He sought out an agent and rented a secluded farmhouse with a warehouse in the outskirts. This would become his new pharmaceutical workshop. The sparse population and surrounding countryside ensured that the herbal scents from his daily concoctions would not disturb the neighbors. He then procured a substantial quantity of medicinal materials from a pharmacy for the creation of beauty clay, arranging for their transport to the workshop. By the time he completed his tasks, it was already midnight. Ji-fan did not return to the Su family villa. Instead, he found a hotel to spend the night. Since the following day was Saturday, Su Piaoxue did not have to work, allowing him the freedom to operate without immediate obligations. Furthermore, with the soaring demand for beauty clay, he needed to expedite the production of another batch. However, early the next morning, he received a call from Xian. "Dad, where are you? I miss you. Please come back." The sound of his daughter's voice melted Ji-fan's heart. He rushed back to the Su family villa. Xian had become a pressing concern. Aunt Wu's assistance with Xian was merely a voluntary gesture. Their marriage agreement with Su Piaoxue did not stipulate such arrangements. Most importantly, Xian required schooling and the finest education, which she obtained solely due to Su Piaoxue's efforts in securing her a place in a prestigious kindergarten. Reflecting on this, Ji-fan questioned whether he should have argued with her the previous day. Upon entering the villa, he saw Xian running toward him with her hair styled in two playful braids. He scooped her up and inquired about her experiences at school recently. "Dad, I've had so much fun at school these past few days. Yesterday, the teacher assigned us a project, asking our parents to take us to an amusement park, and then we'll share our experiences in class after the holiday." Xian exclaimed, playing with her toy bear, her youthful voice brimming with excitement. "An amusement park?" Ji-fan was taken aback. He had yet to take her to one since her birth. What a woeful failure as a father. "All right, I will take you," he declared. Xian erupted with joy. "Wow, that's wonderful. Dad is taking Xian to the amusement park." Yet, he found himself in a dilemma, as she had specified that both parents were required to accompany the child. Given that Ji-fan and Jiang Lu had completely severed ties, even if he mustered the courage to plead with Jiang Lu, there was no guarantee she would comply. Thus, he reluctantly turned his thoughts to Su Piaoxue. Unfortunately, after their argument the day before, he was uncertain if she would be amenable to his request. At that moment, Wu Ma emerged from the kitchen, her face etched with concern as she found Ji-fan cradling Xian. "Son-in-law, it's not good. The young lady hasn't eaten since last night and has been holed up in her bedroom. You should check on her. I fear she might harm her health by starving herself." "Oh, has the beautiful Su truly taken offense at me?" With this thought in mind, Ji-fan gently set Xian down and ascended the stairs alone. Before Su Piaoxue's bedroom, he knocked on the door. To his surprise, a somewhat languid voice floated out from within. "Oh, Wu Ma, I've already said I'm not hungry." Ignoring her protest, Ji-fan continued to knock. "What's going on? Can you stop knocking? It's a weekend, and I just want some peace." Inside the bedroom, Su Piaoxue, exasperated, buried her head in the covers. Little did she know, at that moment, the bedroom door quietly creaked open. Ji-fan stealthily stepped inside, marking his first entry into Su Piaoxue's sanctuary. Instantly, a delightful fragrance enveloped him. A blend of floral notes, a hint of creaminess, intertwined with the essence of femininity, intoxicating him slightly. Unbeknownst to him, Ji-fan accidentally brushed against a high-heeled shoe on the floor, creating a sound. From beneath the covers, Su Piaoxue's displeased voice emerged. "Wu Ma, how did you get in? I told you I'm not hungry." "Wait, something's off. My door was locked. Wu Ma doesn't have a key to my room. How could she enter?" Realizing the situation, Su Piaoxue abruptly sat up, only to find a man standing by her bed. She let out a terrified scream, snatching a pillow from beside her and leaping down, hurling it at him. "You pervert! You lecher! Dare to intrude upon my sanctuary? I'll make you regret it." Chapter 15. The first kiss. Flustered, Su Piaoxue used every ounce of strength she possessed to retaliate. Ji-fan stood still, allowing her to vent her frustrations. After a full 5 minutes, she finally ceased her assault, the pillows stuffing scattered across the room. Panting heavily, she placed her hands on her slender waist. Clad in a rather flimsy nightgown, her curves were prominently on display before Ji-fan, rising and falling rhythmically with her breaths. The sight rendered Ji Fan momentarily mesmerized. It was only then that Su Piaoxue recognized the intruder in her room was none other than Ji Fan, and she caught him staring intently at her chest. In a fluster, she lost her footing and stumbled forward, letting out a shriek. Losing her balance, she fell directly onto Ji Fan. Their positions were undeniably intimate. Bodies nearly pressed against one another, leading to an unintentional kiss. The overwhelming scent of masculinity stirred a whirlwind of emotions within Su Piaoxue. Their eyes locked. Both pairs widened in shock. For half a minute, Su Piaoxue's mind went blank. Once she regained her senses, she quickly scrambled off Ji Fan and dove back under the covers, her cheeks ablaze with embarrassment, wishing desperately for a hole to hide in. It is utterly embarrassing and shameful. In my 25 years of life, I have never made such a fool of myself. Su, I intended to ask you to accompany me and Xian to the amusement park. Coincidentally, Mama Wu mentioned that you hadn't eaten since last night, so I came to check on you. My apologies. Ji Fan also felt extremely awkward, yet he recounted the entire situation. Leave. Su Piaoxue scolded. Her voice tinged with a hint of grievance. Miss Su, you aren't angry, are you? Ji Fan inquired with some concern. If you don't leave, how can I get dressed? Su Piaoxue, hiding under the covers, was at a loss for tears. All right. Ji Fan quickly exited the room, only to realize he was drenched in sweat. Reflecting on the earlier scene, it was the first time he had seen Su Piaoxue without makeup. It seemed that she possessed a youthful aura even more pronounced than when adorned. At that moment, Mama Wu was downstairs with Xian, occasionally glancing upward. When she heard movement from Su Piaoxue's room, she was startled and contemplated going up to check. However, she reconsidered, thinking it was inappropriate to meddle in the private affairs of a young couple. Seeing Ji Fan descend the stairs calmly, she expressed her concern. Son-in-law, is Miss all right? Everything's fine. She merely threw a bit of a tantrum. She'll be down shortly, Ji Fan replied nonchalantly. Oh, that's good to hear. I'll go prepare some warm porridge for her, Mama Wu said before hurrying into the kitchen. Meanwhile, Su Piaoxue remained in her room, wrestling with her emotions. Just moments ago, Ji Fan had stolen her first kiss and introduced her to the warmth of a mature man's embrace. At that moment, she felt like a youthful girl experiencing love for the first time, her heart racing, her cheeks ablaze. After some time before the makeup mirror, Su Piaoxue examined her completed look, revealing a satisfied and confident smile. Ji Fan, if you truly wish to pursue me, these tactics alone will not suffice. They will only cause me to dislike you more. Soon, Su Piaoxue descended the stairs clad in a green dress paired with a black denim jacket and a sun hat. Today's ensemble was quite casual, a stark contrast to her usual image as a polished urban professional. At that moment, her demeanor was calm, as if nothing had transpired in her bedroom with Ji Fan. Mama Wu, is there anything to eat? I'm hungry. Mama Wu promptly emerged from the kitchen with warm porridge. Miss, you finally decided to join us for a meal. I was worried all morning. Su Piaoxue smiled lightly. Oh, Mama Wu, you worry too much. I'm perfectly fine. I was just exhausted from returning from Hong Kong yesterday. I'll just have a little something before accompanying Xian to the amusement park. At that moment on the sofa, Ji Fan held Xian while watching television. From the moment Su Piaoxue descended the stairs, he felt a sense of unease. He feared she might scold him. Yet to his surprise, the beautiful Miss Su remained remarkably calm, granting Ji Fan a new understanding of this ICCO. Upon hearing this, Xian joyfully dashed to Su Piaoxue's side. Aunt Piaoxue, are you truly joining my father and me at the amusement park today? That would be splendid. Su Piaoxue playfully pinched Xuan's rosy cheeks and chuckled, of course. Otherwise, your father might just devour me. Ji Fan wore an innocent expression, pondering when he had ever uttered such a statement. Was this not a deliberate attempt to tarnish his image in Xuan's eyes? Before long, the trio departed from the Su mansion, seated comfortably in a BMW 3 Series. Su Piaoxue occupied the front passenger seat, occasionally glancing out of the window, yet her mind was incessantly replaying the image of her kiss with Ji Fan. The more she thought, the angrier she became, prompting her to intentionally provoke him. Ha! The beauty mass intelligence tax is indeed easy to deceive. Look at you. It hasn't been long, and you've already repaid your bank loan and acquired a car. TSK, TSK. It seems I underestimated you. Who knew you possessed a flair for business? Ji Fan chuckled. Beautiful Sue, unlike you, who has the advantage of a family legacy, I must rely solely on myself. Su Piaoxue, uninterested in his philosophical musings, suddenly recalled how worn their clothes appeared, suggesting they visit a nearby mall to purchase some new outfits for Ji Fan and Xian. As my family's son-in-law, your attire must reflect a certain standard, not the shabby wares you currently sport. They are quite vexing to behold. Although Ji Fan remained silent, a sense of delight swelled within him. Soon, they arrived at a renowned luxury children's clothing store in the mall. After browsing for a while, Su Piaoxue selected a stylish coat for Xian. Once Xian tried it on, she looked exceptionally charming, and Ji Fan was equally impressed, prompting him to ask the sales associate to wrap it up. Just then, another family entered the store. Their daughter, who was of a similar age to Xian, immediately took a liking to the very outfit Ji Fan and Su Piaoxue had chosen for Xian. Mom and Dad, I want that new dress, she exclaimed. The parents of the girl, named Ting, swiftly approached, snatching the clothing from the sales associate with an air of arrogance. How much is this? We'll take it. The sales associate quickly responded, I'm sorry, but this item already has a buyer. Currently, this style is only available in this quantity. Would you like to look at something else? Slap. Ting's mother struck the sales associate across the face, her demeanor menacing. We'll give you the right. My daughter desires this, and even the heavens themselves must comply. Ting's father bellowed in agreement. Look at something else? Have you lost your eyesight? Go fetch your manager. If we aren't satisfied today, we shall ruin your pitiful establishment. Chapter 16. University classmates, why are you resorting to violence? The female attendant lamented, covering her face. The woman retorted defiantly, I did strike you. What will you do about it? Their quarrel grew increasingly loud, drawing the attention of other patrons in the store. The store manager hurried over, casting a cold glare at the attendant. Xiaotang, what is going on? You've only been working here for a few days, and you're already arguing with customers? Do you wish to lose your job? The young waitress, affectionately known as Xiaotang, had tears welling in her eyes. Manager, she was the one who started it, she said, recounting the entire incident. The manager cast a sidelong glance at Ji Fan, noticing his shabby attire, which elicited a look of disdain. However, when he caught sight of Su Piaoxue, he momentarily froze. Having worked in this mall for several years, he had never encountered a woman of such beauty. Were it not for the child she was holding, he might have approached her to ask for her number. Turning his attention back to the raucous family, he was greeted with a jovial voice. Hey, manager, don't you recognize me? It was Ting's father, smiling broadly. Upon closer inspection, the manager realized that the portly middle-aged man before him was none other than Hao Kongshou, a distinguished guest from the previous night's banquet. How, boss? What brings you to my store today? Manager Yu inquired, recalling that he had suggested Hao browse their online shop and send over any links or photos for direct delivery. Hao Kongshou, a coal tycoon from the north, though unremarkable in appearance and somewhat rustic, was exceedingly wealthy. Oh, just passing the time with your sister-in-law, he chuckled, introducing the beautiful woman beside him, Wang Qin, who was at least 20 years his junior. The pair's juxtaposition was striking, akin to Beauty and the Beast, but who could argue with the wealth of Hao? Hello, sister-in-law. Manager Yu greeted Wang Qin, but as her visage registered in his mind, he was taken aback. This was clearly not the same woman he had seen at the banquet, nestled in Hao's embrace. Suddenly, he recalled the boss's words about Hao's greatest passion being women, with mistresses scattered across the nation. It seemed that this sister-in-law was yet another of Hao's conquests. Wang Qin nodded and addressed the manager. Manager Yu, we will be purchasing that outfit. Furthermore, I demand that this waitress who dared to defy me be dismissed immediately. That is certainly doable. Just watch. Manager Yu affirmed with fervor. He then turned his gaze icy cold towards the young waitress. Xiaotang, apologize to Miss Wang at once. Pack your things and leave. Hurry. Xiaotang's face blanched in fear. She had fought hard to secure this job, and the thought of losing it, especially with a sick father at home, was unbearable. Manager Yu, I truly do not wish to leave. Please, can you reconsider my dismissal? She pleaded, tears streaming down her cheeks. However, the manager retorted, "You may keep your position, but only if Miss Wang forgives you." Wang Qin scoffed, "Forgive? Huh, I'm not so easily appeased. If you kneel and bow your head to me and slap yourself twice, I might consider it." Xiao Tang's legs trembled as she instinctively prepared to kneel, but a firm hand pulled her back. She was taken aback to find Ji Fan gripping her arm. "You," she was astonished. Yet, the fear of losing her job loomed large in her mind. Ji Fan comforted her. "Xiao Tang, is it? Fear not, for we stand resolutely by your side in this matter. Even if you were to lose your job, I shall secure for you a position far superior to this one." With that, he interposed himself before Xiao Tang, brandishing the children's outfit that Xian had taken a liking to. "I beg your pardon, everyone, but this garment was first claimed by us, and adhering to the principle of first come, first served, it rightfully belongs to us." At this pronouncement, Wang Qin and Hao Kongshou were immediately incensed, and Manager U.S. expression soured considerably. "Who do you think you are?" "What I, Hao Kongshou, desire is untouchable, even by the likes of the heavens. If you insist on opposing me, do not blame me for being ruthless." With those words, Hao Kongshou dialed number, contemplating that once his thugs arrived, he would see how audacious they remained. Wang Qin was about to erupt in anger, but upon catching sight of Ji Fan's face, a realization struck her, and she exclaimed with excitement, "You are Ji Fan?" Ji Fan was momentarily taken aback, scrutinizing her closely before recognizing that the woman before him was his university classmate, Wang Qin. "How have you changed so much?" In his memory, Wang Qin always embodied the image of a pure, studious girl. Yet now, she donned a luxurious mink coat and had altered her hair. Even her face seemed to have undergone some refinement. No wonder he had failed to recognize her. Evidently, Wang Qin had become the mistress of a coal magnate for the sake of wealth. "Isn't my situation preferable to yours?" "Ji Fan, I've heard you ended up in prison for drunk driving, and your wife left you, leaving you in $1 million debt. You didn't even inform your old classmates upon your release. Otherwise, I would have ensured you had a more respectable appearance. Look at you in these shabby clothes, accompanied by a little burden. How truly pitiful." Unfazed by her derision, Ji Fan replied, "Wang Qin, my affairs are of no concern to you. Out of respect for our shared past, I shall not waste more words with you. That outfit is mine, and today, as incident ends here." Naturally, Wang Qin would not acquiesce. "Ji Fan, you are utterly destitute. Is it truly necessary to buy such an extravagant outfit for your daughter? Open your eyes and behold the price. This children's ensemble costs 188,000. That could cover your expenses for several years. Why not allow my daughter Ting to have it instead? As an old classmate, I would gladly gift your daughter a piece of clothing. How generous of me. Isn't it?" Her approach was a blend of coercion and persuasion, but it fell flat with Ji Fan. At this moment, Su Piaoxue also stepped forward, saying, "Who do you presume to look down upon? Do not think that merely this children's outfit is beyond my means. I could purchase every garment here if I so wished." Wang Qin was momentarily taken aback. "Who are you?" "I am Ji Fan's wife," Su Piaoxue stated with poise. Upon hearing this, the crowd visibly expressed their surprise, many wearing puzzled expressions. The sight of Ji Fan standing beside Su Piaoxue seemed utterly incongruous. She was breathtakingly beautiful, while Ji Fan appeared rather ordinary, burdened with a child. How could he possibly be with such a stunning woman? At that moment, Wang Qin found it hard to believe. "Ha! My dear lady, I fear your eyesight is compromised. You would choose a man like Ji Fan?" Even Hao Kongshou felt a tinge of jealousy towards Ji Fan. Having encountered numerous women, yet never before had he seen someone as exquisite as Su Piaoxue. However, Su Piaoxue chose to disregard them, taking the children's clothing from Ji Fan's hands and heading to the front desk to settle the bill. Wang Qin, unable to contain herself, rushed forward in an attempt to snatch it away, only to be gently pushed aside by Ji Fan, resulting in her tumbling to the ground. "Ouch!" she cried out in pain, startling Hao Kongshou. "Xiao Qin, are you all right? Show calm. I want Ji Fan to kneel and apologize." Furious, Hao Kongshou immediately commanded the security personnel in the store, "You two, hold Ji Fan down." Witnessing this, Ji Fan could only shake his head in resignation. Truly, some never learn until faced with dire consequences. The scene was soon followed by two anguished screams as the two security guards were sent flying back, startling Manager Yu, who had been watching from the sidelines. Ji-fan, are you seeking to defy authority? Just wait. Brother Long's men will be here shortly. Then we shall see how arrogant you remain. Hao Kongsho declared triumphantly. The Brother Long he referred to was the kingpin of Jiangzhou's underworld, known as Zhou Long, who commanded all the city's gambling dens and nightclubs, wielding considerable power and a ruthless band of enforcers. Barely a minute had passed when a man clad in a black leather jacket burst through the door. Hao Kongsho excitedly approached to greet him. Strangely, the man merely nodded in acknowledgement before swiftly bypassing him. In the next moment, he stood before Su Piaoxue, his face displaying profound respect. Miss, what brings you here? This man was called a Bao, one of Zhou Long's subordinates. Zhou Long's extensive empire in Jiangzhou was significantly bolstered by the support of the Su family. A Bao had visited the Su residence and met Su Piaoxue once, a moment forever etched in his memory. Truly, she was the most beautiful woman in Jiangzhou. Every smile and frown of hers was utterly captivating. The instant he stepped into the boutique, he spotted her immediately. Meanwhile, Hao Kongsho looked at a Bao with a perplexed expression. Miss, a Bao, what do you mean by that? However, a Bao paid no heed to Hao Kongsho's words. Are you the A Bao under Zhou Long? Su Piaoxue scrutinized him closely, suddenly recalling something. A Bao, filled with excitement, exclaimed, Hee, miss, you finally remembered me. Su Piaoxue smiled faintly and pointed to Wang Qin and her family, expressing her displeasure. A Bao, do you know this boss Hao? Is he the one who sent you to deal with us? He turned and shot a fierce glare at Hao Kongsho, bellowing, Boss Hao, you truly are blind. Do you have any idea who she is? She is the eldest daughter of the Su family. Su Piaoxue. What? She is the eldest daughter of the Su family? At once, everyone was rendered speechless. In Jiangzhou, the name Su Piaoxue was synonymous with beauty and renown. Hao Kongsho's eyes widened in disbelief. His intention in coming to Jiangzhou was to leverage Zhou Long's connections to align with the Su family, hoping to shift his business from the north to the south. Now, having offended Miss Su, his plan seemed doomed to fail. Miss Su, I truly underestimated others, and I am utterly ashamed. With these words, Hao Kongsho hurriedly apologized to Su Piaoxue, slapping his own face as he spoke. This scene left Wang Qin and Manager Yu utterly astonished. Darling, she is merely a woman from the Su family. Is it truly necessary to be so frightened? Wang Qin lamented, tenderly caressing Hao Kongsho's face. Su Piaoxue raised an elegant eyebrow and coldly retorted, Does being from the Su family grant one the right to be bullied? Upon hearing this, Wang Qin was infuriated. You little vixen, leveraging the Su family's name to humiliate my husband. What status does Hao Kongsho hold? He is a coal magnate from the north, possessing mining licenses and worth billions. Can the Su family truly compare to Mr. Hao? In truth, after graduating from university, Wang Qin had been living in the north and had only recently returned to Jiangzhou with Hao Kongsho. Therefore, her understanding of the Su family in Jiangzhou was minimal, and she was unaware of their immense power. At this moment, she arrogantly approached Su Piaoxue, raising her hand to strike. Outrageous! Ji-fan shouted angrily, stepping in front of Su Piaoxue. Wang Qin, do you seek death? If you dare to lay a finger on Miss Su, I shall take your life. With that, he firmly grasped Wang Qin's arm and flung her forward. Wang Qin stumbled and fell heavily to the ground. Beside her, a Bao was on high alert, relieved that Ji-fan had acted first. Darling, he dared to push me. Wang Qin sat on the ground, resembling a shrew scolding in the streets, casting a pitiful glance at her husband, hoping he would stand up for her. Witnessing this scene, Hao Kongsho nearly fainted. Wang Qin, how dare you be disrespectful to Miss Su? Without hesitation, he slapped Wang Qin twice across the face, causing stars to dance before her eyes and blood to trickle from her lips. Why are you helping them? Wang Qin wept, her sorrow profound. She could not comprehend why. After being bullied, her husband Hao Kongsho not only refused to support her, but also turned against her. You fool, not even recognizing Miss Su and still daring to act. If there is a next time, do not blame me for casting you out. Hao Kongshou scolded, then cautiously approached Su Piaoxue, offering a sincere apology. Miss Su, I am truly sorry. It is my wife's lack of discernment that led to this. You may deal with her as you see fit. At this moment, all eyes were on Su Piaoxue, awaiting her verdict. Manager, you settle the bill. I wish to leave this place as soon as possible, Su Piaoxue said coldly. Manager Yu, upon hearing this, eagerly approached and began to package children's clothing. Miss Su, I sincerely apologize for the disruption to your shopping experience. Our store has decided to waive the cost of this outfit as a form of compensation. Compensation? Su Piaoxue hesitated for a moment, but Ji Fan promptly handed over his bank card. No need. I can certainly afford to buy my daughter a dress. Manager Yu felt his warm enthusiasm met with a cold reception, causing a burning sensation in his cheeks. At that moment, the card was swiped. Beep. Transaction successful. A set of clothing priced at 180,000 did not elicit even a blink from Ji Fan. This scene made Wang Qin realize that Ji Fan was not as impoverished as she had imagined. Before departing, Ji Fan took the opportunity to caution Wang Qin and her husband, warning that should such an incident occur again, it would not be as simple as today. His gaze, laced with menace, sent shivers down their spines. Darling, let us go, Su Piaoxue exclaimed, picking up Xian and taking Ji Fan's hand as they confidently strolled away. Hao Kongshou let out a sigh of relief upon witnessing this. Wang Qin, however, was suddenly struck with astonishment. Good heavens! Did you hear that? Miss Su just referred to Ji Fan as her husband. Abayo, with a resigned expression, remarked, Indeed, you've stirred up quite a mess today. He had heard whispers about Su Piaoxue's marriage certificate, so he was not particularly surprised, although he was somewhat curious about Ji Fan, who seemed to come from humble beginnings. It was a mystery how he had stumbled upon such fortune. Noticing Wang Qin's lack of understanding regarding the Su family, Hao Kongshou took it upon himself to enlighten her on their formidable influence. At that moment, Wang Qin appeared pale, her legs trembling uncontrollably, her body drenched in sweat. Filled with deep regret, she could hardly believe she had dared to confront the eldest daughter of the Su family. A wave of reflection washed over her. What was being a mistress to a coal baron compared to Ji Fan's meteoric rise by virtue of his connections? No wonder he looked down upon her. At the entrance of the amusement park, Xian, clad in her newly purchased attire, joyfully held the hands of Ji Fan and Su Piaoxue as they ventured inside. Daddy, I want to ride the roller coaster. Daddy, I want to ride the swinging ship. Daddy, I want to ride the pirate ship. She was like a country bumpkin visiting the city for the first time, marveling at everything. Soon, Su Piaoxue took Xian for a ride on the carousel, while Ji Fan, feeling the urge to smoke, retreated to a nearby smoking area. Daddy, come quickly, we're going to ride the bumper cars. Xian exclaimed excitedly as she rushed over after disembarking from the carousel. Let us go. Daddy will take you. Ji Fan quickly extinguished the half-finished cigarette on the ground, picked up Xian and made his way to Su Piaoxue. Just as he left, a man in black sunglasses discreetly retrieved the cigarette, but placed it in a sealed bag before quietly departing. Meanwhile, outside the amusement park in a jeep, a striking woman occasionally glanced anxiously towards the park. Upon spotting the figure of the man in black, she was filled with excitement. She was the beautiful Chun, who had recently visited an orphanage in search of her missing brother. Well, Black Hawk, did you obtain it? Miss, we have successfully acquired the cigarette, but that Ji Fan smoked. He replied, pulling a plastic bag from his pocket, revealing a half-burned cigarette, still moist, indicating it had been discarded not long ago. Good. Immediately return to Jinling with my father's hair sample and compare it with Ji Fan's saliva. Yes. Chindiek included. Handing the car keys to Black Hawk before entering the amusement park herself. Chapter 18. The resemblance at this moment. Chunya stood not far away, intently gazing at Ji Fan. Meanwhile, Ji Fan observed Su Piaoxue and Xian reveling on the pirate ship, a long-awaited smile finally gracing his face. Before long, Su Piaoxue led Xian to him. Chunya was left utterly astonished, for the little girl bore an uncanny resemblance to her own childhood self. A perfect replica? Could that girl truly be Ji Fan's daughter? Chunya felt a wave of surprise wash over her. After leaving the orphanage yesterday afternoon, she had instructed Black Hawk to gather information about Ji-Fan. She discovered not only that his company had gone bankrupt, but also that he had spent 3 years in prison for a DUI incident. The worst of it was that his wife had divorced him, leaving him with a debt of $1 million. As she read these words, it felt as though all her strength had been drained away. If Ji-Fan was indeed her brother, she could hardly fathom how he had endured such hardships. At that moment, Xian had purchased a balloon shaped like Sun Wukong. In a careless moment, she let the balloon slip away, and she hurried after it, calling out in her grandmother's voice, "Sun Wukong, don't run, don't run." In the blink of an eye, she was engulfed by the crowd at the amusement park. Ji-Fan and Su Piaoxue were engaged in conversation when they suddenly realized that Xian, who had been playing nearby, was now missing. Panic gripped them. "Ji-Fan, you must search over there. I will immediately contact the amusement park staff for assistance." At that instant, Su Piaoxue's face turned pale. If she hadn't posed a question to Ji-Fan just moments ago, he would not have set Xian down to play by herself. "Xian, please be safe. Otherwise Su Piaoxue will feel guilty for a lifetime." Ji-Fan remained relatively calm, reassured by the knowledge that Xian was his daughter. He understood her well, although she was young. She was far from naive and was even more astute than many of her peers. At that moment, Xian, in pursuit of the balloon, found herself in an unfamiliar environment. "Little one, are you chasing this?" A middle-aged woman with a weathered visage emerged swiftly from shadowy corner, snatching the balloon out of the air. "Yes, Grandma. Could you give me Sun Wukong?" Xian timidly requested. "Where are your parents, dear? Why aren't they with you?" The middle-aged woman inquired with a grin that revealed her yellowed teeth, her concern evident. "My parents, they are just behind me. They will be here any moment," Xian replied. Having realized she was lost, she almost uttered the truth, but recalled what Su Piaoxue had advised her earlier. When in danger, one should remain calm and quickly seek out a crowd, preferably asking a police officer for help. She quickly scanned her surroundings, noticing the absence of any police officers, and decided to run towards where there were more people. The earlier statement about her parents being behind her was a deliberate fabrication. "Come, dear. I will take you to find your parents," the middle-aged woman said, seizing Xuan's arm and heading towards the amusement park's exit. "Let go of me. Let go of me. I do not want you to take me to my parents." Xuan's desperate cries attracted the attention of those nearby. Seizing the opportunity, the woman delivered 2 swift smacks to Xuan's bottom and then flashed an embarrassed smile at the onlookers. "I apologize for the scene, everyone. My granddaughter wishes to stay and play. But look, school starts tomorrow, and she hasn't completed her assignments." With one hand covering Xuan's mouth and the other lifting her in her arms, the woman ignored Xuan's frantic struggles to escape. The crowd murmured about the child's unruliness, with onlookers, oblivious to the truth, chiming in that they too had similarly mischievous children. "Sister, isn't that the truth? My child wants to spend the night at the amusement park. No matter how hard I try, I cannot pull them away," one mother lamented. "And yet, I get blamed for hurting my child. I'm just trying to do what's best for them." As the crowd looked on, Xian was taken away in broad daylight, without anyone intervening. Just as the woman was about to exit the amusement park with Xian in tow, a smooth yet strong hand landed upon her shoulder. "That child does not appear to be your granddaughter," Chunya remarked with a cold scoff. The woman was taken aback, realizing from Chunya's words that she was not the child's mother. Her confidence surged. "Excuse me, miss, what nonsense are you spouting? This child has always been in my care, and many people here can attest to that. How is it that you did not notice?" Unfazed by the rebuttal, Chunya replied, Even if you have been holding her, it does not mean she is your granddaughter. If you truly are her grandmother, let her go and allow her to speak for herself." The woman, of course, dared not comply and concocted an excuse. "This child is merely throwing a tantrum. If I let her go and she refuses to leave, choosing to linger at the amusement park and miss school, will you compensate me?" With a chilling smile, Chunya swiftly snatched Xian from the woman's grasp. Xuan's face was flushed from distress, sweat streaming down her forehead as she gasped for air, her eyes wide with terror. "She is not my grandmother. I do not recognize her. She wants to take me away." The woman attempted to argue, but was seized by Chunya's grip. "Help! Someone! A child trafficker is trying to abduct a child. At the entrance of the amusement park, security personnel were stationed. Hearing the commotion, several guards rushed over. Who is trying to abduct a child? It's her. Chunya pointed at the middle-aged woman. Xian corroborated, explaining how she lost contact with her parents while chasing a balloon and that the wicked woman had forcibly carried her away, even covering her mouth to silence her. Upon hearing this, the security swiftly subdued the woman and handed her over to the police. Announcements echoed throughout the amusement park. Please, the parents of Ji Xian, come to the entrance immediately. She is waiting for you. The announcement repeated 3 times before Su Piaoxue and Ji Fan arrived at the entrance. Upon seeing Xian, Su Piaoxue enveloped her in a warm embrace, filled with reluctance to let her go. Xian, you terrified me. I genuinely thought I would never see you again. At that moment, her beautiful eyes were shimmering with unshed tears. Aunt Piaoxue, isn't Xian perfectly fine? It was my fault for chasing after the balloon and getting separated from you. While comforting her, Xian also expressed her feelings of guilt. This brought the two closer together. Though they were not mother and daughter, their bond exceeded that of a typical maternal relationship. As Ji Fan confirmed Xian was safe, he shifted his gaze to the beautiful woman nearby. It was you who saved our Xian, wasn't it? Thank you so very much. Chunya removed her sunglasses. Smiling modestly, it was merely a small act. Upon seeing her full face, Ji Fan was momentarily taken aback. Why does this woman seem so familiar? He strained to recall where he might have seen her before, but could not place it. Chapter 19. Where have I seen you before? What? Is there something on my face? Why are you staring at me so intently? Your wife and child are right beside you. Mind your manners. Chindyachakid bluffity. Teasing him. Ji Fan admitted that he felt as if he had encountered her somewhere, yet he could not remember when. Meanwhile, Su Piaoxue, overhearing their conversation, looked up to scrutinize Chunya. Why does this woman seem so familiar? I feel as if I've seen her at some grand event. Why are you two looking at her like that? If you keep staring, I might get angry. Chunya laughed and crouched down to pinch Xian's cheek. So your name is Xian? How old are you this year? Xian replied honestly, Annie, I'm almost 5. With a look of affection, Chunya ruffled her little head and said, Xian is quite clever, but you shouldn't call me Annie. You should call me Aunt Xiaoya instead. By the way, my name is Chunya. You can call me Aunt Xiaoya directly from now on. After saying this, she handed Xian a business card and informed her that if she ever missed her, she could call her anytime, anywhere. Ji Fan initially intended to invite Chunya to share a meal and even considered giving her a monetary reward for saving Xian. However, she did not respond to his invitation and simply walked away. Goodbye, Xian. Goodbye, Aunt Xiaoya. Su Piaoxue took Chunya's business card, glanced at it lightly, and suddenly exclaimed, So it's her? Ji Fan curiously inquired, Do you know this Chunya? He noticed the title on the business card, Vice President of the Maoxing Group in Jinling. He wondered if this Maoxing Group from Jinling was particularly distinguished. Su Piaoxue said, Not just knowing her, she is my idol. I never imagined I would encounter her here. Oh, an idol? I think her looks are quite comparable to yours. Why do you consider her your idol? Ji Fan asked, puzzled. Su Piaoxue patiently explained, If you knew her illustrious history, you would understand that Chunya is truly a woman of extraordinary talent. She possesses an exceptional memory. While I was toiling to gain admission to university at the age of 18, she had already graduated with a PhD from Harvard. By the time I was in college, she had single-handedly established the Maoxing Group. Moreover, she accomplished this remarkable feat without any assistance from the Chen family. The Jinling Chen family is one of the 8 prominent powers in Jinling, possessing formidable strength. It has come to my attention that her parents are not esteemed within the family, which prompted her to forge a new path. The flourishing Maoxing Group now subtly possesses the capability to rival the Chen Group. I, in my teenage years, had the opportunity to visit Jinling with my family and encountered her a few times at various gatherings. At that time, she radiated with brilliance, resembling a celestial being. After hearing this introduction, Ji Fan finally comprehended why Su Piaoxue would regard her as an idol. However, how could such an impressive woman appear in Jiangzhou from Jinling? Moreover, she seemed to have the leisure to stroll around an amusement park. At that moment, a flash of realization struck Ji-fan. I finally recalled where I had seen her. An orphanage. No wonder she looked so familiar. Su Piaoxue, puzzled, asked about the orphanage. Then, coming to a sudden understanding, she exclaimed, "Oh, right. You grew up in an orphanage. How could I have forgotten that? But tell me, what could Chinya possibly want in an orphanage? Given her wealth, she must be there for charitable purposes. Do not overthink it." With that, the trio departed from the amusement park. Upon returning home, Su Piaoxue took the initiative to request that Xianxian sleep with her. Xianxian readily agreed. Ji-fan chimed in, "My dear, I too wish to share your bed." In response, he received nothing but a roll of the eyes from Su Piaoxue and a curt "get lost." The following day, as per his usual routine, he accompanied Su Piaoxue to work. Since Shen Yuchen had been thoroughly reprimanded, he had not been seen for several days. Ji-fan contemplated inviting Shi Qingfeng out for dinner that evening, as he had previously performed admirably in his company and was a trustworthy individual. Now that Ji-fan had finally turned his fortunes around, he wished to share his good fortune with Shi Qingfeng. Naturally, Ji-fan's ulterior motive was to persuade Shi Qingfeng to resign from the Su Group and assist him in managing the beauty clay business. To expand the herbal formula venture, he could not solely rely on himself, as some tasks were incredibly labor-intensive, given his limited capacity. However, after several unsuccessful attempts to reach Shi Qingfeng by phone, he was left with no choice but to inquire with the security team. The team leader informed him that Shi Qingfeng had not reported to work for several days. But fortunately, he had left behind a home address. In a dilapidated old building within a town village, Ji-fan gazed at a particular room on the upper floor. After finishing a cigarette, he ascended the stairs directly. Bang! The door of a rented room was kicked open, revealing an overwhelming stench of alcohol. The floor was littered with large green bottles and glass liquor bottles. Shi Qingfeng lay on the bed, utterly intoxicated and unconscious. "Hey, wake up!" Ji-fan called out several times, but when he received no response, he fetched a basin of cold water from downstairs and doused him with it. A piercing scream echoed through the air. He jolted upright from the bed, eyes wide in disbelief at the scene before him. "Fanga, what are you doing here?" Ji-fan, visibly irritated, retorted, "Why do you ask how I came to be here? Qingfeng, have you encountered some trouble? Why aren't you at work? Even if you have issues, you cannot keep them bottled up." Shi Qingfeng appeared dejected, replying, "Fanga, I was merely trying to avoid bothering you. Besides, my problems are ones you cannot resolve." Ji-fan was aware of Shi Qingfeng's love for indulgence, so he invited him to a grand hotel to feast heartily, ultimately extracting the truth from him. It turned out that Shi Qingfeng had a beautiful fiancée, with whom he had recently become engaged, even paying the bride price. To his dismay, she was deceived by a wealthy upstart. Now he found himself bereft of both love and fortune, with his parents subjected to scorn in their village. Thus, he resorted to solitary drinking in a rented room. "Qingfeng, let us enjoy our meal and then confront that upstart," Ji-fan urged, tugging at him to leave. However, Shi Qingfeng hesitated. "Brother Fan, I am now a penniless wretch. They would crush me as easily as an ant. Moreover, that fellow is connected to many powerful figures. Even if we confront him, what can we do?" In the past, Ji-fan would have refrained from such bold declarations, but times had changed. Anyone daring to misbehave would find themselves taught a lesson by his fists. Soon, Ji-fan and Shi Qingfeng arrived at a beauty salon. "Brother Fan, that upstart used his fortune from demolition to open this salon, and it has thrived, yielding him a considerable profit. Lily began working here, and it wasn't long before they became entangled. I discovered all this later through Lily's phone." As he spoke, Shi Qingfeng's anger reignited. "Brother Fan, I have come to a realization. Rather than wallowing in my rented room, I would rather accompany you and create a scene in his establishment. That is what it means to be a man." At this, Ji-fan finally smiled. "That's the spirit. Qingfeng, there are plenty of women out there. You can move on. But your dignity as a man must be reclaimed." Chapter 20. The Bald Man, as Ji-fan and Shi Qingfeng prepared to enter the beauty salon. They overheard a commotion inside, followed by the expulsion of a delivery boy clad in a uniform. The boy bore the marks of a beating, his face bruised. "Let me tell you, If you dare to cause trouble in our establishment again, I will deal with you every single time. Now get lost." A bald man in a black suit emerged, flanked by 3 henchmen, and pointed at the delivery boy with scorn. The delivery boy, filled with indignation, could do nothing but protest. You are truly intolerable." He then mustered all his strength to shout at the salon. "Xiaoya, can you really bear to abandon me? I have given you my entire year's salary. I bought you whatever you wanted. How can you be so heartless?" The bald man erupted with laughter at this scene. "Listen, kid, save your breath. Xiaoya is now my woman. She will not return to you. I suggest you leave quickly, or I'll show you what it means to disrupt my business." Hearing this, the delivery boy did not relent. Instead, his cries grew louder. Before long, a woman wearing slippers and a form-fitting qipao sauntered out lazily, a tag with the number 33 pinned to her waist. "Xiaoya, why are you out here? Why bother with this worthless fool?" The bald man appeared taken aback, but soon a sinister smile spread across his face. The woman named Xiaoya did not respond, but instead questioned the delivery man. "Lu Bo, relying on delivering food. When will you be able to afford a motorhome? You are on your second marriage, and I feel I have lost too much. Let us break up. The motorhome will eventually come, but I genuinely care for you." The delivery man argued passionately. "Huh, care? Can affection fill your stomach?" Xiaoya retorted with a cold laugh. Seizing the moment, the bald man tightly embraced her and disdainfully glared at the delivery man. "Do you see? Xiaoya is now my woman. You are not to seek her out again. If I catch you, I will break your legs." As he spoke, one hand was brazenly groping her curvaceous figure, igniting fury in the delivery man's eyes. "How infuriating! Go, ruin that fellow's legs. Let us see if he dares to glare at me again." Upon hearing the command, several thugs brandished steel pipes and menacingly approached the delivery man. Naturally, he was terrified and quickly mounted his electric bike to flee. After traversing several streets, he finally dismounted and caught his breath. He then entered a convenience store, purchased a bottle of beer, and sat by the roadside, sipping it contemplatively. Why does fate treat me this way? What wrong have I, Lu Bo, done? Xiaoya, I truly care for you. Why can't you understand my heart? What does that bald man possess? Is it merely a bit of filthy money?" At that moment, a hearty laughter rang out behind him. Filthy money, aside from being filthy, offers everything else: a home, a car, and a man's dignity. Lu Bo abruptly turned around to find 2 men standing behind him. "Are you the leader?" Ji Fan chuckled. "Old 3, long time no see." It turned out Lu Bo was Ji Fan's college roommate, ranked 3rd among their group. "Old 3, I heard you were studying abroad. How did you end up like this?" Upon hearing this, Lu Bo let out a resigned sigh. "Old boss, it's a long story. I was supposed to study abroad, but my father fell gravely ill and needed care, so I secretly gave up my chance to study. Later, I married Li Jing, and life was decent. Unfortunately, I became addicted to gambling, which ultimately led to my family's ruin. Li Jing left me, and my father died from anger. Delivering food has been so lonely that I frequently visited clubs, and through that, I met the technician Xiaoya, and we became friends. But she despises my poverty and now wants to break up with me." "What? You divorced Li Jing?" "In college. The only golden couple was Lu Bo and the class beauty, Li Jing. Everyone believed they would have a blissful marriage. No one expected such an outcome." Ji Fan inwardly cursed. Gambling dogs deserve no mercy. "Old boss, scold me, hit me, it would ease my heart. I am no better than an unworthy man. Having betrayed Li Jing, I deserve to be deceived by a woman of the night." As Lu Bo wept, he pounded his chest in despair. Ji Fan placed a comforting hand on old 3's shoulder, saying, "Lu Bo, we are brothers. I understand your feelings. I too had a failed marriage, yet I managed to pull through. By the way, my dear friend, weren't you incarcerated?" At that moment, Lu Bo recalled the news he had recently received from a college classmate. It was said that Ji Fan had been imprisoned for driving under the influence, and during his sentence, his wife had divorced him, leaving him in debt of millions. In terms of misfortune, he was far better off than Ji Fan. Although he had lost his home, at least he was not in debt. Ji Fan, however, succinctly stated, "I have had quite an extraordinary experience in prison. I am no longer the person I once was. If you trust me, follow my lead from now on. As he spoke, he opened his mobile banking app, revealing a staggering balance. What? Over 40 million? Boss, you struck it rich. Lu Bo exclaimed, rising from the ground in astonishment, his eyes wide with disbelief. Even Shi Qingfeng, standing nearby, was secretly astonished. Just a few days had passed, and Brother Fan had become an overnight millionaire. No wonder he wanted assistance. It seemed there was a hidden path to fortune. Qingfeng, Lu Bo, I show you this to assure you that if you follow me, you will enjoy a life of luxury. I can even promise that within 3 years, you too will amass such wealth. This is your only opportunity to turn your fortunes around. Upon hearing this, both Shi Qingfeng and Lu Bo were mesmerized. They promptly pledged their loyalty to Ji Fan. Now that we have formed our team, as the leader, I shall restore your dignity today. With that, Ji Fan brought over a BMW. At that moment, Lu Bo still did not fully grasp his intention. Shi Qingfeng, however, reminded him, Bo Gu, Brother Fan intends to confront the owner of the beauty salon on our behalf. To be honest, my fiancée, Lily, has also been deceived by that owner. The two men shared a bond of camaraderie, united by their misfortunes. Although it was their first day of acquaintance, their friendship had quickly deepened. Ji Fan then led them into the beauty salon. The bald owner was seated on a sofa in the reception area, flanked by 2 women, one feeding him snacks, the other pouring him drinks. Those 2 women were none other than Xiaoya and Lily. Witnessing this scene, Ji Fan could not help but reflect that perhaps ancient emperors lived no differently. Lungbo, how dare you return? And you've brought 2 accomplices. Watch as I break your legs this time. The bald owner's jovial demeanor abruptly faltered, shoving the 2 women aside. He grabbed a nearby walkie-talkie and shouted, "Get down here quickly. Lu Bo has brought trouble." Lily, surprised to see her fiancé, Shi Qingfeng had also arrived, turned pale. "Qingfeng, what are you doing here? We've already broken up. Please don't disturb me." Xiaoya, with a look of exasperation, pleaded, "Lu Bo, I implore you to cease this nonsense. If I hadn't spoken on your behalf in front of Bald Brother, you would probably be a cripple by now." Chapter 21. Brother, you have suffered. Ji Fan coldly smiled. "Xiaoya, Lily, you two truly are the best of friends. For a mere sum of money, you would sell your souls and bodies. However, I must express my gratitude to you. Had it not been for your merciless demeanor, I would not have so effortlessly acquired 2 underlings." With that, he turned to glance at the 3rd brother and Shi Qingfeng behind him. "Qingfeng, 3rd brother, I now command you to deliver a slap to each of these 2 women." Upon hearing this, Shi Qingfeng unhesitatingly struck Lily across the face. The 3rd brother hesitated momentarily. However, he ultimately followed suit and slapped Xiaoya as well. Orders are absolute law, a fundamental principle that every team must uphold. The 2 women cried out in pain, just as a group of henchmen descended from upstairs. The bald man, his face darkened with anger, bellowed, "Render these 3 incapacitated. Show no mercy." Yes, the henchmen wasted no time, seizing steel pipes and wooden clubs to strike at Ji Fan and his companions. "Step back. I will handle these individuals," Ji Fan commanded, then charged forward without further ado. Shi Qingfeng was aware that Ji Fan possessed some martial skills. When Shen Yuchen saw trouble with Ji Fan, the entire Su family believed he was doomed. Yet, the outcome was quite the opposite. Thus, the legend of Ji Fan as a martial arts master spread throughout the company. Naturally, Shi Qingfeng was skeptical. Yet he could not deny that Ji Fan had some proficiency. Otherwise, he would not have subdued Shen Yuchen so convincingly. Lu Bo, on the other hand, felt a sense of concern. At that moment, cries of agony echoed throughout the beauty salon, followed by the sharp sounds of metal colliding with the floor. The gangsters lay scattered, searching for their lost teeth. Xiaoya and Lily, frightened, had taken refuge behind the sofa. The bald man's previously confident demeanor shifted to one of uncertainty. "Do you think your fighting skills grant you the right to swagger about? Let me tell you, today you will not leave this beauty salon." Ji Fan raised an eyebrow. "Oh, speak then. What other tricks do you have? Reveal them all, or else I shall give you a thorough beating. Wouldn't that be a disgrace?" The bald man scoffed. "Fine. You have guts." With that, he dialed a number. In less than 5 minutes, several police cars surrounded the entire beauty salon. "Who dares to cause a ruckus here? Do you think you can disregard my authority?" A burly police officer, flanked by his team, stormed in. Brother Chong, you're just in time. This man is causing trouble here. Seeing his savior arrive, the bald man hurriedly complained. Oh, is this the one who has left your henchman in such disarray? Chong Shuqing surveyed the injured on the ground, then sized up Ji Fan with a look of astonishment. Could this young man perhaps be a martial artist? It was not discernible from the outside. Indeed, this fellow is rather brash, exuding an aura of fearlessness, claiming that not even the King of Heaven could intimidate him. The bald man exaggerated. Chong Shuqing's brows furrowed, and the flesh on his face twitched. Oh, is that so? Young man, do you know who I am? Ji Fan shook his head. I do not. Chong Shuqing chuckled. My surname is Chong. I am the captain of the Jiangzhou criminal police team. You are now suspected of committing a criminal offense and must accompany us. He then signaled to his subordinates with a glance. 2 police officers approached to detain Ji Fan. Not far away, Shi Qingfeng and Lu Bo watched the scene with mounting anxiety. Kid, still being arrogant, huh? I acknowledge your fighting skills, but in this society, what good are they? To survive here, one must possess real strength. Clearly, you are just a naive newcomer. Nearby, the bald boss laughed heartily, reveling in his triumph. He then discreetly pulled Captain Chong aside, saying, Captain Chong, I truly appreciate your help this time. Tonight, I am hosting a lavish banquet for you at the Grand Hotel across the street. I hope you will grace us with your presence. We have a few fresh faces at our establishment for you to choose from. Chong Shuqing chuckled. Boss Wong, it's my pleasure. He then turned to leave. Take him away. At that moment, Ji Fan, already handcuffed, was about to be forcibly taken when he interjected, Wait, I need to make a phone call. Captain Chong hesitated slightly, his expression darkening. No matter whether you wish to plead your case or explain, we will allow you to clarify once we reach the station. However, Ji Fan coldly smiled, revealing no trace of fear. What? Are you afraid? Captain Chong, I'm not threatening you. If I make this call once we are at the station, it might jeopardize your position in that uniform. Are you threatening me? Chong Shuqing's face fluctuated between uncertainty and contemplation. After all, it was his first encounter with Ji Fan. If this individual indeed possessed connections, the consequences could be dire. With this thought, he gestured for the nearby officer to retrieve Ji Fan's phone from his pocket. Go ahead. I'm curious to see what sort of backing a person like you has. I've been in Jiangzhou for many years, and everyone owes me some respect. At that moment, Ji Fan took the phone and dialed a contact labeled as Lao Zhao. The call was quickly answered. Little brother Ji, where have you been enjoying yourself lately? It's been ages since you contacted your elder brother. I thought you were busy making a fortune. At that time, Zhao Quan was holding a small group meeting with his subordinates in the bureau. However, upon receiving Ji Fan's call, he promptly disbanded the meeting. A respectful demeanor washed over his face as he answered, Brother Zhao, you flatter me. Life is not treating me well at all. Oh, have you encountered some trouble? Just tell me, and I'll see how I can assist. Ji Fan then recounted the predicament he faced being surrounded in a beauty salon. Upon hearing this, Zhao Quan realized the gravity of the situation. A person designated as a figure of importance under his jurisdiction was in distress. He could not bear the responsibility of such an incident. Hold on, I'm coming to rescue you. With that, he personally led a team towards the beauty salon, rushing to Ji Fan's aid. 5 minutes later, fully armed special police stormed into the beauty salon. This scene left Chong Shuqing bewildered. Captain, what is happening? The bald boss inquired anxiously. Captain Chong shook his head repeatedly. I have no idea. At that moment, Zhao Quan, surrounded by the police, entered the beauty salon. Director Zhao? Why are you here? It's merely a small-time thug causing some trouble. You need not intervene personally. Upon witnessing the arrival of Chief Zhao Quan at the police station, Chong Dui dared not show any signs of negligence and promptly approached to greet him. In his mind, he calculated that once they returned to the precinct, he must provide special attention to that young rascal, Ji Fan. However, to everyone's astonishment, Zhao Quan, instead of reciprocating Chong Shuqing's beaming smile, delivered a sharp slap across his face. Chong Shuqing was rendered utterly bewildered, completely at a loss as to what he had done wrong. Look at the trouble you've caused. I will settle the score with you later. Zhao Quan berated him, pointing an accusatory finger. In that moment, The only thing Chong Shu-ching could do was to bow his head in trepidation, trembling as he absorbed the scolding. In the next instant, Zhao Quan brushed past the crowd and, under the gaze of all present, approached Ji Fan to personally unlock his handcuffs. "Dear Brother Ji, you have suffered," Zhao Quan said, grasping Ji Fan's hands tightly, his expression filled with remorse. This scene left Chong Shu-ching utterly petrified. "What, brother?" That young man is actually acquainted with Chief Zhao, and their relationship appears to be remarkably intimate. This is disastrous, Chong Shu-ching thought in despair, his complexion paling as cold sweat drenched his entire body. The bald man was equally horrified, never imagining that this young fellow had such formidable connections. Chief Zhao himself had been summoned. Chapter 22. Did you invent the beauty mud? The most shocked of all were Lao San Lu Bo and Shi Qingfeng. They had anticipated Ji Fan would face dire consequences. Yet little did they know that a single phone call could summon the chief of police. Furthermore, Chief Zhao had, in front of everyone, struck Chong DUI. This was akin to declaring to all present, "Ji Fan is under my protection. Keep your eyes wide open. If you dare to cross him, you're crossing me." At that moment, Ji Fan and Chief Zhao were engaged in light-hearted banter, while Chong DUI stood to the side, not daring to utter a sound. "Chong Shu-ching, hurry over and apologize to Brother Ji," Zhao Quan commanded. "How audacious of you to dare handcuff Brother Ji. If I hadn't arrived in time, with your meager manpower, you would stand a chance." With a cold snort, Zhao Quan pointed at Chong DUI and scolded him. Naturally, upon hearing this, Chong DUI scampered over to the two. He then bowed deeply and pleaded, "Brother Ji Fan, it was all a misunderstanding. Please forgive me. I am here to apologize. How about this? Tonight, let Chief Zhao mediate, and I would like to invite you to dinner with those two young gentlemen outside. As for this bald fellow, you may deal with him as you wish. I will no longer involve myself in this matter." Originally, Ji Fan had contemplated making this fellow suffer further embarrassment, but after a few words of persuasion from Chief Zhao, he reconsidered and decided to let it go. "All right, but I want the finest restaurant in Jiangzhou. You must ensure that I dine extravagantly tonight." Chong DUI was instantly overjoyed. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead and smiling obsequiously, "You may order whatever you desire. I will cover all expenses." With that, the group departed the beauty salon in grand fashion under Chief Zhao's leadership, leaving behind the bald man and the female technicians, including Xiao Yu, who were drenched in cold sweat. Fan, please spare me. I was wrong," the bald owner pleaded, falling to his knees. "Huh, look who's in a pitiful state now. Just a moment ago, weren't you acting all high and mighty?" Ji Fan chuckled coldly and beckoned to the third man and Shi Qingfeng. "The bald man is now yours to deal with as you see fit. Just ensure you leave him with a semblance of life." With that, he strolled out of the beauty salon. Behind him echoed the ghastly cries of anguish. Half an hour later, Shi Qingfeng and the third man emerged, their faces finally adorned with long-lost smiles. There, the bald man lay in a pool of blood, barely clinging to life, repeatedly uttering that he was wrong and deserved his fate. Subsequently, several vehicles from the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, accompanied by law enforcement, arrived, taking away all the female technicians and sealing the salon. Xiaoye and Lily were among those being taken away. Just before getting into the vehicle, they cast a glance at Ji Fan and his companions, their eyes brimming with profound regret. Alas, it was far too late. As for the bald man, he was swiftly transported to the hospital under constant surveillance by officials. Sigh, observing the departing vehicles and the desolate beauty salon, Shi Qingfeng and Lu Bo finally exhaled a sigh of relief. "What a thrill! Boss, you truly are remarkable. Now the salon is no more. Ha! This is what I call striking at the heart." Ji Fan chuckled. "Let us go. It's time to embark on a new journey." With that, the three of them boarded a BMW and headed toward the pharmaceutical workshop in the suburbs. During the drive, Ji Fan inquired if they had ever heard of beautifying mud. Beautifying mud? Isn't that the miraculous beauty remedy everyone in Jiangzhou has been raving about lately? Lu Bo asked, puzzled. As a delivery worker, he frequently navigated the bustling streets of Jiangzhou, thus being well informed. "I've heard mention of it in the security group at work. Apparently, A single box has been sold for $1 million. How fortunate it would be if we could acquire such a thing, he lamented. Now, he found himself utterly penniless. And with his recent absenteeism, had it not been for Ji Fan's generosity, returning to the Su family group would have been utterly impossible. Ji Fan, maintaining an inscrutable demeanor, said, "To tell you the truth, I am the one who invented beautifying mud." What? The revelation struck like a thunderclap, rendering Lu Bo and Shi Qingfeng speechless. How can this be possible? Boss, you can produce medicine? The third man rubbed his eyes, staring at Ji Fan in bewilderment. They had attended university together, both studying finance. Pharmaceutical production and finance were worlds apart. "You'll understand when we arrive," Ji Fan replied confidently, driving them to the pharmaceutical workshop in the countryside. He opened the warehouse, revealing it filled with medicinal materials and various apparatuses for production. "From now on, each of you will assist me in crafting beautifying mud here, while the other will handle business outside. However, the specific distribution of tasks will depend on who demonstrates more aptitude in the art of potion making." With that, he prepared 3 pots and 3 precisely measured sets of medicinal ingredients, beginning the process in one of the pots. In less than 2 hours, an authentic batch of beautifying mud was successfully produced. Throughout the process, he meticulously instructed the third man and Shi Qingfeng on every detail and essential point. "I have successfully refined the product on my end. Now it is your turn." Alchemy is an exceedingly intricate craft. Despite Lao San's high education and lively intelligence, he spent an entire day experimenting, only to render all his concoctions failures, none yielding a successful product. The essence of alchemy lies in mastering the precise timing of heat and stirring. Without this understanding, one cannot hope to create the beauty-enhancing clay. In stark contrast, Shi Qingfeng failed only twice before successfully producing the beauty-enhancing clay on his third attempt. Admittedly, the quality of his product pales in comparison to Ji Fan's. Yet achieving any success is no small feat. Qingfeng is a rather earnest individual, dedicated and focused. Henceforth, he will exclusively handle my alchemical endeavors. Lao San, being more sociable, will assist me in conducting business outside. Yes. Both Lao San and Shi Qingfeng replied in unison, their faces flushed. Subsequently, Ji Fan handed over the key to the warehouse to Shi Qingfeng and drove them to a nearby upscale neighborhood, where they rented a spacious luxury villa. They also visited a second-hand car market, each purchasing a Havel 6. "If you work diligently alongside me, wealth will follow," Ji Fan assured as he pulled out 20,000 yuan from his pocket, giving each of them 10,000 as pocket money. "Lao San, this card holds 1 million yuan in company startup funds. Take this money and establish the company. I will later introduce you to some clients for business dealings. Once you are familiarized, you can lead your own team." After issuing these instructions, he departed from the villa in his BMW. At this hour, as the workday ended, Ji Fan hurried to the Su group. There, he spotted Su Piaoxue approaching with her secretary, Sun Yi. "Ji Fan, Sun's rental contract is expiring. She will temporarily stay at my house for a few days. If you have no plans tomorrow, could you help remove her belongings?" "Certainly," Ji Fan replied, and he drove the 2 women toward the Su villa. However, upon arriving at the entrance, he received a call from teacher Qi Xinyu. "Hello, is this Xiaoshuan's father?" A woman claiming to be Xiaoshuan's mother has suddenly appeared at the kindergarten gate, insisting on taking her away. "Please come and check." "What? Xiaoxian's mother? Could it be Jianglu?" "Please hold on, teacher Qi. I am on my way." Since Ji Fan was on speakerphone, Su Piaoxue overheard the conversation. "Oh, your ex-wife is here to claim the child? Do you want me to help?" Su Piaoxue looked at Ji Fan, somewhat anxious. After spending the past few days with Xiaoxian, she had grown quite fond of her and did not wish for Jianglu to take the child away. "No need. I can handle this myself," Ji Fan replied with a grim expression. Su Piaoxue scoffed. "I knew you would be stubborn. Fine, if you cannot manage that woman, do come back to me." With that, she exited the car with Sun Yi. At that moment, outside the prestigious kindergarten, Jiang Lu and Qi Xinyue each tugged at Xiaoxian's arms, resolutely refusing to let her go. "I'm sorry, ma'am, but you cannot take Xiaoxian without her father as presence," Qi Xinyue stated firmly. This declaration infuriated Jiang Lu. Why can't you understand what I'm saying, teacher? I'm the child's mother. I'm not allowed to take my child with me? How ridiculous. Qi Xinyue was somewhat taken aback, pondering whether the beautiful woman from last time was not Xuan Yuan's mother. Xinyuan, please tell the teacher, is this lady your mother? Xinyuan blinked her eyes and replied, yes, she's my mother, Teacher Qi. Then who was the woman that came with your father last time? Qi Xinyue inquired, puzzled. That was Aunt Piao Xue. She is now my father's wife. My mother and father have already divorced. At that moment, realization dawned upon her, and instinctively, she loosened her grip on Xuan Yuan's hand. Seeing this, Jiang Lu picked up Xian Yuan, preparing to leave, but Xian Yuan began to struggle and cry incessantly. Why are you being so disobedient? With that, she swatted Xuan Yuan's bottom a few times. This only made Xian Yuan cry even louder. I'll make you cry. I'll make you cry, Jiang Lu exclaimed, setting Xian Yuan down and delivering several more swats to her rear. Wah, I don't want to go with you. I want daddy. I want daddy, Xian Yuan cried out. Although Teacher Qi felt a pang of sympathy, she hesitated to intervene and gently advised Xuan Yuan's mother. One should not discipline a child in such a manner. She is still very young. If there are behavioral issues, we can guide her gradually. Jiang Lu scoffed. What business is it of yours? Step aside. It's truly meddlesome of you. Qi Xinyue felt her cheeks flush with indignation, wondering how Xuan Yuan's biological mother could be so crude. In the next moment, a booming voice resonated from a distance. Stop it. Ji Fan strode over, snatching Xian Yuan into his embrace. Jiang Lu, are you out of your mind? Are you trying to embarrass yourself by hitting a child in front of so many people? Jiang Lu was instantly furious. Embarrass myself? I believe it's you who should be embarrassed. Coming here to school without money. Do you even know how much it costs to attend here each year? Ji Fan chuckled. Of course I do, but I'm willing to pay. I haven't asked you for a dime. Why are you so anxious? Tell me, is it that wretched Su Piaoxue who is footing the bill for you? Let me tell you, Ji Fan, don't think that being her toy boy gives you any leverage. This sordid deal of yours will inevitably collapse. And I wonder how you'll support Xian Yuan when you're buried in debt? Jiang Lu pointed an accusatory finger at Ji Fan, hurling insults without discretion. Chapter 23. 300,000 in any case. You are just a worthless pretender. I must take Xian Yuan with me today. Jiang Lu's words were piercing, drawing the attention of the onlookers who were there to pick up their children. Ji Fan, of course, was unwilling. You wish. Xian Yuan will only be with me from now on. Jiang Lu asserted that the custody of Xian Yuan had been awarded to her by the court during the divorce. Ji Fan, if you truly wish to raise Xian Yuan, go to court and show them your financial situation before you come to ask for her. With that, she attempted to reclaim Xian Yuan, but Ji Fan pushed her away. Open your eyes and see what this is. He pulled a bank debt clearance statement from his pocket and tossed it towards her. Jiang Lu gazed at the contents of the bill in bewilderment, her eyes widening in disbelief. How could this be possible? You have actually settled all the debts with the bank? My goodness, have you engaged in some illicit activities? It has been only a few days since your release, and you have already made over $1 million? Speak up, did that wretched Su Piaoxue assist you in this? Alas, I simply cannot comprehend how a woman of her extraordinary beauty and stature could possibly take an interest in someone like you, an old relic. Ji Fan let out a cold chuckle. I'm afraid that this wealth is indeed my own doing, entirely unrelated to Su Piaoxue. As he spoke, he opened his mobile banking app, displaying the substantial amount of his bank deposits before Jiang Lu. Jiang Lu, take a look at this. I believe you will be even more astonished. What is that? An 8-digit deposit? How can that be? In her excitement, she reached for Ji Fan's phone to scrutinize it more closely. Ji Fan, however, would not permit it, promptly tucking the phone into his pocket with unwavering confidence. Oh, how can it be impossible? You just saw it was indeed an 8-digit figure, didn't you? Do you really think I cannot support Xian with such a sum? You should just return home and patiently await the court summons. I am determined to secure her custody. In that moment, Jiang Lu felt as though she had been struck by 1,000 lightning bolts. What on earth have you done to amass such wealth overnight? Why should I divulge that to you? He replied, holding Xian and preparing to leave, only for Jiang Lu to obstruct his path with a cunning plan. How about this? I suggest we settle this matter privately to avoid the tedious court procedures. Settle privately? Oh, what do you mean by that? Ji Fan's interest was piqued. If he could indeed expedite the acquisition of custody over Xianxian, he would not mind a private resolution. Jiang Lu's eyes darted with scheming intent. This is not the place for negotiations. First, return the child home, and then we can discuss it at the CAF. Very well. Half an hour later, at the Blue Jazz CAF, the two sat across from one another. Jiang Lu pulled out a freshly printed document from her bag. This is the custody transfer agreement for Xianxian. Take a look. Ji Fan accepted it and began to read intently. The initial clauses were rather standard, allowing the other party to visit the child once a month and stipulating that if there were financial hardships, no fees would need to be paid. These terms were trivial for Ji Fan, especially the monthly support payment of a few hundred, which he could completely forego if he obtained custody. However, as he reached the final clause, a dark cloud overshadowed his previously relaxed demeanor, his brow furrowing with concern. Jiang Lu smirked slyly. So what do you think? If you agree, please sign at the bottom. Jiang Lu, do not take advantage of me. Why must I pay you $1 million? Who do you think you are to demand such an amount? Ji Fan responded with evident displeasure. Thankfully, he had scrutinized every clause meticulously. Otherwise, he might have overlooked this one. Jiang Lu was indeed treacherous. Without careful attention, he could have lost $1 million in vain. Ji Fan, during the 3 years you spent in prison, I, as a single woman, raised Xianxian while enduring the disdain of those around me. Reflecting on it now, I feel a sense of dread at the hardships we faced. Have you ever considered the suffering that our mother-daughter duo endured? Now that you are so affluent, why can you not offer me compensation? Furthermore, if I am unwilling to relinquish custody of my daughter to you, what power do you truly hold over me? You have harmed Xiaoping and Liao Donglin. Had I not intervened on your behalf before them, you might have already been reduced to a mere shadow of yourself. As she spoke, tears streamed down her face, as if all the blame lay solely with Ji Fan. Wait, are you implying that Lin Xiaoping and Liao Donglin seek revenge against me? Ah, how amusing. Jiang Lu, return to them and let them come for vengeance. If Ji Fan dares to flee even a single step, I would no longer be human. Jiang Lu, you ought to reflect deeply. Had I not taken your brother's place in prison, do you think I would not have supported you and your daughter for those 3 years? Do not distort the truth. My assistance stems from sentiment, and my refusal is merely my duty. What can you do about it? I am resolute in securing custody of Xianxian, and I demand a flat sum of 300,000. Take it or leave it. He contemplated that once everything was settled, he would sever all ties with Jiang Lu. As for the financial compensation being a matter of nostalgia, that was solely to afford Jiang Lu a semblance of dignity. Nothing more. The name Jiang Lu had long since perished in Ji Fan's heart. Very well, 300,000 it shall be. Jiang Lu readily acquiesced and promptly signed the agreement. She then informed Ji Fan that she would take the document to court for the transfer of custody. Once the custody notification authorization was formally issued, he would be the legitimate guardian of Xianxian. When the authorization was ready, she would need to personally come to collect it from me, and at that time, she could conveniently transfer the funds. I shall expedite the process in the coming days. With that, Jiang Lu hurriedly departed. Ji Fan felt a tumult of emotions within him. In truth, he owed a measure of gratitude to the Jiang family. Otherwise, he would never have encountered the old man and acquired such profound skills. After leaving the CAF, Ji Fan was just about to drive back to the Su family mansion when he received a call from Zhao Quan. Hello, Brother Ji. I have reserved a luxurious suite for you at the Jiangzhou International Hotel. Might you grace us with your presence? Although they refer to each other as brothers, Zhao Quan always addressed Ji Fan with utmost respect and politeness. Certainly, please send me the address. I shall head over immediately. Oh, splendid. Coincidentally, I have also invited Xiao Chong to join. He intends to formally apologize to you over drinks. Ah, and do bring along your 2 subordinates as well. It would be nice for everyone to meet and enjoy a lively gathering. All right. In order to advance his career in Jiangzhou, it was imperative to cultivate relationships with the local powers, be they legitimate like Director Zhao or otherwise like Brother Bao. Thus, Ji Fan did not decline the invitation. With this in mind, he promptly called his 3rd associate. Hello, 3rd brother, bring Qin Feng along to the Jiangzhou International Hotel. Director Zhao is treating us to dinner tonight. Understood. Before long, the three of them entered the hotel together. At that moment, within the suite, Chang Shuqing was somewhat restless. Just moments ago, Zhao Quan had divulged to him that Ji Fan was a confidential figure, leaving him pale with fear. For anyone within their system understood what it meant to possess classified files. Do not say that someone of his caliber cannot provoke Ji Fan. Even Zhao Quan would not dare to anger Ji Fan in the slightest. Otherwise, their fate would be dire. Captain Chang has finally realized why Director Zhao would humiliate him in front of so many colleagues at the beauty salon. What a humiliation! How exquisite the humiliation was. Had it not been for that moment of disgrace, the consequences would have been unimaginable. He had heard that those who possess files are ruthless demons capable of heinous acts. Reflecting on the thugs at the beauty salon, who were single-handedly beaten down by Ji Fan, he involuntarily gasped in shock. Knock, knock, knock. The door to the private room swung open, and Ji Fan entered, accompanied by Lao San and Shi Qingfeng. Brother Ji, you have arrived. Director Zhao immediately stood up, wearing a beaming smile to welcome him. Chang Shuqing respectfully addressed Ji Fan as Brother Fan from the side. Where was the former imposing demeanor he had at the beauty salon? Ji Fan nodded and took his seat in the honored position, surrounded by Zhao Quan's attentiveness. A mere glance revealed a sumptuous array of dishes on the table, likely worth several thousand. Particularly, that bottle of foreign liquor must cost at least 30 to 50,000. Altogether, the total was approaching a staggering 100,000. Brother Zhao, this table is filled with abalone and sea cucumbers. It must have cost quite a bit. Ji Fan remarked. Oh, Brother Ji, you flatter me. We are all friends here. Why be so polite? Today, I am treating, and Xiao Chong is footing the bill. Please indulge yourself. If we go bankrupt, it's on us. Zhao Quan said earnestly, patting Ji Fan's hand with a grin. As he spoke, he diligently placed a slice of sashimi, smeared with a touch of wasabi, into Ji Fan's bowl. The obsequiousness left Lao San and Shi Qingfeng in a state of astonishment, while Chang Shuqing was momentarily taken aback. Previously, Zhao Quan had always struck him as cold and imposing within the bureau. Yet before Ji Fan, he continued to broaden Chang's horizons. At that moment, had Ji Fan not already taken hold of his chopsticks, Zhao would likely have personally fed him the salmon. Immediately, a rich and fragrant essence lingered on Ji Fan's palate, melting away almost upon contact. Delicious. Indeed, the imported variety is unparalleled. Come, everyone, let us all partake. Do not just watch me. Upon hearing Ji Fan praise the salmon, Zhao Quan's previously anxious heart finally settled. Come, everyone, enjoy the feast. After several rounds of drinks, Chang Shuqing not only admitted his mistakes to Ji Fan, but also poured himself several cups as a form of atonement, claiming he had been entirely deceived by the bald man. During this time, Lao San was also engaging warmly with Chang Shuqing. You all continue drinking. I will step out for a moment, Lao San said before heading towards the door. Little did he know that upon exiting the restroom, he would be stopped by a stranger. Are you Lu Bo? Lao San was momentarily stunned and then focused his gaze, realizing that the person greeting him was, in fact, the class monitor from university. Class monitor? What are you doing here? Do you not know that tonight is our university reunion? What? A reunion? Lu Bo was left utterly bewildered. It turns out that the university class reunions are held annually, initially as small gatherings. As time passed, the number of attendees increased, evolving into a gathering for the entire class. Naturally, those who attended were deemed successful individuals, and someone like Lu Bo, who had not fared well, was not among the invited. However, since fate had brought them together, it seemed more fitting to greet everyone, enjoy a few drinks, and not rush away. Thus, Lu Bo was somewhat reluctantly ushered into the gathering by the class monitor. He had intended to invite Ji Fan, but the monitor's insistence left him no opportunity. Unexpectedly, Ji Fan was dining with Director Zhao in the adjacent room. At that moment, as Lu Bo entered the private room, he was greeted by several familiar faces, all resplendent in their vibrant attire, exuding an air of success. Everyone, look who I've brought. Lu Bo. Oh my, it's been ages, come sit down. A male classmate near the entrance recognized Lu Bo immediately and welcomed him with a broad smile. Lu Bo was momentarily taken aback. awkwardly nodding before taking a seat beside him. Scanning the round table, he noted that most attendees were accompanied by their families. To his astonishment, his ex-wife, Li Jing, was present as well, seated next to a handsome young man in a police uniform, wearing glasses. They were engaged in a hushed conversation and glanced up when they heard the class monitor announce a visitor. "Lobo, what brings you here?" Li Jing exclaimed, her surprise evident as her smile faltered. Lu Bo could hardly believe he was encountering his first love and ex-wife in such a setting. Since their divorce, they had not been in contact. Overcome with guilt, he found himself at a loss for words upon seeing her. Had it not been for his gambling, they would never have parted ways. "Ah, Li Jing, we're all classmates here. I happened to run into Lu Bo on my way to the restroom. And since we have a gathering tonight, I thought it would be nice to have some fun together," the class monitor interjected diplomatically. "Tonight, I'm doing this for the monitor's sake, so I won't hold it against you." Li Jing shot a glare at Lu Bo before introducing the young man beside her. "By the way, everyone, I'd like you to meet my fiancée, Song Shishing, who currently works at the Jiangzhou Police Department." Upon hearing this, the group congratulated her, except for Lu Bo, who felt a pang of sorrow. He anticipated that within 3 months of their divorce, she would already be engaged to someone else. "Hello, everyone. I'm Song Shishing. I look forward to getting to know all of you," he said with a slight smile, but soon noticed Lu Bo in the corner, who seemed less than welcoming. Leaning closer to Li Jing, he whispered something, to which she responded quietly. At that moment, Song Shishing's gaze towards Lu Bo shifted to one of hostility. He then stood up and approached Lu Bo. "You are Lu Bo, Li Jing's ex-husband? I've heard about your penchant for gambling. May I ask where you are currently employed?" Since his divorce, Lu Bo has been delivering takeout, engaging in daily settlements, and has not experienced a single day of stability. Upon hearing the term gambling, his face instantly flushed with a fiery hue. His classmates began to murmur and point fingers at him. "I recently became a manager at a new company. Here's my business card," Lu Bo declared, handing a freshly printed card to Song Shishing, harboring a deep-seated resentment towards him. In such a gathering, how could he brazenly mention his gambling habits, if not to provoke trouble for himself? "What is your company? Alve Biological Pharmaceutical do?" he inquired. "Oh, our firm primarily develops and sells traditional Chinese medicine and health products. Have you heard of a product called Beauty Clay that removes blemishes? It is indeed our masterpiece." Lu Bo, eager to regain his dignity in front of his ex-wife, boasted about the newly registered company he had established that day. "What? You claim that the Beauty Clay, which has recently swept across Jiangzhou, was invented by your company?" One female classmate gasped in astonishment. The others, reminded by her exclamation, turned their attention to Lu Bo, including Li Jing, who had previously looked down upon him, now curious about his claims. "Indeed, Beauty Clay is a product of our company," Lu Bo acknowledged with a slight smile, confidently affirming his statement. In an instant, he became the center of attention at the reunion, basking in the limelight. Some expressed interest in purchasing Beauty Clay, while others considered employment opportunities at his company. However, at that moment, Song Shishing scoffed, "I believe you are being deceived. I just checked, and this Huawei company was registered today with a mere capital of 500,000. It is nothing more than a shell company." A shell company? Lu Bo found himself at a loss for words. It was true that the company was newly registered, but Beauty Clay was undoubtedly their invention. Yet, no matter how he attempted to explain, disbelief hung in the air. Even Li Jing exhibited a look of utter disdain, stating, "I told you. Ever since Lu Bo became enamored with gambling, he's been spinning tales. You cannot trust a word he says, otherwise I would never have divorced him." Soon, Lu Bo faced a barrage of condemnation, leaving him utterly humiliated. Just then, a man and a woman entered, breaking the awkward atmosphere and diverting attention from Lu Bo. The woman was none other than Wang Qin, who had recently clashed with Ji Fan at the children's clothing store, and she was accompanied by the wealthy coal tycoon. "How Concho? Ah, the true stars of our gathering have arrived. Let's give them a warm welcome," the class monitor exclaimed and rushed to greet them. Everyone at the table stood up in unison to show their appreciation. Wang Qin, having organized the reunion and now being attached to a wealthy partner, had become the envy of the class. "Everyone is a classmate here. Why be so formal? Please, have a seat," Wang Qin said with a smile, before introducing her companion. How Kongshou. All eyes were now fixated on the couple, as flattering remarks filled the room. Here, I brought you all imported perfume. Everyone get to share. Wang Qin spoke as she retrieved a bag from her satchel and proceeded to distribute perfume among the attendees. Naturally, everyone was delighted, showering her with compliments that flowed like an unending river. Wang Qin is truly wonderful. Despite her newfound success, she hasn't forgotten us old classmates. Indeed, indeed. Oh, this imported perfume is simply delightful. Unlike Lu Bo, who boasts that his company invented beauty mud. When I inquired about purchasing a box, he outright refused. What sort of person is he? Upon hearing this, Lu Bo turned pale, contemplating an escape. Yet, Wang Qin was somewhat agitated. Wait a moment. Who just mentioned a company producing beauty mud? Could you assist in introducing me? I would also like to acquire some. The entire Jiangzhou city was currently obsessed with beauty mud. Many, despite their wealth, found it nearly impossible to procure even a single box. Wang Qin was among them. Taking advantage of the situation, Li Jing interjected, casting a disdainful glance at Lu Bo. Oh, it's that Lu Bo. Clearly, he runs a newly registered shell company. Yet he claims that beauty mud is their invention. How shameless. Li Jing, we were once married. There is no need to humiliate me like this. I may have wronged you, but the matter of beauty mud is entirely genuine. Very well, Lu Bo. You seem so earnest. It hardly seems like you're lying. If you wish to prove that your company is indeed the inventor of beauty mud, could you present evidence right now? Perhaps a substantial quantity of beauty mud or the process of its creation. Wang Qin's words reminded Lu Bo that such claims must be substantiated. All right, please wait a moment. I shall retrieve the evidence. With that, Lu Bo hurriedly exited the private room. The remaining guests speculated whether Lu Bo would seize the opportunity to flee. Many classmates concurred it was quite possible. Why must we trust someone who revels in gambling and has destroyed his own marriage? Kulme, let us raise a glass to Wang Qin and Boss Hao, hoping they lead us to prosperity. Li Jing proclaimed, lifting her glass to the crowd. Cheers! To Wang Qin and Boss Hao. After leaving the class reunion, Lu Bo rushed into the adjacent room and recounted the entire incident to Ji Fan. Oh, what a coincidence! Ji Fan remarked, somewhat surprised. Let us go. They seek proof, right? I believe the dozens of boxes in my bag should suffice as evidence. He gestured toward his backpack, which contained the batch of beauty mud he had concocted earlier that afternoon at the pharmaceutical workshop. Due to the limited quantity of materials, he had only produced 50 boxes of beauty mud. At the current market price, that would amount to 50 million. Chapter 25, shocking everyone at this moment. In the private room where Wang Qin was situated, her classmates were incessantly praising and extolling her virtues. For a brief instant, she felt a sense of elation. The gathering had two focal points, herself and Li Jing. Recently, Li Jing had successfully passed the civil service examination, which significantly elevated her popularity and status among their peers. Throughout the dinner, Wang Qin endeavored to cultivate a close rapport with her, even going so far as to refer to her as a sister. In their university days, the two had quarreled over a scholarship and had not spoken to each other until graduation. It was rather unexpected that they would become close sisters in such a setting today, leaving their classmates in a state of bewilderment. Li Jing Sigal Blesli, Bankin. I cannot fathom why you would humiliate Lu Bo, given that you were once married. She continued, this man squandered all the money we saved for a house on gambling, leaving us with nothing. I have completely lost hope in him, to the point of wishing to sever all ties. I cannot trust a single word he utters. However, Wang Qin countered, but are you aware of the efficacy of that beauty clay? If it truly is a product of Lu Bo's company, then his future will be beyond our reach. Li Jing had limited knowledge of the beauty clay, only recognizing it as a popular cosmetic. Wang Qin informed her that the clay had skyrocketed in price to 1 million per box, and if supply became insufficient, the price could continue to soar. As the manager of that company, Lu Bo undoubtedly had access to distribution channel for the beauty clay. Let me put it this way. If he were to offer you a few boxes to resell, you could become extraordinarily wealthy overnight. This statement left everyone momentarily stunned, quickly followed by a chorus of derision. Clearly, the classmates were skeptical. Li Jing joined in the mockery, saying, Wang Qin, spare us the praise for Lu Bo. A person like him is destined to remain poor for life. Just then, a cold laugh echoed from outside the door. Who says Lu Bo is destined for a life of poverty? Two figures strode in, revealing Ji Fan, followed closely by Lu Bo. Ji Fan, you're out of prison? You're not welcome here. Please leave. The class monitor immediately issued an expulsion order upon seeing him. 3 years prior, Ji Fan had been imprisoned for DUI, a fact well known among their peers. In a gathering of successful individuals, those with criminal records were generally unwelcome. Li Jing was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. Lu Bo, are you implying that this recently released Ji Fan is your evidence? Song Shishing joined in the ridicule, saying, Lu Bo, no wonder Jingjing divorced you. You are utterly unreliable, brimming with lies. Don't tell me this fine gentleman is behind the expensive beauty clay? His gaze shifted to Ji Fan. I just heard Jingjing mention your DUI. With your current disheveled appearance, you can hardly be associated with anything worth millions. It seems Lu Bo simply brought you along for a charade. Following this, the crowd unleashed a torrent of scorn upon the two, with the exception of Hao Kongshou and Wang Qin, whose faces turned ashen, their hearts racing with anxiety. Although they were uncertain about the connection between Ji Fan and the beauty clay, he now held a new identity, the son-in-law of the Su family from Jiangzhou. The illustrious Su family, the foremost clan in Jiangzhou, possesses immeasurable wealth. Just a few days ago, the two had acknowledged their defeat before Ji Fan. Now, upon encountering him again, Hao Kongshou had naturally learned to be prudent. Please, everyone, refrain from arguing. He bellowed, rising to approach Ji Fan with a cheerful demeanor. He respectfully inquired, Mr. Ji, what brings you here? Please take a seat. Wang Qin hastily followed her husband, appearing rather uneasy. The onlookers, including Lu Bo, were left utterly dumbfounded by this scene. Lu Bo had always presumed that Ji Fan's camaraderie with director Zhao stemmed from the matter of the beauty mud. However, he was astonished to witness even Boss Hao treating Ji Fan with such reverence. Clearly, this respect had nothing to do with the beauty mud. Could it be that the boss was concealing something from him? Regardless, Lu Bo began to feel fortunate for having chosen to align himself with his superior. Others perceived Wang Qin and her husband as the most distinguished attendees of the gathering, considering that Boss Hao was a billionaire. Yet, they were shocked to realize that the individual they had scorned the most, Ji Fan, was acquainted with Boss Hao. Moreover, it seemed as though Boss Hao was eager to curry favor with him. What on earth was happening? Li Jing's expression fluctuated as she remarked, Ji Fan, did you not just refute my claim that Lu Bo is not wealthy? If he truly possesses wealth, let him show me the figures in his bank account. Lu Bo felt a twinge of insecurity at her words, for indeed, his bank account held little wealth. However, after greeting Boss Hao, Ji Fan walked directly to Li Jing and tossed his backpack onto the table. This, for instance. The crowd turned their gaze towards the backpack. Li Jing, intrigued, inquired, is there money inside that bag? Ji Fan chuckled. Not at all. You shall see for yourself. With that, she eagerly unzipped the bag. To everyone's astonishment, it contained boxes filled with a green, mud-like substance. I thought it was something valuable. Turns out it's just a bag full of Play-Doh. This stuff barely amounts to a few hundred. Ji Fan, you truly know how to show off. How dare you present such trivial Play-Doh? A chorus of laughter erupted. Ha, Ji Fan, you are not welcome at today's reunion. You and Lu Bo should leave at once. Unfazed by the ridicule, Ji Fan maintained his composure. As Lu Bo was about to speak, a mere glance from Ji Fan silenced him. How could these oblivious individuals not even recognize beauty mud, yet still mock others? Just as he was about to zip up the bag, Wang Qin suddenly exclaimed, Is that beauty mud? Beauty mud? What? The room fell into stunned silence. The beauty mud was exceedingly valuable, making Wang Qin the only one besides Ji Fan and Lu Bo who recognized its worth. Having mingled with high society in Jiangzhou recently, Wang Qin had encountered beauty mud at a socialite's residence, thus her familiarity with it. The contents of Ji Fan's bag, in terms of color, appearance, and packaging, were indistinguishable from the renowned beauty mud. Ji Fan turned a glance at Wang Qin, a faint smile gracing his lips. Oh, it seems there are still some who recognize me. Wang Qin, visibly excited, inquired Mr. G. May I take a closer look at the items in that bag? Certainly. With Ji Fan's personal consent, Wang Qin hastened to his side, picked up a box of beauty mud, opened the lid, and leaned in to inhale its aroma. Indeed, it exuded that familiar herbal scent. She was so astonished that she momentarily stood frozen in place. The sheer quantity of beauty mud Ji Fan possessed was beyond her comprehension. Good heavens! This could only imply one thing. He was the inventor of the beauty mud. Gasping at the thought, she dared not contemplate further, instead returning the box and slumping weakly into a chair. This outcome was far more distressing than death itself. Well, Wang Qin, do enlighten everyone. Are the items in this box indeed beauty mud? Ji Fan crossed his arms, exuding confidence. Yes, it is identical to the beauty mud I saw at a friend's house, which cost her $1 million. Upon finishing her statement, Wang Qin's eyes fixated intensely on the package of beauty mud, longing to seize it all at once. Ji Fan, fully aware of her intentions, promptly closed the backpack and held it firmly. After all, the contents were worth no less than $50 million. He remained ever vigilant against potential threats. The crowd stood as if petrified, each person's expression uniquely revealing their astonishment. None appeared more shocked than Li Jing. In her mind, Ji Fan represented the epitome of failure, a bankrupt entrepreneur, burdened by debt, divorced and imprisoned. He had seemingly accumulated every misfortune life could bestow. Yet, to her utter disbelief, he possessed such an abundance of beauty mud. If sold, it could yield tens of millions. Li Jing struggled to fathom how Ji Fan could transform overnight from a failure into a millionaire. Ji Fan, how could you possibly have so much beauty mud? Tell me, did you steal it from somewhere? Faced with such an accusation, Ji Fan wore an expression of disbelief. Li Jing, when you were with Lao San, I thought you were quite rational. But after such a brief absence, how have you morphed into a delusional liar? Seeing his fiancée, being wronged, Song Shishing's displeasure was palpable. As Li Jing prepared to confront Ji Fan, he swiftly pulled her behind him. So you're Ji Fan, are you? Let me inform you that, based on your earlier remarks, I could sue you for defamation. With that, he produced a pair of silver handcuffs from his waist. Defamation? Huh. My dear brother, don't think that just because you wear a police uniform, you can strut around unchecked. Was I incorrect in referring to Li Jing? Song Shishing was enraged, coldly pointing at Ji Fan. As a police officer, I now formally warn you to apologize to my fiancée, E. Otherwise, do not blame me for taking action. The atmosphere grew tense. Wang Qin quickly interjected. Oh, come on, Xiao Song, what are you doing? We are all classmates. There's no need for it to escalate this way. Wang Qin, do not try to persuade my fiancée. As long as Ji Fan refuses to apologize, I will not let this matter rest today. Li Jing crossed her arms, displaying an unmistakable air of indignation. This sight incensed Lu Bo greatly. Li Jing, command your fiancé to keep his distance from the boss, or do not blame me for taking action. Li Jing replied with a cold smile. What is the matter? Are you planning to strike me? If you possess the courage, then do it. Strike me right here. As she spoke, she provocatively thrust her face closer to Lu Bo. At that moment, Lu Bo's face flushed crimson, his raised hand poised in the air, yet it remained suspended, unable to descend. Huh, truly a coward. Seeing his hesitation, Li Jing seized the opportunity to taunt him. Who is the real coward now? Suddenly, in a fit of rage, Lu Bo stepped forward and struck Li Jing twice across the face. The force of his blows caused her cheek to swell instantly. The onlookers were left in stunned silence, as they had always perceived Lu Bo as rather timid. They were taken aback by his unexpected boldness. How dare you strike me? I will not back down. Li Jing, completely unhinged, disregarded her feminine demeanor and lunged at Lu Bo, clawing at his face. The atmosphere in the private room descended into chaos. Stop, Lu Bo. You initiated this violence, and now you will accompany me to the police station. Song Shishing shouted angrily, brandishing handcuffs to restrain Lu Bo. He turned to leave, yet Ji Fan would not permit this. As Lu Bo was his subordinate, it was his duty as the leader to ensure their safety. Song Shishing, I advise you to release Lu Bo, or do not blame me for resorting to force. Song Shishing responded with unwavering confidence. Oh, dare to make a move? That would be assaulting an officer, and I assure you, your future will be spent enjoying the comforts of prison. Ji Fan retorted with a cold snort. Is that a threat you're making? He prepared to retaliate, and a fierce confrontation was on the verge of erupting. Just then, a cough echoed from the entrance. Two middle-aged men in police uniforms entered the room. Ah, Ji, my dear brother, why have you and Lu Bo been here for so long? Old Chang and I were getting impatient and decided to come take a look. The speaker was Zhao Quan, followed closely by Chang Shuqing. Upon entering the private room, they sensed that the atmosphere was rather tense. ISNT, that Officer Song from the Bureau? What is he doing here, entangled with my dear brother Ji? Zhao Quan was taken aback, his brows furrowing in concern. Director Zhao? Captain Chang? What brings you here? Song Shishing exclaimed in astonishment. These two were his superiors. Zhao Quan ignored him and approached Ji Fan directly, visibly anxious. Ji, are you all right? Ji Fan smiled slightly. Of course, I am fine. It's just that Brother Zhao seems to have a lack of discipline regarding his subordinates. You know this Officer Song, right? Zhao Quan abruptly lifted his head, casting a cold glare at Song Shishing before bellowing, Officer Song, I do not care what transpired between you and my brother Ji just now, but you are to apologize to him immediately or prepare to report to the suburban agricultural farm tomorrow for duty. The agricultural farm he referred to was actually a unit farm contracted by the police station itself. In addition to cultivating rice and wheat, they also grew a plethora of organic vegetables and fruits, along with raising a flock of chickens, ducks, geese, and pigs. In the police station, only those who have committed serious offenses are sent there, and once assigned, it is unlikely they can be transferred back. One could say that their future is irrevocably shattered. Upon hearing this, Song Shishing broke into a cold sweat, his legs trembling beneath him. He had worked diligently to enter the police force, hoping to make a significant impact. If he were indeed dispatched there, he might even contemplate the unthinkable. Brother Ji, I am truly sorry. Despite his immense reluctance, Song Shishing felt compelled to apologize. 4G Fan was acquainted with Director Zhao. Had he known earlier of Ji Fan's close ties with Director Zhao, he would have never dared to confront Ji Fan, regardless of the consequences. An apology is all it takes? Ji Fan chuckled, taking a seat and gesturing towards his shoes. Do you see this? My shoes are dirty. Clean them with your hands. With that, he spat on the shoe's surface, leaving Song Shishing momentarily stunned. Was this not a deliberate humiliation? Li Jing, witnessing the scene, exclaimed furiously, Song Shishing, if you dare to clean Ji Fan's shoes, don't think you'll ever see me again. At that moment, Song Shishing found himself in a most precarious position, torn between the intimidation from his superior and the dignity of his fiancée. Director Zhao scoffed, Xiao Song. It's up to you to decide how to choose. You brought this upon yourself by provoking Brother Ji today. Do not blame me for being ruthless. Taking a deep breath, he slowly crouched down. Despite Li Jing's tearful protests, he resolved to clean Ji Fan's shoes barehanded. Minutes later, Song Shishing stood up, his face ashen, and respectfully stated, Brother Ji, your shoes are clean. This is a pitiful sight, yet I commend your effort, Ji Fan retorted coldly, stepping forward and lightly tapping Lu Bo's handcuffs. To everyone's astonishment, they fell away with a clatter, leaving the onlookers in disbelief, some even rubbing their eyes in astonishment, thinking it a trick. Let's go, old three. Clearly, we are not welcome here. Indeed. With that, the two turned to leave, but Wang Qin was unwilling to let them go. Oh, Ji Fan, we've shared the same classroom. Why must you be so heartless? Could you spare me a few boxes of that beauty mud? Predicting her intentions, Ji Fan replied, to purchase the beauty mud now. You must go through Lu Bo. He is now the manager of our company, responsible for sales. If you wish to buy, just contact him. After exchanging farewells with Director Zhao and Captain Chang, they hurriedly departed. Zhao Quan and Chang Shuqing followed to see them off, with Zhao Quan casting a warning glare at Song Shishing. When we return to the station, we shall settle this. At that moment, the gathering in the private room fell silent. The mere thought of Director Zhao's words sent chills down Song Shishing's spine. Anyone within the system knows the dire consequences of offending the higher-ups, and all of this turmoil stemmed from Li Jing's actions. Upon contemplating this, He could not help but strike Li Jing twice across the face in a fit of rage. Li Jing, you incompetent woman, I wish to end our relationship. With that, he stormed out of the private room. Li Jing, having just been struck by Lu Bo, was now met with 2 more slaps from Song Shishing, prompting her to weep in distress. Observing the unfolding drama, Hao Kongshou finally spoke up. Alas, who compelled you to provoke Ji Fan? I too have suffered at his hands in the past. Wang Qin chimed in. From now on, everyone must treat Ji Fan with utmost courtesy. You may not be aware, but he is now married to Su Piaoxue from the Su family, a person of considerable status. What? Su Piaoxue from the Su family? The most beautiful woman in Jiangzhou? The class leader stood frozen, drenched in a cold sweat as he recalled his earlier outburst towards Ji Fan. It dawned on him that Ji Fan had already ascended to the heights of prominence, a celestial being they could only admire from afar. Li Jing, in her dazed state, was equally taken aback by Wang Qin's revelations, feeling a profound regret for having offended Ji Fan that very day. Chapter 27. Purification and Refinement. By the time Ji Fan returned to the Su villa, it was already 10 in the evening. He checked the contents of his bag, finding only 48 boxes of beauty clay remaining. 1 box had been gifted to Director Zhao, and another had been sold to Captain Chong for the modest sum of 200,000. Such exchanges of goodwill must be honored. It was time to test the package of body refinement powder that the elder had given him. After placing the beauty clay in the bedroom, he retrieved a packet of herbs from the cabinet and proceeded to the bathroom. Despite their unassuming appearance, these herbs were the result of considerable effort on Ji Fan's part, costing him a fortune in the hundreds of thousands. Had he not profited from selling beauty clay, he could never have afforded this humble bundle. The bathtub was filled with steaming water. Ji Fan eagerly immersed the herbs into the water, which soon turned a vibrant red. It was time to begin his purification and refinement. Sitting cross-legged in the tub with his eyes closed and fingers forming a seal, he appeared tense. In no time, his body shimmered with a spectrum of colors amidst the white mist. Should anyone witness this scene, they might believe they were in the presence of a celestial being. The elder, a practitioner of ancient martial arts, had bestowed upon Ji Fan the supreme technique known as the 9 Heavens Azure Dragon Technique. The martial arts realm is divided into 4 stages: Earth, Heaven, Profound, and Yellow, each further segmented into early, middle, and late phases. The Yellow stage is the weakest, while the Heaven stage is the most formidable. Beyond the Heaven stage, there are legendary high-tier realms such as Grandmaster, Martial Venerable, and Martial Emperor. Whenever Ji Fan inquired if realms beyond Grandmaster truly existed, the elder would respond that it was for him to discover. Ji Fan, having stepped into the early phase of the Heaven stage within just 3 years, was regarded by the elder as a once-in-a-century martial arts prodigy. It is noteworthy that some individuals remain stagnant at a certain stage throughout their entire lives. Before his release from prison, the elder had specifically instructed Ji Fan that to break through to the Heaven stage, he must undergo multiple rounds of purification and refinement. Subsequently, he transcribed the herbal ingredients necessary for the cleansing of sinews and marrow. Upon his release from prison, he promptly took the prescription given to him by the old man to the apothecary, only to discover that acquiring these herbs would require a substantial sum, amounting to hundreds of thousands. This also elucidates another significant reason for Ji Fan's endeavor to concoct beauty mud for profit. As time passed, Ji Fan felt a surge of warmth coursing through his veins, and the blood within began to flow with unprecedented speed. Suddenly, a searing current rushed through his meridians. For a fleeting moment, he felt as though his entire being was on the verge of explosion. Soon, the water in the bathtub began to boil furiously, as if it had just been ignited by a fierce flame. At this moment, his skin was completely enveloped in a layer of dark, foul-smelling sludge. Within him, a stream of green energy circulated, obediently settling in his dantian after several cycles. An overwhelming sensation of refreshment washed over him, and his joints crackled like popping beans. With a resounding roar, he abruptly stood from the bathtub, sending water splashing several meters into the air. Crash! The bathtub shattered into fragments. Around him, the air shimmered with a serpentine white mist, swirling gracefully. Finally, a dragon's roar resonated, entering his body and disappearing without a trace. As he opened his eyes and beheld the unsightly stains on his skin, a wave of joy surged within him. I have succeeded, according to the old man's notes. The cleansing of sinews and marrow entails expelling all toxins from a body. The black substances covering him were indeed the expelled toxins. He immediately turned on the tap to cleanse himself. A few minutes later, as Ji Fan gazed into the mirror, disbelief washed over him. His skin had transformed into an exceptionally smooth and fair complexion, surpassing even that of a woman's. He appeared significantly more handsome. The effects of the cleansing were astonishing. It felt 1,000 times more effective than beauty mud. Unfortunately, those wealthy ladies would never experience such a transformation. Just as he prepared to dress and leave, the bathroom door was suddenly flung open. There stood Wu Ma and Su Piaoxue at the threshold, each wielding a kitchen knife, their expressions fraught with tension. Ji Fan instantly panicked, hastily covering himself with a garment. "What are you doing? Are you spying on me while I bathe?" Su Piaoxue, upon catching a glimpse of Ji Fan's milk-white skin, stood frozen in shock. Only after hearing his words did she snap back to reality, letting out a scream and hurriedly closing the door. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, while Wu Ma, too, felt her face grow warm with shame. "Ji Fan, you could have bathed quietly at night without making such a commotion. You had us and Wu Ma thinking there was an intruder in the house. We intended to call you to join us, but when we found your room empty, we assumed you wouldn't be spending the night." Upon hearing their explanations from outside the door, Ji Fan sighed with resignation. "All right, ignorance is no offense. I'll arrange for someone to replace this bathtub tomorrow." As he spoke, he opened the door while holding the bag of medicinal residue. Noticing that Su Piaoxue and Wu Ma had no intention of leaving, he inquired if they had any further matters to discuss. "By the way, how is it that your skin looks so flawless? Do you possess some exclusive secret?" Su Piaoxue discreetly glanced at Ji Fan's exposed, fair arm and asked in a hushed tone, "What woman is not enamored with beauty? Especially with the recent uproar surrounding the beauty mud. She too wished to acquire a box for herself. However, upon learning that the market price had soared to over $1 million, she abandoned the idea. In her conversation with Wu Ma, she discovered that Wu Ma indeed possessed such a product, and she sought to subtly inquire about using it. To her dismay, Wu Ma informed her that she had already sold the box of beauty mud. As for Ji Fan, Su Piaoxue had once mocked the beauty mud in his presence, so her pride prevented her from broaching the subject. Ji Fan shrugged and, pointing to the bag of medicinal residue in his hand, remarked, "Perhaps this is the reason? I just soaked in it. You may take it for a try." "Ji Fan, are you insane? You want me to use something you've already used?" Su Piaoxue shot him a disdainful look at the bag of residue before hastily departing. Ji Fan mused that it appeared Su Piaoxue was not destined to benefit from it. This residue was ideally suited for ordinary individuals, if its medicinal properties had not been entirely absorbed by him. Any common person plunging into that crimson water would find it akin to submerging in a vat of sulfuric acid. Escaping disfigurement would be a miracle, let alone avoiding a layer of skin peeling off. It was only due to his protective cultivation techniques during the bath that he experienced such favorable results. Wu Ma then pulled Ji Fan aside and quietly asked, "Son-in-law, what exactly transpired in the bathroom? Why is the bathtub damaged?" Ji Fan chuckled mischievously, a secret. With that, he strode confidently into his bedroom. In the following days, aside from his regular routine of escorting Su Piaoxue to and from work, Ji Fan secluded himself at home to practice his skills. During this period, he assisted Su Piaoxue's secretary, Sun Yi, with a move. Occasionally, he visited suburban pharmaceutical workshops to check on Shi Qingfeng's progress. One evening, after picking up Xian, he received a call from Jiang Lu. "Hello, is this Ji Fan? The custody transfer authorization for Xian has been finalized. Please come to the coffee house in Jiangxin Park to collect it. I will be here." Chapter 28. Jiangxin Park. Upon receiving Jiang Lu's call, Ji Fan promptly drove over. The location, situated by the Yangtze River, took some time to reach. By the time he arrived, it was already 7 in the evening. As he entered the coffee house, he immediately spotted Jiang Lu in a prominent position. She appeared particularly stunning, as if she had taken special care with her appearance today. You've arrived? Did you bring the money? Jiang Lu's first words upon seeing him were strikingly pragmatic. Of course. Please show me the authorization document. If everything is in order, I will transfer the funds to you right away. Ji Fan and Jiang Lu had become almost like strangers, so there was little to discuss beyond the matter at hand. Here, take a look. After receiving the custody authorization, Ji Fan examined it meticulously several times before ultimately confirming that everything was in order. He then requested Jiang Lu's bank account details to initiate the transfer. I shall take a brief respite in the restroom. Should you find yourself hungry, feel free to order something for yourself, she remarked, before making her way toward the lavatory with her bag in tow. Ji Fan nodded in acknowledgement, stowed away the guardianship authorization, and began to occupy himself with his phone. However, after a considerable duration, he had yet to catch a glimpse of Jiang Lu. Attempting to contact her, he discovered that her phone was switched off. He pondered how inconsiderate it was of her not to inform him of her circumstances in advance. Just as he was about to depart, he noticed a stooped elder standing at the entrance. "Young man, are you waiting for Miss Jiang? She has encountered an unexpected matter and sent me to fetch you. Please follow me." Although Ji Fan felt a twinge of confusion, he ultimately decided to accompany the old man down the path leading to the riverbank. The hour had turned to night, and the passage was devoid of any presence save for the white streetlights spaced every 10 meters. At this moment, Ji Fan and the elder walked in tandem along the river's edge. The river breeze intensified, howling through the night sky. The scene indeed bore an eerie quality. Yet, rather than fear, he sensed an encroaching aura of danger. "Old man, I have concluded my business with Jiang Lu. It is late, and she cannot possibly be waiting for me by the river. Speak plainly. What is your true intention in bringing me here?" Ji Fan halted, eyeing the stooped elder with heightened wariness. Despite his apparent age and sluggish movements, each step he took was decisive and filled with surprising strength, a stark contrast to his outward appearance. The elder, upon hearing this, let out a hearty laugh and turned to face Ji Fan. "Ah, you have finally discerned the situation. Alas, it is too late." Ji Fan's expression turned cold. "Too late? Oof. Pray tell, what scheme do you have in mind for luring me to this desolate riverbank?" The elder's smile turned sinister. "What do you think? You ought to be aware of your own misdeeds. I am here on the explicit orders of the Lin family's patriarch to personally put an end to your menace." "Menace? Ahem. Old man, do refrain from slandering me. I, Ji Fan, have never engaged in acts of bullying. How then could I be deemed a menace?" Ji Fan's temper flared. The elder rapped his cane sharply against the ground, a cold smile gracing his lips. "Very well. Since you refuse to remain oblivious, I shall ensure your demise is crystal clear. The injuries inflicted upon Lin Xiaoping and Lin Zhengguo were orchestrated by you, were they not? I am Zhu Lao, and I am here to fulfill the Lin family's decree. Tonight, you shall be silenced." Realization dawned upon Ji Fan. It was the Lin family, unwilling to accept the situation, who had sought assistance to confront him. As Zhu Lao finished speaking, he swiftly brandished his cane, aiming it at Ji Fan. At the tip of the cane, a sharp iron needle, measuring nearly 30 centimeters, emerged unexpectedly. Ji Fan surmised that this contraption was equipped with a retractable mechanism, serving as a cane in ordinary circumstances but revealing its deadly needle in times of peril. In an instant, he invoked the Nine Heavens Azure Dragon technique, propelling himself like a bolt of lightning toward Zhu Lao. The elder's heart surged with delight. He had been apprehensive that Ji Fan might evade the impending danger, causing his strike to miss. Yet in the next heartbeat, the scene froze. Ji Fan had seized the elder's cane tightly with both hands, holding it aloft midair. At this moment, no matter how much strength he exerted, he could not advance his cane even a fraction. How could this be possible? The smug expression on Elder Zhu's face suddenly stiffened. "Can you withstand this move of mine?" Ji Fan chuckled softly. "Elder Zhu, despite your years of cultivation, you are merely at the early stage of the mysterious realm. I had already given you a chance, yet you proved to be ineffectual. Now it is my turn." With a sharp crack, Ji Fan effortlessly twisted Elder Zhu's cane into two pieces with his bare hands. In a flash, he seized the half embedded with iron needles and mercilessly thrust it into Elder Zhu's chest. With a piercing sensation in his heart, Elder Zhu gasped. Ji Fan's fist was closing in, and as he focused, he noticed that it was enveloped in a mist of white vapor. Instantly alarmed, his pupils constricted in terror. Is that externalized, Qi? You are a master of the heavenly realm. But he would not have the opportunity to utter another word. Ji Fan's fist had already struck his abdomen. A scream erupted as Elder Zhu was sent flying, blood spewing forth as he crashed heavily into the river. In the blink of an eye, the waters swallowed him whole. Ji Fan's punch had drawn upon nearly all the techniques from the Nine Heavens Azure Dragon art he had learned. Consequently, Elder Zhu's internal organs were shattered. Even if he did not drown in the river, death was inevitable. The sight of that white mist would instill great fear in Elder Zhu. In martial arts, only those who had stepped into the heavenly realm could externalize their qi. This qi is a special aura generated within a warrior's body, akin to the true energy of cultivators. The purity of this qi reflects a warrior's capability. The stronger the martial artist, the more vast and dense their qi. Elder Zhu was merely at the mysterious realm, situated at the second level among the 4 stages of martial arts: heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow. In comparison to Ji Fan's heavenly realm, he was vastly inferior. This was why he felt such dread upon realizing Ji Fan's true strength. What a ruthless family the Lins are. I have spared Lin Xiaoping and the lives of Lin Zhenghua and his son, which is already a significant concession. Yet now, they seek a martial artist to exact revenge upon me. This score must be settled with the Lin family, no matter what. With this thought, Ji Fan departed from Jiangxin Park and drove towards the Lin residence. This night was destined to be one of sleeplessness. At this moment, within the Lin family's villa, Elder Lin, along with Lin Jingshan and Lin Xiaowei, sat anxiously on the sofa, awaiting news. Father, why hasn't Elder Zhu returned yet? Lin Jingshan frequently glanced towards the door, his anxiety palpable. Lin Xiaowei chimed in. Indeed, Grandpa, for someone like Elder Zhu, killing Ji Fan should be a straightforward task, shouldn't it? However, Elder Lin solemnly cautioned them. Ji Fan is not an easy opponent. It is not as simple as you think. Just then, the door to the Lin residence swung open. The 3 of them immediately rose from the sofa, anticipating Elder Zhu's triumphant return with Ji Fan's severed head. But upon closer inspection, they were taken aback to find 2 patients seated in wheelchairs instead. I must inquire why you 2, father and son, are not at the sanatorium at this late hour, the elder Lin said with a hint of anxiety. After all, they were still in the recovery phase, and any unforeseen incident could hinder their healing. The visitors were none other than Lin Xiaoping and his father, Lin Zhenghua. Upon hearing that the old master had dispatched Elder Zhu to eliminate Ji Fan, they decided to join the fray, primarily to vindicate the humiliation they had previously suffered at Ji Fan's hands. Father, with such significant matters unfolding, why was I not allowed to accompany Xiaoping? Lin Xiaoping exclaimed. Grandfather, once Elder Zhu returns with that scoundrel Ji Fan's corpse, I shall surely flay him alive. The elder Lin could only shake his head in exasperation, observing his son and grandson, who were visibly eager for vengeance. Reluctantly, he signaled to a servant to escort them into the drawing room. After greeting the 2, Lin Jingshan informed them that Elder Zhu had been on his mission for some time and that they would soon receive good news. At that moment, Lin Xiaowei received a phone call indicating an urgent matter at the company that required his immediate attention. Xiaowei, you should go. The company's affairs are of utmost importance, the elder Lin remarked. Relieved by his grandfather's words, Xiaowei had not been particularly invested in Elder Zhu's pursuit of Ji Fan, having merely accompanied Lin Jingshan to make an appearance before the elder. The call he received was not a pressing business matter, but rather an invitation from a subordinate at a bar, where some alluring women had just arrived, beckoning him to join in the revelry. Given his penchant for indulgence, Xiaowei quickly concocted an excuse and slipped away from the Lin family villa. As he drove away, Ji Fan happened to arrive in the vicinity of the Lin family estate. Noticing the absence of onlookers, he effortlessly scaled the wall and infiltrated the premises. In the Lin family's drawing room, laughter resonated as Lin Xiaoping, seated in his wheelchair, appeared invigorated. His spirits had been low during his recovery, But the news of Elder Zhu finally taking action against Ji Fan brought him a surge of hope. Ji Fan, today is your day of reckoning. At long last, I, Lin Xiaoping, shall have my vengeance, he proclaimed with fervor. However, just then, a chilling voice interjected from the entrance. Do you truly believe that the useless Elder Zhu can kill me? Yulin family members are exceedingly arrogant. With that declaration, gasps filled the room as Ji Fan made his entrance, causing everyone to rise in alarm. Ji Fan, how dare you? The Lin family is not a place you can intrude upon, Lin Xiaoping bellowed. The elder Lin finally regained his composure, furrowing his brow as he scrutinized the young man before him. So you're Ji Fan? What have you done to Elder Zhu? He inquired with astonishment, sensing from Ji Fan's words that Elder Zhu had perhaps met with defeat. Ji Fan replied candidly, that fool summoned me to the riverside, intending to ambush and silence me in a secluded spot. Alas, his strength was insufficient, and I sent him tumbling into the water with a single blow. At this moment, the body has likely been fed to the fish. What? The crowd was instantly taken aback. The confidence they once held now gave way to expressions of terror, particularly evident on the faces of Lin Xiaoping and his father, who appeared as if they had seen a ghost. Very well. Since you dispatched Zhu Lao to eliminate me, I, Ji Fan, firmly believe that grievances should be addressed and debts repaid. This night, I shall undoubtedly take your lives to relieve the bitterness in my heart. As the words fell, a series of agonizing screams ensued. The entire Lin family, numbering over 10, was incapacitated by Ji Fan's precise strikes to their pressure points, leaving them with only the ability to breathe. Methodically, Ji Fan arranged their immobilized forms on the living room floor. He then conducted a thorough search of the house, discovering nothing of value. The sole item of worth was a wine cellar in the basement, filled with an array of high-end spirits, both white and foreign, all in abundance. However, Ji Fan had little fondness for alcohol, rendering him indifferent to the collection. In a moment of recklessness, he poured all the liquor across the living room, drenching the Lin family in a sea of spirits. As the scene unfolded, the elder of the Lin family struggled in despair, his countenance grim. What? Speak if you have something to say. Ji Fan, holding a lit candle, released the elder from his mute pressure point. If you dare to kill us, my ancestors of the Lin family will surely not spare you, the elder threatened. Ji Fan merely chuckled coldly. Do you think I fear that? This night, I shall extinguish the Lin family. With that, Ji Fan strode out of the Lin family's grand entrance. A mere few steps outside, he flung the candle behind him without a glance. With a whoosh, the flame ignited the spilled spirits, and fire erupted in all directions, engulfing the entire villa. Within 10 minutes of his departure, the Lin family was consumed by a raging inferno. Of course, he was unaware that one survivor, Lin Xiaowei, remained. Otherwise, it would not have stirred a storm of bloodshed within the martial world. But that was a matter for another time. The next morning, Su Piaoxue hurried downstairs. Phone in hand. Ji Fan, did you hear? The Lin family caught fire, and the entire family perished, leaving only Lin Xiaowei. Ji Fan, unfazed, calmly continued eating his porridge. Oh, I thought it was something to make such a fuss over. That fire was set by me. Upon hearing this, Su Piaoxue scoffed. Ji Fan, though you have grievances with the Lin family, must you exaggerate? If you don't believe me, so be it. Keep boasting. But why do I feel you are becoming increasingly unreliable? Her expression was one of disdain. Ji Fan, seeing her reaction, shrugged in resignation. Fine. Since she did not believe him, there was no need for him to persist in explaining. Yet, how could there still be a Lin Xiaowei? Had he overlooked him during his visit to the Lin residence? That seemed impossible. He distinctly remembered searching the entire villa, leaving no stone unturned. You've avenged your great enmity, yet why do you appear so burdened? Su Piaoxue cast a glance at Ji Fan and noticed that his expression seemed rather somber. Oh, it's nothing. I'm merely curious about how Lin Xiaowei managed to be so fortunate. Ji Fan's lips twitched slightly. As for him, I've heard from people online that he had some urgent matters to attend to last night and was not present at the villa. Otherwise, he would have also faced the consequences. Su Piaoxue nodded while scrolling through her phone, quickly locating the article discussing Lin Xiaowei. Here it is. Ji Fan scrutinized the text and realized that this individual seemed familiar. Ah, right. When I arrived at the Lin residence yesterday, I saw a car leaving, and the driver was none other than Lin Xiaowei. That explains everything, Ji Fan remarked. This fellow truly is fortunate. Since Lin Xiaowei was unaware that Ji Fan was behind the attack on the Lin family, there was no need for him to eliminate this sole survivor. However, after returning yesterday, he meticulously pondered the entire sequence of events. Why would old Ju know of his whereabouts at the coffee house? This undoubtedly indicated that Jiang Lu was in cahoots with the Lin family, intent on taking his life. Jiang Lu, even at such a critical juncture, you still contemplate my demise. I must ensure that I do not cross paths with you again. Otherwise, I shall be compelled to take action against the Jiang family. Subsequently, Ji Fan, as per usual, escorted Su Piaoxue to her company before heading to Hawai Lai Company to assess the preparations of the third branch. Currently, the company had yet to officially open and was in the stages of recruitment and establishing connections. At this moment, Lu Bo was conducting a meeting with several newly hired employees. Upon seeing Ji Fan, he promptly disbanded the assembly. "Boss, what brings you here?" "I came to check on your progress. Have you finalized the opening date? I need to arrange for someone to support you on that day. We must ensure that the grand opening ceremony is a resounding success." Lu Bo chuckled. The earliest would be in 2 weeks, and at most a month. However, as he continued, his expression grew somewhat troubled. "What is the matter? If you're facing difficulties, just speak openly. There is no need for concealment." "Well, regarding our sale of beauty clay, many companies are already aware. However, since we currently have no stock, many believe we are frauds." Ji Fan chuckled lightly. "Frauds? I suspect these individuals are merely attempting to capitalize on the hype surrounding the beauty clay to amass wealth. We shall refrain from releasing it at this moment. As I stated, we must wait until after our company opens. If we hold off now, I assure you the price of the beauty clay will soar. Any company or capital that questions our credibility, we shall terminate our collaboration with them." Upon hearing Ji Fan's words, Lu Bo's eyes brightened with understanding. "All right, we shall proceed as you suggest. After all, the fewer suppliers we have, the better. It could disrupt the market." Indeed, they then drove together to the pharmaceutical workshop, where, in addition to Shi Qingfeng, there were now several robust men, alongside a procurement officer and an accountant. These individuals had been hired to assist with some heavy lifting. One procurement officer was specifically tasked with sourcing herbs and charcoal. The financial responsibilities are entrusted to Shi Qingfeng's sister. After all, the income and expenditure of this pharmaceutical workshop must be managed by someone trustworthy. He hesitated to hire an outsider, and, after much contemplation, he called upon his sister to assist him. Meanwhile, he focused solely on the crafting of beauty mud. After more than half a month of experimentation, his success rate has significantly improved, reaching about 70% of Ji Fan's standard. "Feng, you've arrived." At this moment, Shi Qingfeng had just poured a pot of beauty mud into containers and labeled them. Upon seeing Ji Fan and Lu Bo enter, he immediately stood up with a beaming smile to greet them. "How are you, Qingfeng? Has your skill improved significantly?" Ji Fan inquired, as he opened a box of freshly crafted beauty mud and brought it to his nose for a whiff. "Indeed, it's quite remarkable. Although it still requires a bit more refinement, it is already commendable." Subsequently, the three of them proceeded to the warehouse where the beauty mud was stored. After weeks of production, over 3,000 boxes of beauty mud were now in stock. Naturally, these products were categorized based on quality, divided into 4 grades: ordinary, medium, superior, and premium. The majority consisted of ordinary products, approximately 2,000 boxes, while there were over 500 medium boxes, 400 superior boxes, and only 100 premium boxes. Among these, only the premium beauty mud could rival the ones crafted personally by Ji Fan. The effects of the others on the face, while effective, could not compare to the premium in terms of speed and quality. After all, one gets what one pays for. Third brother, ensure that you design advertisements and packaging for these 4 types of beauty mud, blending classical elements with contemporary trends. We will price the ordinary product at 30,000 per box, targeting the general populace. The medium will be set at 100,000, the superior at 500,000 for the middle class, and for the premium beauty mud, aimed at the upper echelon of society, Each box will be priced at 1 million, with no upper limit. Upon hearing Ji Fan's instructions, Lu Bo immediately retrieved his notebook and recorded every word. Qing Feng, later you need to withdraw 10 million from the company account to expand the pharmaceutical workshop, making it resemble a factory. The staff must also be adequately equipped. And if more is needed later, consult with third brother. Shiking Feng nodded repeatedly. At present, Ji Fan had transferred nearly all the funds from his personal bank account into the company account, leaving only 100,000 for personal expenses. Given that the company was just starting, expenses were plentiful. Thus, he was rather generous. After sharing a meal with everyone, Ji Fan chatted with Shiking Feng about the intricacies of crafting beauty mud until the afternoon before departing. Just then, Su Piaoxue called, requesting Ji Fan to drive her to Jiaobei, where the mayor was conducting an inspection, accompanied by the CEOs of several major companies in Jiangzhou. Recently, there were plans to develop land in Jiaobei, making it a coveted piece of real estate. Naturally, Su Piaoxue was eager to secure it. However, she was unaware that the Bai family had intervened, escalating the competition for the Jiaobei land. At that moment, as Su Piaoxue had not yet exited the vehicle, she spotted a striking woman in white amidst the crowd, explaining the development plan to the mayor, capturing the attention of those around her. To her surprise, Bai Mingyao had arrived so early. Today, let her relish her moment of glory. Su Piaoxue felt a wave of discontent. She had hoped to showcase herself before the mayor and numerous leaders. However, it seemed that Bai Mingyao had seized the opportunity first. If she were to join the fray now, it would only serve to diminish her own stature. So she decided to return home. Ji Fan, let's go home. Home? Did we not just arrive? Why must we leave again? You should inquire with that woman. Su Piaoxue replied curtly. Ji Fan followed her gaze and suddenly noticed the woman dressed in white. Oh, is that not the lady who sold me beauty mud at the entrance of Chongmen Temple the other day? I believe her name is Bai Mingyao. Ahem, Piaoxue. What is her status? Why are so many people surrounding her? She is the eldest daughter of the Bai family, and also the female president of the Bai group, somewhat akin to my own position. A flicker of something unusual crossed Su Piaoxue's face, as if there had been a past encounter between her and Bai Mingyao. Regaining her composure, she commanded, "Let us return home. There is nothing to discuss with her." Oh, Ji Fan, not daring to delay, promptly started the car and headed towards the Su family's villa. Chapter 30. Not from the Su family, due to Su Piaoxue's early departure from work. Ji Fan had little to occupy himself with and settled into a meditative state in his room. At this moment, a luxurious Porsche pulled up at the entrance of the Su villa. A beautiful woman dressed in casual white attire slowly stepped out of the car. She surveyed her surroundings, her gaze ultimately resting on the spacious villa within the Su family's courtyard. A complex expression flickered across her face, suggesting that she had been there before, an emotion tinged with loss and regret. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Mingyao pressed the doorbell. Ding dong, ding dong. Wu Ma, who was trimming the flowers and plants in the yard, heard the ringing of the doorbell and looked up towards the gate. Upon realizing that the visitor was the eldest daughter of the Bai family, she hastily set down her tools, excitement evident in her voice. Oh, Miss Bai, what brings you here today? As the gate opened, Bai Mingyao offered a slight smile to Wu Ma. Wu Ma, I am here to speak with Su Piaoxue. She should be at home, yes? Indeed. Please come in. I will fetch her immediately. With that, Wu Ma wiped her hands on her apron and hurried into the villa. In her memory, it seemed like a long time since Miss Bai had last visited the Su family. Once, Su Piaoxue and Bai Mingyao had been inseparable friends. It was unclear what had caused their rift, but they had not been in contact since. Furthermore, Su Piaoxue had issued a decree within the Su household prohibiting any mention of Bai Mingyao's name. At that moment, Su Piaoxue was engrossed in work in her study, and when Wu Ma knocked on the door and entered, she assumed it was merely to deliver milk or coffee. What? Bai Mingyao? What did she want? Su Piaoxue's brows furrowed slightly as she hurried to the window. Through the glass, she saw a familiar yet foreign figure in the yard, her icy demeanor intensifying. She said she has something to discuss with you. Miss, you see, Wu Ma hesitated, unsure what to say, but the thought of the two once close friends now feeling so estranged tugged at her heartstrings. Enough, enough. I was just about to seek her out. How fortuitous that she should come uninvited. As she spoke, Su Piaoxue angrily made her way downstairs. The development project in the northern suburbs had led to an intense rivalry between the Su group and the Bai group. Recently, Bai Mingyao had made a public appearance before the mayor, elaborating extensively on their development plans. The mayor was quite pleased, and the government was inclined to award the project to the Bai family. Naturally, Su Piaoxue was unwilling to accept this, commanding her subordinates to draft a new project proposal while simultaneously seeking connections to sway the mayor's decision. Her animosity towards Bai Mingyao was palpable. At this moment, Su Piaoxue had exited the villa and stood before Bai Mingyao. The two stunning beauties faced each other in the courtyard, their gazes locked. In the gentle autumn afternoon, soft sunlight filtered through the dappled leaves, casting delicate shadows on the earth. The atmosphere between them had grown remarkably tense. Bai Mingyao, you are quite the darling in front of the mayor now. What brings you to my home? Are you here to mock me and revel in my misfortune? Su Piaoxue's voice was icy. Bai Mingyao, unfazed, merely smiled faintly. Su Piaoxue, my visit today is solely to procure the beauty mud you possess. As for your insinuations, they are merely your own fanciful thoughts. Beauty mud? Su Piaoxue was taken aback, not expecting Bai Mengyao's visit to revolve around this. In truth, ever since Bai Mengyao had purchased the beauty mud from Ji Fan at Chong'an Temple, she had discovered its immense value. Just 2 boxes had nearly healed her cousin Yin Chi-Chi's severe burns. She had used only a small portion of her own box, the remainder being given to the matriarch. Although the matriarch was advanced in age, she had been a beauty in her youth and retained a fondness for aesthetics. After trying the beauty mud, she found its remarkable anti-wrinkle and skincare effects undeniable. Within a single box, a significant portion of the wrinkles on her face had vanished, much to her delight. Subsequently, Bai Mengyao had searched for Ji Fan's stall several times, but to no avail. It wasn't until the beauty mud gained popularity among the elite that she learned it originated from the Su family. A few days ago, Bai Mengyao had spent over 3 million acquiring 3 boxes of beauty mud from the affluent circles. In less than a week, the matriarch and Yin Chi-Chi had exhausted its supply. Given the matriarch's age, maintaining her skin's youthful suppleness required continual use of the beauty mud. She applied it not only to her face, but all over her body, treating it almost like a body lotion. For her, a single box could only sustain its effects for 10 to 15 days. Once the treatment ceased, her skin would inevitably begin to wrinkle again. This limitation was indeed a drawback of the beauty mud. While it could address various skin issues, wrinkles were a natural consequence of aging, distinct from blemishes or burn injuries. The beauty mud could temporarily erase wrinkles, but could not provide a permanent solution. Nevertheless, such efficacy placed it among the most remarkable products in the world of cosmetics. The genuinely affluent individuals, if they possess a stable source of beauty mud, can indulge in its use indefinitely. For them, money is hardly a concern. Take Yin Chi-Chi's visage. For instance, it becomes increasingly radiant with each application. The remnants of her previous burns have vanished, leaving only a few faint traces on her skin, while the majority has returned to its normal state. Now, all she desires are several boxes of beauty mud to fortify her skin. Regrettably, throughout the entirety of Jiangzhou, even with immense wealth, beauty mud remains unattainable. In her desperation, the matriarch commanded Bai Mengyao to procure the beauty mud by any means necessary, regardless of the cost, or else her position as the heir of the Bai group would be rescinded. Naturally, Bai Mengyao was reluctant to relinquish her status, prompting her to investigate vigorously. Ultimately, her inquiries pointed towards the Su family. Initially, she found it hard to believe, yet upon consulting several socialites, it became evident that their beauty mud originated from the Su family. This revelation piqued her curiosity about Su Piaoxue, leading to her visit today. At this moment, Bai Mengyao candidly stated, "Indeed, I have come to the Su family specifically for beauty mud. Do not tell me you lack it. The entire Jiangzhou is in a frenzy. I never imagined that after several years, you would possess such a remarkable talent in cosmetics. It is quite astonishing. A product like beauty mud, if properly promoted, could soon elevate your branch of the Su family to rival the prominence of the Su family in Jinling." Su Piaoxue, upon hearing this, was utterly bewildered. The matter of beauty mud was entirely orchestrated by Ji Fan and had no connection to her. Bai Mengyao, I believe you have mistaken the person, she retorted sharply. This beauty mud does not originate from my Su family. With that, she turned to leave. Bai Mengyao, filled with confusion, quickly blocked her path. Su Piaoxue, are you doing this on purpose? Is it because of our past, unpleasant encounters that you refuse to sell me the beauty mud? Why must you be so bothersome? I've already stated that the beauty mud is not from our Su family. You have come to the wrong place, Su Piaoxue replied. Her cheeks flushed with indignation as she strode away without looking back. In the distance, Aunt Wu witnessed this exchange and hurried over to offer comfort. Miss Bai, are you all right? I just heard you mention wanting to buy beauty mud. Indeed, I clearly learned that the beauty mud comes from your Su family. But Su Piaoxue is simply too petty to sell it to me, Bai Mengyao expressed, a hint of anger in her voice. Aunt Wu's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, Oh dear, you may have truly misunderstood our young lady. While it is true that we do not produce this item, I do have some authority regarding beauty mud, as I have even participated in its sales. In fact, the beauty mud was invented by our son-in-law, and over this matter, the young lady had quite a quarrel with him. He has been busy with these affairs, leaving early and returning late each day. Upon hearing this, Bai Mengyao felt a glimmer of hope and requested Aunt Wu to contact this son-in-law. Wait, son-in-law? Goodness, when did Su Piaoxue get married? She exclaimed, realizing the implications. Wu Ma chuckled softly. It was just half a month ago. Please wait a moment. My son-in-law is at home, and I shall summon him for you. Chapter 31. The Heavenly Mechanism Bureau. Oh, Su Piaoxue, I never anticipated you would marry before me. At this moment, Bai Mengyao sat quietly in a chair in the courtyard, gazing at the Su family villa in the distance. Meanwhile, in the study, Su Piaoxue stood by the window with a cup of coffee, observing her. Before long, Ji Fan was called down by Wu Ma. Upon hearing that someone was purchasing beauty mud, he promptly abandoned his practice and sprang from his bed. Bai Mengyao was taken aback and pleasantly surprised to see Ji Fan approaching. It's you. How did you end up here? Do you realize I visited Chong and Temple no fewer than 10 times in search of you over the past few days? Ji Fan chuckled. What? Did Miss Bai use my beauty mud and encounter some issues, prompting you to seek me out? No, Bai Mengyao replied, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. Actually, I came to the Su family specifically to purchase several boxes of beauty mud. I heard it was invented by the son-in-law of the Su family. Are you familiar with him? Could you possibly procure some for me? At that moment, Wu Ma exchanged a knowing glance with Ji Fan and indicated him, saying, Miss Bai, this gentleman is our son-in-law. What? He is Su Piaoxue's husband? How can that be? In her mind, Ji Fan was merely a street vendor. How could he have transformed into the husband of the renowned beauty, Su Piaoxue? After all, Su Piaoxue was the most beautiful woman in Jiangzhou, and the Su group was exceptionally prestigious. Surely, the man she chose would possess the stature of someone like young Master Qin, not a nondescript commoner. Wait, Wu Ma just mentioned that the beauty mud was invented by the son-in-law. Goodness, Ji Fan is actually the true inventor of the beauty mud. Perhaps this was the reason Su Piaoxue agreed to marry him. With this thought, Bai Mengyao's racing heart gradually settled. Why? Does Miss Bai doubt that I am Mrs. Su's husband? Ji Fan teased, noting the complexity of her expression. No, I'm simply taken aback, she replied quickly, then proceeded to request a bulk purchase of 10 boxes of beauty mud. 10 boxes? At market price, that would amount to 10 million. Are you certain, Miss Bai? Absolutely certain, Bai Mengyao asserted decisively, leaving Ji Fan with no grounds for rebuttal. I do not have any stock on hand. I can only obtain it tomorrow. Where shall we meet for the transaction? How about this? You come to the Bai family tomorrow, and remember to bring the beauty mud, she suggested. After exchanging contact information, Bai Mengyao prepared to depart. At that moment, Su Piaoxue approached, linking her arm affectionately with Ji Fan's. Bai Mengyao, this time your purchase of beauty mud is discounted. If you wish to buy again, do not expect to acquire a box for less than 2 million. Bai Mengyao replied with a cold smile. Su Piaoxue, even if you raise the price to 10 million per box, the Bai family can still afford it. However, do not think you can manipulate our business affairs with this. Regarding the project in the northern suburbs, if you insist on competing with the Bai family, then you must demonstrate some genuine skill. By the way, I have heard that young Master Qin has returned to Jinling. As your first love, shouldn't you take the initiative to establish some boundaries? If he were to suddenly come to Jiangzhou to profess his affection, how would you, a married woman, handle that situation? And as for Ji Fan, keep a close watch on your wife, lest you find yourself wearing a green hat. With a playful smile, she ultimately left in satisfaction. At that moment, Su Piaoxue clenched her fists tightly, her face flushed, glaring in the direction of the departing car, her eyes ablaze with fury. Bai Mengyao. If it weren't for Bai Mengyao leaving just in time, she would have charged over to reclaim her dignity. Cough, cough. What? First love? Ji Fan was utterly astonished. He had not expected that Su Piaoxue had a first love. That Piaoxue, you actually have a first love? How come I have never heard of this? None of your business. With that, Su Piaoxue strode directly into the villa. Ji Fan shrugged disinterestedly. Humph, who doesn't have a first love? Is it necessary to be so upset? Moreover, according to the marriage agreement, they were originally not to interfere in each other's emotions. Thus, he was too indolent to further inquire about this young Master Qin from Jinling. At this moment, outside the forensic examination room of the police department, Zhao Quan, Chang Shuqing, and others were anxiously waiting. Following the Lin family's tragic massacre, the city officials had taken it very seriously, issuing orders for a thorough investigation. Most people in the public believed that the Lin family tragedy was merely a result of an accidental fire. However, the criminal investigation team, upon briefly examining the fire scene, discerned the peculiarities, particularly the dozen corpses in the living room, as if they had agreed to lie there together, awaiting the flames to consume them. As the investigative clues became increasingly intricate, the police became more convinced that these individuals had been murdered. Now, they were merely awaiting a coroner's report to decide whether to establish a special task force. Just then, Han Bing approached with a beautiful woman clad entirely in black leather. Director Zhao, this is Han Wushuang from the Bureau of Heavenly Secrets. Han Wushuang presented her credentials to Director Zhao and said, "You're Director Zhao, correct? Per instructions from above, the Lin family massacre case is now under the jurisdiction of our bureau." "Oh, the Bureau of Heavenly Secrets?" Zhao Quan was taken aback, then excitedly pulled Han Wushuang aside. "Comrade Han, are you suggesting that the fire at the Lin family was not the doing of ordinary people, but rather martial artists?" In his memory, the Bureau of Heavenly Secrets was the official organization responsible for managing martial artists throughout Huagua. Wherever martial artists committed crimes, members of the Bureau would invariably appear. Correct. Therefore, you should refrain from further involvement in this matter. According to reliable intelligence, the opposing force possesses extraordinary strength. If you proceed with your investigation, it would lead to a dead end. The power of martial artists is not something you can contend with. Even firearms are trivial to them. Upon hearing this, Zhao Quan was filled with trepidation. Previously, he had only known that martial artists were a remarkably formidable group. Now, upon hearing Han Wushuang's words, he realized just how formidable they truly were. No wonder someone was dispatched to the scene. Very well, I shall instruct them to assist you. Oh, by the way, Han Bing is my younger sister. I would like her to remain by my side during my stay in Jiangzhou. Should I require anything, I will have her inform you. Understood, that poses no issue. Zhou Guan lifta izgaza, scrutinizing Han Wushuang Cruzelli. He noted that apart from being slightly taller than Han Bing, her facial features bore some resemblance. Subsequently, Han Wushuang, accompanied by several members of the Tianji Bureau, took charge of the charred remains of the Lin family. Conduct a thorough examination. Spare no detail. Yes, at that moment, Han Bing entered, holding her phone. "Sister, I have edited footage from several surveillance cameras near the Lin residence. Take a look. Could this person be the perpetrator who set fire to the Lin family?" Han Wushuang focused intently on the screen, observing a figure furtively entering a BMW and driving away, heading directly towards the Lin villa. "Yes, I need you to trace the owner of this vehicle immediately. Even if he is not the culprit, he must have overheard something unusual at the Lin residence." Understood. Han Bing accepted the task and swiftly departed. Meanwhile, by a small fishing village downstream from Jiangzhou, a young man wielded a lure rod, casting artificial bait into the water. Affixed to his chest was an action camera. Dear brothers and sisters, today I have discovered a wild pond. Surely there are black fish within. Regardless, a pot of pickled fish is a must. This pond is connected to the Yangtze River. Even if I cannot catch any black fish, I shall secure some other catches. As he spoke, the young man cast his lure several times, all to no avail. This time I must succeed. He attached a new frog lure to his line and cast it with all his might towards the distant water surface. Got it. This black fish seems rather large. Why is it so difficult to reel in? The young man exerted tremendous effort to retrieve his line. However, when he pulled it up, he was taken aback to find a hand, swollen from being submerged in the river, exposed to the air, with his frog lure miraculously entangled around it. The young man screamed, abandoning his rod and fleeing. Half an hour later, Han Wushuang arrived with a group, accompanied by Lin Xiaowei. At that moment, by the pond's embankment lay a body covered with a white cloth. Lin Xiaowei, go and identify the deceased. See if it is your missing elder, Zhu Lao. Chapter 32. Sister recognition. In recent days, Lin Xiaowei felt like an ant on a hot stove, restless and unable to eat or sleep. He never imagined that his once prosperous Lin family would be consumed by a merciless fire overnight. On one hand, he mourned the loss of family. On the other, he was thrust into the role of actual controller of the Lin group. Such a scenario had previously been unimaginable. Even though the elder of the Lin family had recently proclaimed him the heir, it had only been a verbal promise. Thus, Lin Xiaowei's emotions were exceedingly complex, a tumult of anger and joy. At that moment, he approached the lifeless body and gently lifted the white cloth. What met his gaze was a face grotesquely swollen and deformed from immersion in water. Yet, he could still discern that this was none other than the long-missing Elder Zhu. Elder Zhu! Lin Xiaowei exclaimed, collapsing to the ground in tears. Elder Zhu held a revered position within the Lin family, second only to the patriarch. For many years, the Lin family's rise in Jiangzhou was largely attributed to Elder Zhu's unwavering support from the shadows. He recalled a harrowing incident over a decade ago when the patriarch was pursued by a group of assailants during a business trip in the south. Had it not been for Elder Zhu's valiant efforts in fending off the attackers, the patriarch might have met his demise then and there. Upon returning to Jiangzhou, Elder Zhu's reputation soared, and it became common knowledge that the Lin family had a formidable martial artist in their ranks, deterring adversaries for years. Who could have committed such an atrocity? Lin Xiaowei gazed upon the scene as if trapped in a dream. In his memory, Elder Zhu was invincible. How could he possibly be dead? Yet, the truth remained unaltered. Miss Han, you must assist me in avenging him. I believe the one responsible for Elder Zhu's murder is linked to the annihilation of my Lin family, he fervently declared to Han Wushuang. Oh, do you possess any evidence? Han Wushuang inquired with keen interest. Although their Bureau of Heavenly Secrets had interrogated Lin Xiaoping numerous times, the valuable information gleaned had been scant. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Xiaowei resolved, yes, but I shall disclose it only to you. Very well. Soon, the two found themselves in an empty vehicle. Speak. What other secrets are you concealing from us? Lin Xiaowei, do not overestimate your wits. After all, our Bureau of Heavenly Secrets is also aiding you in locating your family's killer. If you continue to withhold information that impedes our investigation, do not blame us for our inability to apprehend the suspect, Han Wushuang stated coldly, simultaneously activating a recording device. Contemplating the weight of his words, Lin Xiaowei ultimately recounted the entire sequence of events from that fateful night when the Lin family had dispatched Elder Zhu to eliminate Jifan. Are you suggesting that the fire that consumed the Lin estate and Elder Zhu's demise were orchestrated by Jifan? Indeed, I cannot fathom any other individual capable of such deeds. It must be him, Lin Xiaowei lamented. From the moment Jifan had brutally assaulted Shen Yuchen, Lin Xiaowei had sensed that this individual was far from ordinary. Continuing a cycle of retaliation could incite widespread chaos. It was best to concede defeat and refrain from provoking him further. However, the beating of Lin Zhenghua had thoroughly enraged the patriarch. Very well. We will continue our investigation into this matter. Await our notification, Han Wushuang instructed. In the days to come, I advise you to steer clear of Jifan. According to your description, he appears to be a martial artist. With that, Han Wushuang escorted him away from the scene. In the following days, when Lin Xiaowei received no updates from Han Wushuang, he made a bold decision to venture into the western wilderness in search of the Lin family's ancestral elder. This elder was a martial artist from the Lin lineage, said to have begun his martial training during the late Qing dynasty, living in seclusion deep within the mountains. Zhu Lao was the venerable guardian dispatched by the ancestral clan to protect the Lin family. Now that Zhu Lao has passed away and the Lin family has been annihilated, it is imperative to summon the Lin family ancestor from seclusion to avenge the massacre. Otherwise, as long as Ji Fan remains in Jiangzhou, Lin Xiaowei will endure a day of torment for every day he lingers. At the Bai family estate, Ji Fan, under the guidance of Bai Mengyao, entered the parlor. At this moment, the matriarch reclined in her chair, scrutinizing her skin in a nearby mirror. Alas, if only I could acquire a few more boxes of beauty mud. My face could return to its 30-year-old splendor. Yet, I wonder when that esteemed G-boss will arrive. Beside her, Yin Qiqi offered reassurance. Matriarch, did not Mengyao say yesterday that G-boss would visit today? Please be patient. I believe he shall arrive shortly. Today, she had removed the veil from her face. Although her burn scars had not fully healed, her appearance had improved dramatically compared to her previous state. She had transformed into a delicate beauty. Since using 3 boxes of beauty mud, Yin Qiqi's life had taken a remarkable turn. It was a transformation she had never experienced in her 18 years, and she was gradually becoming more self-assured. Matriarch, look who I brought, Bai Mengyao announced with a radiant smile, indicating the man behind her. Upon recognizing Ji Fan, the same individual who had set up shop at Chong'an Temple, the matriarch's face lit up with joy. She hastily rose from her chair to greet him, disregarding her frail 70-plus years. Ah, Ji-boss, you have finally arrived. It has been too long. After exchanging pleasantries, Ji Fan's gaze fell upon Yin Qiqi's face. And who might this lovely young lady be? Ji-boss, how could you forget me? I am Yin Qiqi, she exclaimed, a mix of astonishment and delight washing over her as Ji Fan appeared not to recognize her. This only served to affirm that her face had indeed recovered. Yin Qiqi? Oh, it is you. I did not expect your face to have healed to such an extent, Ji Fan responded, astonished. Even he, the inventor of the beauty mud, could scarcely fathom its remarkable efficacy. I must sincerely thank you. Without your beauty mud, I fear I would have spent my life veiled, Yin Qiqi said, her joy palpable as she expressed her gratitude to Ji Fan for bestowing upon her a second chance at life. How about this? Since Ji-boss has done our Qiqi such a great favor, why not consider making you 2 siblings? You appear to be no more than 30. While Qiqi has just turned 18, it seems fitting, the matriarch suggested excitedly. Certainly, I, Ji Fan, grew up in an orphanage and have no relatives. If Qiqi is willing to be my sister, I would be delighted, Ji Fan replied, prompting the matriarch to weep tears of joy. Ji-boss, I must confess, our Qiqi is also a person of misfortune, she said, wiping her tears. It turned out that Yin Qiqi was her granddaughter. Her parents had perished in a tragic car accident, and thereafter, she had lived with the Bai family. Thankfully, Bai Mengyao treated her kindly, otherwise, who in the Bai household would not have bullied her? Yi, Yin Qiqi shyly called out to Ji Fan, under the watchful gaze of the matriarch. Ji Fan chuckled, scratching his head sheepishly, feeling a bit embarrassed. From now on, I shall be your brother, Qiqi. You can always come to me for anything. As he spoke, he pulled out 10 boxes of beauty mud from his bag. The 3 members of the Bai family immediately lit up with excitement. It is well known that the elite circles of Jiangzhou are currently in a frenzy over this product, and it has become so sought after that it is nearly impossible to obtain. Indeed, the inventor is exceptional, able to present 10 boxes at once. Matriarch, although Qiqi and I have become siblings, business is business. I will not reduce the price of this beauty mud for you. Ji Fan was already being quite generous to the Bai family. Currently, the black market price for a single box of beauty mud has escalated to 3 million, if not more. Yet, he still offered it to them at the original price of 1 million per box without any markup. That is acceptable. Mengyao, please collect the items and transfer the payment to Boss Ji, the matriarch instructed hastily, fearing any potential complications. Bai Mengyao, not daring to delay, took Ji Fan's account details and promptly initiated the transfer. A few minutes later, Ji Fan's phone chimed with the notification of the payment receipt. I truly appreciate the straightforward nature of the Bai family. However, matriarch, I must advise you that the beauty mud I am selling to you is of the premium grade. While it is excellent for skincare, it remains quite extravagant. Oh, premium? Does that imply there are other grades of beauty mud? The matriarch inquired, puzzled. Indeed, the beauty mud is currently available in 4 classifications: ordinary, medium, superior, and premium. For someone of your age, there is no need for the premium beauty mud. As even the finest application will not be fully absorbed, the medium grade would suffice. Moreover, the medium beauty mud is only priced at 100,000 per box, an excellent value that is hard to resist. As he spoke, he handed over a business card from a biopharmaceutical company. I have established a company dedicated to selling beauty mud. The contact details for the manager are on this card. You can reach out to him directly in the future. The matriarch suddenly understood. Although the Bai family is affluent, using beauty mud priced at 1 million per box daily is somewhat extravagant. Now that Ji Fan mentioned the availability of beauty mud at 100,000 per box that offers the same results, the matriarch was naturally delighted. For Chi-Chi's complexion, it would require the premium beauty mud to restore it, but once fully recovered, there would be no need for such high-grade products. The ordinary beauty mud would suffice for maintenance. After Ji Fan's informative explanation, they finally grasped the usage and stages of the beauty mud. Sensing that it was time to depart, he decided to leave, gifting 3 boxes of beauty mud to Yin Chi-Chi. These 3 boxes are a gift for our first meeting. Brother Ji, I don't even know how to thank you. These 3 boxes are worth 3 million. Let me transfer the money to you right now. Yin Chi-Chi exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement. However, Ji Fan shook his head. If you truly acknowledge me as your brother, do not pay me. Otherwise, I will genuinely be upset. All right, I want to send you money, I won't. Yin Chi-Chi hurriedly waved her hands, fearful of offending Ji Fan. That's more like it. Ji Fan chuckled softly and was about to depart when a servant rushed over, visibly alarmed. It's terrible, matriarch. Young miss, sir's condition has worsened. The doctor is currently administering emergency treatment. You must come quickly. What? Worsened? The matriarch's expression changed dramatically upon hearing this. Quickly, summon Master Liao. Yes. The elderly woman hurried towards another building in the estate, while Bai Mengyao supported her, following closely behind. Only Yin Chi-Chi trailed behind Ji Fan, maintaining his pace. Confused, Ji Fan inquired, Chi-Chi, who is your family, sir? What has happened? Chapter 33. Master Liao, the sir they speak of, is actually my uncle, the father of Mengyao, my cousin. Years ago, my parents and uncle were involved in a tragic car accident. My parents were killed instantly, while my uncle was left paralyzed from the waist down and has been bedridden ever since. Do you see that building? It is a rehabilitation center that the matriarch specially constructed for my uncle, equipped with various medical apparatus and personnel. Over the years, it has developed into one of the most prestigious private rehabilitation centers in Jiangzhou, yielding substantial annual profits. Upon hearing Yin Chi-Chi's explanation, Ji Fan nodded in realization. It turned out that Bai Mengyao, the esteemed president of the Bai family, was also a figure of misfortune. In truth, was he not similarly afflicted? She at least had the comfort of being near family, while he was left in ignorance of his own kin. Noticing his distraction, Yin Chi-Chi tugged at his sleeve. What's wrong? Ji Fan, do you have something on your mind? No, nothing. Let us go see, Ji Fan replied, shaking off his thoughts and offering her a smile. Before long, they arrived at the emergency room. A number of Bai family members were anxiously pacing at the entrance. The matriarch sat solemnly in a chair, her gaze fixed intently on the closed doors of the emergency room, her heart heavy with distress, reflecting on the rise of the Bai family. It was almost entirely due to the matriarch's efforts. However, she had never anticipated that a single car accident would disrupt her plans entirely. Not only had she lost her daughter and son-in-law, but her most valued heir, her eldest son Bai Jiahui, had also become paralyzed, rendered incapacitated. This inflicted profound sorrow upon her. Fortunately, her granddaughter Bai Mengyao, having been nurtured under her guidance, was now capable of inheriting the family business, alleviating a significant burden from her heart. All she needed was for her son to survive until her own passing, which would grant her a sense of peace. Yet, fate was unkind, as her son Bai Jiahui's predicament occurred at this critical moment. Bai Mengyao stood by the matriarch's side, grasping her hand tightly. Worry etched across her face. Having been raised predominantly by her father following her parents' early divorce, she felt an overwhelming sadness in this moment. At that instant, a voice called out, "Master Liao has arrived." An elderly man clad in a traditional suit with white hair approached, surrounded by several doctors in white coats. The matriarch quickly stood and moved forward, her face lighting up with hope. "Master Liao, you have come." Master Liao nodded. "As soon as I heard about Jiahui's condition, I rushed over without delay. It is prudent to first assess his condition." Immediately, the emergency room door swung open. From a distance, Ji Fan beheld a middle-aged man lying on a hospital bed, his body interspersed with numerous tubes. The man's pallid complexion and reliance on a respirator suggested he had succumbed to unconsciousness, and the atmosphere was eerily silent. "You may leave now. I shall take charge here," Master Liao instructed, as he retrieved a wooden box from one of his attendants. He skillfully extracted a series of silver needles of varying lengths. With dexterity reminiscent of a pianist caressing piano keys, he swiftly inserted these needles into the entirety of Bai Jiahui's body. In the emergency room, aside from Master Liao and his attendants, only the matriarch and Bai Mengyao remained. The others stood outside, peering in and engaging in hushed discussions. Can this really work? Can Master Liao revive Bai Jiahui with just a few needles? What do you know? Master Liao is a renowned physician of Huaxia. His medical prowess is unparalleled. With his intervention, even a corpse could be revived. Come now, while Master Liao is impressive, surely he cannot rival a deity? Ah, but Master Liao is indeed that miraculous. The majority present held firm belief in Master Liao's capability to heal Bai Jiahui. Curious, Ji Fan turned to Yin Chi and inquired, "Is Master Liao truly that extraordinary?" "Indeed, Ji Fan. Master Liao is a celebrated master of traditional Chinese medicine. He saved my uncle during a critical illness not long ago," Yin Chi affirmed with a nod. "I see." Ji Fan ceased his inquiries and, like the others, focused his gaze within. Yet, no miraculous transformation transpired for Bai Jiahui. Not only did his condition fail to improve, but alarming warnings also erupted from the vital signs monitor, indicating a critical state. Various standard metrics within his body faltered, including blood pressure, blood sugar, heart rate, and respiration. Noticing the dire circumstances, Master Liao hastily withdrew all the silver needles from Bai Jiahui. His expression grew tense as he urgently commanded his disciples to administer first aid. However, the more they attempted to resuscitate him, the fainter his vital signs became, until he ultimately ceased to breathe. The heart rate monitor, which had previously displayed feeble fluctuations, now rendered a stark, unyielding line, accompanied by a prolonged alarm. At that moment, Master Liao Guopei, drenched in perspiration, bowed helplessly to the matriarch. "I'm deeply sorry, madam. I am powerless. Your son has ceased both breathing and heartbeat." "What?" The matriarch, upon hearing this, fainted to the ground. The most heartbroken of all was Bai Mengyao, who collapsed beside her father's bed, weeping inconsolably. Yin Chi rushed in to support the matriarch, acutely aware that the matriarch had always been her staunchest ally within the Bai household. What would she do if anything befell the matriarch? "Matriarch! Matriarch!" she cried, while applying pressure to the matriarch's acupoint. Meanwhile, Master Liao produced a specially formulated emergency pill for the matriarch to consume. In a short while, she stirred back to consciousness. "Jiahui, my son, you must not perish." It was evident that the elderly woman could scarcely fathom the reality of her son's demise. Yet at that moment, as Ji Fan, having followed the crowd into the emergency room, suddenly proclaimed, "Who says the patient is deceased? I believe there is still hope." The utterance left everyone astonished. The elderly matriarch, initially heartbroken, immediately rose from the ground, gasping for breath. "Ji Fan, is what you say true? You must not deceive me. He is my only son. I cannot bear to live if anything happens to him. By Meng Yao. 2. Question. Ji Fan. While one may indulge in reckless eating, one should not speak recklessly. Master Liao has already pronounced a diagnosis for my father. Are you suggesting his assessment is erroneous? Although she yearned for her father's revival, she felt compelled to trust the esteemed physician, Master Liao Guopei. Yet, Ji Fan's assertion that her father was still salvageable sparked a glimmer of hope within her, albeit mingled with trepidation that he might be deliberately causing chaos. Indeed, Ji Fan responded confidently. The most incensed among them was Master Liao himself. Having practiced medicine for decades without ever misjudging, he was resolute in his conviction regarding this case. Thus, confronted with the skepticism of a young stranger, he retorted with a sneer, "Young man, are you claiming my diagnosis is flawed? Do you possess any evidence? Even if I were mistaken, the physicians present would surely corroborate my assessment." The doctors who had attempted to revive by Jia Hui had already verified Master Liao's conclusions. Do not speak such baseless accusations. Who do you think Master Liao is? Unperturbed by the collective outrage, Ji Fan maintained his composure. My doubts are founded on substantial grounds. Let me be clear, I can save him. What? The incredulity rippled through the crowd. He can save by Jia Hui, who's just passed. This is no jest. Master Liao has just confirmed the man's death, and this youth, emerging from nowhere, dares to speak so audaciously. Meanwhile, Bai Jia's relatives seethed with anger. "Matriarch, please. Command this man to leave. Our elder has just departed. Let not such antics disturb his peace." With these words, the assembly condemned Ji Fan. Even Bai Meng Yao felt a surge of irritation. "Ji Fan, have you not made enough of a scene? My father's body is still warm. Do not think that your mere sale of a few cosmetic products to our family grants you the right to behave so recklessly." Faced with Bai Meng Yao's sharp rebuke, Ji Fan shrugged. "Very well, do not regret this decision." He turned to leave, only to have the matriarch grasp his arm. "Wait, Ji Fan, I believe in you." "Really?" Ji Fan replied, surprised that the matriarch was not as antiquated as he had presumed. "Go, entreat my son. Even if you cannot succeed, it matters not." The matriarch gazed at him with trust, her expression encouraging, leaving everyone else utterly bewildered. Chapter 34. The Divine Needle of Tai by Meng Yao, in a state of shock, exclaimed, "Matriarch, you cannot be serious. Ji Fan is merely a businessman specializing in skincare. How could he possibly understand medicine?" While the efficacy of his beauty products was indisputable, it did not signify that Ji Fan possessed any medical expertise. Master Liao then demanded to know if Ji Fan held a medical license or had graduated from an accredited medical institution. "What? A medical license? I do not possess one." Ji Fan shook his head. His medical skills were entirely acquired from the old man. If the old man lacked such abilities, it was evident that he possessed none either. Moreover, within the Nine Heavens Azure Dragon technique he practiced, there exists a section dedicated to the martial arts technique for healing ailments. Since mastering this technique, he has not fallen ill again. I maintain that this fellow is a charlatan. Lacking even a medical license, he audaciously claims he can cure illnesses. Master Liao scoffed, directing his gaze towards the elderly matriarch. "Madam, you must not heed this young man's words. I have practiced medicine for many years and have encountered numerous quacks like him. He is merely seeking to deceive for financial gain. Come, have him thrown out." Upon his command, several of his disciples attempted to forcibly remove Ji Fan from the emergency room. "Stop!" the matriarch bellowed, stepping protectively in front of Ji Fan. "As long as I am here today, no one is permitted to treat Ji Fan with disrespect. Should anyone wish to lay a hand on him, they must first step over my body." The atmosphere in the emergency room plummeted to an icy silence. Master Liao found himself at a loss for words. Ji Fan then spoke. "Master Liao, shall we wager? If I can heal the matriarch's son, would you not be obliged to kneel before me and respectfully bow 3 times? Preposterous." Master Liao's disciple gasped, his expression momentarily stunned before he angrily prepared to act, only to be halted by Liao Guopei himself. The onlookers believed Ji Fan to be mad for daring to insult Master Liao. However, this wager was certain to end in Ji Fan's failure, as Bai Jiahui had already been declared deceased. To resurrect the dead would surely be beyond even the skills of BNK, wouldn't it? Oh, you wish to wager with me? Very well. If you can save Lord Bai, not only will I kneel before you, but I shall even offer to become your disciple on the spot. Ji Fan chuckled. Is that your word? Indeed, but do not grow complacent. Should you fail to heal him, you must leap from this sixth-floor window, or my anger shall remain unappeased. What? Leap from the sixth floor? Even a seasoned Special Forces soldier, unprotected, would not survive such a fall. Ji Fan, you absolutely must not accept Master Liao's terms. The sixth floor is perilously high. If you leap, I fear for you. Yin Chi-Chi expressed her concern, her face filled with worry. She dreaded that Ji Fan, in a moment of impulse, might leap should he fail to heal her uncle, and that thought filled her with sorrow, for in her heart, she regarded Ji Fan as family. It's all right. Master Liao, I accept. Ji Fan, far from intimidated, resolutely agreed, leaving the onlookers questioning his sanity. A leap from the sixth floor? This was no trivial matter. Even the elderly matriarch expressed her concern. Ji Fan, perhaps we should reconsider the conditions? The sixth floor is far too dangerous. I cannot risk your life for my son. Bai Mingyao too pondered whether Ji Fan had lost his senses or perhaps had developed a gambling addiction. Ji Fan has already given his consent. Further discussion is futile. Liao Guopei, with a satisfied demeanor, cast a sly glance at Ji Fan. Ji Fan, commence your performance. I am eager to witness the methods of this charlatan capable of resurrection. Just watch closely, Ji Fan retorted. He approached the lifeless body of Bai Jiehui and placed his hand upon the pulse, akin to a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner diagnosing a patient. Indeed, when Master Liao declared Bai Jiehui deceased, a ripple of unrest coursed through the crowd. In the ensuing chaos, Ji Fan seized the opportunity to touch Bai Jiehui's foot. Sensing the residual warmth within, coupled with a faint breath, he discerned the symptoms of a state akin to suspended animation. Such a condition could only be detected by a physician of exceptional skill. Clearly, Master Liao had also succumbed to an oversight. Since the elder had imparted the Nine Heavens Azure Dragon technique to him in prison, Ji Fan had diligently studied the medical knowledge inscribed within that tome, leading to a remarkable advancement in his understanding of traditional Chinese medicine. It could be said that his current grasp of ancient medical practices rivaled, if not surpassed, that of esteemed Western medical masters. Bring the silver needles, Ji Fan commanded, and a nurse promptly presented him with a set of disposable acupuncture needles. The art of acupuncture is meticulous regarding the choice of needles. Gold needles are optimal, silver is secondary, while steel needles significantly diminish effectiveness. Oh, you practice acupuncture too? Boy, don't say I didn't warn you. If you misplace the needles, you might just blow the corpse apart. Liao Guopei ridiculed. Indeed, there exists a technique in acupuncture that can induce a corpse to resurrect, yet Ji Fan regarded such practices as mere quackery, unworthy of his respect. Soon, Bai Jiehui's body was studded with steel needles, their placements closely mirroring those employed by Master Liao, with only a few modifications. To the untrained eye, it appeared as mere spectacle. However, to those versed in the craft, it revealed deeper significance. Initially dismissive of Ji Fan, Liao Guopei was taken aback by Ji Fan's adeptness. Realizing he was employing the long-lost Tai divine needle technique documented in ancient texts, his eyes widened in disbelief. How is this possible? The Tai divine needle has been lost for centuries. How could he? Moreover, the adjustments made to the acupuncture points astonished him further. Ji Fan had ingeniously redirected the affliction towards the Yangming meridian. This stroke of genius was nothing short of miraculous. Even the legendary BNK, or Hua Tuo, if alive, would find it hard to match this feat within the 13 major meridians. As long as the ailment resides in the Yangming meridian, life endures. Thus the saying, no death in Yangming. Liao Guopei, in his earlier attempts, struggled to achieve this, resorting instead to prodding at inconsequential points. It was akin to beating a drum without hearing its sound. At this moment, a cold sweat enveloped him, for Ji Fan's medical prowess was indeed superior to his own. Was he truly to bow before him as a master in front of so many witnesses? No, absolutely not. Liao Guopei felt he could not afford to lose face. Besides, Bai Jiahui had yet to revive. Only if one could truly bring the dead back to life could his ailing granddaughter be saved. With this thought, Liao Guopei's heart began to waver. At that moment, he held his breath, fixated on Ji Fan's actions. Yet Ji Fan merely sat by the bedside, grasping Bai Jiahui's wrist. Motionless. What could this mean? Could mere acupuncture suffice? Liao Guopei was utterly perplexed. Little did he know, the meridians within Ji Fan were already surging with energy. With each needle he inserted, he directed the healing energy produced by the Nine Heavens Dragon technique into the patient's body through the steel needles. Once the acupuncture was completed, Ji Fan felt Bai Jiahui's pulse, circulating the healing energy through the meridians. At each blockage point, he exerted all his strength to break through. Before long, beads of sweat began to pour down Ji Fan's forehead and back. Administering treatment using his own martial energy was indeed exhausting. Watching his own energy reserves dwindle, he realized he would need several days of rest to recuperate upon returning. Moments later, Bai Jiahui, who had been lying on the bed like a corpse, suddenly began to convulse. This sight startled everyone, making them believe that Bai Jiahui was truly about to rise from the dead. However, the matriarch of the Bai family, Bai Mengyao, and Bai Qiqi approached in excitement. "Everyone, please stand back. The patient may vomit blood. It's best to keep your distance," Ji Fan cautioned. Just as he finished speaking, Bai Jiahui felt a tumultuous sensation in his stomach. Suddenly, he felt a surge of strength throughout his body. His heavy eyelids opened, and he bolted upright from the bed. At that moment, he expelled a mouthful of dark, stagnant blood, which shot forth like a torrent, landing 3 meters away from the bed. Fortunately, Ji Fan's timely warning allowed those in that direction to avoid the splatter. A nearby potted plant was drenched in the dark blood, causing the once vibrant foliage to wither instantly, as if doused in acid. "Dad, you're awake?" Bai Mengyao exclaimed. "Uncle, you're really alive?" Bai Qiqi followed suit. The matriarch, witnessing her son's eyes flutter open and seeing him sit upright, was overcome with joy, only to faint from the overwhelming emotion. "This is terrible. The matriarch has fainted." The crowd erupted into chaos. Meanwhile, Liao Guopei stood frozen, his expression shifting between apprehension and relief, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. His disciples were equally torn in their emotions. Chapter 35. Becoming your disciple before long. The matriarch, after receiving urgent care, gradually regained consciousness. Supported by others, she approached her son. "Jiahui, are you truly awake?" The matriarch trembled as she caressed Bai Jiahui's face, moved beyond words. She could hardly believe that her son, once thought to be dead, now sat before her in good health. "Mother, I'm awake. I am fine," Bai Jiahui replied, equally moved. "As long as you are well." "As long as you are well," the matriarch wept tears of joy. "All of this is thanks to this miraculous healer. Mother, we must express our profound gratitude to this individual." After speaking, Bai Jiahui turned his gaze towards his benefactor, Ji Fan. The moment Ji Fan infused his vital energy into Bai Jiahui's body, he had already regained consciousness, albeit feeling utterly drained and unable to move. "Duthi, you have saved my son. From this day forth, you are a benefactor to the Bai family, and we shall be eternally grateful," the matriarch said, rising to bow respectfully to Ji Fan. "Please do rise," Ji Fan urged, hastily moving to assist her, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Fi Fan, seek neither fame nor fortune in saving lives. I merely wish to prevent the negligence of incompetent healers." As he spoke, he turned his attention towards Master Liao and his group of disciples at the back of the crowd. "Isn't that right, Master Liao?" Faced with the ridicule, Liao Guopei's expression darkened, but he remained silent, for he had indeed lost. With the person now revived, it was time for him to fulfill his promise, was it not? However, Liao Guopei hesitated, questioning whether he truly had to kneel before Ji Fan in front of such a gathering. In the midst of his indecision, his disciple stepped forward to confront Ji Fan. "Do not delude yourself into thinking that the revival of Bai Jiahui is your doing. It was our master who treated him, and you merely took advantage of the situation. Even without you, he would have awakened naturally. Do you truly believe yourself to be impressive?" One burly man threatened Ji Fan with a fierce glare. Yet Ji Fan was undeterred. If you wish to resort to violence, then I shall oblige you. As tensions escalated towards a confrontation, the matriarch interjected, "Everyone else, please step back." Before long, the emergency room was left with only a few from the Bai family. Ji Fan, Liao Guopei, and his disciples. The previously tumultuous atmosphere fell eerily silent. "Master Liao, you ought to rein in your disciples," the matriarch asserted, clearly siding with Ji Fan. This only added to Liao Guopei's discomfort, especially since he had misjudged the situation regarding Bai Jiehui. Had it not been for Ji Fan's insistence, Bai Jiehui would likely have been sent to the crematorium by now. If that had happened, he would have been deemed a traitor to the Bai family. "You all should leave as well. Do you think you can provoke Dr. Ji?" The words caught everyone off guard, particularly Ji Fan and Liao Guopei's disciples, who were astonished. They had not expected Liao Guopei to change his stance so dramatically, essentially sending an ambiguous signal to Ji Fan. "Master, we cannot leave." The disciples attempted to persuade Liao Guopei, but he sternly reprimanded them, ultimately leading them to exit the emergency room, full of reluctance and frustration. Once the door closed, Liao Guopei suddenly knelt on the ground with a thud. Both Bai Mengyao and Yin Qiqi were left dumbfounded by this scene. In their minds, Master Liao was an esteemed figure in traditional medicine, exalted and untouchable. They could not fathom him kneeling before Ji Fan, and moreover, bowing his head 3 times in utmost respect. How could this be? Although Ji Fan has contributed significantly to saving lives, how could he demand an elderly man to bow before him? However, the elderly lady and Bai Jiehui remained relatively composed. They felt that Master Liao's apology to Ji Fan was warranted. Observing the considerable improvement in Liao Guopei's demeanor, Ji Fan nodded and said, "Master Liao, please rise. After all, ignorance is no sin. The harsh words you spoke earlier have been addressed with your 3 bows just now. Henceforth, let us erase any grievances between us." Upon hearing this, Master Liao felt as if he had received a royal pardon. "Thank you, Divine Dr. Ji, for overlooking past grievances. You may simply call me Old Liao from now on. No need to address me as Master like the others." He then respectfully inquired, "I'm merely curious. From whom did you learn the art of the Tai Divine Needle? Might you offer me some guidance on my own acupuncture techniques? When I treated Jiehui earlier, I noticed several acupoints differed from yours. Why did I fail while you succeeded?" Throughout the observation, he had become certain that Ji Fan's medical skills were derived from the legendary Yaowang Valley. This secluded sect is nestled deep within the northern Zinganling Mountains. In his youth, Liao Guopei had accompanied his master to this place for study and had witnessed the miraculous healers of Yaowang Valley revive a dying patient. Although they had been barred from entry, the techniques employed by the divine doctors there remained etched in his memory, strikingly similar to Ji Fan's methods. This realization was the fundamental reason for his sudden change in attitude. If Ji Fan hailed from Yaowang Valley, everything began to make sense. Noticing Liao Guopei's keen curiosity, Ji Fan elaborated on some principles of traditional Chinese medicine. After listening, Liao Guopei was greatly impressed, exclaiming, "Indeed, you are a divine physician. Your insights are unparalleled. Today has truly been enlightening. I am in admiration." At that moment, Yin Qiqi suddenly screamed, "Oh my! Uncle, weren't you paralyzed from the waist down before? How is it that you can sit up now?" Her words jolted the elderly lady and Bai Mengyao into realization. They too felt a surge of excitement and gratitude towards Ji Fan, exclaiming, "Look at us! We are so elated that we failed to notice this." Qiqi is indeed astute. The elderly lady smiled apologetically. Bai Jiehui quickly caught on and expressed his gratitude to Ji Fan, saying, "Divine Dr. Ji, you are truly like a second father to Jiehui." After years of being paralyzed from the waist down, every expert, both domestic and international, declared that I was destined to remain bedridden for life. I never imagined that in just a few minutes, you would enable me to sit up. It feels as though I'm dreaming. Tears streamed down his face as he reached out to grasp Ji Fan's hand. "Father, can you feel your hands now?" Bai Mengyao exclaimed in delight. Originally, Bai Jiehui's paralysis was severe, with no sensation below the neck. Oh, let me examine your condition, Ji Fan said, intrigued, suspecting that his healing energy might have restorative effects on the damaged spinal nerves. Upon examination, he found that Bai Jiahui had regained sensation in his upper body, with only his legs remaining unresponsive. Ji Fan surmised that with a few more treatments, he would likely achieve complete recovery. What? Complete recovery? Surely you jest. Bai Jiahui felt an overwhelming sense of unreality and, in a moment of disbelief, slapped his own face with a resounding crack. Ouch! A sharp pang of pain swiftly coursed through his nerves and into his brain, prompting an involuntary exclamation from him. This was no dream. Everything was indeed real. The elderly matriarch and Bai Meng Yao, along with Yan Chi-Chi, were on the verge of kneeling before Ji Fan. As mere words of gratitude could scarcely convey the excitement surging within them. Witnessing this scene, Master Liao also fell to his knees with a thud. Master Liao, what is the meaning of this? Esteemed Dr. Ji, your medical prowess is unparalleled in the world. I have wronged you earlier. I beseech your forgiveness. I wish to become your disciple. Liao Guopei, with great difficulty, expressed his heartfelt desire, disregarding the presence of others. What? You wish to become my disciple? Ji Fan exclaimed in astonishment. Are you truly intent on becoming my disciple? Ji Fan still found it hard to believe. However, if Liao Guopei was sincere, accepting him as a pupil would not be out of the question. After all, had he not previously wagered that if he failed, he would become Liao's disciple? Now that he had already bowed his head in submission, was it merely the matter of formalizing the apprenticeship that remained? Seeing Liao Guopei's ecstatic demeanor left Ji Fan utterly bewildered. Previously, he intended to humiliate Liao by suggesting he become his disciple. Yet now, witnessing Liao's expression of sheer joy, there was no trace of shame to be found. Cough, indeed. Those devoid of shame are invincible in this world. Very well, since you wish to be my disciple. Do not later claim that I, Ji Fan, lack respect for the elderly and love for the young. That would never be the case. Liao Guopei's anxious expression transformed into a smile. Subsequently, Ji Fan waived the formalities of apprenticeship and directly accepted Liao Guopei, who was over 70, as his first disciple. In truth, Liao Guopei's willingness to kneel before Ji Fan stemmed from two motivations: the legendary Tai Divine Needle and the well-being of his granddaughter. His granddaughter had suffered a severe spinal injury, even more debilitating than Bai Jiahui's condition. Given Ji Fan's success in treating Bai Jiahui, Liao Guopei was confident he could heal his granddaughter as well. For her sake, what was the honor of becoming Ji Fan's disciple compared to the love for his only remaining family member? This was the true reason behind his readiness to humble himself before Ji Fan. Congratulations. It is indeed a joyous occasion that Dr. Ji can take a disciple of Master Liao's caliber. With your mentorship, countless individuals in our homeland shall benefit. The elderly matriarch remarked with a beaming smile. Ji Fan, smiling, modestly replied that he had merely rendered a small service. Master Liao nodded in delight. Master, I shall bring my disciples to meet you right away. At that moment, the crowd outside buzzed with speculation, believing the master would be humiliated by Ji Fan. Some even proposed storming in to teach Ji Fan a lesson. Creak. The door swung open, and Master Liao appeared before the crowd. What are you all standing around for? Hurry and pay your respects to the master. Master? The crowd was momentarily dumbfounded. Master, you're already over 70. Your master must be at least 100, right? One disciple inquired, puzzled. Liao Guopei, incensed, struck the disciple on the head. Can't you see? Dr. Ji is your future mentor. He is also my master. What? Ji is our mentor. Boom! This revelation landed like a heavy bomb among the crowd, leaving everyone speechless. What little Liao just said is indeed correct. From now on, I shall be your mentor. If anyone wishes to leave the Ji family of medicine, you may do so now. However, if I discover any treachery or betrayal in the future, I will not hesitate to take action. Ji Fan stepped forward, delivering a powerful punch to the iron door of the emergency room. Instantly, a large hole was smashed into the door. Gasp! The onlookers were taken aback, their expressions reflecting sheer astonishment. It was known that the door was made of pure steel and 10 centimeters thick. Could Ji Fan truly be human? To punch through solid steel like that? If it had struck someone, it could have been devastating. The disciples of the Liao sect felt a chill run down their spines, and they collectively called out, "Minter, that is more like it." Ji Fan nodded in approval. Shortly thereafter, the matriarch, following Ji Fan's instructions, advised Bai Jiahui to rest and provided a prescription. Given the potency of the medicine, she advised that Bai should take it once every 3 days. I will return in a few days to administer a few acupuncture treatments, and he should be nearly restored to health. The matriarch, upon hearing this, was overwhelmed with excitement, as it seemed that Ji Fan could completely heal Bai Jiahui, allowing him to walk like an ordinary person again. With his assurance, she resolved to cultivate a strong bond with Ji Fan. "Dr. Ji, this card contains 30 million. Consider it a reward for saving my son. You must accept it. Dream Yao. Here is the key to Jiangjing Yiping. Take Dr. Ji to see it. Our gratitude towards the Bai family cannot be repaid, so we can only offer a small material compensation." 30 million? Ji Fan was secretly astonished. He hadn't anticipated such a generous reward for unexpectedly saving a life. Jiangjing Yiping? That was the most luxurious and prestigious villa district in Jiangzhou. The residents were either wealthy or influential, and even with money. One required a certain status to qualify for application. Most importantly, the entire community was built along the Yangtze River, providing breathtaking views of the river. Each villa was rumored to be worth 50 million. In less than an hour, Ji Fan had effectively earned 90 million. Adding to that the previous 1 million from selling the beauty mud, it amounted to a staggering total of 100 million. Fortunately, Ji Fan had a strong mental fortitude, thus maintaining a composed demeanor. Yet inside, a tempest of emotions raged. If he were an ordinary person, he might have already been overjoyed beyond measure. "Very well, matriarch. I shall gladly accept your reward." After all, he had expended a significant amount of vital energy while treating Bai Jiahui, necessitating a period of meditation to replenish it. Thus, accepting the offerings from the Bai family was only fitting. Upon exiting the Bai residence, Liao Guopei could no longer contain his eagerness. "Master, when will you grace my Liao medical clinic with your presence? I am fervently longing for your guidance." "Very well, contact me in a few days," came the affirmative response from Ji Fan, eliciting great joy from Liao Guopei. He mused internally, "My granddaughter, at last you are saved." Subsequently, Ji Fan followed by Meng Yao to the Jiangjing Yiping Villa District. The two halted before Villa number 001. "Esteemed Dr. Ji, this is the house the Bai family has bestowed upon you." Initially, Bai Meng Yao had perceived Ji Fan as a complete fraud, but upon witnessing her father's revival, she realized her misjudgment, thus deepening her admiration for him. Consequently, she, along with others, began to refer to him as Dr. Ji. "Oh, Miss Bai, there is no need for such formality. You may simply call me Ji Fan," he replied with a gentle smile, which left Bai Meng Yao feeling somewhat embarrassed. "But both old lady and my father call you Dr. Ji. If I were to address you by your name, they would surely scold me." "Very well, as you wish." The two then entered the villa. This residence was far larger than Su Piaoshui's, boasting not only a house and garden, but also an outdoor swimming pool, a tennis court, and a basketball court, all of considerable expanse. Moreover, the interior was exceptionally opulent, spanning 3 floors, 2 above and 1 below. At that moment, butler Liu, upon seeing Bai Meng Yao arrive, promptly emerged from the villa to greet her. "Miss, you have arrived. Lu Bo, this is Dr. Ji. He has rendered great service to our Bai family. The old lady has awarded him this house, and he shall henceforth be its master." "Yes, Dr. Ji, please allow me to show you around." It was only by evening that Ji Fan returned home. After a day of busyness and the depletion of his vital energy, he immediately sat cross-legged on his bed to meditate. 3 mornings later, Ji Fan stretched languidly, feeling invigorated as he rose from his slumber. His energy had finally been restored, although the replenishment of his vital energy was still somewhat sluggish. Should an adversary launch an attack, after expending a great deal of vital energy, he must replenish it swiftly. Otherwise, should he encounter another assault, defeat would be inevitable. He would have to rely on the essence pill. This pill, recorded in the old man's notebook, could swiftly replenish a martial artist's vital energy. The concoction of such a pill required superior medicinal materials and certain secret talismans. Fortunately, the entire procedure was documented in that notebook. It was time to procure some essence pills. However, after a day spent gathering ingredients, he found himself unable to collect all the necessary components. To his dismay, the shopkeeper informed him that the remaining herbs were so rare that even a thorough search throughout Jiangzhou City would yield nothing. They were simply too obscure and too remote. This revelation left Ji Fan feeling somewhat despondent. As dusk descended, Ji Fan, as per his usual routine, went to the Su group to pick up Su Piaoxue, only to be informed by the security personnel that she had left early. "Hello, is this Sun? Do you have any idea where Piaoxue has gone?" She isn't answering her phone. On the other end, Sun appeared somewhat taken aback. "Oh, is that so? Let me check for you. Just hold on a moment." Soon, Sun sent a message stating that she was unable to reach Su Piaoxue by phone. This revelation filled Ji Fan with an unsettling premonition. "Secretary Sun, has anything unusual occurred at the company today? Please tell me the truth." "Sai, where are you? I'll come find you." 10 minutes later, in a CAF by the street, Ji Fan encountered Sun clad in her professional attire. She remained as stunning as ever, her fitted pencil skirt accentuating her figure exquisitely. The white blouse clung to her form, noticeably full at the chest, with hints of creamy allure subtly visible between the button gaps. However, Ji Fan was hardly in the mood to notice such details. "Speak plainly, what transpired at the company today?" Thus, Sun recounted the events of the board meeting earlier that day, where several major shareholders had pressured President Su Piaoxue. "What? Pressured?" "Yeah. Several major shareholders criticized President Su during the meeting regarding the Beijiao development project. They claimed that her negligence led to our failure in the competition for the project, which is crucial for the company's prospects in the coming years. Consequently, they're demanding her accountability and urging her resignation." Hearing this, Ji Fan found himself intrigued by the dynamics within the board of the Su Group. "Secretary Sun, do not fret. Piaoxue is likely feeling down and may have sought refuge in a drink somewhere to console herself. Could you send me the details of shareholders who spearheaded this attack? I wish to see who possesses the audacity to challenge my woman." Ji Fan spoke coldly, his eyes narrowing into slits, revealing a hint of murderous intent. Since Ji Fan had decisively dealt with Shun Yuqin, Sun, he had begun to regard him with newfound respect. Upon learning that Ji Fan was Su Piaoxue's husband, her admiration deepened. After all, not just anyone could win the affections of such a remarkable beauty as Su Piaoxue. "All right, just a moment." Sun retrieved her tablet, and soon 3 photographs appeared on the screen. "Ji Gu, these 3 individuals are..." Ji Fan glanced at the images, noting the names: Fu Xiaoxiong, Zhai Gang, and Cheng Xingyi. They held stakes of 10, 15, and 20 respectively in the Su Group, while the Su family retained 50, with the remaining 5 held by various minor investors. "Send me their detailed profiles. I'm heading to find Piaoxue now." With that, he swiftly exited the CAF, a fierce determination evident on his face. Su Piaoxue's father, Su Kuang, had started the Su Group in Jiangzhou after arriving solo from Jinling, and these 3 had been by his side since the beginning. They were indeed esteemed figures within the Su Group, holding positions that rivaled those of both the founder Su Kuang and Su Piaoxue herself. Recently, Su Kuang fell ill, prompting him to entrust his daughter, Su Piaoxue, with the leadership of the company while he recuperates in Jinling. Upon assuming her new role, Su Piaoxue initiated several reforms. However, she found herself confronted by 3 elder statesmen who resisted her changes. Often during board meetings, her opinion seemed less valued than those of these veterans. As time passed, the divergence between her and the elders grew more pronounced, culminating in instances where they audaciously slammed the table in disagreement. This deeply frustrated Su Piaoxue. During her recent visit to the Su family in Jinling, she had hoped to persuade her father to intervene and rein in the elders. However, he merely chuckled and advised her that to become a competent leader, one must endure such adversities. If she couldn't resolve even these minor issues, she had no business being a CEO, not having gleaned any valuable strategies from her father, who seemed resolute in his hands-off approach. She was further surprised when her grandfather clandestinely informed her that he had chosen a promising suitor for her. Initially, Su Piaoxue felt a sense of anticipation about this unknown fiancé. However, upon reviewing Ji Fan's background, she was utterly bewildered, even clashing with her grandfather over it. He insisted that marrying Ji Fan would ensure her inheritance of the Su family's assets in Jinling. Gradually, her emotions settled, and she ultimately agreed to a marriage contract with Ji Fan. Truth be told, she harbored a certain disdain for Ji Fan, yet there was a flicker of hope. Surely, her grandfather would not select someone unworthy. However, after spending a few days with Ji Fan, she was disheartened to find that aside from his fighting skills, he seemed preoccupied with concocting herbal remedies, failing to meet her expectations. She had anticipated his support at the company. At this moment, Su Piaoxue sat in a dim corner of a bar, sipping a cocktail, feeling utterly despondent. Since becoming the president of Su Group, she had devoted nearly all her time to the company. Who could have imagined that she was once a fashionable girl who loved to shop and socialize? She never expected that the uncles and relatives who had watched her grow would now conspire against her in the boardroom. In her memories, Fu Xiaoxiong, Zhai Gang, and Cheng Xingyi had been quite amiable, especially Cheng Xingyi, with whom she shared a close bond, as his daughter, Cheng Duo, was one of her closest friends. Although Cheng Duo had studied abroad in recent years, the camaraderie between the Cheng and Su families remained intact. Now, however, she sensed a shift in everyone's demeanor. Was it not their desire to seize control of the company? No matter what, she would not allow them to succeed. With this thought, Su Piaoxue downed her cocktail in one gulp. She believed the root cause of their coalition stemmed from her father's decision, prior to his illness, to invite a new batch of investors into the company, resulting in a share increase. Consequently, as the overall stakes grew, the Su family's 50 share would diminish proportionately. Should these new investors align with Fu Xiaoxiong and the others, their combined holdings could very well surpass that of the Su family. At that moment, the Su family was destined to lose control of the company. Growing increasingly infuriated, she hastily ordered several more cocktails, determined to drink until oblivion that night. Before long, Su Piaoxue began to feel somewhat tipsy, her delicate face flushed with a rosy hue. As a paragon of beauty, she had drawn the attention of several seasoned suitors lurking in the bar from the moment she arrived. Hey, that woman is quite a catch, with a stunning figure and clad in black stockings. Let me be the first to approach her, remarked a well-groomed man with a buzz cut, his handsome features marred only by the tattoos that adorned his arms, clearly indicating his rough lifestyle. His name was Gao Tianliang, a notorious enforcer in the area, reputed for having charmed numerous women. Known as Brother Gao, his resemblance to the character Wu Song from the classic television series Water Margin earned him his nickname. The man referred to as Black Brother was a frequent patron of this bar, though his unattractiveness, being dark and stout, did little to endear him. Yet, due to his prowess in certain matters, many women would later seek him out, boasting a high return rate. Another companion, a lanky fellow dubbed Thin Dog, was known for his insatiable appetite for pleasure, albeit backed by a wealth that often yielded him success. Thus, when a woman resisted or showed reluctance, it was he who would resort to monetary persuasion. Let us go. She has had enough to drink. It's our turn now. Thin Dog glanced at Su Piaoxue and swiftly made his way toward her, followed closely by Gao Tianliang and Black Brother. Observing the trio's approach, patrons in the bar sighed in resignation, lamenting yet another beautiful girl about to be exploited. At least Gao Tianliang is somewhat handsome. It's more bearable that way. But that dark, stout fellow and Thin Dog are utterly repulsive, one remarked. Don't feel too sorry for her. If she has come to the bar, she must be prepared to endure the risk of unwanted advances. Chapter 38. Intoxication. At this moment, Su Piaoxue was decidedly tipsy. Her eyes glazed over, and her face was as red as a ripe apple, irresistibly tempting, as if one could not help but want to take a hearty bite. Beautiful lady, have you encountered some distress? Come, share your troubles with your elder brother. Drinking alone is rather dreary. Gao Tianliang initiated the conversation, with the stout man and Thin Dog chiming in to flirt. We, the three brothers, are rather idle. How about you join us for a drink? I boast the finest drinking capacity in this bar. Su Piaoxue initially harbored a strong aversion to these ruffians. However, upon hearing his claim of superior drinking prowess, her competitive spirit ignited, prompting her to refuse his assertion. Let us see who truly possesses the greatest tolerance for alcohol. She seized a glass and downed its contents without a second thought. Gao Tianliang, elated by her response, promptly refilled her glass. Come, let's drink together. As several glasses were consumed, rather than succumbing to intoxication, Su Piaoxue appeared increasingly invigorated, which left Gao Tianliang and his companions astounded. They all thought that this woman seemed to possess remarkable drinking skills. If she continued at this pace, it would not be long before they found themselves outmatched. In truth, Su Piaoxue possessed quite a commendable tolerance for alcohol, likely inherited from her father, Su Quan. Each time she dined with clients, those who aimed to intoxicate her for ulterior motives had yet to succeed in their endeavors. I need to visit the restroom. Upon my return, we shall continue our revelry, declared Su Piaoxue, punctuating her statement with a hearty belch before heading towards the facilities. Meanwhile, the trio seated at the table began to plot. The stout man swiftly produced a small pouch of white powder from his pocket and hastily poured it into the half-consumed glass of Su Piaoxue. Subsequently, Gao Tianliang picked up the glass, gave it a shake, and, still apprehensive, stirred it with a straw before placing it back down nonchalantly. Just waiting for the hook to take, he chuckled. Hey, fatty, is this concoction effective? How dare you question my abilities, you scrawny dog? This substance hails from the tropical rainforests of South America. Its potency is formidable. Su Piaoxue stumbled back towards them, mumbling, what are you discussing? What potency? Oh, nothing of consequence. We were merely debating who among us could consume the most alcohol without succumbing to inebriation. That would undoubtedly be me, she retorted, rolling her eyes at the trio. With that, she lifted her glass and downed its contents in one swift motion. Odd, the flavor seems a bit off, she noted. It's merely the taste of this cocktail. It's quite normal to find it unfamiliar. Beautiful lady, please take a seat. Let us continue drinking, Gao Tianliang urged, his excitement palpable as he witnessed her drink with such gusto, envisioning the conquest of such a captivating woman. Before long, Su Piaoxue felt a slight dizziness and her vision blurred. I'm sorry, I must head home now. Let us drink again another time. With that, she rose unsteadily from the sofa, struggling to maintain her balance as she attempted to walk away. Gao Tianliang exchanged a glance with the stout man and the scrawny dog, and they quickly obstructed her path. Beautiful lady, allow us to escort you. It's dark outside, and it's not safe. I don't want to. Step aside. Su Piaoxue's instincts sensed danger, and her annoyance was palpable. Yet, a drunken individual lacks authority when incensed. The trio erupted into laughter, and without hesitation. Two of them seized her arms while Gao Tianliang lifted her legs, intending to carry her out of the bar. Adjacent to the bar lay a budget hotel where they had already reserved a room for the month. This was their destination for the evening. Let go of me. Let go. Su Piaoxue screamed with all her might, but to an outsider, her protest sounded feeble and insipid. Perhaps sensing her impending fate, tears streamed down her cheeks as she found herself powerless to resist. Let go of me. Get away, you beasts! Scoundrels! She cursed, her voice growing increasingly disordered and faint. It was evident that the drug had begun to take effect. Fear not, beautiful lady. We are merely ensuring your safe return home. Why be so fierce? The trio had already ushered Su Piaoxue into the hotel room. Damn it, don't anyone move. This woman is mine now. Whoever dares to touch her will have to deal with me. I'm going to take a shower first. All of you, get out and guard the door. I'll call you when I'm done. Gao Tianliang hastily shoved Skinny and Black Fatty out the door. Damn it. This stunning beauty. Letting you two have her first would be such a waste. Better let me enjoy her first. With that thought, he immediately stripped off his clothes and stepped into the shower, humming a tune while rinsing off the alcohol. Outside the door, Black Fatty and Skinny grew increasingly resentful. Brother Black, why the hell does Gao Tianliang get to go first? It was your drug that did the trick. Otherwise, even 10 Gao Tianliang's wound tea had been able to take that beauty away. So what do you suggest? Tie up Gao Tianliang, and we'll have her first. The two quickly reached an agreement and immediately barged back in. The three men then tumbled into a chaotic brawl. Meanwhile, at the hotel entrance, Ji Fan, Captain Chong, and over a dozen police officers hurried inside. "Have you seen this woman?" Ji Fan asked anxiously, showing the receptionist a photo of Su Piaoxue on his phone. "Yes. They're in room 303 on the third floor." Since it was the police asking, the receptionist didn't dare lie. Soon, the group rushed to the third floor. Bang! With a loud crash, the door to room 303 was kicked open. Ji Fan charged in first, only to find three burly men tangled in a fight. On the bed, Su Piaoxue lay unconscious, reeking of alcohol. Her clothes were still intact, with no signs of being torn. Ji Fan let out a long exhale. That was too close. Just a little later, and this beauty might have been defiled. "Freeze! All of you on the ground! Hands up!" Captain Chong barked at the three men. Gao Tianliang and his accomplices never expected the police to storm in at this moment. Terrified, they immediately separated and dropped to the floor in surrender. "Did any of you touch the woman on the bed?" Ji Fan stepped forward, still uneasy, and questioned them again. "And no, we were about to. But Gao Tianliang here wanted to hog her all for himself. Of course, we weren't having it," Skinny admitted truthfully. Gao Tianliang whined, "Officer, I swear. It's a misunderstanding. We agreed I'd go first, but these two broke their word and barged in, trying to tie me up. How can I just take that?" Black Fatty remained silent, cursing his rotten luck. If the police hadn't arrived, he and Skinny would have already subdued Gao Tianliang. "Captain Chong, could you step outside for a moment? I'd like to have a word with these three," Ji Fan signaled with a glance. Understanding Ji Fan's intent, likely to personally deal with them, Chang Shuiqing immediately ordered his men to exit the room. The door clicked shut. Inside, apart from Su Piaoxue lying unconscious on the bed, only Ji Fan, Gao Tianliang, Black Fatty, and Skinny remained. Seeing this, Black Fatty suddenly proposed, "Handsome, how about the four of us take turns with her? You go first, and we'll follow, just a taste." Unbeknownst to him, as soon as he finished speaking, Ji Fan's fist had already struck towards his groin. A sharp pang pierced through the air, and the hefty man felt an excruciating sensation, akin to something shattering within him. A scream erupted, and he collapsed to the ground, his legs tightly clamped together, beads of cold sweat pouring down his face. Gao Tianliang and the Slender Dog, though not subjected to the same fate as the hefty man, were not spared from Ji Fan's wrath. He targeted several crucial meridians on their backs with precision. The sound of two distinct cracks echoed, rendering their male functionalities entirely incapacitated. From that day forth, the three of them would be no different from eunuchs. Even so, Ji Fan felt a lingering sense of dissatisfaction. He proceeded to cripple all of their arms, relishing in a sense of vindication. At this moment, Ji Fan exited the hotel, cradling the intoxicatingly dazed Su Piaoxue in his arms. Meanwhile, Chang Shuiqing and the others, upon witnessing the tormented trio in the room, could only shrug in resignation. Such was their fate. Who told them to provoke a ruthless scourge? In a luxurious villa of the Su family, within the bathroom, Su Piaoxue felt as if she were ablaze, her skin flushed a fiery red. "It's so hot. I can't bear it," she cried out in anguish while reclined in the bathtub. The sight was enough to make Ji Fan gulp. Goodness, it was simply irresistible. Had he not been concentrating on resisting the allure, he would have succumbed entirely, particularly her alluring figure, epitomizing beauty in every sense. One could encapsulate it in the phrase, "a national treasure." "Piaoxue, hold on. It will soon pass," Ji Fan reassured, checking her pulse while channeling healing energy into her. He turned on the cold water faucet, continuously dousing her with cold water to bring down her temperature. "Ji Fan, please save me. I feel so awful." Su Piaoxue's voice, laced with desperation, reached his ears in a haze. Instantly, the intoxicating scent of alcohol mingled with her unique fragrance filled his nostrils. For a fleeting moment, Ji Fan felt himself on the brink of surrendering to temptation. He quickly slapped himself twice to regain focus, hastily continuing to infuse healing energy into Su Piaoxue. Thus, they toiled throughout the night until her body temperature finally returned to normal. Ding, ding, ding. In the pink-hued boudoir, the electronic alarm clock on the wall emitted a jarring sound. It was now 7 in the morning. A thoroughly exhausted man lay sprawled beside the bed, deeply asleep. The room was permeated with a sweet, youthful fragrance. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating what had been a dimly lit space. Suddenly, the woman on the bed jolted awake, one arm dangling over the edge and resting upon the man's face. Su Piaoxue was awake. Her head throbbed as if it might explode. Chapter 39. Conspiracy G Fan? How could he be in my room? Su Piaoxue was startled, hastily withdrawing her delicate, fair hand from G Fan's body, her complexion shifting dramatically. Especially alarming was the realization that her attire had been changed, and upon her alabaster arms, she noticed faint red marks, as if someone had forcibly restrained her. Upon the unsettling realization that I may have been subjected to inappropriate advances by G Fan, I mustered all my strength and leapt from my cocoon of blankets. G Fan, what did you do to me last night? You scoundrel. You rogue. Faced with the sudden onslaught of petite fists, the slumbering G Fan was jolted awake. Ouch. My face. How can a stunning beauty like you rise so early in the morning and resort to violence without a word? Su Piaoxue, clad in her nightwear, stood atop the bed, her foot poised to strike, wearing an expression of icy disdain. G Fan, do you not feel any shame? In this vast Su residence, were you not assigned a bedroom? Why must you invade my sanctum? I demand to know what you did to me last night. As she spoke, she rolled up her sleeves, revealing several crimson marks upon her snow-white skin. G Fan was momentarily taken aback, contemplating that these marks might have resulted from his unintentional grasp during the previous night. Originally, he had hoped that if Su Piaoxue had completely lost her memory due to intoxication, he could avoid discussing the events of the evening. However, it was evident that silence would not absolve him of his misdeeds. Very well, I shall speak candidly, he conceded, recounting how Su Piaoxue had been led into a nearby hotel by 3 nefarious individuals after drinking excessively at the bar and nearly suffered a grievous violation. He even informed her that her drink had been tampered with. Were it not for my intervention, you would have already succumbed to a tragic fate. What? Taken to a hotel? Su Piaoxue listened, still incredulous, until G Fan presented her with the hotel footage sent by Officer Chan. It was only then that she began to accept the grim truth. Indeed, she had sought solace in alcohol due to overwhelming sorrow and recalled 3 individuals approaching her for drinks. As for the subsequent events, her memory was hazy, with only fleeting images of bathing in a tub, alternating between hot and cold. Suddenly, she let out a shriek, her complexion paling. Did you change my clothes? What nonsense! It was Aunt Wu who helped you. If you do not believe me, ask her. Noticing Su Piaoxue's lingering skepticism, Ji Fan went downstairs to summon Aunt Wu. After Aunt Wu provided her explanation, Su Piaoxue finally accepted the truth. Miss, you drank excessively yesterday and had a high fever. If it weren't for the young master, I truly would not have known how to assist you. Aunt Wu expressed with concern. Aunt Wu, I am at fault. I shall never venture out for drinks again. I apologize. Su Piaoxue gently tousled her flowing black hair, grasping Aunt Wu's hand with sincerity. Indeed, it is quite normal for young people to seek entertainment, but miss, you must always keep in contact with the young master when you go out. Your phone was unreachable yesterday, and he searched high and low for you. Hearing this, Su Piaoxue felt a warmth in her heart. It seemed Ji Fan possessed a semblance of conscience after all. Before long, Aunt Wu and Su Piaoxue emerged from the chamber. So how about now? Is my innocence restored? Ji Fan smiled faintly. Su Piaoxue smiled awkwardly and said, I'm sorry, I misjudged you. Coincidentally, today was the weekend, and Xianxian was also at home. At that moment, Xianxian dashed out from the kitchen, holding a bowl of hangover soup. Aunt Piaoxue, please drink it while it's hot. It will help you feel better. What a good girl. Su Piaoxue petted Xuanxuan's petite head and took the bowl, drinking it all in one go. Aunt Piaoxue is wonderful. Indeed, as she spoke, she picked Xianxian up and carried her down the stairs, sharing a moment of affection before handing her over to Wu Ma for supervision. At that moment, Ji Fan emerged from the study, holding a stack of documents. Have you scrutinized these materials? What? Su Piaoxue, while having breakfast, glanced at the documents Ji Fan handed her, her expression momentarily frozen. She was taken aback by the explosive title on the first page, Summary of Investigations on Fu Xiaoxiong, Zhai Gang, and Cheng Xingyi. You are actually investigating those three? Her astonishment was palpable, as she pondered how Ji Fan seemed to be aware of the underlying conflicts within the corporate group. Why not? I heard from Secretary Sun that you're being bullied at the company. Am I not allowed to cause them trouble? Ji Fan retorted, somewhat indignantly. An eye for an eye is a common tactic in business warfare. Su Piaoshu aside in exasperation. Ji Fan, I understand you are quite formidable, but we live in a society governed by law. My relationship with those three uncles is indeed strained, but you cannot simply incapacitate all of them, can you? The business world is akin to a battlefield, relying on intellect rather than brute force. I advise you to refrain from meddling in my affairs. Besides, do you think those who have thrived in the business world for so long are naive enough to wait passively for your retaliation? Don't be overly optimistic. Those individuals are shrewd and cunning. Defeating them is no easy feat. Despite Su Piaoshue's disapproval, Ji Fan remained unfazed. After all, how could she ever comprehend his capabilities? Fine, say what you will. Ji Fan felt that further discussion was futile and hurriedly left with the documents. Watching his departing figure, Su Piaoshue felt a sweetness in her heart. Although Ji Fan's contribution to the company's board was unlikely to bring about any substantial improvement, she was already content with his willingness to assist her. Meanwhile, in the office of Hao Weilai Company, Ji Fan was discussing the information on Fu Xiaoxiong and others with Shi Qingfeng and Lao San. With everything in place for the company's opening, Ji Fan instructed Shi Qingfeng to halt activities at the pharmaceutical workshop for the time being. Since Su Piaoshue had encountered some issues, he called both of them over to strategize together. Boss, I know about Fu Xiaoxiong. He rose to prominence thanks to his wife. He initially obtained a sum of startup capital from her and invested it in the Su Group. I suppose he was fortunate that the Su Group managed to thrive. I've heard he is quite lecherous. Due to his wife's strict oversight, he dares not keep a mistress but resorts to exploiting his subordinates. A few years ago, he allegedly had an affair with a newlywed female subordinate, which led to her husband storming into the company wielding a kitchen knife, creating quite a dramatic scene. Ji Fan nodded, observing that these three individuals indeed possessed distinct characteristics. Fu Xiaoxiong was lecherous, Zhai Gang was a gambler, and Cheng Xingyi had a penchant for collecting antiques. Their interests would serve as the key to unlocking their vulnerabilities, and thus, we would focus our efforts in these areas. Days later, Ji Fan once again entered the Bai family estate. Bai Jiahui, the elder of the Bai family, appeared to have regained much of his vitality. He now moved about the estate in his wheelchair each day, clearly in high spirits. Upon seeing Ji Fan, the members of the Bai family regarded him with reverence, as though they were in the presence of a deity. Dr. Ji, you have arrived. Even before Ji Fan reached the living room, the matriarch met him halfway. Why didn't you notify me of your visit in advance? I could have had Meng Yao personally come to greet you. There's no need to make such a fuss. He replied. After exchanging pleasantries, the conversation shifted to Bai Jiahui's condition. How is Jiahui doing? Thanks to your blessings, Jiahui has improved remarkably. Someone, please summon the elder and tell him that Dr. Ji is here. Soon, they entered the living room, and shortly thereafter, Bai Meng Yao appeared, pushing her father, Bai Jiahui, into the room. Today, she wore a stunning blue and white porcelain qipao that accentuated her alluring figure, which, beneath the garment, was nearly flawless. Ji Fan found himself momentarily entranced. The matriarch, clearly noticing his reaction, wore a satisfied smile. Dr. Ji, do you believe my son can fully recover? Cough, of course he can. Ji, please lie down on the bed. I will administer acupuncture. Snapping back to reality, Ji Fan instructed while retrieving a set of silver needles from his bag. Since his last visit to the Bai family, he had commissioned a set of silver needles specifically for acupuncture. Soon, under the treatment of acupuncture, Bai Jiahui regained sensation in his legs. When Ji Fan pricked the soles of his feet with a needle, one leg twitched violently, startling everyone present. Jiahui, it seems you are eager to walk. Laughter erupted in the room. All right, now take your time and try to stand and walk a few steps. Encouraged by Dr. Ji, The timid Bai Jiahui finally took that momentous step. It was a long-awaited stride, a profound connection with the earth beneath him. After years apart, he felt it once more. Mom, Meng Yao, I can stand. In front of the bed, Bai Jiahui pushed away the servant supporting him and stood on his own, exhilarated. Yet within 5 seconds, he stumbled and fell to the ground. However, compared to before, his progress was monumental. Bai Meng Yao and the matriarch were nearly brought to tears with joy. Father, you can finally walk again. All thanks to Dr. Ji. In the face of their heartfelt gratitude, Ji Fan chuckled softly. Matriarch, I actually came today with a request for the Bai family's assistance. Otherwise, I would have exerted myself so thoroughly to help your son stand again. Upon hearing this, the matriarch understood that Dr. Ji must be facing a significant challenge. Thus, she dismissed the crowd, leaving only Bai Meng Yao alone in the living room. Dr. Ji, please feel free to ask for any assistance. As long as the Bai family is capable of aiding, we shall oblige. The matriarch was concerned that Ji Fan might harbor ulterior motives against the Bai family. After all, the gratitude owed for restoring her son's ability to stand was immense, even if she were to bestow half of the family fortune upon him. Such a debt of gratitude could scarcely be repaid. Therefore, it was preferable that Ji Fan sought her aid, enabling her to act with purpose. In truth, this matter was neither trivial nor monumental. You are aware that there are plans for land development in the northern suburbs of Jiangzhou, correct? Of course, she replied. Bai Meng Yao is specifically involved in this matter. The city has already decided to entrust the Bai group with the development of that land. Taking a deep breath, Ji Fan said, I wish for your family to transfer that plot to the Su family. I wonder if the matriarch would be amenable to this? The matriarch was momentarily taken aback. Oh, is it possible that Dr. Ji has received a favor from the Su family, thus acting as their intermediary? Yet, Bai Meng Yao understood that Ji Fan was indeed married to Su Piaoxue. It was not a matter of owing the Su family a favor. Rather, he was acting out of love for his wife. Ji Fan shook his head. Not at all. But why must we assist the Su family? Dr. Ji, please be candid with me. Have you been pursuing Su Piaoxue recently? If that is the case, I suggest you reconsider. No matter how admirable she may be, can she surpass our Meng Yao? With a simple word from you, I could readily agree to let Meng Yao marry you. The matriarch exclaimed excitedly. Ji Fan thought to himself how direct this elderly lady was. Grandmother, please do not speak carelessly. Dr. Ji is already married, Bai Meng Yao chided lightly. The matriarch scoffed. And so what if he is married? Does having a wife preclude him from marrying again? Hearing this, Ji Fan nearly choked on his words and hurriedly clarified, Matriarch. To be forthright, I am actually married to Su Piaoxue. We just registered our marriage recently. What? You're married to that girl? The matriarch's eyes widened in disbelief, her expression shifting to one of incredulous amusement. That old fox from the Su family is indeed cunning, getting ahead of me. Alas, is the Bai family truly so unfortunate? Grandmother, since Dr. Ji desires the land in the northern suburbs, let us consider it a repayment of kindness and grant it to the Su family. Bai Meng Yao suggested from the side. In truth, the Bai group's acquisition of that land was largely due to the mayor's son, who had been fervently pursuing Bai Meng Yao. She had jestingly remarked that should they secure the land, she would be willing to be his girlfriend. To her surprise, the mayor's son took her seriously, and the deal was sealed. Since the decision was made to allocate that land to the Bai family, their relationship had gradually warmed. However, Bai Meng Yao began to notice the mayor's son's shortcomings and even once caught a glimpse of his WeChat filled with pictures of beautiful girls. From that moment, she contemplated breaking up with him. Yet, the thought of the northern suburban land left her in a quandary. Now that Ji Fan desires this piece of land, she is naturally inclined to do this favor. As for the mayor's son, he must also be turned down. The old matriarch, seeing Bai Meng Yao's firm response, couldn't help but tease Meng Yao. Look at you. You haven't even entered the Ji family's doors yet, and you're already starting to lean away? If you marry into the Ji family in the future, won't the entire Bai family have to move over? Grandma, I won't discuss this with you any longer, Bai Meng Yao retorted, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she gently tapped her foot on the ground in playful reproach. Dr. Ji, my Bai family has no issue relinquishing that land. However, Since it is government property, if you genuinely wish to advocate for the Su family, you must approach the mayor. Only he holds the authority to decide on this matter. Let us arrange a time for me to meet with the mayor, and I will invite you along to discuss this further. All right, I appreciate it, Ji-fan replied before departing from the Bai residence. The old matriarch, gazing at the distant figure, couldn't help but feel nostalgic. How could Su Piaoxua possibly compare to our Meng Yao? She has taken the lead. Meng Yao, what do you think of Dr. Ji? Speak honestly, it's just the two of us here, no need for pretense. Upon hearing this, Bai Meng Yao's face turned beet red. Grandma, I admire her greatly. That's wonderful. Though Dr. Ji is currently the son-in-law of the Su family, the Bai family still has its opportunities. What is there to fear? Pursue boldly. However, on another note, the matter of Su Piaoxua's marriage is known to very few. This is entirely uncharacteristic of the cunning Su family. I suspect there is something amiss. For the next few days, keep a close watch on Dr. Ji and Su Piaoxua. If there is any sign of movement, report back to me. Understood. In the office of How While I Company, Shi Qingfeng rushed in from outside, tightly clutching a digital camera. Boss, thrilling news. I finally caught Fu Xiaoxiong in the act of cheating. Oh, let me see. Ji-fan responded as he took the camera and observed Fu Xiaoxiong entering a hotel with an affluent woman, his brow furrowing in confusion. What is the background of this woman? Have you found anything? He, of course. Just let me have a sip of water first. Shi Qingfeng said excitedly, then pulled out his phone. Here, this is the video I recorded of the wealthy woman. Ji-fan opened the video and discovered that the two had spent 3 hours in the hotel before emerging. The video then showed Shi Qingfeng trailing her, ultimately witnessing her entering the government compound. Later, I discreetly slipped 1,000 to the security guard at the gate, and he told me that this woman is actually the mayor's wife. What? Fu Xiaoxiong is that bold? Does he not value his life? Ji-fan exclaimed, reflecting on whether he should inform the mayor of this situation. If he did, would the mayor, angered by the invasion of his privacy, retaliate by denying the Su family that piece of land? It was highly probable. Ji-fan, smoking a cigarette, repeatedly examined the footage, contemplating his next steps. Just then, a phone call jolted him from his thoughts. To his surprise, the caller ID revealed it was Liao Guopei. He likely wished for Ji-fan to visit his Liao medical clinic. Forget it. After all, he is my first disciple. If he wants to go, then let him go. With this thought in mind, Ji-fan answered the call. Chapter 41 Tang Jian Vong Hello. Is it the esteemed mentor? This is Xiao Yao. When might you find a time to visit the Liao Medical Institute? Everyone here is eagerly anticipating your guidance, nearly counting the moments. On the other end of the line, Liao Guopei displayed no hesitation in his obsequiousness, exuding a demeanor of utmost servility. This surprised those around him. How could Master Liao, renowned across China, ever lower himself in such a manner? Today was indeed a revelation. Upon receiving Ji-fan's affirmative response, Master Liao nearly leaped from the ground with joy. I'll get everything ready right away. After hanging up, Liao Guopei immediately contacted the director of the institute, Xiao Yin, insisting that the entire facility be tidied up meticulously. He even ordered a day of closure to properly welcome Ji-fan's arrival. Everyone, get your spirits up. If my master arrives and finds even a hint of dissatisfaction, I swear you'll all be packing your bags and leaving. At that moment, a disciple hurried into Liao Guopei's office. Master, Mayor Tang has arrived with his father. Should we receive them? Mayor Tang? Let them in. Liao Guopei hesitated briefly, but ultimately relented. Originally, he had declared the institute closed for the day in anticipation of Ji-fan's visit. However, Mayor Tang, as the head of Jiangzhou, had significantly aided in the establishment of the medical institute during the administrative approvals. Soon, a middle-aged man wheeled an elderly gentleman into Master Liao's office. The elderly man, with his head full of white hair, exhibited severe deformities in his hands and feet, resembling the gnarled roots of a withered tree, twisted and chaotic, clearly tormented by his afflictions. His face bore no vitality, and his eyes were devoid of light. Zhengrong, let us return. My illness cannot be cured. Father, this esteemed Master Liao is renowned nationwide. Please trust me one more time. He will surely heal you. After several pleas from Tang Zhengrong, the elderly gentleman reluctantly agreed to stay. Master Liao, my father has suffered from rheumatoid arthritis for 20 years. I have taken him to numerous doctors across various regions and tried every remedy possible, yet nothing has worked. Consequently, he has developed a resistance to seeking further treatment, and I hope you can understand. Master Liao nodded. Mayor Tang, I comprehend your father's sentiments. Let us proceed. I shall take his pulse. Tang Zhengrong had long heard of Liao Guopei's extraordinary medical skills, but had never had the opportunity to bring his father for treatment, primarily due to Master Liao's busy schedule, attending to the health of the highest-ranking officials in the capital. He only occasionally returned to his hometown of Jiangzhou for a brief respite. The Liao Medical Institute, though bearing his name, was primarily run by his disciples. It was indeed a rare occasion for Master Liao to personally attend to a patient. In less than a few days since his return, the queue for appointments had already swelled into the thousands. How is it, Master Liao? Can my father's illness be treated? Tang Zhengrong inquired with concern. His foremost concern now is the illness of the elder. Although the elder has stepped back from the front lines of power, he still wields considerable influence in Jiang province. Having immersed himself in Jiangzhou for 8 years, it is high time for him to consider a change in position. According to his plans, the next step should be to advance further within the provincial ranks. However, such a transition necessitates the elder's intervention. An age-old adage in the political sphere states, no effort, no delivery, demotion is inevitable. Only effort without delivery leads to stagnation. Yet, both effort and delivery result in elevation and promotion. Currently, all his resources have been committed, and he now awaits the elder's assistance in securing an official position. But given the elder's frail condition, how could he possibly undertake such a journey? Liao Guopei pondered for a moment, shaking his head in resignation. Mayor Tang, it is not that I am unwilling to treat the elder. Rather, his rheumatoid arthritis has persisted for far too long. Additionally, he suffers from widespread gouty tophi, which is quite serious. With my current methods, it would require at least 3 years of recuperation to see any tangible results. Tang Zhengrong's expression darkened. 3 years? That is far too long. I cannot wait that long. If the elder cannot assist, then my political aspirations will come to an abrupt halt. Master Liao, if you can help my father stand up and walk like an ordinary person, I would be willing to pay any price, provided it is within my means. Tang Zhengrong exclaimed urgently, grasping Master Liao's hand in a fervent plea. Master Liao felt a sense of helplessness. Was he being pushed into a corner? His medical skills were indeed impressive, but he was not omnipotent. At that moment, a staff member from the clinic hurried in. Master Liao, Mr. Ji has arrived, and Director Xiao Yin is greeting him at the door. Understood. You may leave now. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Although I may not be able to help, my master surely can. He is from the Valley of the Medicine King and has even revived a deceased individual by Jiehui. What is rheumatoid arthritis in comparison? Mayor Tang, would you like me to invite my master to examine your father? He must have a solution. Master Liao's eyes brightened at this revelation. Oh, your master? That would be most appreciated. Tang Zhengrong responded with elation, though inwardly he wondered, if Master Liao was already over 70, how old must his master be? At the entrance of the Liao Medical Clinic, Ji Fan, accompanied by Xiao Yin, stepped inside. Xiao Yin, a doctoral student of Liao Guopei, is responsible for all affairs within the clinic. At 30 years of age, standing at 5 feet 6 inches, she possesses a slightly plump figure, a round face that is perpetually adorned with a warm smile, radiating approachability. Today, she wore blue jeans and a red sweater, topped with a white lab coat. Although her beauty may not rival that of Su Piaoxue or Bai Mengyao, she is certainly comparable to Jiang Lu. Moreover, her style is distinct, embodying the qualities of a refined matron, exuding maturity without losing elegance, and her every smile and frown brings a refreshing breeze to those around her. What captivated Ji Fan most was the striking silhouette she presented. In his lifetime, he had never encountered a figure quite like hers. He swallowed hard, his heart feeling as if it were being scratched by a cat's claw, were it not for the presence of others. Ji Fan would have been tempted to reach out and indulge himself. Master, are you satisfied with the environment of our medical hall? Xiao Yin inquired, lifting her gaze to Ji Fan. To her surprise, he was fixated on her chest, his eyes seemingly ablaze with intensity. A wave of amusement washed over her. She had no intention of alerting Ji-fan, instead choosing to deliberately cover her chest with her hands, gently rubbing the woolen sweater. "Oh dear, why is it so warm today? This sweater feels so tight and uncomfortable." As she spoke, she tugged at the fabric, pulling it outward. "Cough, cough, really? The temperature seems quite pleasant today." Ji-fan quickly redirected his gaze elsewhere. Just moments ago, he had caught a glimpse of towering peaks that left him utterly astonished by their breathtaking beauty. "Oh, perhaps I am just overly sensitive," Xiaoyan remarked, delicately caressing her face with her smooth, jade-like hand, then sweetly suggesting a stroll around the vicinity of the medical hall. At that moment, Liao Guopei approached, bowing respectfully. "Master, you have arrived. If there are any shortcomings in my hospitality, I ask for your forgiveness." "Haha, little Liao, your guest, Dr. Xiaoyan, has been quite gracious. I shall have to reward her appropriately." Ji-fan responded, placing his hands behind his back, adopting an authoritative demeanor, and casting a meaningful glance at Xiaoyan. His expression was complex, as if hinting at something unspoken. "Is that so? Xiaoyan, do not forget to thank the master." "Thank you, master." Xiaoyan beamed with a sweet smile. Initially, she had questioned Ji-fan's identity. Who would have thought that a young man under 30 could be the master of a national medical grandmaster? However, upon hearing that Ji-fan had personally rescued by Jiahui from the brink of death, she was left in awe. That alone was enough to astonish the world. Furthermore, individuals like Liao Guopei willingly bowed to Ji-fan. As a medical doctor herself, what right did she have to question him? Thus, in her eyes, Ji-fan had become an omnipotent deity of medicine, a figure she idolized and envisioned as her future husband. "Master, please, right this way." Under Liao Guopei's guidance, Ji-fan entered the medical hall building, and an overwhelming scent of traditional Chinese medicine wafted into his nostrils. Indeed, this was the largest medical hall in Jiangzhou, and it was nothing short of extraordinary. The interior was completely retro, with herbal preparations, decoctions, and consultations all occurring in the same grand hall, providing a clear view of the entire operation. Each functional area was impressively spacious. Ji-fan suddenly recalled the rare herbs he was missing for his essence elixir and wondered if he might find them here. He hurried to the herbal dispensing area, scanning the cabinets. Soon, the words Xia Huang, Trifolium, and Dragon Bitterroot caught his eye, filling him with delight. To his astonishment, they had everything he needed. Truly, he had found a treasure without any effort. "Master, have you discovered an issue with the herbs in the cabinets? If so, please enlighten me. I shall remember your teachings." Seeing Ji-fan's intense focus on the cabinets, Liao Guopei felt a bead of cold sweat form on his forehead, his heart racing with apprehension. As a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine, one must possess a profound understanding of medicinal herbs, leaving no room for negligence. He is deeply concerned about the possibility of making errors that might attract criticism from Ji-fan, especially since this place cannot compare to the renowned Medicine King Valley. Chapter 42. A kind word. "Oh, how many of these 3 herbs, summer yellow, 3-leaf grass, and dragon bitterroot, do you have?" Upon Ji-fan's inquiry, Liao Guopei did not dare to be complacent and promptly responded, "These 3 are rather obscure herbs. Each is stocked at only 100 jin in the clinic. Is there an issue with their preparation? I can have them discarded immediately." The vast medicinal cabinet contained thousands of herbs. Why did the master specifically choose these 3? Surely there must be something amiss. Just wait until I deal with the person responsible for managing the herbs. Cough, cough, no, that is not it. You seem to have misunderstood my intention. I wish to purchase these herbs. Ji-fan was taken aback. Liao Guopei appeared overly sensitive. Merely asking a question led him to believe there was a problem. It seems he truly considers himself a divine healer. "Oh, is that so? Master, take whatever you need from here. If anyone dares to charge you, I shall deal with them." Liao Guopei sighed in relief and then waved his hand. "Xiaoyan, have someone pack these 3 herbs. They are to be sent to your master." Xiaoyan did not hesitate. "Yes, master." Ji-fan nodded and subsequently followed Liao Guopei on a tour of the inpatient department before they both entered the conference room. At this moment, the conference room was filled to capacity. "Everyone, this is the Ji-fan I often speak of. Don't you want to greet him?" Liao Guopei addressed the crowd. Greetings, master. Soon enough, the three-word salute resonated in unison throughout the room. His intention was to ensure that all apprentices and staff in the clinic recognized Ji-Fan's appearance, so they would not inadvertently offend him in the future. Indeed, very well. It seems you have taught them well, Xiao Yao. Since everyone is so enthusiastic, I shall speak a few more words. Applause erupted in waves from the audience. We study traditional Chinese medicine to save lives and provide care for the impoverished. We must remain true to our original intent to receive the blessings of our ancestors and the support of the people. The applause grew louder, with many young individuals cheering, elevating the atmosphere to a peak. Ji-Fan nodded in acknowledgement to the crowd and, prompted by Liao Guopei, departed the conference room. Master, your words just now were enlightening. I will immediately order everyone in the clinic to learn from your speech. Yes, that is the way to go. Do not let the pursuit of wealth overshadow your conscience. Soon after, the master and disciple entered the office one after the other. Tang Zhengrong had been waiting in the office, growing impatient, while old Master Tang had even dozed off. As Liao Guopei entered, Tang Zhengrong eagerly grasped his hand, exclaiming, Master Liao, you have finally returned. As he spoke, he glanced back, only to find that there was no centenarian in sight. His brow furrowed involuntarily, and disappointment began to wash over him. Did you not say you would bring your master to treat the elderly gentleman? Where is he? Just as Liao Guopei was about to introduce Ji-Fan, Tang Zhengrong interjected with such a question that elicited both amusement and incredulity. He turned to Ji-Fan and then burst into hearty laughter. Mayor Tang, this is indeed my master, Ji-Fan. What? He is your master? Tang Zhengrong was momentarily taken aback, and his countenance darkened with irritation. You cannot be serious. Your master is a mere young lad? Liao Guopei stroked his white beard and smiled gently. Indeed, he is my master. Mayor Tang, I understand your skepticism, but in our field of traditional Chinese medicine, age is not the measure of worth. It is the skill that dictates hierarchy. Do not be deceived by my master's youth. His medical prowess far surpasses my own by 100-fold. I am wholeheartedly willing to serve under him. After providing this clarification, he turned back to introduce Tang Zhengrong to Ji-Fan. Upon learning that the middle-aged man before him was the mayor of Jiangzhou, Ji-Fan was also taken aback. He intended to advocate for the Su family's interests regarding the land in the northern suburbs. Although the Bai family had agreed to relinquish their hold, the land remained public property. To persuade the Su family to accept it, one must gain the approval of the mayor of Jiangzhou. Ji-Fan had initially planned to have Bai Mengyao assist in making contact, but he had not anticipated encountering him so soon at the medical clinic. However, from the tone of Mayor Tang, it seemed he harbored little confidence in his own medical expertise. Mayor Tang, I am Ji-Fan, he said, extending his hand in greeting. To his surprise, Tang Zhengrong merely cast a fleeting glance at him before turning away and sinking into the sofa. This left Liao Guopei astounded. Ji-Fan narrowed his eyes slightly, pondering that if he did not demonstrate some authority, this fellow might truly think himself a charlatan. Mayor Tang, have you been experiencing frequent bouts of diarrhea lately? Furthermore, is there a troubling discord in your intimate life, accompanied by weakness in your lower back and knees, general fatigue, and an inability to maintain stamina when it matters, leaving your wife rather dissatisfied? This ailment of yours has likely persisted for 3 years, has it not? At this pronouncement, Tang Zhengrong sprang to his feet from the sofa, his face a mask of shock. How do you know this? He had never divulged this affliction to anyone. To his astonishment, Ji-Fan's words were uncannily accurate. How could he possibly know that his wife was dissatisfied? Could it be that this man was a celestial being, capable of seeing through everything? Most importantly, this issue had indeed begun 3 years ago. If it had been leaked by his wife, that would be even more implausible. She only understood that he was under considerable work-related stress and was not performing well in that regard. She had no knowledge of the diarrhea or the weakness in his limbs. For these past days, he had only returned home when absolutely necessary, spending the rest of his time at the city guest house. Ji-Fan chuckled lightly. Not only do I know these things, but I also know that you are rather diminutive in stature. Though not quite a eunuch, it is not far from it. Truly, Your beautiful wife must be suffering greatly. Uh, Tang Zhengrong's head throbbed with a cacophony of thoughts, leaving him in a state of utter emptiness. The matter at hand was trivial, known solely to his parents and wife, with no fourth party privy to this secret. Most crucially, from the very first day of their marriage, he had commanded his wife, Liu Yumei, to keep this matter under wraps. Should he catch even the faintest whisper of it, he would cast her aside. Consequently, after decades of marriage, no outsider was aware of the diminutive nature of Tang Zhengrong's predicament. Now, standing before Ji Fan, he felt as exposed as a naked man, devoid of any privacy. How do you know all this? Are you truly a reincarnated celestial being? At this moment, old Master Tang was roused by their voices. Upon hearing these words, his eyes widened in shock. Disbelief etched upon his face. While I am no deity, I do possess the knowledge to cure both you and your father's ailments. Farewell, I shan't linger. With a chilling smile, Ji Fan rose to depart. Divine Doctor, please wait. Tang Zhengrong was left utterly astounded. Regret washed over him as he hurriedly obstructed Ji Fan's path, sincerely apologizing. Divine Doctor, I was rude just now. I am keenly aware of my transgressions. Here, I offer my sincerest apologies. I implore you, extend your hand in salvation. Ji Fan, however, had no intention of indulging him, responding with a frigid rebuke. Oh, were you not quite arrogant a moment ago? When I extended my hand in goodwill, you met it with disdain. Now, you request my assistance in healing? Do you think I am your servant, to be summoned at your beck and call? An aura of menace radiated from him, causing the temperature in the room to drop, prompting Tang Zhengrong to shiver involuntarily. Liao Guopei could not help but sweat nervously for Tang Zhengrong. He had witnessed Ji Fan's might firsthand, his strength transcending the ordinary. Should he dare to confront Tang Zhengrong, he would not intervene. In that moment, Tang Zhengrong dared not even draw breath, acutely aware of the formidable presence emanating from Ji Fan. Despite being the mayor of a city, he found himself unable to withstand the piercing intent of Ji Fan's fury. Master Liao, please speak a good word for me. In desperation, he turned to Liao Guopei for help. Liao Guopei, upon hearing this, felt a surge of panic. He thought to himself, why are you asking me to intercede now? Where was this consideration earlier? I kindly introduced you to my master, and instead of gratitude, you provoked him. Now we are all doomed. When this divine doctor is incensed, the earth trembles. Chapter 43. Quack doctors, oh dear, Mayor Tang, what can I possibly say? It is evident that only my master can save the old man. Yet you insist on provoking him. Now, we are left with no options. Liao Guopei spoke with evident distress. Just then, the elderly Tang, seated in his wheelchair, cried out in agony. Zhengrong, I am in such pain. I can't endure this. I wish to die. With that, the old man tumbled from his chair, laboriously crawling towards the windowsill. Father! In that instant, Tang Zhengrong felt as though his heart had been shattered. He fell to his knees before Ji Fan. Divine Doctor, I beg you, please save my father. My illness can wait. As long as you can save my father, I will comply with any request you make. The atmosphere in the room was electric, with the attending doctors and nurses wide-eyed, momentarily stunned by the scene before them. Everyone knew that Tang Zhengrong was the esteemed mayor of Jiangzhou, yet here he was, respectfully kneeling before Ji Fan, his hands clutching the hem of Ji Fan's trousers. Master Ji, I was wrong. I truly erred. Ji Fan, whose eyes had been gently closed, finally opened them slowly at this moment. Did you not say that as long as I save your father, you would agree to anything? Yes. I stand by my word. I will not go back on it. Tang Zhengrong hastily replied, fearing that Ji Fan might change his mind. Little did he know that Ji Fan's display was merely to temper his arrogance. After all, the Su family required the land in Jiaobei, necessitating the mayor's approval. How could Ji Fan truly abandon this opportunity? Mayor Tang, please rise. It would be ill-advised to kneel in this frigid weather. Ji Fan's demeanor shifted from icy to warm, as he helped Tang Zhengrong to his feet and then approached the elder Tang. Do not fear. I shall treat you immediately. At that moment, the elder Tang was curled up in agony from gout, trembling uncontrollably, barely able to speak. resembling someone on the brink of shock. Ji-Fan placed his hand on the elder's arm, channeling healing energy into his meridians. Instantly, a potent current struggled to flow through the elder's withered channels. The old man's health was in a dire state, with multiple major meridians severely blocked. In such a condition, merely surviving was a stroke of luck. To achieve complete healing, one must utilize powerful energy to unblock all meridians. However, this would profoundly deplete the practitioner's vitality, and a single treatment could only clear one meridian at a time. With 13 primary meridians in the human body, a minimum of 13 treatments would be necessary for thorough restoration. For now, it was best to alleviate his pain temporarily. Sensing the gout flaring in several of the elder's joints, Ji-Fan immediately concentrated his energy to address these specific issues. Before long, streams of green energy converged at the sites of inflammation, healing the wounds and softening the gout stones. In under 5 minutes, the elder's condition had improved significantly. "Oh, I no longer feel pain. Am I healed?" The elder suddenly sat up, extending his hands in astonishment. "Father, you truly are all right?" Tang Zhengrong rubbed his eyes, hardly daring to believe the reality before him. "Zhengrong, I am indeed well. I am healed. There is no pain whatsoever." The elder Tang danced with joy. Gout attacks are notoriously excruciating, with the accompanying inflammation rendering life unbearable. Yet, under Ji-Fan's care, all these troubles had dissipated. "Master Ji, I cannot thank you enough. Were it not for you, I might have leapt from the windowsill." At this moment, the elder, regaining his composure, approached Ji-Fan with the support of his son, Tang Zhengrong. A pair of withered, aged hands grasped tightly. Murky eyes glistened with tears. "Rest assured, old sir, as long as I am here, I shall surely heal you," Ji-Fan reassured with a gentle smile, holding his hand in comfort. Liao Guopei, who had harbored a flicker of doubt, found his admiration for Ji-Fan soaring to unparalleled heights upon witnessing this scene. To alleviate a patient's suffering with merely a touch upon their wrist, was this still the work of a mere mortal? Perhaps even divine beings could not surpass such prowess. He felt profoundly fortunate to have chosen Ji-Fan as his mentor, deeming it the wisest decision of his life. Subsequently, Ji-Fan informed Tang Zhengrong that a complete recovery for the old gentleman would necessitate prolonged treatment, perhaps a month at best, and at worst, half a year. The fee for each session is 1 million. After calculating, I estimate we will require around 13 sessions, totaling 13 million. Please transfer the amount to my account. I shall commence the first treatment for the old gentleman now." Upon hearing this, Tang Zhengrong was overwhelmed with excitement and quickly called for his secretary to arrange the transfer. It was well known that the old gentleman had spent nearly 10 million over the years seeking medical help, enduring great suffering and traversing many fruitless paths without finding a cure. Now, with Ji-Fan's assurance of efficacy for the sum of 13 million, it felt like a windfall from the heavens. Before long, Ji-Fan's phone buzzed with the notification of the transfer. "You may all leave now. I must tend to the elder in peace. No interruptions allowed." "Understood." With that, everyone in Liao Guopei's office was ushered out, leaving Tang Zhengrong anxiously waiting outside. At that moment, his elder brother, Tang Zhengqiang, and elder sister, Tang Xiaoru, hurriedly approached. Having settled abroad years prior, they had only recently returned upon hearing of their father's grave condition. Typically, they could only maintain contact from across the ocean, with Tang Zhengrong managing most of the affairs. Fortunately, they were well off and provided over 10 million annually to ensure the elder's care. "How is father faring, Zhengrong?" Tang Zhengqiang inquired with concern. Zhengrong recounted the ongoing treatment Ji-Fan was administering to their father. "Oh, Ji-Fan the physician? I have never heard of him. Dan Xiao Vimak? Pu Thou." Upon hearing this, Liao Guopei's temper flared. He promptly asserted that Ji-Fan was his master, possessing extraordinary medical skills, and retorted, "What would you, a woman, know?" Accustomed to Western education, Tang Xiaoru was skeptical of the so-called masters of Chinese medicine, firmly believing in the superiority of Western medicine. "Zhengrong, how many times have I told you? Father's ailment can only be treated abroad. You must heed my brother and me this time. We must send him overseas." Staying here only leads to complications. Tang Zhongqiang nodded in agreement. Indeed, Zhengrong, your sister speaks wisely. The prevalence of quackery in Huagua, especially in traditional Chinese medicine, is alarming, entirely devoid of scientific merit. The notion that even excrement can be medicinal is laughably absurd. Master Liao, witnessing the disparagement of traditional Chinese medicine by these two individuals, felt his brows and beard bristle with indignation. His facial flesh quivered as he retorted, "Then take your elder abroad. I wager he shan't survive 3 months." With that, he stormed off, leaving Tang Zhengrong caught in a dilemma. Master Liao. He attempted to apologize, but Liao had already departed with a cadre of followers. With his father still in the office receiving treatment from Ji-Fan, Tang Zhengrong could not abandon his post. Eldest brother, second sister, I cannot concern myself with your views on traditional Chinese medicine, but I have witnessed, with my own eyes, Ji the divine doctor alleviating our father's suffering. I firmly believe he can cure him. Moreover, I have already paid for the subsequent treatments, a total of 13 million. Tang Xiaoru's expression darkened. What? 13 million? That's extortion. She made a push through the door to confront this so-called Ji the divine doctor, but Tang Zhengrong hurriedly restrained her. Second sister, do not act rashly. Ji the divine doctor is currently treating father. If he were to take offense, the consequences would be dire. Tang Zhongqi also placed a hand on his sister's shoulder. Enough. Once father emerges, we shall take him abroad. There is no rush. Let us see how far this so-called Ji the divine doctor can go in treating father. With that, the 3 siblings stood at the office door, awaiting the outcome in silence. Just then, a piercing scream of anguish erupted from inside the room. Oh no. These heart-wrenching cries tightened the siblings' nerves and seemed to clutch at their hearts, filling them with anxiety. Father, eldest brother Tang Zhongqi exclaimed, about to burst in, but was firmly held back by Tang Zhengrong. Eldest brother, do not be impulsive. We are in the critical phase of Ji the divine doctor's treatment. If you disrupt his rhythm and father were to blame us, we could not bear the consequences. You fool, father is in such a state, and you are bewitched by this charlatan Ji the divine doctor. With a furious slap, Tang Jingqi struck his brother and then kicked the door open. Bang! The door flew open, and he charged in, fists clenched. Quack, release my father. Chapter 44. The commonality of humanity. How dare you? What is all this noise? Inside the office, the elder sat serenely in a wheelchair, fully clothed and appearing revitalized. He seemed transformed, with his gout-afflicted hands considerably less swollen and his complexion noticeably improved. Slowly, he rose from the wheelchair, albeit somewhat unsteadily, but ultimately found his footing. During this moment, Tang Jingqi feared his father might fall and instinctively moved to assist, only to be firmly rebuffed by the elder. Meanwhile, Ji-Fan sat nearby, eyes closed in concentration, his face pale and drenched in sweat. Father, upon witnessing this scene, Tang Jingqi's furious expression froze. What is happening? Are you and your sister concerned about me? The elderly gentleman let out a cold snort, his piercing gaze fixed firmly on his son, exuding an air of impending fury. No, we would never dare. Father, you are misunderstanding us. My sister and I are merely worried about your health. Although Tang Jingqiang was the head of a multinational conglomerate, overseeing tens of thousands of employees, he appeared as submissive as a lapdog in the presence of the old man. Worried about my health? You burst in here with clenched fists, intending to be disrespectful to Dr. Ji, and you call that concern? The elder's fierce glare left Tang Zhongqiang feeling utterly humiliated. You two kneel, despite their reluctance. Tang Jingqiang and Tang Xiaoru sank to their knees in response to the elder's reprimand. Apologize. You must apologize to Dr. Ji. The siblings were unwilling, but were pressed by their father's urgency, leaving them feeling utterly disoriented. At that moment, Ji-Fan finally opened his eyes, his complexion returning to normal. Ah, so you are the elder brother of Tang Zhengrong? I see you have been coughing frequently, waking up between 3 and 5 in the morning. The damp and cold toxins have invaded your lungs. If I am correct, you are likely in the late stages of lung cancer. Having spoken, he then turned his gaze toward Tang Xiaoru. In your youth, your indiscretions have harmed your bladder. If I am not mistaken, you have never been able to conceive. You were unable to bear children in the past, and it will be even more impossible in the future. These words fell upon the Tang family like a bomb dropped into water, leaving the four of them in stunned silence. For Ji Fan's assertions were all too true. Tang Jingxiang had assumed his persistent cough was merely due to a common cold, having been taking cough medicine without any thought that Ji Fan would declare it to be cancer. Meanwhile, Tang Xiaoru, having mingled with various individuals during her youth abroad, had eventually settled down with a middle-aged man who had facilitated her move overseas. They had longed for a child, but had been unable to conceive despite years of trying, a burden that weighed heavily on her heart. Little did she expect that her secret would be so effortlessly unveiled upon meeting Ji Fan. Now, doubts began to swirl in their minds. Had their father or younger brother, Tang Jungrong, divulged something to Ji Fan? "Mayor Tang, would you step outside for a moment? I need to speak with you," Ji Fan said coldly, casting a glance at the kneeling Tang siblings before striding out of the office. Tang Jungrong, not daring to delay, followed closely behind. "This is the prescription I have prepared for your father. He must take it daily to recover swiftly." Handing over the prescription, Tang Jungrong felt a surge of gratitude. "Dr. Ji, I cannot thank you enough. Otherwise, I truly would not know what to do." Ji Fan merely smiled faintly. "There is no need for thanks. You provide me with payment, and I treat your father. It is a standard transaction. You previously stated that as long as you heal my father, I would agree to whatever you asked of me." Ji Fan nodded. "That is indeed the case," Tang Jingrong affirmed resolutely, though a sense of trepidation stirred within him, uncertain of what Ji Fan might request. "You are aware of the land in the northern suburbs, correct? I have secured the agreement from the Bai family. It merely awaits your confirmation," Ji Fan stated directly. "Oh, I am curious how Dr. Ji intends to develop the land in Jiaobei. As the mayor, I feel obliged to kindly remind you that this area will become a pivotal point in Jiangzhou's future, necessitating an exceptionally professional plan," Tang Zhengrong remarked, initially expecting a matter of greater significance, only to find it pertain to the Jiaobei land. In truth, the land would be developed regardless of who undertook it. His decision to allocate it to the Bai family stemmed primarily from his son Tang Feng's incessant praise of Bai Mengyao, the new head of the Bai family, extolling her business acumen and extraordinary talent. Otherwise, he would have long since put the land up for public bidding. Ji Fan nodded and added, "To be candid, Mayor Tang, I am married to Su Piaoxue from the Su family. Therefore, my interest in the Jiaobei land is not for personal gain, but rather for the Su family." "What? You are Su Piaoxue's husband?" Tang Jingrong gasped in surprise. He had interacted with Su Piaoxue on numerous occasions. Indeed, she was renowned as Jiangzhou's most beautiful woman, possessing both grace and charm. He often pondered who would be fortunate enough to win such an extraordinary beauty, never imagining that she had married Dr. Ji. They were truly a match made in heaven. "Is this unwelcome news to you?" Ji Fan inquired. "Not at all. I merely expressed surprise upon learning of your marriage to Miss Su," Tang Zhengrong replied. "Dr. Ji, that Jiaobei land will henceforth belong to you. You may handle it as you see fit. I will endeavor to arrange for my secretary to liaise with you. However, due to the considerable value of this land, the procedures may be somewhat cumbersome," he added after a moment of contemplation. Ji Fan nodded, suggesting, "Let us proceed this way, since it will ultimately benefit the Su group. We can finalize the arrangements now. In a few days, I will notify you, and you can then have someone coordinate with the Su group. How does that sound?" "Absolutely," Tang Jingrong responded with a snap of his fingers, thus solidifying the matter concerning Jiaobei. After concluding their discussion, Ji Fan intended to seek out Liao Guopei for some medicinal materials before taking his leave. However, Tang Jingrong discreetly pulled him into a corner and quietly inquired, "Dr. Ji, about the issue you mentioned this morning, do you have any suggestions on how I might enhance my stature?" Coughing, Ji Fan found himself momentarily at a loss for words. This man was forever a boy at heart. Suddenly, he recalled Fu Xiaoxiong, a major shareholder of the Su Group, who was rumored to be involved with the mayor's wife. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of pity for Tang Jingrong. "Mayor Tang, perhaps it would be wise not to dwell on such matters, but rather to ensure you are attentive to your wife," he suggested. "Let me propose this. The next time I attend to your father, I will take a moment to examine your situation. Thank you so much. Tang Xingrong beamed. By the way, how is your relationship with your wife these days? I mean in that regard? Ji Fan ventured. It is quite untenable. I am so occupied with work that I scarcely have time to think about such matters, Tang Xingrong lamented. I suggest you make an effort to check in on your wife more often, lest you find her wearing someone else's green hat in your absence. With a mischievous smile, Ji Fan patted Tang Xingrong on the shoulder before hastily departing. Initially, Tang Xingrong believed Ji Fan was merely jesting. However, once Ji Fan left, he began to realize, perhaps with a degree of belated awareness, that his wife, Liu Yumei, had indeed been acting rather strangely of late. For instance, when he called her, her voice sounded unnaturally strained. Furthermore, an unusual number of packages had been arriving at his office. On one occasion, upon opening a parcel, he discovered it contained a set of alluring lace lingerie. At that moment, he had confronted his wife, only for her to claim it was a purchase made for a friend. Could it be that this woman was truly placing a green hat upon him? As this thought crossed his mind, his expression grew increasingly somber. Meanwhile, Liao Guopei was alone in a lavish hospital room. Lying on the bed was a beautiful young woman, though her complexion was alarmingly pale, showcasing her frailty. She was Liao Guopei's only granddaughter, Liao Xinfeng, a patient suffering from high-level paraplegia. Grandfather, you've come? Liao Xinfeng opened her eyes and looked at Liao Guopei, her gaze dim and feeble. Yes, my dear. This time, I have consulted a master. You're finally going to be saved. Grandfather, please don't deceive me. I am afflicted with high-level paraplegia. Even a master of national medicine, like you, cannot help me. So how can anyone else? Liao Xinfeng managed a wry smile before turning her face away. Had it not been for that car accident 10 years ago, she would be living a life akin to that of her peers, traveling abroad, studying, falling in love, marrying, and having children. Yet now, all of that existed solely in her imagination. At that moment, Ji Fan was ushered in by Xiao Yan. Teacher, Mr. Ji has arrived. Earlier, Ji Fan had specifically instructed her to refrain from addressing him as master and to simply call him by his name. He found it rather unappealing when people referred to him as master, as it made him seem elderly. After some contemplation, Xiao Yan decided to address him as Mr. Ji instead. Oh, Liao Guopei swiftly rose from the edge of the bed as Ji Fan entered. Upon seeing the woman lying on the bed, he inquired, Little Liao, who is this? Master, this is my humble granddaughter. Liao Guopei sighed with resignation. It appeared that she suffered from the same affliction as by Jiawei, high-level paraplegia. Ji Fan merely glanced once before reaching his conclusion. Liao Guopei was taken aback. You truly possess keen insight. You identified Xinfeng's condition at a glance. Ji Fan's expression shifted, a sly smile curling at the corners of his mouth. You did not come to seek my guidance merely out of admiration for my unparalleled medical skills, did you? You wish for me to treat your granddaughter. Liao Guopei was struck with trepidation, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. No, I genuinely admire your remarkable medical prowess and sought your tutelage. Ji Fan waved his hand dismissively, a cold smile gracing his lips. No need for explanations. After all, she's your granddaughter. Even if your intentions are somewhat selfish, such feelings are only human. Liao Guopei, realizing his ulterior motives had been laid bare, felt a surge of anxiety. Fortunately, Ji Fan did not display any anger, which brought him some relief. After a moment of contemplation, Ji Fan stated, Your granddaughter's condition is indeed manageable. However, I am currently experiencing excessive depletion of my internal energy and require time to recuperate. I shall return in a few days to attend to her ailment. On this piece of paper, there lies a prescription for medicinal herbs. Please assist me in gathering 1,000 pounds of these herbs and deliver them to Jiangjing No. 1. Upon receiving a positive response, Liao Guopei was filled with joy. He promptly collected the prescription and handed it to Xiao Yan, instructing her to assemble the herbs and dispatch them to the destination within the day. This prescription was, in fact, another remarkable elixir discovered by Ji Fan in the old man's notes, known as the Dragon Tiger Pill. This pill possesses the extraordinary ability to cure all ailments, its efficacy rivaling that of the most skilled physicians. Currently, Ji Fan's daily practice of channeling vital energy to heal was exhausting his stamina. Even with the consumption of the essence pill, which only provided temporary relief, the increasing number of patients posed a significant challenge. It was impractical for him to treat each individual personally. Ji Fan's bank account held tens of millions in assets. He was certainly not lacking in financial resources. He contemplated that if he could successfully refine and sell the Dragon Tiger pill, which could cure all maladies, it would alleviate many of his burdens. With this thought in mind, he strode confidently out of the Liao Medical Hall. Not long ago, Tang Jingxiang had been diagnosed by Ji Fan with late-stage lung cancer. Naturally, he scoffed at the diagnosis. But under the pressure from the old gentleman, he reluctantly underwent a full-body examination at the hospital. To his astonishment, the diagnosis was indeed lung cancer, precisely as Ji Fan had foretold. Upon receiving the test results, a cold sweat enveloped Tang Jingxiang. At that moment, Elder Tang, supported by Tang Jingrong, sought out Liao Guopei. He had initially believed that the esteemed Ji Fan was still with Master Liao. However, upon learning that Ji Fan had quietly departed, he felt a wave of regret wash over him. Master Liao, I hadn't even bid farewell to the esteemed Ji Fan, and he has left just like that. Alas, is it truly the case that I am destined to be estranged from such a celestial being? Liao Guopei concurred, saying, Brother Tang, while I possess my master's contact information, he is perpetually occupied with numerous affairs, and I hesitate to disturb him. Fortunately, he has agreed to continue your treatment. I trust that you shall meet again soon. Master Liao, you may not be aware, but Ji Fan casually mentioned my eldest son and daughter, stating that one has late-stage lung cancer while the other suffers from infertility. I intended to seek his guidance on treatment, yet he left the medical hall without further ado. Hearing this, Liao Guopei was taken aback. Are you saying my master diagnosed both individuals with just a glance? Indeed, that is precisely the case. I have already sent my eldest son for a hospital examination. My daughter has informed me that she has been trying to conceive, but has been unable to succeed. Liao Guopei was astonished that someone could discern ailments merely by observing one's complexion. This was akin to the legendary Hua, Tuol, or BNK Reborn. Curiosity piqued. He scrutinized Tang Xiaoru and noted her rosy complexion and vibrant spirit. How could such a person possibly suffer from infertility? Could it be that Ji Fan was mistaken? Impossible. That was absolutely out of the question. How could my master ever be wrong? With his thought, Master Liao promptly summoned Tang Xiaoru to take her pulse. Upon examination, he discovered blockages in her sanjiao and bladder meridians. No wonder she experienced infertility. My master is truly remarkable. What do you think, Master Liao? Does my daughter indeed suffer from infertility? Elder Tang inquired with concern. It is not that he harbors distrust towards Ji Fan. Rather, Ji Fan's abilities are simply too extraordinary. Merely with a fleeting glance, he could discern life and death. Can this truly be human? Thus, he clung to a glimmer of hope. Little did he anticipate that Master Liao, upon personally checking the pulse, would arrive at the same conclusion as the miraculous physician Ji. At that moment, Tang Zhengqiang entered, his complexion as pale as death, exuding an air of lifelessness, as if burdened by some heavy secret. Zhengqiang, your timing is fortuitous. Just moments ago, your sister Xiaoru underwent a diagnosis from Master Liao. And indeed, she is afflicted with infertility. You should promptly seek his counsel as well, the elder Tang urged, hastily introducing his eldest son to Liao Guopei. However, Tang Zhengqiang appeared utterly despondent, his face etched with anguish. Father, I have been diagnosed with late-stage lung cancer, he disclosed, presenting a stack of medical reports to Liao Guopei. Master Liao scrutinized the documents and took his pulse, then sighed in resignation. Alas, old sir, your son is indeed in the advanced stages of lung cancer. It seems my master's predictions were once again accurate. What? Late-stage lung cancer? The elder Tang staggered, his countenance shifting dramatically. He had not anticipated that Ji Fan's earlier casual remarks would prove entirely correct. If these were mere guesses, why not label the condition as liver cancer or some other ailment? Clearly, Ji Fan's medical prowess surpassed all expectations. Oh dear, you must think of a remedy. I cannot bear the thought of burying my child. The elder Tang exclaimed, utterly flustered. Regrettably, Master Liao found himself powerless. Perhaps only his mentor could remedy this affliction. Hear us what we shall do. Old sir, I will prescribe some medicine for him to take home. Ultimately, we must consult my master for a definitive outcome. Upon hearing this, the elder Tang longed to summon Ji Fan back immediately. Master Liao, when do you think Ji Fan might be available? Liao Bupei, well aware that Ji Fan had recently exhausted himself, indicated that they could visit in 3 days. Thankfully, Zhengxiang's health showed no signs of deterioration, and 3 days should be manageable. The elder Tang sighed in relief. Ji Fan was their sole beacon of hope. Should Ji Fan agree to intervene, the elder Tang would willingly traverse mountains or wade through fire to secure his son's recovery. After leaving the Liao Medical Hall, Ji Fan did not return to the Su family villa, but instead made his way to Villa No. 1 at Jiangjing. This property, gifted to him by the Bai family, was currently unoccupied. He contemplated the tranquil surroundings, ideal for crafting his essence pills and Longhu pills, and thus drove there directly. Butler Liu, being affiliated with the Bai family, had not returned since handing over the keys to Ji Fan. Upon entering the bedroom, Ji Fan immediately settled into a meditative stance, invoking the Nine Heavens Azure Dragon technique. Before long, a spectral golden dragon emerged from his body, gracefully swirling around him. The following morning, Ji Fan abruptly opened his eyes, 2 beams of golden light emanating from them. His body had fully rejuvenated, brimming with vitality. What a delightful night! Ji Fan stretched languidly and then rose from his bed. Just as he was about to take a stroll along the mountainous path outside the villa, he unexpectedly encountered Xiao Yan and her fleet of large trucks. It seemed they had arrived earlier, but had refrained from making any noise, perhaps out of concern for disturbing him. Xiao Yan, Ji Fan called out, noticing her seated in the driver's seat of the Mercedes, eyes closed and appearing utterly exhausted. He tapped on the car window. Mr. Ji, you are awake? Xiao Yan, startled from her slumber, quickly composed herself, adjusting her hair and attire. In her haste to disembark, her high heels betrayed her, causing her to stumble directly into Ji Fan's embrace. Chapter 46. Delivering medicinal materials instantly. He was enveloped by an alluring fragrance. Xiao Yan gasped. Ji Fan, with swift reflexes, caught her in his arms, feeling the softness of her body pressing against him. In her disorientation, she clung tightly to his neck, her porcelain hands gripping him as if he were her last lifeline. Their posture was undeniably intimate, reminiscent of a couple deeply in love, with her forehead resting against his chin. The delivery drivers, roused from their slumber by Xiao Yan's exclamation, initially feared the beautiful and voluptuous woman was in peril, prompting them to alight from their vehicles to investigate. Upon witnessing the scene, they could not help but display expressions of envy. For these truck drivers, a woman as mature and enchanting as Xiao Yan was utterly captivating. Mr. Ji, the two remained in their embrace until Ji Fan, after half a minute, gently pushed her away. Xiao Yan had shown signs of interest in Ji Fan the previous day, her gaze lingering on him with a blend of admiration and affection. Now, her round face flushed crimson, resembling a ripe apple, her mind still in a daze from the intensity of Ji Fan's embrace, imbued with masculinity and warmth. Ji Fan, though outwardly composed, felt a tumult of emotions within. Since his incarceration 3 years prior, he had not been with a woman. Indeed, after Jiang Lu gave birth to Xian Xian, Ji Fan had abstained from any romantic entanglements. Although he harbored desires typical of a man, Jiang Lu consistently rebuffed his advances, citing her reluctance. Thus, combined with his prison term, he had been devoid of female companionship for nearly 5 years. Especially now, living with a stunning beauty like Su Piaoxue, his longing intensified. Yet, reason prevailed, bolstered by the Nine Heavens Dragon technique, which helped him maintain control over his desires. However, despite the control one may exert, a certain restlessness inevitably lingers in a man's heart. For instance, at this very moment, after being stirred by Xiao Yan's antics, he felt compelled to walk with a slight bow. Xiao Yan, perceptive as always, noticed the shift in Ji Fan and couldn't help but flash a mischievous smile. Cough, cough. Director Xiao, what brings you here? Ji Fan hurriedly attempted to divert the conversation to mask his embarrassment. Xiao Yin replied candidly, Mr. Ji, our medical facility only managed to gather the herbs you requested last night, and we brought them over immediately, to avoid disturbing you. Our supervisor suggested we sleep in the vehicle until dawn before we spoke with you. Ji Fan suddenly enlightened, realizing how thoughtful Liao Guopei had been. Indeed, it was commendable of him. Once I succeed in refining the Qi Dan and Longhu Dan, he shall undoubtedly reap the rewards, and of course so shall you, Xiao Yin. Upon hearing the term refining elixirs, Xiao Yin was taken aback. Mr. Ji, are you suggesting that these herbs are for alchemical purposes? Is this truly the case? I've only seen such things portrayed in dramas. Ji Fan chuckled lightly. Indeed, it is quite real. Have you heard of the beauty mud recently? Beauty mud? Xiao Yan's expression shifted. How can I not have heard of it? Beauty mud is the most renowned beauty artifact in the upper echelons of Jiangzhou society. My master spent over 3 million to acquire a box for research, yet after many days, he couldn't analyze its effective components. As she spoke, realization dawned upon her. In her mouth fell agape as she gazed at Ji Fan. Could it be that you are the inventor of that beauty mud? Ji Fan nodded in affirmation. Indeed, beauty mud is made using alchemical methods. You may also refer to it as beauty elixir. Heavens! The beauty mud was actually conceived by Mr. Ji. In her astonishment, Xiao Yan's admiration for Ji Fan soared to unparalleled heights. Come, let us have them deliver the items to the backyard, Ji Fan instructed, then walked into the villa with his hands clasped behind his back. By the time the unloading was completed, it was already noon. Ji Fan generously rewarded each driver with 1,000 yuan before departing with satisfaction. It was then that he realized he had left his phone in the bedroom when he had gone to sleep in the villa the previous night. Consequently, he drove back to retrieve it, only to find Xiao Yan's car still parked by the roadside. Has she not left with the other drivers? He approached to take a closer look and confirmed that there was indeed no one inside. Could it be that she had never left the villa at all? With this thought, Ji Fan hastily entered the villa but found no trace of her. Never mind, he decided. Retrieving my phone is of utmost priority. Surely, a grown woman like Xiao Yin would not get lost during the day. Just as he stepped into the bedroom, a steaming woman emerged from the bathroom, completely unclothed, with damp hair cascading down as she wiped her face with a towel. This sight rendered Ji Fan utterly speechless. Xiao Yan's most striking feature was her ample curves, so pronounced that one might feel suffocated if buried within them. The first time he had encountered her at the medical facility, he was captivated by her voluptuousness, and now, the reality was laid bare before him. Thunderous, thunderous. Ji Fan felt as if thunder had struck his mind, and then a warmth surged through his nose, causing blood to flow from his nostrils. It was only at that moment that Xiao Yin noticed the presence of another person in the room, letting out a startled scream as she hurriedly grabbed a towel to shield herself. Her complexion changed drastically, as she initially thought she had encountered a lecher. However, upon realizing that the intruder was Ji Fan, her tension eased considerably. A few minutes later, Xiao Yin emerged from the bathroom clad in a loose-fitting white shirt and black shorts. Mr. Ji, what are you doing here? I thought you had left. I left my phone behind, Ji Fan stammered, feeling quite embarrassed as he forced himself to regain composure. After all, he was senior to Xiao Yin in terms of age. It was inconceivable that he would let such a trivial incident disturb his tranquility. Yet, the earlier image replayed in his mind incessantly. It was utterly provocative, were it not for the sliver of rationality still residing within him. He might have rushed toward Xiao Yin in that moment. It was nearly impossible to suppress. Mr. Ji, you're bleeding, Xiao Yin reminded him, bringing him back to reality. He instinctively wiped his mouth, only to find a streak of crimson on his hand. Could it be that he had been so stimulated as to cause a nosebleed? Damn it. Oh, cough, cough, perhaps I've been a bit too heated lately. Ji Fan straightened his posture, placing his hand behind his back. As Xiao Yin dabbed at his nose with a tissue, she couldn't help but giggle. Mr. Ji, you certainly have quite the temper. Throughout the entire exchange, she remained poised, showing no signs of embarrassment despite the awkwardness of the situation. Ji Fan thought to himself, given your state, how could I possibly remain calm? A man who does not feel heated is no man at all. Cough. It's nothing. Perhaps it's just been a long time since I've had that kind of interaction. Ji-fan cleared his throat and stated solemnly, while internally questioning whether Xiao Yin had done this on purpose. Chapter 47. The gamble. What kind of interaction are you referring to? Xiao Yin asked mischievously, then turned to the mirror to fix her hair, humming a cheerful tune. At that moment, she stood barefoot, her back to Ji-fan. Her shirt, damp from her hair, had become somewhat transparent, revealing her smooth back in a tantalizing manner. The black shorts clung to her curves, accentuating her form. Her long, fair legs were exposed to the air, resembling a finely crafted sculpture, utterly enticing. This scene left Ji-fan restless, inwardly lamenting his predicament. This woman not only mocked him, but also seemed to be deliberately tempting him. It was infuriating. In a sudden surge of uncharacteristic impulsiveness, he approached Xiao Yin from behind. Did you not inquire about the nature of my intentions? Allow me to enlighten you. With that, he swept her up in his arms. Do you feel it? This is what I'm referring to. Xiao Yin was taken aback by Ji-fan's audacity, her body tensing in shock as her expression shifted dramatically. Ji-fan leaned in closer, whispering with a cold smirk, "What's wrong? Afraid? What happened to that boldness?" His words sent Xiao Yin into a flurry of panic, and she swiftly raised her delicate hands in protest. And no, Mr. Ji, today, I have been visited by my monthly cycle. At this moment, her delicate face is flushed with a deep crimson hue, as if a mere squeeze could unleash a torrent of blood. Well, of course that cannot be. Who provoked my interest? Furthermore, your earlier teasing made you appear like a seasoned seductress, well-versed in the arts of romance. Yet now it seems you are merely a pretender, all talk and no action. Ji-fan scoffed coldly. Then what must you do to let me off the hook? Xiao Yin regretted her earlier mischief. Had she known better, she would not have dared to toy with Ji-fan. Now, having angered him, she was at a loss for how to resolve the situation. In her recollection, hadn't Mr. Ji already wed Su Piaoxue from the Su family? Let you off the hook? Not a chance. With that, Ji-fan swept her up and, with a swift motion, pinned her onto the bed. Observing her innocence, it felt as though this little lamb was about to be devoured by the great wolf, Ji-fan. In a moment of desperation, Xiao Yin exclaimed, how can you do this to Miss Su? You have a wife after all. You cannot act recklessly. Wife. Ji-fan paused momentarily, then erupted into hearty laughter. His relationship with Su Piaoxue was merely one of contractual obligation. They were not even akin to lovers. Moreover, their marriage agreement explicitly stated that neither party could interfere in the other's emotional affairs. Thus, even if he were to indulge with Xiao Yin, he bore no moral burden, for they were nothing more than faux spouses. Oh, why are you laughing? I am speaking earnestly. Xiao Yin pouted playfully, clearly perplexed. At the same time, she playfully thumped her delicate fists against Ji-fan's chest. This commotion extinguished Ji-fan's interest in the matter, and he extricated himself from her grasp. If you do not clarify things today, we must maintain our distance from here on. I cannot partake in the destruction of another's family. Xiao Yin hurriedly sat up, adjusting her clothing while casting a yearning gaze towards Ji-fan. Though she had her whims, she was not a frivolous person. Her heart had secretly longed for Ji-fan, yet she did not wish to be branded as the other woman. Very well, I shall tell you, but you must promise to keep it a secret, otherwise. Do not blame me for turning hostile, Ji-fan contemplated. Rest assured, my lips are sealed, Xiao Yin replied eagerly. Actually, just as Ji-fan was about to unveil the truth, the urgent ringing of a mobile phone interrupted him. He glanced at the screen. It was a call from the third party. He immediately answered the phone. Hello, third? Any progress? Ji-fan exited the bedroom and lit a cigarette. Boss, we have nearly pinpointed the hotel where Fu Shaoxiong is meeting the mayor's wife. Recently, Zhai Gang has been involved in a gambling match at the antique market. In Chengxingyi seems to be searching for a bronze artifact, known as the Tianmu Wuding. Do you think it is time for us to take action? The third party excitedly relayed over the phone. After receiving Ji-fan's orders, he and Shi Qingfeng had worked tirelessly to investigate these three individuals. At last, they were beginning to see some promising leads. Ji-fan pondered for a moment before speaking. Let us do this, third brother. The matter of Fu Shaoxiong's infidelity is certainly not a one-time affair. we shall set that aside for now. The most pressing concern is to commence with Zhai Gang, as opportunities to engage in such gambling activities are rare. He then inquired about their location, expressing his intent to join them immediately. Afterward, he returned to the bedroom to exchange a few words with Xiao Yan. At that moment, she had already dressed and was eagerly awaiting Ji Fan's explanation. "Oh dear, Mr. Ji, why did you stop speaking halfway? What exactly is your relationship with Miss Su? Would you like to know?" Ji Fan replied with a mischievous grin, gently lifting Xiao Yan's chin. "Yes," she exclaimed. "Then please satisfy my desires next time, and I shall reveal it to you." With a playful smile and a light touch, he departed, leaving her with a flushed face, her heart fluttering with newfound feelings. In truth, she was not one to easily entertain such sentiments. As a doctoral student under Liao Guopei at Capital Medical University, she had an array of admirers vying for her attention, yet none of them captured her interest. It was only upon meeting Ji Fan that she truly understood the essence of love at first sight. However, Ji Fan's accomplishments were so towering that they felt utterly unattainable to her. In the realm of medicine, she could only look up to him in admiration. Thus, she dared not aspire for any formal recognition of her humble affections, merely wishing to secure a place in his heart. After all, a man of his caliber would undoubtedly attract a throng of admirers. As for the relationship between Su Piaoxue and Ji Fan, she felt it unnecessary to delve deeply, for history has shown that extraordinary individuals often have multiple partners. Inside a private room of a tea house within the antique market, Ji Fan, third brother, and Shi Qingfeng sat together, sipping tea while observing the entrance of a shop across the street, a place called Shigu Xian, which specialized not in antiques or paintings, but in precious stones. This evening, they were set to host a stone gambling exchange. The world of stone gambling is notoriously unpredictable, where fortunes can shift dramatically. While experience holds significance, luck is equally essential for success. According to reliable sources, Zhai Gang was expected to arrive at Shigu Xian that night, and Ji Fan planned to seize the opportunity to confront him. How dare you pressure Su Piaoxue at the board meeting? Tonight, I shall ensure you face utter defeat. As dusk fell, a Bentley pulled up at the entrance of Shigu Xian, from which emerged a rotund figure. The owner of Shigu Xian promptly approached him. "Oh, Boss Shai, it has been quite some time since we last saw you. You are indeed a rare guest. Please do come in. Owner, I heard there is a gambling event tonight. You know my little indulgences. I simply couldn't resist the temptation." Zhai Gang chuckled heartily as he waddled into Shigu Xian. Observing this scene, Ji Fan immediately set down his teacup, his expression turning icy. "Let us go and confront this fellow." Inside Shigu Xian, the place was bustling with activity, filled with both buyers and sellers of stones. Due to its origins as a jade shop, the space within is considerably more expansive than that of a typical antique store. Notably, the back door of the establishment connects directly to a storage area. Thus, the official venue for today's stone gambling event is actually located within this very warehouse. At this moment, it is filled to capacity with people, resembling a bustling marketplace. Stalls selling stones line both sides, while buyers weave through the central aisle. The stones displayed at these stalls are truly a splendid array, varied in quality and appearance. Zhai Gang, accompanied by the proprietor of Shigu Xian, Shi Jiong, entered the venue. Boss Zhai, take a look at today's batches of stones. They're all high-quality materials sourced directly from the jade mines in Myanmar. This evening, indulge yourself thoroughly, and I assure you, you shall return laden with treasures, Shi Jiong remarked. Upon seeing the jade, rough stones, Zhai Gang found himself momentarily transfixed. Indeed. You understand me well, sure. He casually picked up a piece from the ground and swiftly retrieved a magnifying glass from his pocket to examine it closely. Shi Jiong patted him on the shoulder and excused himself, stating that he needed to attend to customers at the front. The stall owners, upon recognizing Zhai Gang's presence, were instantly filled with excitement. As a renowned figure in the antique street stone gambling scene, his reputation preceded him. Who does not know of him? Wealthy and discerning. He had recently procured a magnificent imperial green jade from Shigu Xian, netting him a staggering profit of millions. Thus, his mere presence at the gambling venue inevitably attracted attention. Boss Jai, how about this stone? It has been sourced directly from a quarry. If you decide to take this entire lot today, I can guarantee you will leave with your pockets overflowing. Jai Gang chuckled, but refrained from responding. Drawing from his extensive experience, he surmised that this particular stone held no value. With that thought in mind, he placed the 3-pound stone back on the stall and, with his hands clasped behind his back, turned his gaze to a neighboring stall. Boss Jai, you've come as well. At that moment, a fellow stone gambler entered the venue and spotted Jai Gang, greeting him loudly. Jai Gang smiled faintly and nodded in acknowledgement, feeling a touch of awkwardness. Before long, a crowd of seasoned stone gamblers gathered around him. These individuals, lacking skill themselves, often sought to profit by trailing behind more adept players. Naturally, they were quick to notice a master like Jai Gang. At this juncture, he was scrutinizing a piece of rough stone that had been partially opened. The term opened refers to the stone's thin outer layer, through which the vibrant green jade can be discerned. With care, he began to sand away some of the outer skin to enhance the stone's value. Typically, if the exterior reveals green, the likelihood of cutting into jade increases significantly. However, this is not always the case. Some stones merely possess superficial jade-like qualities, yielding nothing upon being cut. Thus lies the allure of stone gambling. Everything hinges on the element of chance. What is the price for this one, boss? I'll take it. Jai Gang instantly recognized the potential of the stone in his hand. The stall owner, upon realizing it was Jai Gang, promptly offered a price of 1 million. 1 million? Not a problem. He was never short of money, so he purchased everything that caught his fancy without hesitation. Before long, 2 young men appeared behind him, carrying a plastic basket filled with the stones he had just acquired. In less than half an hour, he had already spent over 50 million. The group of bargain hunters following him also made considerable purchases. At that moment, Ji Fan entered with Lao San and Shi Qingfeng. He glanced at Jai Gang in the distance before focusing on a stone at the nearest stall. Lao San, go and buy that piece for me, and cut it open on the spot. Understood. This particular stone had recently been inspected by Jai Gang, who had deemed it unworthy and discarded it. Consequently, no one else would bother to examine it. Reluctantly, the vendor was left with no choice but to sell it at a loss. His cost was 200,000, yet he could only sell it to Ji Fan for a mere 1,000. Are you really going to cut it on site? Of course. Our boss has already given the order, so there's no need for hesitation, Lao San replied, somewhat displeased. The vendor waved his hands repeatedly. I don't see the necessity for cutting. Mister, Jai already examined this stone and concluded it was worthless. You might as well take it home as a decorative piece. Ji Fan smirked. I'll give you another 1,000 if you cut it for me right now. Although he had not systematically studied stone gambling and appraising, the old man's notes contained numerous methods for distinguishing antiques, including gem appraisal. At that moment, he secretly activated the 9 Heavens Azure Dragon technique and silently recited the incantation of the opening of heaven vision. Instantly, his eyes gained the ability to see through objects. To his astonishment, this so-called waste material was pure imperial green jade. It had been cast aside by the experienced Jai Gang due to its thick skin and unattractive appearance. Well, no one parts with money easily. The vendor finally brought over a cutting machine. The noise attracted the attention of those nearby, including Jai Gang and his group of admirers. Look, the waste material discarded by Mr. Jai has been bought by a naive youth. They laughed, and he wants to cut it on the spot. What a ridiculous display. If he can't even recognize this waste, how can he hope to learn stone gambling? Sooner or later, he'll be left with nothing. However, at least the waste had only cost 1,000. The boy had not lost much, merely acquiring a lesson. Isn't he just slapping Mr. Jai in the face? Jai Gang, clearly noticing Ji Fan and his companions, furrowed his brow. He recalled having examined that stone upon entering the venue. It was undoubtedly worthless and could not possibly yield jade. In stone gambling, one considers the stone's appearance, the thickness of its skin, weight, and even the mining location, all crucial factors. Those 3 were indeed foolish. Lacking even the most basic knowledge of stone gambling, yet hoping to benefit from his oversight, it was a delusion. With that, he strode directly towards Ji Fan. Kid, I advise you to stop dreaming. That stone is definitely waste material and cannot possibly yield green. Ji Fan was somewhat astonished. He had not anticipated that his mere action would directly captivate Zhai Gang. Initially, he had intended to attract attention with the cut imperial green, but it now appeared there was no longer any need for that. Was it? What if it turned out to be so? After all, I have only spent 1,000 yuan, which is not a significant amount. Why not give it a try? Ji Fan maintained an air of nonchalance, which irked Zhai Gang considerably. Do you truly not realize who I am? I have personally witnessed this stone, and if I declare it waste, it is undoubtedly waste. Zhai Gang seemed somewhat angered. Oh, but what if it turns out to be green? Ji Fan retorted. He spoke with unwavering conviction. Oomph. If it does yield green, you may freely choose anything from this basket of mine. I shall remain silent. Ji Fan took a cursory glance at the basket, revealing a look of disdain. Pfft. Who is interested in the stones in your basket? Not a single green one among them. What? Not a single green one? What nonsense are you spouting? Upon uttering this, the entire venue erupted in uproar. Everyone condemned Ji Fan for his audacity. Zhai Gang was a seasoned veteran in the stone gambling arena, having built his initial fortune through his expertise in the craft. How could this inexperienced youth dare to claim that the meticulously selected stones were all waste? It was utterly ridiculous. At this moment, Zhai Gang's face flushed with anger. You, how bold! I am eager to see what you can produce. If nothing emerges, Stone Boss, kindly eject him immediately. I have no desire to be in the presence of such individuals who dampen the atmosphere. The proprietor of Shigu Xian, Shi. Observed this and rest assured, Boss Zhai, if that lad stone yields nothing, I guarantee he will be carried out. To disrupt your standing on my territory is tantamount to courting disaster. Chapter 49. A kaleidoscope of jade faced with relentless mockery. Both Lao San Lu Bo and Shi Qingfeng felt a twinge of trepidation. Primarily, they had never seen Ji Fan engage in stone gambling before. However, upon witnessing the resolute confidence on Ji Fan's face, their concerns dissipated. Ever since they had followed him in his endeavors, he had never let them down. At that moment, the vendor had already placed the stone beneath the cutting machine for processing. The immense noise of the cutting reverberated throughout the venue, drawing an ever-growing crowd of onlookers. Besides Ji Fan and his companions, everyone else was watching them as if they were observing a spectacle. Did they really think they could challenge Boss Zhai's authority? Was this not a self-imposed trial? Yet, in the next moment, as the cutting machine was paused, the stone was sliced in half. What was revealed to the audience was a crystal-clear stone, shimmering with a genuine hue of imperial green. Is this pure imperial green? The vendor exclaimed. The smiles of the onlookers faltered, replaced by expressions of disbelief. They had anticipated witnessing Ji Fan's folly, only to find that the so-called waste had yielded a premier imperial green. This was nothing short of a resounding slap in the face. Many among them doubted their own eyesight, rubbing their eyes repeatedly until they could confirm that the imperial green was indeed real. Anyone acquainted with the realm of jadeite gambling is well aware of the price of imperial green. The 3-pound stone purchased by Ji Fan, with its evenly distributed, flawless green hue, is indeed a paragon among treasures. If placed in an auction, it would fetch no less than several tens of millions. Such an estimate is quite modest. Should a wealthy patron take an interest and engage in a bit of speculation, the price could easily soar to over 100 million. How could this be possible? Zhai Gang was flustered. He never expected that the seemingly worthless material he had dismissed would yield the pinnacle of imperial green in another's possession. This was the greatest affront to his professional career. Yet, as a successful businessman, he prioritized profit above all else, dismissing any concerns for his reputation. At this moment, he retrieved a handkerchief from his pocket to wipe the cold sweat from his brow, took a deep breath, and approached Ji Fan. Young man, how much do you intend to sell this imperial green for? Such a gem in your hands is a sheer waste. Why not let it come to me? Ji Fan was taken aback by Zhai Gang's swift reaction and his eagerness to acquire the stone. Indeed, he was a cunning old fox. Businessmen are driven by profit, with little regard for anything else. Even when Ji Fan had publicly embarrassed him, he approached to negotiate, maintaining a smile. In the world of commerce, such individuals can be the most formidable. Will it come to you? Hell, what price can you offer? Ji Fan instructed Lao San to secure the stone, exuding an air of having made a tremendous profit, ready to depart. 30 million. A firm price, Zhai Gang declared decisively. With his experience, he knew that this piece of imperial green would surely be worth over 100 million at auction. Therefore, securing it would guarantee him substantial gains. Among the onlookers, there were some sharp-eyed players who, upon hearing Zhai Gang's bid, were eager to participate, though most offered lower prices. Old man, are you interested in this stone as well? If so, I can let it go to you, Ji Fan said, pulling an eager elderly gentleman closer. Ah, young man, I only have 10 million on me, which is far from enough to compete with Boss Zhai. He has offered 30 million. I suppose I must let it go. It seems I am fated to be without this stone. According to market norms, the highest bidder claims the item. However, Ji Fan chose to deviate from this practice. You need not offer me 30 million. Just 5 million, and the stone is yours. Upon hearing this, the crowd was left in stunned silence. No one could fathom the rationale behind this fortunate young man's decision to sell at such a discount when Boss Zhai had bid 30 million. Was this not a sign of madness? Young man, are you truly offering this stone to me for 5 million? The old man could hardly contain his excitement. Pressing for confirmation. Of course, Lao San, deliver it, Ji Fan replied with a slight smile, glancing at Lao San Lubo behind him. Lao San promptly placed the neatly wrapped stone before the elderly gentleman. Sir, will you be paying by card or cash? Just give me 5 million directly. Heh, card. Card. The elderly man, realizing that Ji Fan was not jesting, excitedly retrieved his bank card to proceed with the transfer. Fearful that a moment's delay might prompt Ji Fan to reconsider, he swiftly disappeared from the venue, clutching the stone tightly. The onlookers erupted into a chorus of envy and resentment, lamenting that had they known better, they might have called out a lower price and claimed the stone for themselves. It was evident that this young man possessed a distinctive character. Anyone who frequented the stone gambling arena understood that the true value of that stone far exceeded 5 million. Even with Zhai Gang's earlier bid of 30 million, it was grossly underestimated. Yet, to their astonishment, Ji Fan had indeed completed the transaction for a mere 5 million. Such a waste of potential. It often seemed that reality had a way of delivering unexpected blows. At that moment, Zhai Gang stood to the side, his expression darkening. Previously brimming with confidence, he now appeared utterly deflated. According to the rules, the highest bid entitled him to the stone. Yet, Ji Fan's actions suggested a deliberate affront to him. You cunning brat. We shall see how this unfolds, Zhai Gang huffed, turning to leave. Ji Fan, however, smiled ingratiatingly. Boss Zhai, whom I choose to sell to is my prerogative. Even if you offered 1 billion, my decision remains unchanged. Given your lackluster skills, it would be wise to refrain from embarrassing yourself in this stone gambling circle. Not a single stone in that basket of yours is likely to yield a green. At this remark, Zhai Gang's fury erupted. You dare question my prowess? Ji Fan laughed heartily. What? Are you willing to wager? If even one stone from your basket produces green, I, Ji Fan, shall never set foot in the antique street again. Otherwise, you may have someone break my legs at your discretion. If my suspicions are correct, you should sever both your hands and never touch stone gambling again, as those terms are rather severe. Sai Gong hesitated momentarily. Noticing his indecision, Ji Fan derided him. I knew you wouldn't dare to wager. Forget it. I shan't stoop to your level. Lao San, let us peruse other stalls. Zhai Gang's face turned a shade of green with anger. Beside him, the owner of Shirgu Xian, Shi Zhiyong, expressed his indignation. What a brat. Just a child who has yet to grow a proper beard stumbles upon a stroke of luck and dares to act so arrogantly. Hey, Boss Zhai, shall I summon a few people to deal with him? Zhai Gang, still seething from Ji Fan's provocation, was not in the mood for such antics. His primary concern was to swallow this affront. He called out to Ji Fan and his companions. Hold on. Don't be so hasty to leave. I accept your wager. Countless eyes were upon him, and Zhai Gang could not afford to retreat. If word of this situation spread, how could he ever maintain his standing in the antique market? Bring me all the stones in that basket. I refuse to believe that not a single one will yield results. Though stone gambling relies heavily on chance, it was improbable that a basket containing dozens of stones would yield none that were green. Ji Fan chuckled, Oh, you truly dare to wager with me? How about this? I shall select a basket of stones as well, and we shall cut them together. Today, I am determined to make you concede, so you may understand what it means to be outmatched. Go ahead and boast. I wonder how long your bravado will last. Saigong snitted. Clearly, he, like the crowd of onlookers, believed that Ji Fan's acquisition of the Imperial Green was sheer luck. Soon, Ji Fan brought over a basket of stones, and thus, two cutting machines roared to life simultaneously. Amidst the overwhelming hum, the two baskets of raw material were sliced one after another. The gathering crowd swelled in numbers, transforming into a veritable spectacle. Eventually, nearly everyone present had come to witness this monumental gamble. The audience divided into two factions, one supporting Ji Fan and the other Zhai Gang, though those rallying behind Ji Fan were in the minority. Nevertheless, the air was filled with continuous gasps and cheers. With each stone Ji Fan cut, he was met with enthusiastic applause from the crowd, for every stone revealed was imbued with color. There were icy varieties, green waters, imperial greens, white jadeite, pink water jadeite, and blue water jadeite. Almost every piece unveiled was of the highest caliber, worthy of awe even at the most prestigious auction houses worldwide. In stark contrast, Zhai Gang's side was plagued by a chorus of sighs and lamentations. By the time the last stone was cut, not a single piece of green had emerged. At that moment, Zhai Gang was utterly dumbfounded, seemingly rooted to the spot, as if his feet were welded to the ground, especially upon witnessing Ji Fan unveil a dazzling array of colorful top-tier jade nearby. He felt as if despair was closing in around him. Chapter 50. 60 million. Even Shijiong, the proprietor of Lisher Gushuan, began to regard Ji Fan with newfound respect. If casually purchasing a stone that yielded imperial green was mere luck, then acquiring an entire basket of nothing but top-tier jade was a testament to extraordinary skill. Clearly, this unassuming young man possessed gem appraisal abilities that surpassed all others, reaching a masterful level. Master Ji, I must apologize for my earlier misjudgment. I hope you will overlook my folly. Would you consider consigning all these stones to our shop for sale? We would charge you nothing and would even provide you with a substantial exhibition fee daily, Shijiong proposed. Having navigated the jade market for years, he understood the immense value of these jade pieces. Simply displaying a few in the shop would attract a steady stream of customers. I'm afraid I have no interest in what you propose, Ji Fan replied, turning to instruct his assistant to gather all the stones. Each rough jade was worth a fortune, and he resolved to retain them for himself. The onlookers, expecting him to purchase at low prices as he had previously, were all met with rejection. Do they truly think me a fool? My earlier actions were merely to provoke Zhai Gang, he mused inwardly. Then, Ji Fan strode directly to Zhai Gang, casting a disdainful glance at the heap of discarded stones on the ground, and a triumphant smile broke across his face. Boss Zhai, do you now recognize who the novice is and who the expert truly is? With your experience in stone gambling, you might as well be feeding pigs. Isn't it time to honor your promise? Zhai Gang's face darkened with anger. Although he had suffered a crushing defeat, he was still a billionaire businessman. How could one possibly be defeated by a mere youth? Thus, he squinted his eyes, suppressing the fury within, plotting his next move. Xiaoyo, I must concede that your prowess in the realm of stone gambling surpasses mine. It is indeed a matter of skill. How about this? Would you be willing to part with all these stones for 100 million? Upon hearing this, the crowd collectively gasped. 100 million? Truly, Boss Zhai is grand in his ambitions. Yet, if these stones were taken to an auction house, their value would likely exceed this sum. While others could discern this, Ji Fan undoubtedly recognized it as well. My apologies, Boss Zhai, but I am not selling these stones to anyone. If you truly wish to purchase, perhaps you should consider this particular piece. With that, he approached a massive stone nearby, pointing toward the colossal boulder. This stone was sourced from an old quarry in Myanmar, and according to the vendor, he had spent 10 million plus an additional 200,000 in shipping fees to transport this 1-ton, 1-meter-high stone back. The vendor even fervently asserted that this stone had been scanned with cutting-edge equipment, guaranteeing the presence of significant jadeite. Should such a sizable stone indeed contain jade, its worth would undoubtedly soar into the hundreds of millions. Presently, the vendor had priced this stone at 50 million. However, while many inquired, few were willing to buy. Yet, Ji Fan, the newly acclaimed master of appraisal, ardently recommended this stone, causing many hesitant individuals to shift their attention toward it. Just moments ago, several passers-by, having heard of Ji Fan's extraordinary appraisal abilities, approached him with stones for his guidance. Ji Fan, far from dismissive, selected a few from the pile. Those individuals, as if struck by fortune, promptly cut them open, yielding bountiful rewards. This spectacle left the onlookers utterly speechless. Ji Fan was now firmly establishing his reputation as a master of appraisal. This Master Ji is indeed remarkable. He points, and it strikes true. Every stone he claims contains jadeite truly does. Indeed, having roamed this antique market for years, I have never encountered such a prodigious talent. It seems Boss Shai is indeed eclipsed by him. The earlier humiliation was well-deserved. Master Ji, would you kindly take a glance at my stone? In no time, the name of Master Ji Fan spread throughout the venue, with a long queue forming for his appraisal. Ji Fan, however, welcomed all, and every stone he assessed yielded results. This left Zhai Gang utterly astonished. It was then that he comprehended the concept of there are always greater talents beyond oneself. Master Ji, I was blind to your brilliance earlier. Please do not hold it against me. Zhai Gang immediately approached Ji Fan and bowed in apology. Previously filled with animosity toward Ji Fan, he now harbored a profound admiration akin to a towering mountain. Ji Fan's methods were truly astonishing. With a mere flick, he identified top-tier jadeite, surpassing even the most skilled illusionists. The ancient art of turning stone to gold could not possibly compare. Ah, Boss Shai, have you come to recognize my prowess? However, let me assure you, I am no master, merely fortunate. Ji Fan chuckled lightly, igniting a cigarette with an air of modesty. Please, do not jest with me. I wish to inquire about the colossal stone you just recommended. Is it truly available for purchase? Zhai Gang, eager to take a significant risk, had recently incurred a loss exceeding 50 million from a previous purchase of worthless stones. Now, he was desperate to recoup his losses and regain his face. Upon overhearing their exchange, the onlookers immediately began to question the vendor about the price of the massive stone. As inquiries multiplied, the vendor steadily raised the price. By the time Zhai Gang resolved to buy the stone, the price had soared to 50 million. 60 million, not a penny less, the vendor declared confidently, inflating the price by an additional 10 million. With Master Ji's endorsement, the crowd swelled. Yet, many remained hesitant. After all, 60 million was no trifling sum. Should the stone turn out to be worthless, their money would vanish without a trace. Nevertheless, the enthusiasm of the crowd seemed undiminished. Just then, an elderly gentleman approached, flanked by several bodyguards. He scrutinized the colossal stone through a magnifying glass, pondering for a moment before stating calmly, I believe this stone is a fake. You would do well not to squander your money here. His words ignited a fervent uproar. What nonsense are you spouting, old man? Master Ji has assured us this stone is guaranteed to yield jade. Others chimed in, asserting that the elder clearly lacked experience and was simply envious of their interest. They suspected he aimed to sabotage the sale, intending to acquire the stone at a lower price himself. Old man, if you have no intention of buying, kindly refrain from your unwarranted commentary. The vendor interjected, sensing the crowd's enthusiasm waning due to the elder's remarks. However, someone in the crowd recognized the old man. Good heavens! ISNT that the National Treasure Appraiser, Lu Guruwei? What? He is Lu Guruwei? Indeed, it truly is him. Some even searched online, confirming the elder's identity with matching photographs. As the foremost treasure appraiser in Huagua, Lu Guruwei's reputation had long resonated throughout the nation. It was astounding that he would appear here. Please, remain calm. I am merely taking a casual look. I noticed your discussions regarding this stone, and thought it prudent to offer a few words, lest you squander your hard-earned money. Acquiring this stone is no small investment. Lu Guruwei, with his head of white hair, yet full of vitality, possessed bright eyes and a rosy complexion. His words rang true. The risks associated with stone gambling were indeed substantial, and most individuals could scarcely bear the weight of failure. Soon, many began to heed Lu Guru's advice, losing their interest in the stone. Zhai Gang too became somewhat uncertain. Despite Master Ji's prowess, Lu Guru was no novice. Since Master Lu had declared the stone worthless, he too would not insist on proceeding. As the crowd's confidence wavered, the vendor's demeanor shifted to one of despair, slashing the price from 60 million to 30 million. Yet, no one stepped forward. Everyone was merely observing. Ji Fan's expression also darkened at this moment. How could that old man Lu choose this moment to ruin my good fortune? It seems that if I do not present some substantial evidence, you all might mistakenly believe that Ji Fan is merely idling away his time. He let out a cold chuckle inwardly and addressed the vendor, saying, "Since no one desires this stone, I shall take it off your hands for 60 million. Not a cent less." What? Upon hearing this, everyone present gasped in astonishment. The vendor stood frozen, his mouth agape. Chapter 51. Setting the scene, Lu Gui gazed at the young man before him, utterly perplexed. While others strived to purchase items at the lowest possible price, this lad not only refused to haggle, but audaciously offered to pay more. Is he out his mind? Many in the crowd shared this sentiment. Chui Gang too wore a look of confusion, unable to fathom Ji Fan's mindset. What? 60 million is too little? No. I will arrange the subsequent matters for you right away. Still in shock, the vendor was jolted back to reality by Ji Fan's words. Thus, the massive stone rightfully became Ji Fan's possession. Master Lu, wasn't it you who claimed this stone was worthless? Today, I shall broaden your horizons. As he spoke, he instructed someone to take sandpaper to the stone's exterior. Soon, the outer layer was entirely polished away, revealing a remarkably pure imperial green beneath. This technique of sanding off the surface to expose the jade beneath would significantly enhance the stone's value if it indeed turned out to be jade. Evidently, Ji Fan had succeeded. This spectacle once again left the entire stone gambling venue in awe. Good heavens, such a large piece of imperial green must be worth a fortune. This massive stone must weigh a ton. With such a heavy imperial green, I dare say it could fetch several hundred million. Several hundred million? Allow me to be frank. If this stone truly is imperial green, do not even think about acquiring it for less than 1 billion. As the discussions grew more fervent, Lu Guru's expression darkened. He never anticipated witnessing such a glaring oversight. To dispel the crowd's skepticism, Ji Fan instructed further sanding of the stone surface. Gradually, the area of imperial green continued to expand. Ultimately, 60% of the stone surface was revealed to be imperial green. This strongly indicated that the interior was likely composed of the same high-quality jade. The sight sent everyone into a frenzy. A ton of imperial green could shatter records. The vendor was filled with regret, realizing that had he kept this stone for himself, it would have been sufficient for a life of luxury. Lu Guru, meanwhile, was unusually excited, peering through a magnifying glass at the imperial green. Zhai Gang's expression fluctuated between hope and despair, for he longed for this stone, but was uncertain how much Ji Fan would bid. He regretted not trusting Ji Fan and instead placing his faith in that so-called Master Lu. Now, he had squandered the opportunity for a substantial profit. At this moment, several investors had already pooled together 20 billion, eager to inquire about Ji Fan's asking price. However, Ji Fan shook his head repeatedly, deliberately casting a glance at the furrowed brow of Zhai Gang. Zhai, would you be interested in this stone? If so, I can sell it to you at a lower price. Upon hearing this, Zhai Gang was instantly filled with excitement. He hurried over, inquiring how much Ji Fan intended to sell the stone for. The owner over there offered 2 billion, which I outright rejected, primarily because our acquaintance is not forged through conflict. After all, I personally selected this stone. I would be reluctant to sell it to a stranger. How about this? A flat price of 1.5 billion, and you can take it away without me batting an eye. What? 2 billion? 1.5 billion? The crowd that had gathered erupted in a frenzy upon hearing these astronomical figures. Damn it, with that kind of money, I could toil for several lifetimes and still not earn it. Such is fate. I think you might as well let Master Ji guide you. Perhaps you could strike a lucky deal. Master Ji is truly remarkable. Had I known to heed his words, Why would I have trusted Lu Guerue? Lu Guerue, overhearing the derision directed at him, felt a twinge of displeasure. Nevertheless, he sensed something amiss with the stone. Yet the seams that had opened revealed a flawlessly uniform imperial green. Could it be that I had misjudged? Just as he pondered this, Ji-Fan had already decided to sell the 1-ton imperial green stone to Zhai Gang, who appeared to have struck an incredible bargain. However, Mr. G, I do not have much cash on hand. Could I possibly use shares of the Su Group as collateral? In the antique market, it was common for high-interest loan companies to provide bridge loans for significant transactions. The buyer would resell the precious item and repay the loan afterward, keeping the remainder as profit. Ji-Fan's intention was to encourage Zhai Gang to borrow at a high interest rate. What he did not anticipate was Zhai Gang's proposal to use shares of the Su Group as collateral. A surge of joy filled Ji-Fan's heart. According to Ji-Fan's plan, Zhai Gang would ultimately be burdened with substantial debt. Ji-Fan would then exchange the shares of the Su Group to settle Zhai Gang's debts. As it stood, many unnecessary complications could be avoided. Otherwise, had the other party discovered that the stone was not indeed imperial green, it would likely lead to a protracted dispute, making it uncertain whether he could acquire the Su Group shares. From the moment Ji-Fan entered the gambling stone venue, everything had been a carefully orchestrated scheme on his part for Zhai Gang, aimed at acquiring a portion of the shares of the Su Group without any investment. Now, the plan was nearing its conclusion. All right, but how many shares can you offer as collateral? Zhai Gang chuckled. I'm one of the major shareholders of the Su Group, holding 15 of the shares valued at $3 billion. The stone you possess is worth $1.5 billion. I could transfer 75 to you. Very well. The subsequent moments were spent on the transfer process of the Su Group shares between Ji-Fan and Zhai Gang. In truth, Zhai Gang's plan was quite simple. Once he acquired the stone, he would immediately sell it to the previous buyers for $2 billion. In this swift transaction, he would effortlessly pocket a profit of $500 million. As for the $1.5 billion Su Family Group shares pledged to Ji-Fan, there's an opportunity to redeem them. Everything has been meticulously planned. They're merely waiting for the right moment to act. Hee, Brother Zhai, this stone is now yours. You may dispose of it as you wish. Just now, those individuals were eager to purchase this stone for $2 billion. Why not sell it to them? Ji-Fan's words resonated perfectly with his intentions. The group of business owners approached, expressing their desire to acquire the stone, but insisted it must be cut open on site. If it truly contained imperial green jade, they would promptly transfer the funds. Certainly, no problem, Zhai Gang replied, brimming with excitement. The prospect of a quick $500 million profit thrilled him immensely. Everyone gathered to witness the grand unveiling ceremony, enviously eyeing Ji-Fan and Zhai Gang, both epitomes of overnight wealth. At that moment, the owner of Shiguchuan had arranged for workers to deliver a large cutting machine. Amidst the eager gazes of the crowd, the 1-ton imperial green stone was sliced open. Bang! Half of the massive stone tumbled down. However, the cross-section that was revealed silenced the previously bustling crowd. To their astonishment, the interior of the imperial green was entirely stone. Only a mere 3 centimeters of imperial green adorned its surface, indicating that the stone was worth, at most, a few tens of thousands. The onlookers were rendered speechless, clearly witnessing Zhai Gang's unfortunate gamble. The $1.5 billion investment had vanished in a thin air. What is happening? Where's my imperial green? My imperial green! Zhai Gang, utterly dumbfounded, collapsed onto the stone, wailing inconsolably. He could not fathom this reality. His mind went blank, and his heart sank. Ji, you have deceived me. I will have my vengeance. In a fit of rage, Zhai Gang, trembling and flushed, turned to confront Ji-Fan, only to discover that the crowd no longer contained Ji-Fan's presence. Upon witnessing this scene, fury surged within him, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing unconscious. The crowd hurriedly called for an ambulance to take him to the hospital. Where had Master Ji gone? It seemed he had departed with his companions during the stone cutting. The so-called Master Ji was clearly a fraud. This enormous stone was undoubtedly a trap orchestrated by him, and Zhai Gang, lacking foresight, had fallen into it. What a pity! The crowd lamented in unison. Truly, a single cut can bring either fortune or ruin. As the throngs began to disperse, this vivid example of a scam echoed throughout the antique market. Opinions on Master G remained ambiguous. Some deemed him a charlatan, as every stone he chose turned out to be exquisite jade, while others thought him not a fraud. Yet he had orchestrated Zhai Gang's downfall, leading to a loss of 1.5 billion. At that moment, gem appraisal master Liu Grue exited Shigakushuan, sighing in resignation. Heed the wisdom of the elders, or face the consequences. How unfortunate for that young man named G. He is undoubtedly someone capable of becoming a master of antique appraisal. Yet he engages in such morally reprehensible deeds. Chapter 52. Do you realize your mistake? In the dead of night, Ji Fan drove with Shi Qingfeng and Lao San to the Jiangjing No. 1 villa. Along the way, an air of silence enveloped them. Ji Fan had no intention of breaking the quiet, while Shi Qingfeng and Lao San brimmed with myriad thoughts, yet found themselves at a loss for words, especially considering how Ji Fan had cunningly outsmarted everyone, including Zhai Gang, ultimately leading him into a trap and acquiring half of the Su Group's shares. The entire process was executed flawlessly, and in retrospect, it was undeniably thrilling. Boss, you're incredible. I never imagined Zhai Gang would fall into your hands, exclaimed Lao San. Indeed, Brother Fan, you are remarkable. Not only do you excel in alchemy, but you also possess an eye for antiques. If I, Shi Qingfeng, could learn even one thing from you in this lifetime, it would surely elevate me to great heights. Qingfeng, just follow the boss and learn gradually, replied Lao San. While the two lavished Ji Fan with flattering praise, his gaze remained fixed on the rearview mirror, for he had just spotted another vehicle parked beneath a large tree 500 meters away. This car seemed to have been trailing him for some time. Ji Fan sensed that the vehicle was anything but ordinary, as he had not observed anyone exit it during the brief moments it had been stationary. It is important to note that the Jiangjing Villa is located by the riverside, an area typically devoid of foot traffic. It is predominantly inhabited by the affluent and influential, who, at this late hour, would venture out here for leisure. Surely, such behavior would be deemed eccentric. Of course, one could not entirely dismiss the possibility of a young couple sneaking away for a clandestine rendezvous. You all stay here. I will be right back, he declared as he stealthily exited the car. At that moment, darkness enveloped the surroundings, with only the moonlight illuminating the night. Strangely, the streetlights remained unlit. Ji Fan paid little mind to these details. His sole desire was to ascertain who occupied the suspicious vehicle. Meanwhile, Han Bing was huddled in the driver's seat of Santana, texting Han Wushuang while intermittently glancing at the movements of the distant car. In recent days, the massacre of the Lin family had become a significant case for the Tianji Bureau. Han Wushuang, having conducted an investigation in Jiangzhou for days without progress, had returned to the capital, instructing Han Bing to closely monitor Ji Fan's activities. Numerous leads indicated that Ji Fan was somehow connected to the Lin family massacre, yet concrete evidence remained elusive. Thus, Han Bing was left to gather advantageous evidence through diligent observation. Regrettably, despite trailing Ji Fan for several days, she had uncovered no valuable clues, even allowing him to slip from her sight on multiple occasions. Recently, she received intelligence suggesting that Ji Fan might visit the antique street. Consequently, she had arrived early to wait at the only exit, remaining there from noon until night. Finally, her perseverance paid off, and she was able to follow him to the Jiangjing Villa. Given that this villa was a residence for the elite, it was inconceivable that Ji Fan could afford to live there. Could it be Su Piaoshue's house? No, that cannot be right. I have investigated the fixed assets of the Su family, and it appears that they do not possess any property here. What could he possibly be doing here at this late hour? Is he engaged in some clandestine activity? With this thought in mind, Han Bing decided to approach cautiously. However, as she opened the door, she found a figure blocking her path. Instinctively, she reacted and swung her fist at the shadowy figure. To her surprise, the opponent skillfully evaded her attack and swiftly bound her hands together. Panic surged within Han Bing. Just as she was about to resist, she felt a chilling presence at her waist. In that instant, her entire body seemed paralyzed. Who are you? How dare you assault an officer at this hour? If you dare to act recklessly, I promise you will be spending tomorrow in prison, Han Bing exclaimed with indignation. Yet, her assailant showed no intention of relenting. Hey, Officer Han, what a coincidence. To encounter you in a place like this at such a late hour. Surely this must be fate. Ji Fan chuckled mischievously as he pressed Han Bing against the hood of a nearby car. Who on earth are you? How do you know me? Han Bing kufunit. Her mind racing. The voice sounded somewhat familiar. She was taken aback. In the pitch-black darkness, she never expected her assailant would recognize her. Who am I? I am, of course, the one you've been thinking about, Ji Fan. Have you forgotten so soon? Ji Fan smirked, his laughter dripping with arrogance. What? Ji Fan? You have a lot of nerve. Let me go this instant. Han Bing was utterly enraged, struggling with all her might. Yet, her efforts proved futile. Ever since director Zhao Quan began to shelter Ji Fan and criticized her, her resentment towards him had grown, and she had vowed to see him imprisoned. Given that the Lin family massacre case was also linked to this matter, Han Bing intended to seize the opportunity to bring Ji Fan to justice. However, she never anticipated that her attempt to follow him would end in failure. Let you go? Huh, you openly followed me, and I have yet to settle the score with you for that. Since last week, I have frequently observed you driving near my usual haunts. Did you think I was unaware? Ji Fan demanded. Now confess. Do you realize your mistake? You shameless scoundrel. How dare you lecture an officer? Han Bing rétorted defiantly, even as her body remained immobilized by Ji Fan's hold. Nevertheless, she refused to concede defeat verbally. Very well, since you refuse to acknowledge your wrongdoing. Do not blame me for being merciless. Ji Fan's wicked grin sent a chill down Han Bing's spine. Do not act recklessly. We live in a society governed by law, and if you dare to lay a finger on me, I assure you there will be dire consequences. Han Bing cautioned, suppressing her fear, trapped and unable to move. Her only recourse was to rely on her words to deter Ji Fan. Yet Ji Fan, being astute, was unperturbed. He raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap to her rear. Smack! You followed me at this late hour. Do you understand your mistake now? Apologize. With each strike, he demanded an acknowledgement of her fault. At the outset, Han Bing was utterly enraged, unleashing a torrent of expletives, yet found herself incapable of compelling Ji Fan to cease his actions. You scoundrel, Ji Fan. You are inhumane. You are shameless. You are vile. At that moment, her face flushed crimson, overwhelmed by embarrassment to the point of wishing for a subterranean refuge. Ji Fan was insufferably audacious, audaciously slapping his own backside in a desolate roadside setting, akin to a parent reprimanding a child. Have you come to realize your mistakes? She whimpered, pleading, I beg you. Please stop. I was wrong. I truly was. Han Bing finally conceded her fault, her voice tinged with a sob, tears of indignation welling in her eyes. This indicated her complete surrender to Ji Fan. After all, it was utterly humiliating for a beautiful woman of 25 years who had remained single to be so publicly chastised by Ji Fan. The pain was not particularly severe. However, each strike made Han Bing feel as though her dignity was being tarnished by this rogue. Oh, now you comprehend your error? Too late. Chapter 53. Essence Pill. Ah? No. Han Bing feared Ji Fan might continue his assault on her backside, but instead, she felt a tingling sensation in her waist, instantly revitalizing her. Ji Fan concurrently released her arms. She swiftly rolled off the car hood and landed on the ground, gasping for breath. Ji Fan's previous actions had been profoundly insulting. Ji Fan, I shall have my vengeance. Just as she clenched her fists, ready to confront him, she discovered he had already vanished. Ji Fan, come out. You lecherous scoundrel. How dare you take advantage of me? This is not over. As she uttered these words, she noticed the tail lights of his vehicle illuminating in the distance before it sped away. After being so thoroughly unsettled by Ji Fan, Han Bing had lost all desire to pursue him, her mind only occupied with curses against him. This was the first time in her life that she had been so humiliated by a man, a disgrace beyond measure. With this thought, her resentment towards Ji Fan escalated to an irreconcilable level. Ji Fan, you have insulted me today. I shall ensure you pay for your lechery in the future. To alleviate my heart's fury. With that, she hastily departed from the Jiangjing villa community. Meanwhile, Ji Fan, positioned halfway up the hill, observed Han Bing's Volkswagen slowly retreating down the mountain, and he exhaled deeply. This relentless little avenger was quite troublesome. Clearly, the next time, mere slaps would not suffice as punishment. A wicked grin spread across his face as he started his vehicle and descended the mountain. Soon, he arrived at Jiangjing No. 1. When Shi Feng and the third brother learned that this Jiangjing No. 1 belonged to Ji Fan, they were utterly astonished. "Boss, is this a dream?" "A dream? Huh. Pinch yourself," Ji Fan chuckled, playfully pinching the third brother, who immediately felt a sharp pain shoot to his brain. "Ouch! Ouch! That hurts! Boss, have mercy!" The third brother now realized that everything was indeed real and not a figment of his imagination. Ji Fan cleared his throat and announced that he had significant news to share. Shi Feng and the third brother immediately lent him their full attention. "I hereby declare that you may reside here from now on. This will be our secret base." Upon hearing this, both men were taken aback. The third brother dashed around the resplendent villa like a country bumpkin who had just arrived in the city. After all, he had previously been a mere food delivery worker. Such an opportunity to live in a place like this was beyond his wildest dreams. Shi Feng, too, could scarcely imagine living in this riverside villa one day. "Tonight, you shall rest. Tomorrow, I will concoct 2 different elixirs, the Dragon Tiger Pill and the Vitality Pill. During this time, you must diligently guard the entrance, and no one is to disturb us." Yes. Early the next morning, Ji Fan began his preparations. Once everything was in order, he lit the alchemical furnace and poured in all the medicinal ingredients, adding some water as well. After everything was combined seamlessly, he commanded the 2 to stand guard at the door. The first concoction would be the Vitality Pill, whose preparation was simpler than that of the Dragon Tiger Pill. The Vitality Pill was specifically designed for martial artists, aimed at restoring their internal energy, thereby preventing them from being too exhausted to continue fighting after a battle. It could be deemed a miraculous elixir for sustaining one's endurance. In contrast, the process of creating the Dragon Tiger Pill was considerably more complex, though its effects were remarkable. It could cure any ailment, but whether it could bring someone back from the brink of death depended on the individual's condition. Typically, it required a powerful martial artist to provide a concentrated dose of energy within a short time to extend a person's life. The alchemical furnace glowed red-hot under the intense charcoal fire, emanating a potent aroma of traditional herbs. Fortunately, the villa was situated by the river, and the breeze would carry away the herbal scent, unlike Su Piaoshue's home, where even a hint of odor would provoke complaints from neighbors. Thankfully, it was the weekend, so he did not need to drive her anywhere, thus avoiding any troublesome matters. By afternoon, the furnace was ablaze with heat. Ji Fan felt it was time to open the furnace, ceasing to add more charcoal beneath it. Now, only the final step remained. He took out a talisman for the Vitality Pill, a crucial element emphasized in the old man's notebook. Before opening the furnace, he needed to prepare this talisman and throw it into the pot at the moment of unveiling. Within 5 minutes of sealing the furnace, the elixir would be ready. "Old man, although your method of tossing the talisman into the furnace seems absurd, I still wish for your blessing today," he silently prayed, swiftly opening the furnace and tossing in the talisman. At that instant, he distinctly saw flames erupting within the furnace, vibrant and purple in hue. A tongue of purple fire even leapt out from the furnace's mouth. Ji Fan hurriedly sealed the furnace again and waited for another 5 minutes. Then, with a resounding bang, the moment arrived. The boiler was opened, revealing a collection of crimson elixirs that immediately captivated Ji Fan's gaze. Upon closer inspection, he counted a total of 13. Indeed, during his inaugural attempt at refining chi pills, he had produced merely 13. The rest were nothing but refuse. Was this not a dismal failure? Such a meager yield. Was it even sufficient to satisfy a mere craving? Ji Fan felt a twinge of disappointment. He began to reminisce about the old man's notes, pondering their content. Suddenly, he recalled the subsequent experimental results, which indicated that the old man had commenced alchemical practices at the tender age of 15 and did not succeed in crafting his first chi pill until he reached 30. In contrast, Ji Fan's achievement of producing 13 on his initial attempt was indeed extraordinary. The explosion was deafening, shattering some of the glass within the villa. Concerned for Ji-Fan's safety, the third brother rushed over to investigate. He discovered that the eldest brother was not only unharmed, but was also holding 13 vibrant red pills. Eldest brother, what is this? Have you succeeded? He gazed at the elixirs with wide, curious eyes. Yes, I have succeeded, Ji-Fan replied, and without hesitation. He swallowed one of the chi pills in front of the third brother. Instantly, the elixir transformed into a surge of potent energy that flowed into his dantian, subsequently radiating throughout his body's meridians. One exhilarating sensation, a feeling of unparalleled refreshment coursed through him, revitalizing his very being. Ji-Fan couldn't suppress a shout, and the sheer force of his newfound strength tore through his clothing. The third brother stood in stunned silence, astonished by the potency of the crimson elixirs. He swallowed hard, his eyes fixed on the chi pills. Eldest brother, could you possibly spare one of those chi pills for me? For you? Ha. Third brother, do you think this is childish play? Such pills are not meant for ordinary folk. Consuming one would cause your meridians to swell and rupture, leading to your demise. Observing his skepticism, Ji-Fan noticed a hawk soaring overhead. He produced a coin and flung it into the air. In an instant, the hawk let out a piercing cry and landed at their feet. Ji-Fan quickly placed half a pill into the hawk's beak. Boom, boom, boom. In less than 3 seconds, the hawk's abdomen erupted, resulting in 3 bloody openings, and it perished instantly. The third brother was struck with terror at the sight. Eldest brother, these chi pills are far too lethal. They can even obliterate a hawk. I think I shall abstain. He spoke with a hint of trepidation. They were never intended for you anyway. Ji-Fan collected the remaining chi pills and began preparing to refine the dragon tiger pill. The process was intricate, consuming the entirety of daylight until darkness enveloped the surroundings. With a resounding explosion, he finally succeeded. Opening the boiler, he was astonished to find over 1,000 dragon tiger pills inside. A broad smile spread across his face. Upon further examination of the success rate, he discovered it had reached an astounding 80%. This meant that from this batch, he would yield 800 dragon tiger pills. Each of these pills was worth its weight in ginseng, and Ji-Fan could scarcely believe the remarkable success he had achieved. According to the notes, the old man spent a full decade to perfect his craft, while I achieved mastery in a single attempt. This can only be attributed to extraordinary talent. No wonder the old man insisted on taking me as his disciple. It seems I truly possess a rare gift. However, they remain oblivious to the fact that the thunderous explosion has incited panic among the local residents, who mistakenly believe there has been a terrorist attack in the neighborhood, prompting them to hastily call the authorities. At this moment, Ji-Fan, accompanied by Lao San and Shurqin Feng, is preparing to depart. The alchemical process has finally concluded, and he has successfully secured both the Longhu pill and the Jingqi pill. Most crucially, he has obtained the latest intelligence from Lao San. Fu Xiaoxiong is currently on a date with the mayor's wife, Liu Yumei. The usual 3 steps of courtship involve dining, singing, and retiring to a hotel. Lao San, are you certain they will indeed visit that particular hotel? Ji-Fan inquires with curiosity. A few days prior, Lao San had meticulously uncovered the rendezvous location of Fu Xiaoxiong. If they were to arrive only to find nothing, it could potentially alert their quarry. Yet, if they managed to capture footage of the two, a captivating spectacle would undoubtedly unfold. Not only does he aim to ruin Fu Xiaoxiong's reputation, but he also seeks to bring about his utter financial ruin. Of course, the owner of that hotel is none other than Fu Xiaoxiong himself. How convenient it must be for him to engage in such activities in his own establishment, where even ID registration is unnecessary. After several visits, I finally discerned the truth. Initially, I witnessed him enter the hotel with the affluent woman, yet upon checking the records, his name was absent. Eventually, I spent some money treating the front desk staff to a meal, and only then did they reveal the reality to me, Lao San stated confidently. Ji-Fan chuckled. Lao San, you're quite impressive, securing the front desk cooperation so swiftly. Was she attractive? Boss, please spare me the mockery. She is indeed lovely. But I cannot afford her. Taking her out for a single outing costs several tens of thousands. My meager salary simply cannot suffice. Lao San lamented about his financial woes. Ji Fan understood that Lao San had assisted him in numerous endeavors, yet he had not reciprocated adequately. Now that he had achieved complete financial freedom, Lao San remained in a state of financial distress. How about this, Lao San? You and Ching Feng have accompanied me for quite some time. It is only fair that you should no longer worry about finances. Yesterday, I procured some jade at the antique market. Take the opportunity to sell those items. I will retain 1/3 of the proceeds, and you may split the remainder equally. Upon hearing this, both Lao San and Shi Qingfeng were left speechless in astonishment. It is important to note that the jade in the trunk could fetch tens of millions each. Selling several pieces together could amass several billion. Divided among them, each person could potentially receive a fortune of 100 million. The mere thought caused Lao San to gasp in surprise. In truth, Ji Fan did not earn a significant profit from his previous venture at the antique market, although he seemingly gained 1.5 billion. That wealth consisted solely of shares from the Su Group, which had yet to be liquidated, rendering it little more than a pile of worthless paper. Moreover, he had invested 60 million into the venture. Were it not for the earnings from selling beauty products and the funds saved from treating the elders of the Tang and by families, he would not have been able to amass such a sum. Currently, the cash resting in his bank account barely amounts to a few million, most of which has been allocated to invest in companies. Thus, liquidating that pile of jade has become his most fervent desire. As long as you both continue to follow my lead, the future is boundless. What does that mere jade even signify? The third man, and Shi Qingfeng's expressions faltered momentarily. Perhaps, no matter how hard they tried to envision it, they could never ascend to Ji Fan's level of contemplation. Yes, boss, I promise to diligently follow your lead. The third man immediately pledged his loyalty. Although Shi Qingfeng was not one for flowery rhetoric, at this moment, he astonishingly declared that Ji Fan had revitalized his life. Therefore, even if Ji Fan were to withhold the jade from him, he would still follow Ji Fan without a hint of regret. All right, let us proceed to meet Fu Shaoxiong, Ji Fan declared, as he ignited the vehicle and drove off into the distance. However, to their surprise, several police cars were stationed at the entrance of the community, complete with checkpoints to scrutinize the vehicles entering and exiting. It appeared that the leading officer was wielding a bomb detector, scanning the area. Clearly, the massive explosion earlier in the evening had sent shockwaves through the community, prompting residents to fear for their safety and report the incident. The authorities took the matter seriously and dispatched personnel for inspection. When it was Ji Fan's turn, the three of them had no choice but to alight from the vehicle. At that moment, Han Bing was nearby, registering the personnel coming and going. Upon recognizing Ji Fan, she was momentarily taken aback, her cheeks flushing crimson. The memory of being spanked by Ji Fan the previous night flooded her mind, leaving her flustered. However, with so many people around, she refrained from expressing her irritation. Ji Fan, what brings you here again? Why do you come here every day? I heard a tremendous explosion occurred in Jiangjing community this evening. Was it your doing? Ji Fan chuckled. What do you mean by me coming here all the time? Are you mistaken? I reside here, all right? Is it wrong for me to return to my own home? Han Bing was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. Ji Fan, what nonsense are you spouting? A person like you could possibly live in Jiangjing community? Dream on. Witnessing Ji Fan being ridiculed, the third man and Shi Qingfeng's expression soured, ready to retort. But Ji Fan intercepted them with a quick comeback. Don't believe me? Feel free to send someone to inquire, or you can go ask yourself. I live in Jiangjing now. 1. With that, Ji Fan and his companions got back into their vehicle and left the community. Han Bing watched the departing car, scoffing. Why was Ji Fan so fond of boasting? Would he perish if he didn't? Jiangjing number 1 was reportedly worth tens of millions. And it wasn't merely a matter of wealth. Social standing was also essential. Infuriatingly, she still owed him a reckoning for last night's events. This grudge must be avenged. Meanwhile, at the roadside outside the Crystal Hotel, Ji Fan, along with the third man and Shi Qingfeng, sat in their car, keeping a close watch on the entrance's every movement. The third man's informant had relayed that Fu Shaoxiong and Lu Yumei had finished their meal and were likely heading to a hotel, urging them to remain vigilant. Chapter 55. A night of terror at the hotel in a moment. I shall kick open the door. You must rush in at once. Capturing photographs with your camera while one records video, ensuring to cover multiple angles. Understood? After giving these instructions, Ji Fan continued to play a mobile game, his gaze fixed on the entrance, a cigarette dangling from his lips. Soon, a private car pulled up at the hotel entrance. A middle-aged man, clad in a suit, stepped out first, glancing around to ensure he was being followed before hurrying into the hotel. However, the car remained stationary, showing no intent to leave, which piqued Ji Fan's curiosity. Old 3 explained, "Boss, Liu Yume has recently become particularly cautious. Rest assured, she is merely waiting for the signal from Fu Xiaoxiong. Also to avoid drawing attention to herself, preventing anyone from noticing their comings and goings. After all, she is the mayor's wife, not an ordinary person." Ji Fan nodded in agreement. Just as they finished speaking, a strikingly elegant woman draped in a mink coat descended from the car. Despite her age, her beauty had not diminished. In her youth, she must have been the most stunning woman within 10 miles. It was no wonder Mayor Tang had chosen her. Liu Yume, like Fu Xiaoxiong before her, surveyed her surroundings before relaxing her guard and entering the hotel. "Boss, Liu Yume has gone in," Old 3 notified. "Let us move," Ji Fan commanded, and the trio promptly opened the car doors and followed her inside. Ji Fan and Shi Qingfeng donned their backpacks, entering as if they were mere travelers checking in, with Old 3 trailing behind. Once they completed the check-in process, the front desk attendant discreetly handed Old 3 a slip of paper along with his identification. The attendant, a striking beauty, even cast a flirtatious glance his way. Ji Fan immediately realized that this front desk attendant must be Old 3's romantic interest. She was indeed quite lovely. Old 3 seemed to enjoy considerable fortune in love. "Boss, let us go. Let us go." Old 3 signaled to them with a glance before stepping into the elevator, passing the note he had received to Ji Fan. Upon inspecting it, Ji Fan saw a line of text indicating they are in 1011. The three of them had booked 2 rooms, 1012 and 1010, conveniently adjacent to Fu Xiaoxiong's room. This was a deliberate arrangement by Old 3 to facilitate their surveillance of Fu Xiaoxiong. Little did she know that Ji Fan's intent tonight was to burst in and catch them off guard. Quietly, the 3 made their way to the door of 1011, straining to listen to the sounds from within. Approximately 5 minutes later, seductive music wafted through the air. After a brief discussion, they donned black masks, exposing only their eyes and noses. Then, with a resounding crash, they burst through the door. Ji Fan strode confidently to the bed, where indeed, the 2 were entangled in one another's embrace. Immediately, Old 3 and Shi Qingfeng began to capture the moment with fervent intensity. Click, snap, click. "Who are you? How dare you enter my room? Get out now." In a state of panic, Fu Xiaoxiong hastily scrambled out of bed, hastily dressing while simultaneously draping a blanket over Liu Yume. Liu Yume, equally alarmed, let out a piercing scream and buried her face in the covers. For days, she had clandestinely met with Fu Xiaoxiong, arousing her husband's suspicions. Yet, the allure of her infatuation proved irresistible, and tonight, seizing the opportunity while her husband Tang Zhengrong tended to the elderly patriarch, she fabricated an excuse to rendezvous with Fu Xiaoxiong. In his youth, Fu Xiaoxiong was undeniably handsome. Though he had aged, his charisma remained intact, making him one of the more attractive men among middle-aged individuals, qualities that affluent women found irresistible. Liu Yume was utterly captivated by him. However, neither of them anticipated that their clandestine affair would be exposed. Upon closer inspection, Fu Xiaoxiong recognized that the 3 individuals confronting them bore unfamiliar faces, neither connected to his wife nor Tang Jingro. He exhaled a sigh of relief. Ji Fan, undeterred by Fu Xiaoxiong's reprimands, retorted, "My apologies, Mr. Fu, but we have captured all the footage and photographs of your intimate moments with this lady on the bed." Fu Xiaoxiong was instantly taken aback. "Who are you? How do you know my name? Speak. Are you sent by Tang Jingro or Guobao Shan?" At this moment, he began to suspect that these 3 individuals were merely puppets for a greater orchestrator. "Let's go." Ji Fan ignored him, finishing the recording before departing. This time's infidelity capture should ensure that Mayor Tang wears fewer green hats for a few days. This tactic, known as startling the snake by striking the grass, aimed to instill fear and anxiety in Fu Xiaoxiong. As for when the incriminating evidence would be delivered to Tang Zhengrong, that would coincide with the day of the Su Group's board meeting. Over the past few days, the third accomplice had amassed an impressive collection of videos featuring Fu Xiaoxiong and Liu Yumei, numbering in the hundreds, sufficient material to incite Tang Zhengrong's wrath. After being outmaneuvered by Ji Fan and his associates, Liu Yumei and Fu Xiaoxiong opted to vacate the hotel immediately. Once in the car, a fierce argument erupted between them. Prior to their rendezvous, Fu had assured her of the hotel's safety, promising that no unforeseen events would transpire. Yet, the night had taken an unexpected turn. Consequently, she resolved to limit her contact with him. Fu Xiaoxiong, I must be frank. You must not reach out to me during this period. The individual who secretly recorded us at the hotel was likely sent by my husband. Fu Xiaoxiong, unfazed, paused the car and lit a cigarette, taking a deep drag. Is your courage truly that feeble? Those three masked individuals were clearly desperate thugs. Rest assured, should any information surface online, I will track them down and resolve the matter financially. If they were indeed sent by your husband or my wife, why wouldn't they confront us directly? Clearly, they are not affiliated with either. Liu Yumei remained apprehensive, convinced that exercising caution was wise. I do not wish for our affair to be exposed. Tang Zhengrong is currently the mayor of Jiangzhou. The title of the mayor's wife carries a significant weight in the elite circles of Jiangzhou. Wherever she goes, she is always surrounded by admirers. With this advantage, she has undoubtedly reaped countless benefits. There is no way she would consider divorcing her husband. However, the scandal of infidelity, if it were to leak, would indeed be quite humiliating. Furthermore, her husband, Tang Zhengrong, is a man who values his reputation greatly. Should he discover such a betrayal, it is likely he would retaliate fiercely. Contemplating this, Liu Yumei requested Fu Xiaoxiong to escort her home. In Chapter 56, Su Piaoxue pays a visit. Fu Xiaoxiong expresses that he was recently disturbed by 3 petty thieves, which left him somewhat unsatisfied. I can make you feel good, but you must compensate me first. This is my shopping cart. Help me empty it now. Liu Yumei playfully pouted and quickly opened her phone to the Taobao shopping interface. All right. As long as you're happy, I'm willing to do whatever you ask. Fu Xiaoxiong planted a kiss on Liu Yumei's cheek, and then took out his phone to make the payment. Upon seeing the shopping cart emptied, Liu Yumei's spirits lifted instantly, and she wrapped her delicate arms around Fu Xiaoxiong's neck. The two embraced, naturally succumbing to a playful exchange of affection. Before long, the car began to shake rhythmically. Fortunately, it was late at night in a secluded area, so there were few onlookers. Fu Xiaoxiong leisurely lit a cigarette, sharing whispers with Liu Yumei. Yumei, how do you think those 3 little thieves targeted me? Liu Yumei, holding a makeup case and touching up her appearance in the mirror, became alert at his words. Do you think it could be your wife's doing? Fu Xiaoxiong's wife, Guo Baoshan, is a renowned entrepreneur in Jiangzhou. Having made her fortune in real estate development, her business has expanded significantly, reaching neighboring provinces, and her company is now publicly listed. Fu Xiaoxiong's position as a major shareholder in the Su Group is largely attributed to her pivotal role. Moreover, he is particularly submissive to her, lacking authority in their home. Guo Baoshan possesses a domineering nature, ruling the household with an iron fist, leaving him gasping for breath. He initially married into the Guo family for their wealth, yet finds no joy in his union with Guo Baoshan. Thankfully, his secret affair with Liu Yumei adds a touch of excitement to his otherwise monotonous life. Impossible. If my wife found out about us, she would personally come with a group of bodyguards to skin me alive. She cannot tolerate any betrayals. Fu Xiaoxiong chuckled bitterly, well aware of his wife's temperament. Any slight deviation from her desires often results in reprimands. Liu Yumei pondered, how could they possibly know our names? Without someone familiar with us, it would be impossible for them to have this information. Let me take you home first. I will investigate this matter thoroughly. With that, the two embraced once more, and the car began to sway up and down. Not far away, 3 young men in security uniforms, wearing masks, one wielding a flashlight and another holding a phone, approached. Soon, every moment inside the car was captured on video. Ding ding. Hello. Fu Xiaoxiong and Liu Yumei. Your indulgence knows no bounds. Were you not satiated at the hotel just moments ago? Quickly pay up. G fan, tapping on a car window. Open a video on his phone. Soon, a scene of the car swaying up and down appeared, with the interior captured in vivid clarity. So it is you two who have been stalking me. Fu Xiaoxiong and Lu Yumei, startled into a frenzy, hurriedly donned their clothes. What do you mean we are stalking you? We are security personnel, passing through here, unaware of your nocturnal amusements. With laughter echoing, the three hastily made their escape. Think you can flee? Not so easily. Fu Xiaoxiong, disheveled, immediately pursued them in his car, but after a few blocks, he lost them. Damn it! He pounded the steering wheel, his face turning a shade of green. You little rascals, as long as you remain in Jiangzhou, Fu Xiaoxiong, vow to tear you to shreds. Meanwhile, Lu Yumei's face had turned a ghostly white from fear. After being startled twice in quick succession, Fu Xiaoxiong felt an unusual waning in his vigor. In the office of the president at Su Group, Su Piaoxue sat uneasily, as if on pins and needles. Ever since the last board meeting, when Fu Xiaoxiong had led a coup, her standing within the company had gradually diminished. Several executives began to distance themselves from her, even becoming perfunctory in their duties, a stark contrast to their previous enthusiasm. This left her in a state of profound distress. Now, Fu Xiaoxiong was using the failure of the suburban development project as leverage to demand her resignation in a show of contrition. Naturally, Su Piaoxue would not acquiesce. However, the substantial investments in manpower and resources for the suburban project were already made, with the cost of hiring a top-tier foreign design team alone exceeding tens of millions. This did not even account for the expenses of the on-site survey personnel. With the Bai family now poised to claim the suburban land, it was practically a foregone conclusion. The company was thus destined to incur a loss of over 30 million in design fees. Although Fu Xiaoxiong had indeed found a vulnerability, it was improbable that she would relinquish her position as president. Her primary concern was that a complete rupture with Fu Xiaoxiong would complicate her future endeavors. After all, the company's affairs were intricate, and she feared that any misstep in her dealings could become fodder for Fu Xiaoxiong's attacks. Just as she was overwhelmed by her troubles, her secretary, Sun Yi, burst into the room, brimming with excitement. President Su, I have splendid news. I just heard that the Bai family has abandoned that parcel of suburban land. Should we not act swiftly? Oh, is that so? Su Piaoxue exclaimed, rising from her chair in astonishment. She had not anticipated such a swift turn of events. Sun Yi smiled faintly, dressed in a vibrant red casual suit that enhanced her beauty. Indeed, I just checked, and it seems the city government has reclaimed it, granting it to a company named Hawaii Pharmaceuticals. However, this company has only been registered for less than a month, and its legal representative is an unremarkable individual. I ponder whether a significant figure or a prominent family has set their sights on that parcel of land. Otherwise, how could Bai Mingyao, that woman, so readily relinquish the succulent morsel she had nearly devoured? Su Piaoxue nodded in agreement and promptly instructed, let us pay a visit to the Hawaii company to ascertain their true circumstances. Additionally, we will inquire if they are willing to transfer the suburban land to us. Very well, I shall contact Brother G. Fan immediately. Sun Yi replied, turning to leave, but was halted by Su Piaoxue's voice. There is no need to trouble him. G. Fan has his own matters to attend to. We shall drive ourselves. He has been out and about daily, only returning home to commute to and from work. With Xian under the care of Wu Ma, he wanders like a vagabond, without a clear purpose. Consequently, the two women set off in a company vehicle towards Hawaii Company. Although Hawaii Company has yet to hold a grand opening ceremony, it has garnered a modest reputation within the industry due to its sales of beauty clay and related cosmetic products. The company occupies 3 full floors in a renowned business center in the heart of the city. The beauty clay concocted by Shi Qingfeng, though it fails to meet G-Fan standards and remains largely in the realm of subpar quality, has nonetheless proven superior to many commercial body lotions, shampoos, shower gels, and facial cleansers. In essence, these products are standard cosmetics imbued with the beauty clay, resulting in significantly enhanced effects. Hence, the company has commenced small-scale sales. As the president of the company, The third brother has specifically recruited a team of e-commerce live streamers to simultaneously develop both online and offline markets. At that moment, G-Fan was in the presidential office of How I Lie Company, sipping red tea while browsing the internet. Having successfully refined both Longhudens and Jinkidens, he found himself with little pressing business to attend to. As for the medicinal herbs piled in the Jiangjing No. 1 villa, he planned to exhaust the pills he had on hand before addressing them, thus remaining at How I Lie Company. Though the staff were unaware of G-Fan's true identity, they recognized his friendship with the company's two founders, Shi Qingfeng and the third brother, Lu Bo, allowing him unimpeded access. Meanwhile, the third brother and Shi Qingfeng had flown directly to Yunnan 2 days prior, their mission to liquidate G-Fan's batch of jadeite. The potential selling price of those items remained uncertain. At that moment, a flamboyantly dressed female office worker entered the room. Mr. G, the president of Su Group, Su Piaoxue, is here. Could you possibly attend to her? We have informed her that the person in charge is unavailable. Yet she insists on speaking with a leader who can engage with her. I thought of you. What? Su Piaoxue? Chapter 57, Disbelief. Isn't she employed at Su Group? What brings her here? Could it be that she has discovered my role as the owner of How I Lie? That seems implausible. The female secretary, noticing that G-Fan appeared somewhat troubled, suggested, "Shall I decline her now?" "No need. I will meet her," G-Fan replied. After all, the Su Group is a prominent company in the cosmetics industry. We have no reason to turn them away. With that, G-Fan rose and exited. Meanwhile, in the reception room, Su Piaoxue and Sun Yi sat anxiously on the sofa, awaiting their guest. I never expected this Huawei company to be so substantial. Having registered for less than a month, it seems they must have at least several hundred employees, and this is just the first floor. I've heard there are 2 additional floors dedicated to research and development, which seems to rival our beauty department, Sun Yi remarked, curiously surveying the surroundings while holding the company's promotional brochure. Su Piaoxue echoed her astonishment. How come I've never heard of the owner of this company? Sun Yi, have you ever heard of someone named Lu Bo? I haven't, Sunny replied, shaking her head. It appears we have gained another formidable competitor in the beauty industry. At that moment, G-Fan pushed the door open. Su Piaoxue and Sun, mistaking him for Lu Bo, the owner of Huawei Company, stood up from the sofa in anticipation of the meeting. Su Piaoxue even extended her hand, only to be taken aback by the familiar face before her. G-Fan, what are you doing here? She exclaimed in shock. Sun Yi's expression mirrored her surprise. Ah, so it's my esteemed wife who has arrived. Welcome, welcome. G-Fan chuckled, then turned to instruct the attractive secretary to fetch coffee and pastries. G-Fan, why aren't you answering me? If you don't speak, I might just get angry. Seeing Su Piaoxue's furious expression, G-Fan dared not to be dismissive. Piaoxue, I am the one who established Huawei Company. Is it inappropriate for me to come to my own business? What? You started it? G-Fan, can you please curb your tendency to boast? This vast Huawei is yours? Why don't you claim that this entire building belongs to you? Su Piaoxue was nearly apoplectic. In fact, I have contemplated purchasing this entire building, he retorted. You. Frustrated and unable to counter his claims, Su Piaoxue demanded that he summon Lu Bo, the company's CEO. Ah, you wish to see Old San? He is currently on a business trip. If you need to discuss something, you can talk to me directly, G-Fan replied. Speak with you? I think not. When President Lu returns, please inform him that I am interested in the land in Jiaobei and inquire if he could transfer it to me, Su Piaoxue said, storming out of Huawei Company with Sun Yi in tow. G-Fan was about to inform her that he could easily hand over the Jiaobei land, but he realized she had already walked away. Alas, it seems Su Piaoxue still looks down on me, he sighed. In the car, Su Piaoxue angrily slapped the steering wheel. I never anticipated G-Fan holding a part-time position at Huawei. I have no objections to his working here, but why must he weave such lies upon seeing me? I find myself disliking him immensely. Sun Yi felt hesitant to comment, as G-Fan and Su Piaoxue were husband and wife. As the old saying goes, couples may quarrel at dawn, but reconcile by dusk. It was not her place to interject. She had merely held onto the promotional brochure from the How I Lie Company, never discarding it. As she glanced down, she noticed it featured the introduction of a beauty mud and various other related products, which momentarily left her in a state of astonishment. Wasn't this beauty mud the cosmetic that had recently gained immense popularity among the elite of Jiangzhou? My goodness, it was actually produced by Haoilai Company. She promptly shared this revelation with Su Piaoxue. Naturally, Su Piaoxue was skeptical, but after perusing the brochure, she was compelled to accept the authenticity of the claims. Wait a moment, wasn't the beauty mud concocted by Ji Fan? She recalled that Wu Ma had mentioned Ji Fan brewing potions in the backyard, filling the air with the scent of traditional Chinese medicine, which had drawn complaints from the neighbors. Could it be that the owner of Haoilai was indeed Ji Fan? The thought left Su Piaoxue somewhat aghast, as it seemed utterly absurd. In her perception, Ji Fan possessed no extraordinary skills beyond his prowess in martial arts. As for the beauty mud, it was likely a recipe he had acquired from some itinerant doctor in the countryside, merely a scheme to extract money from the unsuspecting. Yet, she had not anticipated that luck might favor him, leading to a fierce competition in Jiangzhou over a single box of beauty mud. What if this Haoilai Company truly belongs to Brother Ji Fan? Su, should we consider approaching him? If he is indeed the owner, acquiring that parcel of land in the northern suburbs could be a mere matter of a few words, suggested Sani. However, Su Piaoxue shook her head. Let it be. If he were the owner of Haoilai, then why do the employees refer to Liu Bo as the president? That seems difficult to reconcile. It is likely that the story of him brewing beauty mud in the yard is fabricated. The genuine beauty mud probably originated from Haoilai, which explains his presence here. As the driving force behind the promotion of beauty mud, Liu Bo would certainly grant Ji Fan some shares and a corresponding position. Very well, Sun Yi replied. Seeing Su Piaoxue's certainty left her with little to say. They then drove off into the distance. With less than 3 days until the next board meeting, she was apprehensive about how to face Fu Xiaoxiong, who might once again challenge her during the meeting. Upon arriving at the Su Group building, just as she was about to exit the car, she received a call from her high school class monitor, inviting her to a gathering of former classmates that evening. It had been quite some time since Su Piaoxue attended a gathering, and feeling the monitor's enthusiasm, she agreed, but added, "Class monitor, if by Meng Yao is attending, I will not go." Upon hearing this, the monitor sighed helplessly. "Piaoxue, why go to such lengths? You and Meng Yao have been good friends since elementary school. Why allow a man to create such rifts between you?" Su Piaoxue coldly replied, "I have no ties with young Master Qi now. My pursuit of him back then was merely the folly of youthful infatuation. The grievances I bear against Bai Meng Yao are not for you to advise upon. It is clear that where I exist, she does not, and vice versa. Alas, I shall confide in you. Meng Yao has ventured to Jinling today and is thus absent from Jiangzhou. You must come tonight, no matter what. Very well. Send me the time and place for the gathering, and I shall join you after work." With that, Su Piaoxue abruptly ended the call. In the evening, Ji Fan made a special trip to fetch Su Piaoxue. "This evening, I have a class reunion. There is no need for you to return home first. Just take me to the Rose Club." Upon hearing this, Ji Fan's spirits lifted. A class reunion? Surely, I, as your husband, must make an appearance. Huh, how naive you are. It is merely an ordinary gathering of classmates. Very well, Ji Fan replied, somewhat disheartened. Ever since moving into the Su residence, it seems Su Piaoxue had never invited him to any significant occasion. Whether it was due to an inability to accept him in her heart or some other reason remained uncertain. The Rose Club is nestled atop a small hill named Rose. Located in the suburbs of Jiangzhou, originally a tea plantation, it gained fame after Tang Jingrong became mayor and introduced Dutch lavender cultivation techniques. Soon, this once obscure hill became renowned throughout Jiangnan, transforming into a popular tourist destination. In autumn, the vibrant lavender stretches endlessly beneath the clear blue sky, presenting an exceptionally picturesque scene, much adored by the youth. Consequently, various clubs, CAFs, tea houses, and goose houses have sprung up on the mountain like mushrooms after rain. At this moment, Ji Fan escorted Su Piaoxue to the entrance of the Rose Club. The Fade is composed of a classical-style pavilion, exuding an air of antiquity. A few red lanterns hang at the entrance, while colorful neon lights twinkle along the eaves. Among the myriad establishments on Rose Mountain, it stands out distinctly. G-Fan, I may leave here at any moment tonight. You can either enjoy a drink at a nearby bar or wait for me at a guest house down a mountain, she said, knocking on the door of the Rose Club. A beautiful woman clad in traditional Han attire opened the door, scrutinizing the invitation in Su Piaoshue's hand before allowing her entry. Taking advantage of the open door, Ji-Fan peered inside, catching a glimpse of a long corridor leading to a brightly lit building at its end. That must be the true heart of the club. TCH, they make it all sound so mysterious, as if there was something scandalous occurring within. Ji-Fan scoffed and drove to a nearby bar. A few years prior, when his company was still thriving, he would occasionally visit bars to unwind. It has been quite some time since he last indulged in such pleasures. Angel Bar? The name alone suggests that the servers resemble angels. Observing the parking lot filled with a variety of sports cars and the stylish men and women entering and exiting, one could ascertain the bar's popularity. Just as Ji-Fan was about to stride in, he was halted by two security guards at the entrance. Please present your membership card. Membership card? What on earth is that? Ji-Fan's expression faltered as he realized that entry to the Angel Bar required a membership, even for just a simple beer. Without a membership card, entry was denied, the security guard stated coldly. Suppressing his displeasure, Ji-Fan patiently inquired, how does one obtain your membership card? One of the guards, sizing up the young man before him, erupted into laughter. With your pitiful appearance, do you think you can afford a membership at our Angel Bar? Get lost and stop blocking the entrance. Ji-Fan's temper flared immediately. What are you pretending for? How much does it cost? I have plenty of money. Upon hearing this, the demeanor of another guard turned icy with mockery. What is this? Are you deliberately looking for trouble? As he approached Ji-Fan, intending to shove him away, he found that Ji-Fan stood steadfast, unmoving. Hey! His expression grew complex as he questioned his colleague. Are you even capable, Abiao? You can't even chase away a country bumpkin? The other guard began to ridicule the young security guard named Abiao. Be quiet. I was careless earlier and didn't use my full strength, he said, flexing his limbs before gripping Ji-Fan's shoulders again, attempting to exert force. Yet, to his astonishment, no matter how much strength he applied, this troublesome country bumpkin remained firmly planted, showing no sign of budging. Panic began to set in for Abiao, cold sweat trickling down his back, his face paling significantly. Who exactly are you? Ji-Fan replied with a cold smile. What? I'm someone you cannot provoke. You were the one who kept taunting me. Now, it's my turn. With that, he delivered two sharp slaps to Abiao's face. How dare you hit me? I'll make you pay. Enraged, Abiao retaliated, but he was no match for Ji-Fan, who swiftly sent him flying with a kick, crashing onto the hood of a sports car, leaving a significant dent. The shrill alarm of the car blared, accompanied by the shattering of the windshield. The other guard, terrified, quickly grabbed a walkie-talkie to call for help. Soon, a group of enforcers rushed out of the bar. Leading them was Ah Bao, who had just been reveling in a private room with beautiful women, singing and drinking, only to have his enjoyment abruptly interrupted. Fuming, he stormed to the entrance. How dare you cause a ruckus in our Angel Bar? You must have a death wish. Upon seeing his injured subordinate, Abiao, he snapped his fingers, signaling his men to encircle the troublemaker. So, you're the one who hit Abiao? He snatched a baseball bat from one of his men, eager to confront Ji-Fan. However, as Ji-Fan's face came into view, his expression turned to one of disbelief. Isn't this the person I encountered at the mall? Ji-Fan, was it? Right? He is the husband of the Su family's eldest daughter. Abao's countenance shifted, and he was suddenly struck with fear. Everyone, get the hell out of my way. He bellowed angrily, swiftly driving away the group of thugs, and then approached Ji-Fan with a beaming smile. Mr. Ji, what a pleasure to see you again. Ji-Fan chuckled softly, pleasantly surprised to encounter an acquaintance. Ah, it's you, Brother Bao. I didn't expect that your Angel Bar requires a membership card for entry. Although Ji-Fan had only met Brother Bao once, he was not well acquainted with his background. He had only learned occasionally from Su Piaoshue that Brother Bao's superior was Zhou Long, the underground king of Jiangzhou, who owned numerous entertainment establishments, in which the Su family also held shares. This was likely why Brother Bao's expression changed drastically upon seeing him. The nearby security guard, witnessing this scene, hurried over to caution, Brother Bao, this fellow is a skilled fighter. It's too dangerous for you to confront him alone. Clearly, he did not comprehend Brother Bao's current intentions. With a sharp slap, Brother Bao silenced the guard. Are your eyes blind? Mr. G comes to our bar, and you dare demand a membership card? Get lost and apologize. The guard, stunned by the force of Brother Bao's blow, was momentarily at a loss for words. Brother Bao, you mentioned Mr. G. Again, Brother Bao delivered a swift kick to the guard's backside, fortunately not with great force. Otherwise, he might have ended up in a rather humiliating position. Mr. G, I was wrong to underestimate you. I am unworthy. Please, feel free to hit me or scold me. The young guard, witnessing Brother Bao's obsequious demeanor, immediately realized that Mr. G was someone of considerable importance and promptly offered his apologies. Brother Bao quickly chimed in, Mr. G, please show mercy and forgive their insolence. Here is a permanent membership card to our Angel Bar. It's yours to keep. From now on, all your visits will be complimentary. Complimentary for all? G Fan mused, intrigued by the generous offer. All right, as long as you understand your mistakes. It's best not to act too arrogantly in the future. Someone with my temperament might spare your lives, but others would not hesitate to end you. Accepting the membership card from Brother Bao without hesitation, G Fan placed it in his pocket, casting a disdainful glance at the bowing security guard before entering the bar. Brother Bao hurried in after him, ensuring that someone was dispatched to handle the incident involving the vandalized sports car. The injured guard was promptly taken to the hospital, with all expenses covered by the bar. Upon entering the establishment, G Fan was greeted by an expansive dance floor and stage. At that moment, several performers were energetically dancing, enhancing the bar's vibrant atmosphere. In the center of the dance floor, a mix of young men and women swayed rhythmically to the lively music, their arms waving in air. Colorful lights flickered across the ceiling, infusing the ambience with a youthful exuberance. Mr. G, a voice called out, guiding him through the dance floor to a private booth on the other side, where friends could gather to chat, drink, and play games. The second floor housed bathing facilities. The third floor was dedicated to internet cafes, billiard rooms, and script murder rooms, while the upper levels featured a hotel. Brother Bao warmly introduced himself, then beckoned a passing waiter to bring over some food and drinks. Consequently, G Fan, under Brother Bao's guidance, settled into an empty booth. Brother Bao, are there any beautiful ladies available for companionship? It seems rather dull for just the two of us, two men, to drink together. He cast a glance towards the dance floor, immediately spotting several stunning women, which sparked his interest. Upon hearing this, Brother Bao was momentarily taken aback, pondering whether Miss Su was not attractive enough. How could Mr. G still entertain thoughts of seeking pleasure elsewhere? Truly, he was oblivious to the fortune he possessed. Alas, leaving the enchanting Su alone at home while he wandered into a bar was a gross misjudgment on Mr. G's part. If Su Piaoxue were Brother Bao's woman, surely he would revel in her company nightly, instead of venturing out to a bar. Brother Bao, hey, why are you lost in thought? Is something troubling you? If so, please attend to your matters. I can manage the ladies on my own, G Fan chuckled. It had been reported that 99% of people visit bars in search of excitement. Thus, the art of flirtation had become a tool for those seasoned in the ways of romance within such establishments. Here, take my contact information. Should you need anything, feel free to reach out, Brother Bao said, snapping back to reality as he handed G Fan a business card before swiftly departing. G Fan tucked the card away and turned his gaze towards the dance floor, akin to a predator stalking its prey. At that moment, a heavily made-up woman approached him. Hey there, why are you alone? Do you need some company? She cast a flirtatious glance at G Fan and seated herself beside him. Instantly, a wave of cheap perfume engulfed him, nearly provoking his gag reflex. Perhaps due to his prolonged association with Su Piaoxue, he found himself inwardly disdainful of such women. Excuse me, I need to visit the restroom, G Fan replied hastily, rising from the booth and making his way to the lavatory. Skillfully igniting a cigarette, he took a deep drag, seeking to calm his restless spirit. He wondered how long Su Piaoxue's class reunion would last. Brother Bao had mentioned an arcade and internet CAF upstairs. Perhaps engaging in some games would be a better diversion. With this thought in mind, he promptly opened the elevator to ascend. However, as the doors slid open, A woman clad in black athletic wear and masked in haste burst out. She bore an injury on her arm, clutching a dagger in one hand while the other pressed against her wound, blood seeping through her fingers. Though her face was obscured, the panic in her eyes was palpable. "Stop her. Don't let her escape. Rest assured, she won't get far." Brother Long promised a hefty reward for anyone who can capture her alive. A throng of enforcers surged down the bar's staircase, brandishing iron rods and pipes, scouring the crowd for their target. This commotion incited screams from the patrons on the dance floor, and the deafening music abruptly ceased, plunging the bar into chaos. "Everyone, be quiet. Whoever dares to shout again, I shall not spare him." At that moment, Brother Leopard emerged from the elevator, flanked by several muscular men. His fierce countenance instilled trepidation among the youthful patrons of the bar. However, it was hard to believe that just moments ago, he had been subserviently nodding before G-Fan. In a corner of the bar, G-Fan observed this scene, a sly smile creeping upon his face. Soon after, the group of thugs began a meticulous search of the bar as patrons, particularly targeting the women, who were required to roll up their sleeves for inspection. Clearly, they were searching for the masked woman who had just exited the elevator. Meanwhile, an alluring beauty had appeared beside G-Fan, albeit her pallid complexion suggested she was unwell. Behind the sofa where they sat lay several blood-stained coats and a woman in a state of unconsciousness. This woman, stripped bare like a peeled egg, was the same courtesan who had previously approached G-Fan. Unbeknownst to them, the courtesan's clothes had somehow found their way onto the beautiful woman beside G-Fan. At that moment, the beauty was intently observing the thug's movements, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions. "Is the ointment you applied to my wound truly effective? If they see my arm, will I not be exposed?" It turned out that this beauty was indeed the masked woman G-Fan had noticed. When he saw her being pursued, he had swiftly pulled her to a nearby booth. Coincidentally, the courtesan who had approached him earlier was still present, and G-Fan had incapacitated her with a single move. He then instructed the masked woman to hide behind the sofa and change into the courtesan's attire. Simultaneously, he cleaned her wound with water to remove the blood and sprinkled it with his specially formulated powder. Finally, he roughly bandaged the wound with a tissue, deeming the task complete. Little did G-Fan expect that the masked woman was quite stunning, rivaling even Su Piaoxiu in beauty. At this moment, G-Fan did not respond to her. Instead, he suddenly cupped her face with both hands and kissed her passionately. The masked woman, taken aback by his boldness, widened her eyes in shock, instinctively attempting to push him away. However, at that moment, Brother Leopard and his entourage were approaching, now less than 10 meters away. Young Xiaoran, catching sight of this scene from the corner of her eye, felt compelled to allow G-Fan to kiss her, fearing any resistance would reveal her identity. Caught in a dilemma, she was torn between the theft of her first kiss and the fear of being recognized by Brother Leopard. Truly a struggle. Yet resisting was not an option either. Chapter 60. Yang Xiaoran. "Mr. G, what is this?" Brother Leopard, witnessing G-Fan kissing a beautiful woman, displayed an envious expression. Initially, he had thought G-Fan seldom frequented bars, but it appeared this fellow was also a romantic rogue. G-Fan quickly withdrew from Yang Xiaoran's lips and offered Brother Leopard a slight smile. "Ah, Brother Leopard." He then glanced at those surrounding him, momentarily taken aback, a look of confusion crossing his face. "Is something amiss at the bar? Why the commotion?" "It is of no great consequence. However, a guest of Brother Long has been grievously stabbed by a mysterious woman. Enraged, Brother Long is determined to unearth this woman, even if it means digging 3 feet into the ground." As he speaks, Brother Leopard's gaze narrows upon the woman nestled in G-Fan's embrace. At this moment, Yang Xiaoran has buried her face deep into G-Fan's chest, fearful of being recognized. Draped in G-Fan's coat, a deliberate act on his part to conceal the wound on her arm from prying eyes. Is this indeed true? We must act swiftly. If this woman re-emerges to harm others, it would be disastrous. G-Fan cannot help but ponder. Indeed, if we fail to locate her, Brother Long might very well turn his ire upon me. "Mr. G, please take your time. You gentlemen should investigate over there," Brother Leopard remarks before turning to leave. At that moment, a sharp voice pierces through the air from nearby. A bow. I warned you earlier from upstairs. No one is to be spared. Does that man not have a woman in his arms? Why has she not been examined? A middle-aged man clad in a suit approaches, flanked by a cadre of bodyguards. Startled, Bao quickly hurries over, his demeanor one of utmost respect. Brother Long, what brings you down here? If I had not come down, I fear anyone could have been let go. Brother Long retorts, his anger palpable. Boss Ian has just been rushed to the hospital. He traveled all the way from the island. If I do not provide him with an explanation, how shall we conduct business in the future? Brother Long is incensed. Having reprimanded Bao soundly, Boss Ian is an investor he has earnestly courted from the island. A significant figure, he had gone to great lengths to entertain him, even arranging for several beautiful university students to keep him company, having heard of his fondness for attractive women. Unexpectedly, one of the beauties, while Boss Ian was making advances, drew a dagger and lunged at his chest. Though older now, Boss Ian had practiced combat sports in his youth and, thanks to his quick reflexes, managed to deflect the blow with his arm. Otherwise, his heart might have been pierced by the knife. In the ensuing chaos, the woman became injured in a scuffle with the bodyguards. Yet, amidst the noise, dim lighting, and throng of lovely faces, many were left oblivious. Likely only Boss Ian could recognize Yang Xiaoran. After fleeing the scene, she donned a prepared outfit for the night and masked her face, swiftly escaping. This explains Ji Fan's fortuitous encounter with her at the elevator. Brother Long's attention now shifts to the woman in Ji Fan's arms as he appraises Ji Fan himself. Sir, I apologize for the inconvenience, but due to an unexpected incident at our bar, could you kindly ask your girlfriend to roll up her sleeve? We need to inspect for any injuries. With a snap of his fingers, several bodyguards advance towards Ji Fan. It is clear that non-compliance would not be tolerated. Seeing Brother Long's insistence, Brother Leopard furrows his brow. Is Brother Long unaware of Mr. Ji's true identity? Ji Fan is indeed the husband of Su Piaoxiue. The reason Zhou Long has achieved such prominence is entirely due to the support of the Su family behind him. Brother Long, in fact, Bao is just about to inform Zhou Long regarding Ji Fan's background. Should Ji Fan become enraged and bring the Su family into this, it would be akin to a great flood overwhelming the Dragon King's temple. Bao, you need not say more. I am aware of your acquaintance with this fellow. Zhou Long lit a cigar, took a puff, and languidly exhaled a plume of blue smoke. At that moment, Yang Xiaoran had also turned her head. After all, there was no point in continuing to hide. Ji Fan coldly smiled. So you are Brother Long? Are you certain you wish to investigate the arm of my companion here? What if she bears no injuries? If there are no injuries, then there are none. What is there to discuss? The flesh on Zhou Long's face twitched slightly, and he immediately began to feign a smile. Are you threatening me? Ha! You should inquire whether I, Zhou Long, am someone easily intimidated. Is that so? If her arm is unscathed, I suggest you humbly apologize to her. Your demeanor must be sincere. Otherwise, do not blame me for being merciless. Ji Fan ignited a cigarette, inhaling deeply while narrowing his eyes at Zhou Long, emanating an aura of lethal intent. As someone who has navigated the underworld for years, Zhou Long had encountered many formidable characters. Yet, at this moment, he sensed that this young man named Ji Fan was not to be trifled with, especially given his calm demeanor in a perilous situation. The youth's face bore a maturity that seemed incongruous for his age. How peculiar. However, Zhou Long felt that this was ultimately his territory, and if he retreated merely due to a few words, how could he maintain the respect of those around him? As he contemplated ordering his men to take action, Bao could no longer restrain himself and whispered urgently, Brother Long, you might be courting trouble. This Mr. Ji is Su Piaoxiue's husband, a fact I heard directly from Miss Su during our last shopping trip. What? Zhou Long's expression shifted dramatically, a chill creeping up his spine. He quickly pulled Bao aside to inquire, Bao, is what you said true? If Bao's words were indeed accurate, the situation could escalate significantly. His current standing in Jiangzhou was largely due to the support of the Su family. To openly clash with Miss Su's husband in front of everyone would be tantamount to slapping the Su family in the face. If word got out, how could the Su family possibly let him off the hook? As this realization dawned on him, Zhou Long broke into a cold sweat. A bow, however, offered reassurance. Of course it is true, but Brother Long, do not be alarmed. This Mr. G neglects the stunning beauty of his home, opting instead to flirt with women at a bar. If Miss Sue were to discover this, she would certainly not let him off easily. I doubt he would reveal his identity before everyone. Why not seize this opportunity to retreat gracefully, agreeing to his terms? If the lady's arm bears no marks, you can simply apologize, and I will ensure that all my subordinates leave with me. Who will know of your concession? Zhou Long nodded repeatedly, recognizing a bow's cleverness. It seemed his trust in him was not misplaced. With this in mind, he immediately approached the crowd. So, you're Mr. G, correct? Just now. I agreed to your condition. He approached Ji Fan with a smile, nodding and bowing from time to time, exuding an air of sycophancy. Zhou Long's abrupt change in demeanor not only piqued the curiosity of his subordinates, but also altered Yang Xiaoran's perception of Ji Fan. She pondered, what kind of person is this, capable of swaying Zhou Long's attitude? However, Ji Fan was not pleased. Is that so? Yet I have changed my mind. Merely apologizing would be too lenient for you. You have disrupted my romantic pursuits, Brother Long. How do you intend to compensate me? Chapter 61. The meeting. Zhou Long was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond. Compensation? This son-in-law of the Su family lacked neither money nor women. He truly had nothing of value to offer. Perhaps he could present a permanent membership card from his establishment? As this thought crossed his mind, he was interrupted by a whisper from a bow. Brother Long, I've already given him a permanent membership card. Why not offer him half the shares of this Angel Bar as a personal favor? At least in the future, someone from the Su family will speak well of you. Upon hearing a Bao's suggestion, Zhou Long nodded repeatedly. You all go look elsewhere seriously. Leave this to a Bao and me. Understood. Once all the subordinates had departed, he approached Ji Fan respectfully and proposed, Mr. Ji, how about this? If the lovely lady's arm bears no injury, I will bestow upon you half the shares of this bar. What do you think? At this proclamation, Yang Xiaoran's heart raced. The Angel Bar was the largest on Rose Mountain, boasting not only a vibrant clientele, but also significant purchasing power. How could Zhou Long so readily relinquish such a prized asset? It was utterly unfathomable. Ji Fan found the proposal quite appealing and agreed, surmising that Zhou Long must have discerned his true identity. Otherwise, such respect would not be afforded. Meanwhile, Yang Xiaoran felt increasingly anxious. She knew full well her arm bore an injury. Why was this Ji Fan so composed? How could he dare to wager on this? Was he courting trouble? If her injury were to be revealed, it would be a complete disaster. Nervously, she watched Ji Fan, her eyes darting about, utterly oblivious to his intentions. She contemplated whether to flee should her secret be exposed. If she reacted swiftly enough, she might escape the bar. At that moment, Ji Fan removed the jacket from Yang Xiaoran, revealing her smooth, pale arm to the air. However, the area above her arm, wrapped in tissue, caught the attention of Zhou Long and a Bao. Indeed, it's you. Call for help. Zhou Long exclaimed, visibly startled, signaling a Bao to take action while summoning others. Realizing her cover was blown, Yang Xiaoran contemplated making a run for it, even attempting to rise from the sofa. A Bao, noticing her intent, quickly blocked her path. Trying to escape? Not so easily. The scene quickly descended into chaos. Zhou Long's expression darkened. Yet he refused to believe that Ji Fan had any association with the female assailant. After all, there exists a business relationship between the Su family and Boss Yin. Thus, Ji Fan would never send anyone to harm him. It seems this Su family's son-in-law has been bewitched by a woman's beauty, failing to recognize her deadly identity in time. At this moment, Yang Xiaoran was restrained by 2 bodyguards. After scrutinizing her, Zhou Long remarked, So is you who stabbed Boss Yin with a dagger? Humph. You are quite a beautiful sight, yet it's surprising that someone so young would commit such an act. Speak, who is behind your actions? Yang Xiaoran glared at him, but offered no explanation. Having been captured, she felt there was little left to clarify. The motive behind her attempt on Boss Yin's life lay in the ruin he had brought upon her father's company, which ultimately led to its bankruptcy. After her father succumbed to overwhelming debt and took his own life, her mother, consumed by grief, fell gravely ill and recently passed away. Thus, she believed that all her family's misfortunes stemmed from Boss Ian, harboring a deep-seated hatred for him. Originally, Yang Xiaoran had intended to seek revenge on Hong Kong Island personally. But upon unexpectedly learning of Boss Ian's presence in Jiangzhou, she devised a plan to draw near and exact her vengeance. Brother Long, since this woman has an injury on her arm, we have nothing more to discuss. Let us send her directly to the police, suggested Bao. Ji Fan chuckled and approached Yang Xiaoran, tearing away the bandage from her arm. Cough, cough. Wait a moment. Are you mistaken? Such a beautiful lady could not possibly be a perpetrator. I say, Brother Long, while meals can be casually consumed, words should not be spoken so recklessly. However, what lay before them was not a fresh wound, but rather a smooth and unblemished surface of skin. What is going on? Now, not only Zhou Long and Bao were perplexed, but even Yang Xiaoran herself found it hard to believe. She distinctly remembered a 10-centimeter-long gash on her arm, from which blood had flowed incessantly. Yet, after a mere 10 minutes of Ji Fan's rudimentary treatment, the wound had inexplicably healed. Moreover, there were no scars to be found on the healed skin. She widened her eyes in astonishment, glancing at the man named Ji Fan, suspecting he had something to do with it. At that moment, she recalled Ji Fan had sprinkled something powdery on her wound, which he had claimed was an anti-inflammatory. It now appeared to be far from the truth. What is happening? How can this be? Zhou Long exclaimed in disbelief. If there is nothing wrong, Brother Long, why do you not release her? Such a stunning beauty. Yet you two brutes are manhandling her without a shred of pity, Ji Fan quipped, positioning himself protectively behind Yang Xiaoran. Brother Long, since this young lady's arm is uninjured, should you not fulfill your promise? Zhou Long stood frozen, still pondering the matter of the wound. The bandage had undeniably been soaked with blood, leaving no doubt that there had been an injury. Yet, how could it have vanished in the blink of an eye, replaced by flawless skin? This was exceedingly strange. Very well, since this young lady is without issue, it seems Zhou acted rashly. May I ask your name, miss? Though Zhou Long's heart remained resistant, he could not deny the evidence before him. She indeed bore no injury. He had no choice but to apologize respectfully. In the end, he relinquished half of the shares of the Angel Bar entirely to Ji Fan. Ji Fan, in turn, embraced Yang Xiaoran, displaying an affectionate gesture as he leisurely departed from the Angel Bar. Zhou Long followed closely behind, offering his respectful farewell. Having failed to apprehend the female assassin, he decided to leave and visit Boss Ian at the hospital, instructing Bao to keep a vigilant watch over the bar. Should anything arise, he should notify him immediately. Bao nodded and returned to the bar. It was not until the following day that he discovered the slumbering courtesan and the bloodied coat. However, Bao did not report this incident to Zhou Long. Instead, he provided the courtesan with a sum of hush money and disposed of the clothing in a trash bin. But those are matters for another time. At this moment, Ji Fan had settled Yang Xiaoran in a hotel. Upon returning with some food, he found that she had quietly checked out and left. This woman is indeed rather peculiar. Just then, a call came from Su Piaoxue, requesting his presence at the Rose Club. Hello, Ji Fan, you need to come over right now. For this class reunion, everyone is bringing their families. Since I am already married, you should make an appearance. Hurry and change into that outfit in the trunk. Don't embarrass me by looking like a country bumpkin. Quickly, don't keep me waiting. With that, Su Piaoxue hung up. Curiously, Ji Fan opened the trunk to find a blue Armani suit and a pair of genuine leather shoes from a renowned global brand. This outfit must be worth a fortune. Unexpectedly, Lady Su, who often derides others, has actually done something commendable, not forgetting her humble husband. He promptly changed into the attire, discovering it fit perfectly and transformed his demeanor. In that instant, he felt as though he had become a scion of high society. A homely bride must eventually meet her in-laws. This was Su Piaoxue's first time bringing him to such a public occasion to meet her friends. However, Ji Fan had always conducted himself with a sense of independence. Having already tied the knot, irrespective of the outfit, he was Su Piaoxue's lawful husband. So why should he feel inferior? After adjusting his mindset, Ji Fan reverted to his previous attire and stepped into the Rose Club. Chapter 62. Young Master Qin. Thanks to Su Piaoxue's prior notice, the servants who came to greet him were particularly enthusiastic. As Ji Fan entered the Rose Club, he was immediately greeted by a modest pond. The pond was adorned with blooming lotus flowers, illuminated by colorful lights, creating a stunning spectacle in the night. Is it already autumn? How can the lotuses still be in bloom? Ji Fan pondered. A servant clad in a long gown explained that the lotuses in this pond were a unique variety that blossoms specifically in autumn and winter. Mr. G, this type of lotus is sensitive to heat and thrives in cold. Our boss spent millions to have a horticultural company cultivate this variety. So that is the case. Ji Fan nodded thoughtfully. In a serene pond, the lotus flowers bloom, each worth millions. The antiquated corridor and the opulent structure nearby must surely be valued in the billions. It seems that the enigmatic owner of this establishment possesses immense wealth, far beyond the ordinary. As one traverses the pond in a grove of bamboo, a 5-story ancient-style building emerges before Ji Fan. Constructed entirely of wood, the eaves are adorned with yellow decorative lights. From a distance, it resembles a luxurious palace shimmering with golden light. At this moment, guests frequently enter and exit with dedicated security checks in place. The bustling crowd creates a cacophony of noise. Mr. G, please follow me, the servant urged, anxious that Ji Fan might get lost. They bypassed the queue and proceeded through a special passage. Soon, he was led in the private room where Su Piaoxue awaited. Inside, a large round table was already occupied by numerous guests, with only a few sparse seats remaining. Most attendees were accompanied by their families, some even bringing their children along. A class reunion is not merely a social gathering. It is a display of wealth and influence. For those who have not fared well, attending such reunions can be meaningless and may even render them the subject of ridicule. Had it not been for Ji Fan's timely intervention to rescue Liu Bo from embarrassment at a previous reunion, he might have become the laughingstock of his former classmates for years. Piaoxue, you're not deceiving us, are you? Claiming that you're already married? The class monitor, Gao Chonglin, questioned, skeptical of Su Piaoxue's assertion of having a husband, given Ji Fan's tardiness. Seated next to him, Qin Yizhao wore a countenance that shifted between moods. Piaoxue, such an important matter as marriage. Why didn't you inform everyone? Qin Yizhao, known as the scion of the Qin family, had previously been a student at Jinling, but transferred to Jiangzhou High School when his father, Qin Yong, was appointed as the secretary of the Jiangzhou Municipal Committee. His aristocratic background and striking looks had caused quite a stir among the female students at Jiangzhou High. As the only two goddesses of the school, Bai Mengyao and Su Piaoxue had vied for the attention of the illustrious Qin Yizhao, leading to a rift between the two once close friends. Unable to choose between them, Qin Yizhao eventually transferred abroad after the semester, severing ties with Jiangzhou. After the turmoil, tranquility returned to the campus. But the once cherished friendship between Su Piaoxue and Bai Mengyao was irreparably fractured, now marked by animosity. In response to the doubts, Su Piaoxue pondered briefly before clarifying. We obtained our marriage certificate in haste, but it was with the consent of our families. Tang Feng smiled slightly. Since you're already married, you should embrace your life together. However, I find myself increasingly curious about this Ji Fan. What kind of charm does he possess to captivate our esteemed Su beauty? Ah, how amusing! Tang Feng, the son of Tang Jingrong, the mayor of Jiangzhou, found himself in the company of Qin Yizhao, whose father, Qin Yong, serves as the city's party secretary and has long been at odds with Mayor Tang. Nevertheless, the two young men maintained a cordial relationship. Fu Zong Wakainin, Brother Feng makes a valid point. Su Piaoxue, what exactly does Ji Fan do? Could you enlighten us? The curiosity of the others in attendance regarding the man who had captivated the goddess of Su University was palpable. After all, in their eyes, Su Piaoxue epitomized the quintessential affluent beauty, likely deserving of someone of Qin Yizhao's caliber. You shall know once he arrives. I find it difficult to articulate, Su Piaoxue replied, her brow furrowing slightly. A sense of unease gripped her. What if Ji Fan inadvertently revealed too much? Moreover, he was merely an ordinary driver. Would it be embarrassing for that fact to be disclosed? Yet, she resigned herself to the situation, thinking that if it came to that, she might as well embrace it. Upon hearing her words, Qin Yizhao's expression grew increasingly complex. The dinner gathering was ostensibly a reunion among classmates, but in reality, it served as an opportunity for him to reconnect with Su Piaoxue. Their class monitor, Gao Chonglin, had merely organized this event at his request. Qin Yizhao harbored two primary objectives for his visit to Jiangzhou: to expand the Qin Group's branch office and to rekindle his romance with Su Piaoxue. Of course, Bai Mengyao also remained a potential interest. However, he had heard rumors of Tang Feng's involvement with Bai Mengyao, prompting him to shift his focus to Su Piaoxue. Little did he know that she was already married. The memory of presenting a bouquet of roses to her in front of everyone, only to be rejected, cut him deeply. He now attributed all his humiliation to Ji Fan, the one responsible for his disgrace. Ji Fan, I won't let this go. Suddenly, the door to the private room swung open. Ji Fan, guided by the attendants of the club, stepped inside, drawing the attention of all present. Ji Fan, you've arrived. Su Piaoxue exclaimed, quickly rising and hurrying to his side, linking her arm with his. Be mindful of the occasion and don't let anything slip, she whispered in his ear. The men in the room looked on in awe. Su Piaoxue had always presented herself with an air of aloofness, her demeanor cold and unyielding. When had she ever exhibited such intimacy towards a man in public? This scene was unprecedented in their collective memory. Qin Yizhao's countenance turned a shade of green. Understood. Ji Fan replied with a slight smile as the two approached the group. Allow me to introduce my newlywed husband, Ji Fan, Su Piaoxue announced to the gathering. Though a fleeting look of disquiet crossed her face as she noticed that Ji Fan was not dressed in the outfit she had purchased for him. How would he not heed my advice? Wearing such commonplace attire, he is bound to raise suspicions. A surge of irritation coursed through her. In such a situation, one could not immediately erupt. One could only endure. Everyone began to scrutinize Ji Fan, noticing that his attire was utterly unremarkable. It was indeed peculiar that he had garnered the favor of Su Piaoxue. Qin Yizhao wore a perpetual scowl, unable to comprehend how Ji Fan, merely a laborer, could attract the affections of someone like Su Piaoxue. Chapter 63. A show of authority. At this moment, the private room fell into a profound silence. All eyes were fixed on Qin Yizhao, who commanded the room's attention with an air of superiority. He gazed at Ji Fan through narrowed eyes, filled with disdain. This fellow had married Su Piaoxue? His ordinary appearance was one thing, but he completely lacked the demeanor of a wealthy heir. How absurd! A mere toad, believing it had dined on swan meat, thought itself a figure of significance. A country bumpkin remains just that, even after becoming a son-in-law of the Su family. Unable to shed the essence of his humble beginnings. Why the silence? Weren't you all eager to witness Ji Fan moments ago? Su Piaoxue, sensing the peculiar atmosphere in the room, took it upon herself to shatter the stillness. Although Ji Fan was unaware of the prior exchanges, he could discern their apparent disapproval. Moreover, this group occasionally cast furtive glances at a young man in a suit, evidently the focal point of the evening's gathering. Perhaps this individual was the most prominent figure present, or perhaps he possessed the most formidable background. Ji Fan, allow me to introduce you to our esteemed guest. Young Master Qin Yizhao, hailing from the provincial capital of Jinling, Su Piaoxue announced, leading Ji Fan before Qin Yizhao. Truth be told, she had not anticipated young Master Qin's presence at the Rose Club this evening. It now seemed her class monitor had orchestrated this encounter deliberately. Otherwise, she would never have attended, given the notoriety surrounding her past with Qin Yizhao. The prospect of facing him again was profoundly awkward, yet she found herself unable to depart. Earlier, when she had spoken with Qin Yizhao, his convoluted remarks hinted at a desire to rekindle their past relationship. Reluctantly, she was compelled to confess her marital status, which left the onlookers momentarily speechless. At this juncture, Su Piaoxue was acutely aware of Qin Yizhao's animosity towards Ji Fan. Yet, the more hostility he displayed, the more she felt compelled to perform her role convincingly. Reluctantly, Qin Yizhao rose from his seat, casting a sidelong glance at Ji Fan. So you're Ji Fan? To marry a beauty such as Miss Su, you must possess extraordinary fortune, indeed, he remarked with a smirk. Pure luck, nothing more, Ji Fan replied, nodding politely and extending his hand. A wicked smile crept across young Master Qin's lips as he clasped Ji Fan's hand, exerting nearly all his strength in the grip. His intention was clear: to assert dominance. The Qin family was one of the 8 great clans of Jinling, with numerous martial arts experts among them. Although Qin Yizhao had resided abroad for many years, he had never neglected his martial training. Not long ago, he had just stepped into the early stage of the yellow rank, the lowest tier among martial artists. Of course, there exists an even lower classification known as the martial novice, which signifies an utter lack of rank. Yet even so, a martial novice possesses a level of prowess that distinguishes them among ordinary individuals. However, what Qin Yizhao could never have anticipated was that, despite his utmost efforts, the fellow named Ji Fan before him displayed no sign of alteration in his expression. What is happening here? Just as confusion swirled in his mind, he suddenly felt a sharp, constricting pain radiating from his hand. That searing sensation jolted his nerves, and in an instant, his face flushed crimson. Were it not for the multitude of eyes upon him, he might have cried out in agony. "Young Master Qin, are you unwell? Would you like to visit a hospital?" Ji Fan feigned innocence as he expressed concern. "No, it's unnecessary. I merely feel a slight discomfort in my stomach. A moment's rest will suffice," Qin Yizhao replied. Attempting to retreat, a cold sweat had already begun to bead on his forehead. Ji Fan had exerted merely a fraction of his strength. Had he applied more, he could have easily reduced young Master Qin's hand to a state of pulverized fracture. "Ji Fan, since young Master Qin is feeling unwell, shall we return to our seats? Everyone is still waiting to eat for your sake." Su Piaoxue observed the peculiar situation and hurriedly interjected. "Very well," Ji Fan replied with a faint smile, releasing Qin Yizhao's hand. A muffled groan escaped Qin Yizhao's throat as he bent at the waist, returning to his seat. Though he appeared to cradle his stomach, he was, in fact, shielding his hand. After all, Ji Fan's gentle grip possessed the force of 1,000 pounds. A commoner would have already been in tears. Yet it was only due to Qin Yizhao's martial training that he managed to endure. Seeing Qin Yizhao's distress, the onlookers rushed to express their concern. "Young Master Qin, are you all right? If you're feeling unwell, it would be better to go directly to the hospital." "Indeed, young Master Qin, health is the foundation of all endeavors. If you truly feel unwell, do not force yourself. Class monitor, perhaps you should call for an ambulance now?" In the hearts of these classmates, young Master Qin's well-being outweighed that of anyone else present. In a state of urgency, the class monitor, Gao Chonglin, immediately turned to his partner, Chung Duo. "Duo, since you study medicine, would you mind taking a look at young Master Qin?" Chung Duo nodded and rose to inquire, "Young Master Qin, can you specify where your stomach feels uncomfortable?" "I'm perfectly fine, really. My stomach no longer aches. I apologize for causing everyone concern." Qin Yizhao quickly straightened up, smiling at the crowd. He had merely experienced a harsh squeeze from Ji Fan. Now that the sensation had subsided, a hospital visit was no longer necessary. "Young Master Qin, are you truly sure you don't need to go to the hospital?" Fu Zhonghua still harbored reservations. "Really, Brother Fu, you are overthinking it. Since everyone has gathered, let's commence our meal." Qin Yizhao chuckled awkwardly. His earlier distress all but vanished. Witnessing this, the others refrained from further persuasion and allowed the establishment to begin serving the dishes. In the midst of the gathering, Su Piaoxue seized the opportunity to introduce everyone present to Ji Fan. "Ji Fan, this is Mayor Tang's son, Tang Feng. Here is our class leader, Gao Chonglin, and his fiancée, Chung Duo, who is also a dear friend of mine. Fu Zhonghua is the son of my uncle Fu Shaoxiong, and this is Zhao Feifei and Wang Lahai." Ji Fan shook hands with each of them. The group displayed palpable hostility towards him, with the exception of Wang Lahai, who, like Ji Fan, was merely at the dinner due to the favor of a woman. Being an ordinary programmer, Wang Lahai did not command much respect among the others. However, with Ji Fan's presence, his spirits lifted somewhat, though he could not shake off a tinge of envy towards Ji Fan, who had the fortune to marry the breathtakingly beautiful Su Piaoxue, truly a stroke of incredible luck. Ji Fan felt a myriad of emotions, contemplating how insular the upper echelons of Jiangzhou seemed. It was surprising to learn that Fu Zhonghua was indeed Fu Shaoxiong's son and a classmate of Su Piaoxue. Who would have imagined that just a few nights prior, he had covertly captured footage of Fu Shaoxiong's affair with Liu Yumei? One could only wonder how Tang Feng and Fu Zhonghua felt about their parents' indiscretions. As for Tang Feng, Ji Fan was quite familiar with him, having established a long-standing relationship with Mayor Tang. He also pondered the well-being of his uncle, Tang Jingxiang, and aunt, Tang Sheru. Yet, considering the poor treatment he received at Liao's medical clinic, Ji Fan had no intention of offering them any medical assistance, regardless of whom might implore him. Cheng Duoduo's father was Cheng Xingyi, one of the shareholders of the Su Group. It was difficult to fathom how, despite the complicated dynamics within the company, Su Piaoxue and her father maintained their friendship in real life. After experiencing a setback, Qin Yishao, fully aware of Ji Fan's formidable nature, deliberately shifted the conversation. Zhonghua, Xiaofeng, where are your partners? Why didn't they come? Oh, Mingyao mentioned she went to Jinling and couldn't make it. I had actually wanted her to come. Fu Zhonghua replied. Qin Yishao feigned disappointment, saying, oh, what a pity. If she had come, the gathering would have been even livelier. As he spoke, he squinted at Ji Fan, still seething for being outmaneuvered earlier, vowing silently that he would not rest until he avenged this slight. At that moment, Fu Zhonghua awkwardly interjected. I apologize, young Master Qin. My fiancée, Yi, is visiting Rose Mountain for the first time and wanted to explore a bit. Shall I call her to come over? Class leader Gao Chonglin urged. Zhonghua, what are you thinking? It's such an important gathering, and you let her wander off at night? Hurry and bring her back. Qin Yishao nodded in agreement. Exactly. Call her over for dinner. It's a rare occasion for everyone to gather like this. Rose Mountain can be explored at any time. Fu Zhonghua nodded repeatedly. You're right. He then dialed his fiancée, Yi's number. Hello. Xiaoran, where are you? Hurry over. Everyone is waiting anxiously. At that moment, Yang Xiaoran was in her car, changing clothes. The outfit she had worn at the bar, reminiscent of a sultry temptress, was simply unbearable. Thus, Ji Fan, carrying food, went to the hotel only to find she was absent. The reason was that she wished to change her attire, and her clothing along with some luggage were only available in the car she had driven. It was not that she genuinely intended to leave without notice. At the moment she received a call from Fu Zhonghua, she was en route to the hotel, pondering that Ji Fan might become anxious upon discovering her absence from the room. Realizing this, she decided to return to the Rose Club. In her heart, she thought, Brother Ji Fan, we shall meet again if fate permits. At that moment, the individuals in the private room were intently listening to Qin Yizhao as he elaborated on his development plans for Jiangzhou. His visit to Jiangzhou was primarily to fulfill a task assigned by the Qin family of Jinling. I aim to establish a company with an annual profit exceeding 100 million within 3 years. In 5 years, I aspire to create a publicly listed company. In 10 years, I shall build a company among the top 500 in the nation. He spoke passionately while savoring a cigar, envisioning the future with grand aspirations. Fu Zhonghua, with a beaming smile, flattered him. Young Master Qin, you are remarkable. I am confident you will realize these ambitions. Once your company is on the right track, I will persuade my father to invest in you. Tang Feng also expressed his intention to have his father, Tang Zhongrong, facilitate approvals and policies to support young Master Qin's enterprise. The rest of the men and women present showered him with praise, as if Qin Yizhao were destined to become the wealthiest man in the city. Subsequently, they engaged in discussions about their own ventures. Most felt content with living off their family's fortunes, believing entrepreneurship was not a necessity. My father says that for second-generation rich individuals, starting a business comes with considerable risks. If things go awry, one might incur significant losses. It's better to enjoy life. As long as one avoids gambling, the family fortune is unlikely to deplete. Fu Zhonghua pondered for a moment before shifting the conversation. Young Master Qin, with your intelligence and international education, you are bound to succeed. When you become prosperous, don't forget to bring us along. We would love to join you in the ranks of the wealthy. Indeed, young Master Qin, I am eagerly awaiting your success, ready to ride your coattails. Rest assured, with the Qin family of Jinling backing you, business in Jiangzhou will surely flourish. In the face of such flattering remarks, Qin Yizhao was of course elated. Throughout this exchange, he also discreetly observed Su Piaoshue's reactions, as he particularly wished for her to commend him. His earlier ambitious declarations were partly intended for her ears. However, Su Piaoshue remained absorbed in her mobile phone, occasionally whispering to Ji Fan, seemingly oblivious to his presence. Qin Yizhao's mood soured significantly. He had not anticipated that Su Piaoshue was entirely disinterested in him. His resentment towards Ji Fan intensified. Brother Ji Fan, I wonder where you are thriving? As Su's son-in-law, you ought to possess an enviable career. Otherwise, how could Piaoshue choose you? With a cunning thought, he promptly shifted the conversation to Ji Fan. Thus, all eyes in the private room turned toward Ji Fan. Su Piaoshue glanced at Ji Fan, a hint of awkwardness crossing her face. Oh, I am currently a driver, ferrying Piaoshue to and from work each day, Ji Fan stated confidently, feeling no sense of impropriety. Although the profession of a driver is not held in high esteem, he felt no need to fabricate the truth. He was indeed Su Piaoshue's personal driver. What? A personal driver? The expressions of those present immediately shifted from anticipation to disbelief, with some even gaping in shock. Who could have imagined that the most beautiful woman in Jiangzhou, Su Piaoshue, would consider marrying someone of such humble status as a driver? Was this some sort of international jest? Qin Yizhao, upon hearing this, erupted into laughter. Brother Ji, you truly have a knack for humor. In such a setting, please refrain from jesting. I wish to hear the truth. Clearly, he did not believe that Ji Fan was a driver. Ji Fan shrugged helplessly. I apologize, but I truly am a driver. If you don't believe me, just ask Piaoshue. Qin Yizhao's smile instantly faltered, and he anxiously turned to Su Piaoshue. Piaoshue, is Ji Fan jesting? Su Piaoshue unabashedly replied, Young Master Qin, my husband Ji Fan is indeed my personal driver. If you doubt it, you may inquire at my company. He drives me to and from work daily, and there should be plenty of witnesses. What? Is this true? Qin Yizhao's face darkened in an instant. His lips twitched, as if 1,000 words were swirling in his mind. Yet he found himself at a loss for words. At that moment, Fu Zhonghua suddenly recalled something and exclaimed, I remember now, a while back when I visited the Su group to see my father, I overheard the staff discussing Miss Su's new driver, saying he would surely be beaten into the hospital by Shen Yuchen. But just a few days later, I heard that Shen Yuchen was indeed hospitalized. Could it be that you were responsible for his injuries? At that time, Shen Yuchen was hospitalized, and he had specifically gone to visit him, noting the severity of his injuries. Shen Yuchen often cursed anyone with the surname Ji, and Ji Fan just happened to share that surname. It now seemed everything was falling into place. Oh, is that so? Qin Yizhao felt increasingly unsettled, his expression growing exceedingly grim. Ji Fan was about to clarify when Su Piaoshue preempted him. Zhonghua, you know very well that Shen Yuchen frequently harasses me. It has become quite tiresome. If it weren't for Ji Fan's assistance, I honestly wouldn't know how to manage my work at the company. Fu Zhonghua chuckled. You're quite right. Sister Piaoshue, young Master Shun is rather obstinate. Don't let it bother you. He has been discharged and is reportedly being kept in check by the head of the Shun family. Qin Yizhao grasped the situation. It appeared someone in Jiangzhou had long had an interest in Su Piaoshue. Shen Yuchen? Was he the young master of the Shun family? One of the 4 prominent families in Jiangzhou? Does he dare to compete with me for Su Piaoshue? Is he worthy? Yet the thought of this Ji Fan, a mere ordinary driver, having won Su Piaoshue's favor filled him with frustration and ire. Typically, those who work as drivers lack significant family backgrounds, and this name had never crossed his ears before. It suggested that his lineage did not belong to Jiangzhou's elite circles. What audacity does such an ordinary individual possess to consider marrying Su Piaoshue? The narrative unfolds with the character Shen Yuchen pursuing the enchanting Piaoshue, a pursuit that seems utterly incongruous given his frivolous nature. How could someone of his ilk ever be deemed worthy of Piaoshue? Piaoshue, do you not agree? Being reprimanded is indeed deserved. Qin Yizhao felt an overwhelming pressure. The sudden emergence of Ji Fan was one thing, but now there was also Shen Yuchen to contend with. Yet, I'm left perplexed. Piao Xue, is your marriage to Ji Fan truly a source of happiness? In the days following your whirlwind marriage, I can only imagine the multitude of speculations surrounding you. After all, you are a distinguished and noble female executive, while Ji Fan is nothing more than an exceedingly ordinary chauffeur. He instinctively sensed that there was something amiss with Su Piaoxue's hasty union. Although he could not pinpoint the exact reason, it seemed implausible that an ice queen like Su Piaoxue, who managed a vast corporate empire, would ever be attracted to someone so ordinary. It was utterly bizarre and defied all logic. In his perception, Su Piaoxue had always been a practical and composed individual, incapable of such an impulsive decision. When circumstances deviate from the norm, there must be something afoot. Chapter 65. Jiang Kaishan, who had remained silent until now, suddenly struck his thigh in agreement. He found Qin Yizhao's reasoning to be profoundly insightful. Miss Su, you cannot be so desperate as to invite your driver, Ji Fan, to shield you from the awkwardness of being single, can you? In truth, there is nothing wrong with being single. I am constantly urged by my family to settle down. Were it not for Meng Yao's agreement, I would still be a solitary bachelor. Many around him were aware of Tang Feng's pursuit of Bai Meng Yao. As the son of the mayor, he was naturally a suitable match for the eldest daughter of the Bai family. Others nodded in agreement. I told you, how could Miss Su possibly marry a mere chauffeur? That would be preposterous. Piao Xue, we have shared our school days. There is no need to demean yourself for the sake of appearances. You are the esteemed president of the Su Corporation. Imagine the ridicule you would face should this news circulate. Ji Fan, someone like you dares to claim the right to marry Miss Su? Allow me to be frank. You are not even worthy of approaching this table. The atmosphere in the private room grew tense, saturated with disdain and mockery directed at Ji Fan. Class leader Gao Chonglin chimed in, his gaze towards Ji Fan swiftly shifting from envy and jealousy to contempt. Indeed, a mere chauffeur has no right to occupy this space. Let me tell you, were it not for Piao Xue, he would likely be barred from even entering the doors of the Rose Club. Someone escort Ji Fan out. Soon, 2 bodyguards hurriedly entered from outside. It is this man. Throw him out of the club, Gao Chonglin commanded, pointing at Ji Fan. Understood. The guards, receiving their orders, moved to act, only to be met with Ji Fan's gentle push, sending one of them sprawling to the ground, howling in pain. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Ji Fan, how dare you create a scene at the Rose Club? Do you have any idea who owns this establishment? Qin Yizhao scolded furiously. Ji Fan merely chuckled. I care not who owns it. I, Ji Fan, will come and go as I please. No one in this world can dictate my actions. What are you even worth? Tang Feng and Fu Zhonghua exchanged incredulous glances, taken aback by Ji Fan's audacity to strike first. This individual was clearly courting disaster. Ji Fan, have you even taken a moment to reflect on your own identity? Just now, Captain Gao kindly asked you to step outside, yet you showed him no gratitude. Now, you have gone so far as to assault someone from the club. I eagerly await the outcome of this debacle. Tang Feng scoffed. In his eyes, the proprietor of this establishment possessed formidable connections. Even if his father were to arrive at this moment, the owner might still disregard him. Fu Zhonghua joined in with disdain, declaring, Ji Fan, do not presume that Miss Su's backing grants you the audacity to act recklessly here. Today, you have committed a grave error, and no one present can save you. You have become far too arrogant. You deserve this. Initially, Cheng Duo thought Ji Fan was a wealthy heir. However, it has now been revealed that he is merely a lowly driver, causing her to lose interest in him. As Ji Fan continued to act brazenly, she joined in the mockery. Only Wang Lahai expressed concern, suggesting, Brother Ji Fan, why not apologize sincerely to young Master Qin? If he is willing to vouch for you, the club will surely resolve this matter. At that moment, the 2 bodyguards Ji Fan had pushed down were already terrified and fleeing the private room. Anyone with experience could discern the level of skill involved. Both of them were former special forces, boasting exceptional physical capabilities. It was implausible that an average person could easily topple them. The bodyguards, seasoned in their line of work, recognized Ji Fan's prowess and, fearing they were no match for him, promptly exited to seek assistance. Brother Lahai, Do not fear. I can handle this matter. Ji Fan reassured Wang Lahai with a calm smile and a pat on the shoulder for comfort. Qin Yizhao sneered. You can handle this? Huh. Ji Fan. Do not be delusional. The Rose Club's backing is beyond the reach of someone like you. He considered Ji Fan to be an utterly ignorant fool, incredulous that he would still boast at such a moment. Su Piaoxue sensed that the situation could escalate and urged Ji Fan to leave, promising to take care of the aftermath. Ah, truly a case of the husband singing while the wife accompanies. However, it seems today, Ji Fan, you will not escape this room unscathed. Just as Qin Yizhao finished his taunt, a man clad in a Zhongshan suit with a square face stormed in accompanied by a group of thugs. The two bodyguards, who had just been lightly reprimanded by Ji Fan, followed closely behind. Who dares to cause a ruckus in our Rose Club? Do you dare to disregard me? Jiang Kaishan? Are you seeking death? Upon hearing this, the crowd was taken aback, their faces turning ashen with fear. He is Jiang Kaishan, the underground king of Jinling. Every city has its underground ruler. In Jiangzhou, it is Zhou Long. And in Jinling, the capital of Jiang province, the influence of the underground king escalates even further. His name resonates throughout Jiang province, known by all. Zhou Long pales in comparison to him. Even the 8 prominent families of Jinling must show him some respect. Everyone believed Ji Fan was doomed for having provoked such a formidable figure as Jiang. Most present wore expressions of schadenfreude, as they had never been fond of Ji Fan. Only Wang Lahai and Su Piaoxue remained concerned for him. At this moment, none felt more triumphant than young Master Qin. Previously, he had suffered repeated humiliation at the hands of Ji Fan, leaving him feeling utterly embarrassed before the crowd. Now, however, he finally had the opportunity to reclaim his dignity. It was none other than the formidable Mr. Jiang. The bodyguard immediately pointed at Ji Fan and declared his identity. Jiang Kaishan began to scrutinize the troublemaker before him. Dressed in shabby attire, lacking a single valuable piece of clothing, he appeared to be nothing more than a mere laborer. How dare such a rube be allowed in here? Get him out. With that, several bodyguards prepared to forcibly remove Ji Fan. Just as Ji Fan was about to retaliate, he noticed a familiar silhouette entering through the door. What do you intend to do? Release him at once. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Yang Xiaoran. How could it be her? My dear lady, what brings you here? This fellow has harmed someone from our establishment. He cannot simply be let go. Jiang Kaishan assessed Yang Xiaoran closely. She was indeed stunning. An absolute beauty. Xiaoran, please refrain from speaking out of turn. Shouldn't someone like Ji Fan, who has injured a bodyguard at our venue, face consequences? Jiang is entirely justified in his actions. Fu Zhonghua, witnessing his fiancée-es acquaintance with Ji Fan and her defense of him, turned a shade of green with jealousy. This country bumpkin even knows his fiancée. It nearly made him faint from anger. He quickly approached Yang Xiaoran and hurriedly apologized to Jiang Kaishan. My apologies, Mr. Jiang. This is my girlfriend, and she acted impulsively. I hope you can forgive her. Jiang Kaishan's expression turned frosty. Who are you? Do I know you? Mr. Jiang. My father is Fu Shaoxiong, and my mother is Guobao Shan. They have some reputation in Jiangzhou. I hope you can extend me a courtesy. I recall visiting your home during the New Year with my father. Fu Zhonghua appeared obsequious, knowing the imposing presence of Jiang Kaishan. Upon entering the private room, an aura of menace enveloped the space, causing everyone to feel a suffocating tension. Jiang Kaishan wore a smile devoid of warmth. So you are the son of the Fu family? Very well, you may leave, but this beautiful lady must stay. Chapter 66. Mockery. Fu Zhonghua's face turned crimson with embarrassment. He had not anticipated Jiang Kaishan's cold demeanor, leaving him at a loss for words. At that moment, Qin Yizhao stepped forward. Mr. Jiang, I am Qin Yizhao from the Qin family of Jinling. The scion of the Qin family? Jiang Kaishan's expression shifted slightly. Although he was also a notable figure in Jinling, the Qin family, one of the 8 prominent families, held significant influence. To his surprise, young Master Qin was present. What an opportunity to convey my regards to your grandfather. May I inquire about the relationship between this Ji fellow and those of you here? He was eager to punish Ji Fan, but felt a twinge of apprehension regarding Qin Yizhao's background. Qin Yizhao, astute as ever, quickly discerned Jiang Kaishan's hesitation. He responded with a knowing smile. To be frank, Ji Fan is merely a country bumpkin who inadvertently intruded upon our classmates' gathering, much to our dismay. We were just about to have him escorted out when, unexpectedly, he seemed to possess some martial skills and assaulted one of the club's attendants. I, Jiang, solemnly swear to the heavens that none of us present has any connection with Ji Fan. You may deal with the matter as you see fit, and we shall harbor no grievances. Jiang Kaishan, suddenly enlightened, remarked, so it's like this. It appears I have misunderstood everyone. Since Ji Fan has disrupted the atmosphere, why don't we disperse for the evening? I must attend to this individual, lest there be any disturbances or unpleasant scenes that would mar your enjoyment. Very well. I shall heed your advice. With that, Qin Yizhao turned to Gao Chonglin to inform everyone to leave immediately. As soon as this was announced, the crowd began to withdraw. In no time, only Fu Zhonghua, Yang Xiaoran, Ji Fan, Su Piaoxue, and Qin Yizhao remained in the private room. Jiang Kaishan had steadfastly refused to release Yang Xiaoran, which left Fu Zhonghua with no intention of departing. As for Qin Yizhao, he yearned to leave, for the person Jiang intended to punish was Ji Fan. He could hardly contain his schadenfreude, let alone speak up for him. The principal concern remained Su Piaoxue. She had not left, making it difficult for him to abandon her. After all, the gathering was orchestrated with great effort, primarily to see the stunning beauty of Su. To leave her behind now would be tantamount to squandering all his efforts. Jiang, Sharon truly meant no offense to you. I implore you to overlook this minor transgression and grant her clemency this once. At this moment, Fu Zhonghua was exceedingly anxious. Why did Yang Xiaoran have to associate with Ji Fan? Now, angering Jiang, she found herself unable to leave. Jiang Kaishan settled into the sofa, casting a sly grin at the individuals before him. Come here. He beckoned Fu Zhonghua with a finger. Fu Zhonghua immediately approached, bowing in deference. Yes, Jiang. Did you call for me? Indeed, I have a box of cigars here. If you could have your fiancée, come and light one for me, I shall release her. As he spoke, Jiang Kaishan produced a box of cigars and a lighter from his pocket, leering at Yang Xiaoran. Upon hearing this, Fu Zhonghua felt as if a great weight had been lifted. Xiaoran, what are you dawdling for? Hurry and light the cigar for Jiang. To him, lighting a cigar was merely a trivial matter. Yang Xiaoran cast a conflicted glance at Ji Fan before reluctantly stepping forward to open the cigar box, retrieving one and presenting it to Jiang Kaishan. Jiang, please enjoy the cigar. Now that's the spirit. Jiang Kaishan grinned, taking the cigar and placing it between his lips. Yang Xiaoran then ignited the lighter and brought it to his mouth. After lighting the cigar, he took a deep drag and cast a lecherous glance at Yang Xiaoran, his hand brazenly resting on her backside. Xiaoran, is it? Would you work? Would you be interested in joining me? You. Yang Xiaoran could hardly fathom Jiang Kaishan's audacity. How could he so boldly harass her in front of so many? Terrified, she took a few steps back. Jiang Kaishan, visibly displeased, retorted, What? Do you disdain me? With that, he seized her arm and pulled her into his embrace. Xiaoran, if you merely spend one night with me, tomorrow you may go wherever you please. I, Jiang, shall not stand in your way. Let go of me. Yang Xiaoran struggled. Yet how could she possibly contend with Jiang Kaishan? In her helplessness, she turned to Fu Zhonghua for assistance, her eyes pleading. Fu Zhonghua was left utterly dumbfounded. His fiancée, Yang Xiaoran, had somehow caught the attention of Jiang Kaishan, who brazenly dared to violate her in his presence. Was this not a slap in his own face? More importantly, he had been in a relationship with Yang Xiaoran for over 3 months, and their only physical contact had been holding hands. At that moment, he felt as though a green haze enveloped his mind, his heart twisted in anguish. Yet, Jiang Kaishan was a powerful figure he could not afford to offend. Thus, he could only suppress his seething anger and spoke with forced respect. Master Jiang, did you not promise to spare my fiancée? Surely, as a man of your stature, surrounded by beautiful women, you need not covet Xiaoran? I could personally introduce you to several lovely young ladies. Jiang Kaishan's face twitched slightly, and with a cold snort, he retorted, You have no say here. Will you leave, or will you stay to accompany that brat Ji? Upon hearing this, Fu Zhonghua was taken aback, hastily seeking help from Qin Yizhao behind him. He dared to speak, but not to express anger towards Jiang Kaishan. However, Qin Yizhao was equally reluctant to offend Jiang Kaishan, merely casting a glance that urged him to refrain from causing trouble, offering no further assistance. Fu Zhonghua, now in a cold sweat, contemplated calling his father immediately. Witnessing this scene, Yang Xiaoran felt utterly disheartened. She had not anticipated that her fiancé, Fu Zhonghua, would stand idly by while she was being bullied, not daring to utter a word. At that moment, a furious roar erupted within the private room. Jiang Kaishan, you old scoundrel! Release Yang Xiaoran at once. Ji Fan had appeared beside Jiang Kaishan, pulling Yang Xiaoran behind him, his face a mask of fury directed at Jiang Kaishan. Jiang Kaishan, who had been leisurely smoking a cigar and embracing Yang Xiaoran, suddenly sensed a shadow flicker before him. The forceful tug that separated him from Yang Xiaoran filled him with rage as he realized it was Ji Fan's interference. Ji Fan, what do you think you're doing? What do I intend to do? Naturally, I plan to teach you a lesson, Ji Fan declared as he prepared to strike, prompting Jiang Kaishan's subordinates to spring into action. Quick, protect Master Jiang. Instantly, Ji Fan found himself surrounded by a throng of men in black. The atmosphere in the room plummeted to a chilling silence, signaling the onset of an impending confrontation. Ji Fan, your time is up. To dare lay hands on Master Jiang is to court death. Qin Yizhao exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Fu Zhonghua chimed in. Indeed, young Master Qin, you speak the truth. Someone like Ji Fan deserves a lesson. Otherwise, he will never learn. At this, Ji Fan was rendered speechless. Fu Zhonghua, are you even human? Your fiancé, he has been humiliated, and you stand there, not daring to utter a sound. If Xiaoran were to marry you, would she ever find happiness? You cannot even protect your own woman. How despicable! And you dare to assist in mocking me? Do you have a penchant for wearing a green hat? Fu Zhonghua was infuriated by such remarks, his face flushed with rage, nearly dripping with blood. Ji Fan, I will fight you. Chapter 67. An unexpected call, however. Before Fu Zhonghua could confront Ji Fan, he was forcefully kicked away by Jiang Kaishan. Oof. Do you think this is a place where you can act at will? Ji Fan is my prey tonight, and no one is allowed to interfere. With a startled gasp, Fu Zhonghua fell to the ground, crying out in pain. He never anticipated Jiang Kaishan's brutality. Just moments ago, they had been chatting amicably, but in an instant, he had turned so ruthless. Qin Yizhao's expression visibly shifted. He had not expected Jiang Kaishan to act against Fu Zhonghua, and a sense of trepidation filled his heart. Piao Shui, let us leave. Since Jiang is here, you should refrain from getting involved in Ji Fan's matters. Yet, Su Piao Shui would never abandon Ji Fan in this predicament. The events of the day had unfolded due to her insistence on Ji Fan attending the class reunion. Otherwise, none of this would have transpired. Especially after being mocked by Qin Yizhao, her disdain for this group intensified. Ignoring Qin Yizhao, she approached Jiang Kaishan directly. Mr. Jiang, Ji Fan is my husband. I kindly ask you to release him, or I will not hesitate to call the police. From the moment Jiang Kaishan entered the private room, his attention had been fixated on Yang Xiaoran. It was only now that he noticed the stunning beauty present, whose grace, looks, and figure surpassed even those of Yang Xiaoran. Su Piaoshui's appearance captivated him. Is there truly such an extraordinary beauty in this world? Despite having encountered countless women in Jinling, none could compare to the one before him. Yet, to his astonishment, Ji Fan was her husband? Damn it, this guy looks so ordinary, yet he possesses such good fortune? Call the police? Ha ha ha! Beautiful lady, are you jesting with me? Or is this a game? I, Jiang Kaishan, have roamed these streets for years without fear. The more he scrutinized Su Piaoshui, the more restless he became. Such a magnificent beauty should not be allowed to leave without being indulged. Are you truly not afraid? Su Piaoshui said, reaching for her phone to call the authorities. Piaoshui, you and Xiaoran should step outside. I can handle this. There's no need for you to take risks for me. Ji Fan believed he could easily deal with these men, but he did not wish to reveal his true capabilities in front of so many people. He sought to divert Su Piaoshui and Yang Xiaoran away. But Ji Fan, It is too dangerous for you to stay here alone, Yang Xiaoran expressed concern. Had it not been for Ji Fan's intervention, she might have already fallen victim to Jiang Kaishan's brutality. She harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Fu Zhonghua, contemplating breaking off her engagement with the Fu family. Living a lifetime with such a coward would undoubtedly lead to regret. Ji Fan, I was the one who brought you here. How can you just abandon me? Su Piaoshui was growing anxious. Seeing two beautiful women so emotionally invested in Ji Fan, Jiang Kaishan could no longer remain composed. Damn it, what is it about you, Ji Fan, that captivates these two lovely ladies? On the ground, Fu Zhonghua and the standing Qin Yizhao were both seething with jealousy. Yang Xiaoran, you are indeed my fiancée. I find myself injured, and yet you show no concern for my well-being, instead directing your attention towards someone I utterly despise. Do you still wish to marry me? Fu Zhonghua, filled with indignation, rose abruptly and pointed an accusatory finger at Yang Xiaoran. Upon witnessing this, Yang Xiaoran could not help but smile bitterly. You dare to blame me? Fu Zhonghua, becoming engaged to you was the gravest mistake I have made in over 20 years. Let us part ways. This is the bank card your family provided for our engagement, and I have not touched a single cent within it. With that, she produced the card and flung it at Fu Zhonghua, inciting a fury within him that nearly caused him to faint. Yang Xiaoran, you wretched woman. You would forsake me for Ji Fan. The moment you stepped through the door, I sensed your connection with that Ji Fan. Indeed, all of this is true. You have strayed. You have betrayed me. Fu Zhonghua attempted to confront Yang Xiaoran further, but was halted by a sweeping gesture from Jiang Kaishan. Expel them all, leaving only Miss Su. Seeing Su Piaoshui in peril, Qin Yizhao could not remain silent. He interjected, Jiang, this Miss Su is a dear friend of mine. I implore you to spare her. Once we reach Jinling, I shall personally escort you to my family's exclusive club for a delightful experience. Oof. Young Master Qin, do not presume that the influence of the Qin family intimidates me. I shall be candid. Even if your patriarch were here, he would still defer to me. Out. Jiang Kaishan's patience wore thin. He had already extended enough courtesy to these youngsters, yet they dared to bargain with him. Qin Yizhao attempted to say more, but was swiftly expelled. Now, within the private room, only Ji Fan and Su Piaoshui remained. Jiang Kaishan sneered. I found your earlier exchange quite amusing. This is my territory. Do you think you can simply leave? Mr. Jiang, how can you possibly let us go? Su Piaoshui, though frightened, steeled herself for Ji Fan's sake. Miss Su, your devotion to your husband is truly touching. Here's the deal. If you agree to spend 3 nights with me, I shall release Ji Fan. With that, he leered at Su Piaoshui with a predatory gaze, increasingly captivated by her, as if he longed to claim her on the spot. You, how indecent. Su Piaoshui torti indignantly. Piaoshui, you should hide in the corner. Allow me to teach this scoundrel a lesson. Ji Fan seethed. How could Jiang Kaishan dare harbor such thoughts toward his wife? If he did not eliminate him, how could he hope to maintain his standing in this world? Oh, Ji Fan, do you seem confident in challenging so many of my men? Very well, I shall grant you the opportunity to prove yourself. Jiang Kaishan chuckled, bemused. This fool must be out of his mind, attempting to play the hero. He awaited the moment to witness how Ji Fan would fare against his trained thugs. However, just as he prepared to strike, Ji Fan's phone rang. What is this? Are you calling for reinforcements? Go ahead, summon whoever you wish. If I, Jiang Kaishan, so much as frown, I will not deserve to command the underworld of Jinling. Ji Fan had initially intended to take action, but upon noticing that the call was from his daughter Xuan's little genius watch, he paused momentarily. Jiang Kaishan, you are sorely mistaken. This is my daughter's call. He declared, I shall deal with you shortly. Once the call connected, a tender child's voice resonated from the other end. Daddy, where are you now? Annie has come to our house and brought an old grandpa. She says she wants to see you right away. Auntie? Which aunt? Ji Fan was momentarily taken aback. Just as he was pondering this, the phone watch in Xuan's hand was snatched away by a nearby beauty. It's me, Ji Fan. It's only been a few days since we parted ways at the amusement park, and you've already forgotten me? You truly are one who easily forgets. Is it you? Ji Fan finally recollected that it was the stunning beauty, Chunya, who had rescued Xianxian at the amusement park. However, she shouldn't be in Jinling at this time. Why'd she come to Jiangzhou? Moreover, she had gone to the Su residence. Chapter 68. Apology. Since she was Xianxian's savior, and she had personally sought him out, Ji Fan felt compelled to meet Chunya. Yet, he found himself ensnared in a predicament and could only disclose the truth. Upon learning that Ji Fan had encountered trouble, Chunya inquired about his location and immediately prepared to come over. Initially, Ji Fan did not wish for her to come. However, he could not ignore the irate voice of an elderly man echoing in the background, seemingly insisting that Chunya go find him. Ji Fan, I am eager to see what exceptional figure you can summon. Jiang Kaishan remained unhurried, puffing on a cigar, his eyes squinting in amusement. But when Chunya truly stood before him, he became flustered, losing all semblance of the king of Jinling's underworld. The domineering aura he once exuded had dissipated entirely. Miss Chen, what brings you here? You didn't inform me in advance, he stammered. Inside the private room, Chunya, clad in a striking red trench coat, resembled an ethereal being. She paid no mind to Jiang Kaishan and hurriedly approached Ji Fan. Ji Fan, are you all right? Did Jiang Kaishan and his men harm you? As she spoke, Chunya cast a displeased glance at Jiang Kaishan. Ji Fan shook his head dismissively, retorting, Does he even have the capability to harm me? At this moment, Jiang Kaishan was no longer concerned about Ji Fan's audacious attitude. What mattered most was Chunya, the eldest daughter of the Chun family. The foremost among Jinling's 8 prestigious families, was the last underground king of Jinling, who had met a gruesome end for offending her. The thought of this sent shivers down Jiang Kaishan's spine. How could this country bumpkin Ji Fan possibly know Chunya? This was disastrous. Offending the Chun family would only invite brutal retribution. Jiang Kaishan hastily approached Chunya, bowing and scraping. Miss Chun, please forgive me. I truly had no idea Ji Fan was acquainted with you. Otherwise, not even with 10 times my courage would I dare to treat him this way. Chunya let out a cold laugh. It's too late. She then turned to Ji Fan and asked, Ji Fan, how do you intend to deal with this man? Ji Fan chuckled. Jiang Kaishan, you should consider yourself fortunate that Miss Chan arrived in time. Otherwise, your demise would have been most gruesome. How dare you covet my woman? You possess audacity beyond measure. Since you hold a respectable position, I shall, for Chunya's sake, not make things difficult for you today. You must sever one of your arms and apologize to my wife. Then, we shall consider this matter resolved. At this moment, Jiang Kaishan's face had turned a deep shade of anger. Though he harbored a multitude of unwillingness within, he could only bow to the overwhelming power of the Chen family. Miss Su, I sincerely apologize. Today I, Jiang, have acted with audacity and have been blind to my surroundings. Before his words could fully escape his lips, a sharp crack resonated through the air. Jiang Kaishan's right hand transformed from a fist to an open palm as he struck his left arm. In an instant, his left arm was broken. Witnessing this scene, the group of subordinates behind him dared not challenge Ji Fan any further, retreating in fright. Jiang Kaishan, today you have shown wisdom. When we reach Jinling, I shall settle the score with you. Chunya snorted coldly, leading Ji Fan and Su Piaoshu away. Meanwhile, Qin Yizhao, Fu Zhonghua, Tang Feng, and others remained outside, reluctant to depart as they wished to see Ji Fan's humiliation. However, Chunya's unexpected arrival shattered their plans. After they left, a look of embarrassment spread across Qin Yizhao's face. He could not fathom how Chunya from the Qin family would appear at this moment. Just then, Jiang Kaishan emerged from the private room with his subordinates, his face pale and one hand clutching his severed arm, beads of sweat pouring down his forehead. He glanced at the few individuals by the entrance and coldly remarked, a group of ignorant youngsters. I shall settle accounts with you another day. Upon witnessing this, Fu Zhonghua could not help but inquire, young Master Qin, what has happened to Jiang? At this moment, Qin Yizhao was engulfed in fear, never expecting Jiang Kaishan to be rendered incapacitated. Yet, Ji Fan strode away with confidence. Observing Chunya's frequent glances of goodwill towards Ji Fan, he realized that he had suffered a complete defeat today. Ji Fan, who are you truly? You know Chunya of the Jinling Chun family. Resigned, He chose to disregard Fu Zhonghua and departed from the Rose Club without a backward glance. "Hey, young Master Qin, what is the matter with you?" Fu Zhonghua attempted to call out to him, but found that Qin had already walked away. In frustration, he turned to Tang Feng beside him. "Brother Feng, what has happened to young Master Qin?" Tang Feng chuckled. "What else could it be? He has faced humiliation. Did you not see that Zhang's arm has been severed?" "What? Is that true?" Fu Zhonghua, caught off guard, was left stunned. In his mind, Jiang Kaishan was the very embodiment of power in Jiang province. He never imagined that even the mightiest could fall. "Ji Fan, I will tear you to shreds." The thought of his fiancée, Yang Xiaoran, breaking off their relationship due to Ji Fan nearly caused him to faint. Tang Feng patted Fu Zhonghua's shoulder, offering consolation. "There are countless women in the world. If it does not work out, we can always find another." "Find another?" Fu Zhonghua laughed bitterly in anger. "In this lifetime, I shall marry no one but Xiaoran. Ji Fan, wait for me." With that, he stormed off in fury. Ultimately, only Tang Feng remained at the scene, observing the defeated individuals with a sly smile. "Qin Yizhao. Oh, Qin Yizhao, were you not always so impressive? Yet, you were outshone by a rustic fellow who stole your wife. Fu Zonghua, I have extended my olive branch to you on several occasions to win you over. Yet, you persist in flattering Qin Yizhao daily. It's no surprise your fiancé, left you. Ha ha, look at this bunch. Ultimately, it is I, Tang Feng, who returns with the enchanting Bai Meng Yao." However, at that moment, Tang Feng's pocket erupted with the urgent sound of a phone ringing. He pulled it out to discover it was none other than Bai Meng Yao calling, instantly donning a smile reminiscent of a lovesick puppy. "Meng Yao, what a surprise to receive a call from you." Previously, he had always been the one to reach out to her. Today was indeed a rarity. Tang Feng, filled with delight, felt that Bai Meng Yao was finally taking the initiative. "I thought it over, and I believe what we have between us is of greater importance." Indeed, Tang Feng's heart soared with sweetness. Astonished that the illustrious Miss Bai from the Bai family of Jiangzhou would be so forthcoming, expressing her affections in such a direct manner. On the other end of the line, Bai Meng Yao hesitated momentarily before speaking up. "Listen carefully. From this moment onward, we shall part ways. I'm no longer your girlfriend." The word struck like a bolt from the blue, leaving Tang Feng in a state of shock. "Meng Yao, we have only just solidified our relationship a few days ago. I haven't even held your hand yet. How can you bring up breaking up?" Tang Feng's emotions surged. Just moments ago, he had mocked others for not being able to keep their girlfriends, and now the tables had turned. He felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. "Meng Yao, why is this happening? You must give me a solid reason to let go." Bai Meng Yao, having uttered her declaration, intended to hang up the phone, but Tang Feng was, after all, the son of the mayor of Jiangzhou, and she could not dismiss him so easily. She replied, "Because I have fallen for another man. This man surpasses you tenfold." "Oh, so, your heart has found a new owner?" Tang Feng's spirits lifted at once. "Who is he?" His eyes narrowed, revealing a look of indignation. "He is a divine doctor. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. Forget it. Let us just delete each other as contacts." Beep, beep, beep. Tang Feng's throat moved. Yet he found himself rendered speechless. He stood frozen in place, allowing the beeping from the other end to resonate endlessly. Eventually, he snapped back to reality, fists clenched, his eyes ablaze with fury. "A divine doctor? I care not whether you are a divine doctor or a quack. Whoever dares to take my woman from me, I shall not let you escape unscathed." At that moment, this divine doctor had been inscribed onto Tang Feng's death list. He wished nothing more than for this divine doctor to meet his demise in the depths of a remote mountain in the west. A ragged young man was wandering through the woods. Lin Xiaowei had never imagined that he, once a privileged young master, would find himself reduced to drinking dew and eating wild fruits in the wilderness. Fortunately, he was still alive. According to the information passed down through the Lin family, the cave of their ancestor was said to be located somewhere within this mountain. "Ji Fan, your time has come." With this thought, he leaned on his climbing pick and slowly made his way deeper into the forest. Yet the mountain path was indeed treacherous, overrun with a multitude of wild, tangled shrubs. Lin Xiaowei could only wield his spade to carve out a passage. Although the sun shone brightly today, the towering trees in the forest, each reaching heights of several dozen meters, had long since obscured its rays. Consequently, the temperature remained perilously low, barely reaching 5 degrees. Amidst the trees, fragmented sunlight cascaded through the leaves, and Lin Xiaowei traversed this lonely expanse. Occasionally, patches of dappled light would grace his form, providing fleeting warmth. The rest he endured by sheer will. Having not eaten for an extended period, he felt an overwhelming weakness. I hope the ancestor is here, otherwise I, Lin Xiaowei, shall surely perish in this forsaken place. Casting a glance behind him, he noticed that, unbeknownst to him, a white mist had begun to rise within the nearby thicket, expanding ominously. This is bad. It's mountain fog. Mountain fog is a peculiar mist that pervades the mountains. Those who become ensnared within its grasp often find themselves lost. Stricken by urgency, Lin Xiaowei pressed onward with all his might, yet ultimately succumbed to the relentless fog. Dizziness overtook him, and he collapsed, murmuring, I to die here? I refuse to accept this. Ji Fan has not perished, and my family's vengeance remains unfulfilled. At that moment, through the haze, a shadow materialized before him. Assuming he had encountered a specter, he fainted. When he regained consciousness, he found himself in a realm filled with the melodies of birds and the fragrance of blossoms. The air was invigorating, lush vegetation surrounded him, and a waterfall cascaded from a nearby mountaintop, its sound a constant serenade. Countless birds and beasts thrived in this sanctuary. Before the waterfall, on a massive slab of azure stone, sat an ethereal figure, exuding an aura of celestial grace. Nearby, 2 disciples stood vigil. Lin Xiaowei watched in astonishment as the ethereal figure slowly spoke, his voice resonant and penetrating, both commanding and frigid. Are you a scion of the Lin family? By what fortune do you venture to this vast mountain? Recognizing the figure as the ancestor of the Lin clan, Lin Xiaowei promptly knelt before him, pouring forth the tale of his family's plight. What? The Lin family has been annihilated? Upon learning of his family's demise, the ancestor roared in fury, soaring into the sky. Who dares? Who possesses the audacity to obliterate my Lin family? With a single strike, the waterfall ceased its flow. With another, boulders nearby tumbled down. And with yet another, the earth quaked violently, sending the birds and beasts fleeing in terror. Calm your wrath, ancestor. Please calm your wrath. Chapter 70. Elder Chun, the ancestor of the Lin family, loomed in the air, his countenance dark, radiating boundless fury. Even Lin Xiaowei and the 2 kneeling beside him felt as if an invisible weight had descended upon them, rendering them breathless. Lin Xiaowei, I ask you, what has become of the protector I dispatched, little Zhu? Where is he now? The little Zhu mentioned by the ancestor was clearly the old protector, Zhu Lao. Lin Xiaowei repeatedly bowed his head, exclaiming, Zhu Lao has been slain by Ji Fan. The venerable ancestor of the Lin family let out a muffled grunt, inquiring, Who is this Ji Fan? Reporting to the ancestor, he is a young man who has recently gained considerable fame in Jiangzhou. He possesses both medical expertise and formidable martial skills, rendering Elder Zhu utterly incapable of standing against him. Thus, Lin Xiaowei recounted the enmity between Ji Fan and the Lin family in meticulous detail. This Ji lad is exceedingly audacious, to dare extinguish members of the Lin clan. I shall see him perish, roared the Lin ancestor once more. A middle-aged man clad in a black robe raised his head towards the Lin ancestor, resolutely declaring, I, in the name of obedience, shall venture to Jiangzhou and personally bring back Ji Fan's head to present to my master. The Lin ancestor nodded slightly, his expression grave. It is imperative that he be captured alive. I wish to personally exact my vengeance upon him. Understood. The black-robed figure replied with a respectful fist clasp. Lin Xiaowei mused himself that the Lin ancestor was finally taking action. Ji Fan was surely doomed now. At that moment, the Lin ancestor's voice resonated again. Xiaowei, you are now the sole bloodline of the Lin family. Since you have arrived at Kangming Mountain, there is no need for you to return. Remain here and cultivate martial arts with me. Huh? Not returning? Lin Xiaowei was reluctant, for the vast wealth of the Lin family still resided in Jiangzhou. If he were absent, would it not provide an opportunity for others? Noticing Lin Xiaoyi's silence, the ancestor snorted coldly. What? Are you unwilling? Do you not comprehend that Ji Fan is a martial artist? I retain you here precisely because I recognize your martial talent. Otherwise, not even your desperate pleas would grant you refuge on Kangmang Mountain. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoyi immediately prostrated himself in gratitude, thanking the ancestor for his refuge. As the black-robed figure departed, Lin Xiaoyi made sure to instruct him to oversee the family business diligently. Watching the silhouette of the black robe recede, a long-lost smile finally graced his face. Ji Fan, just wait. Once I become a martial artist, I will surely settle the score with you. Alas, by that time, you may have already met your demise at the hands of my ancestor. Ha ha ha. That night, after leaving the Rose Club, Ji Fan encountered the elder of the Chun family at the Su residence. The elder, attired in a festive red tang suit, exuded an aura of vitality despite his hair having turned completely gray. His sharp, yet benevolent gaze was particularly striking. At that moment, Xian was nestled in the elder's arms, playfully frolicking. Grandfather, why are you holding Xian? Your health. Chunyu was taken aback, for the elder, who had long suffered from ailments, was unexpectedly doting on Xian. The elder smiled gently. It is no trouble. This child, Xian, is very well behaved. Although he said this, Chunyu dared not allow Xian to remain in the elder's embrace any longer. Should the elder's uncles and aunts learn of this, it might lead to chaos. Come here. Xian, to your aunt. Chunyu clapped her hands and extended her arms. Xian obediently wriggled free from the elder's hold and rushed into Chunyu's embrace. Aunt, didn't you go to find my father? Where is he? As Chunyu turned around, she noticed Su Piaoxue and Ji Fan entering side by side. Look, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Not long ago, Xianyuan was inquiring about her father's whereabouts. She was swiftly embraced, and they proceeded towards the approaching Ji Fan. The elder of the Chun family, filled with excitement, rose from his chair, gazing at Ji Fan with an overwhelming sense of nostalgia. How strikingly familiar! He bore an uncanny resemblance to his father in his youth. Truly, heaven rewards those who persevere. Over 2 decades ago, the grandson lost by the Chun family has finally been found. At this moment, Ji Fan had taken Xianyuan into his arms, playfully asking her, Xianyuan, what have you been up to at home? Have you been naughty? Daddy, I haven't been naughty at all. I've been playing with great-grandpa the whole time. Xianyuan replied, pointing her tiny hand towards the elderly gentleman standing in the living room. Great-grandpa? Ji Fan followed his daughter's gaze, scrutinizing the elderly figure before him. He appeared to be in his 60s or 70s, yet his spirit was remarkably vibrant, with bright, expressive eyes that exuded both authority and kindness. One could only imagine that he was once a remarkable figure in his youth. Now, having aged, he observed the world with a serene demeanor. However, it seemed he bore the scars of an old injury. Chunya, noticing the mutual appraisal between the two, promptly introduced, Ji Fan, this is my grandfather. Initially, she intended to mention that this was also Ji Fan's grandfather, but the words caught in her throat. Although the paternity test confirmed that Ji Fan was indeed her biological brother, the situation was too sensational to disclose openly. After all, the Chen family was the foremost among the 8 distinguished families of Jinling, with the elder having 3 sons and 2 daughters, a sizable lineage. Recently, the family had been embroiled in a stalemate over the division of inheritance. If they were to learn that another Ji Fan had emerged among the grandchildren, one could only speculate how the uncles and aunts would react. Thus, the timing and manner of Ji Fan's acknowledgement by the Chun family would ultimately be decided by the elder. As of now, only 3 individuals were aware of Ji Fan's true identity: Chunya, her personal bodyguard Black Hawk, and the elder himself. Ji Fan smiled gently, placing Xianyuan on the ground, and then courteously extended his hands. Greetings, elder. I am Ji Fan, a friend of Chunya. The elder grasped Ji Fan's hands firmly, reluctant to release them, his eyes becoming misty and his body trembling with emotion. Child, you have endured much. His words left Ji Fan bewildered, as it seemed to be their first encounter. Why would he say such a thing? Chunya, anticipating that her grandfather was about to reveal Ji Fan's identity, was taken aback when the elder suddenly realized his indiscretion and hastily clarified, "Ah, I heard from Xiaoye that you were tricked by Jiang Kaishan tonight, which is why I said that." Ji Fan chuckled lightly. "Elder, you worry too much. However, I do appreciate your concern." He contemplated that even without Chunya's presence tonight, he would have easily departed from the Rose Club. He then shifted the conversation. "Elder, may I inquire what brings you to my home at such a late hour?" Ji Fan had not anticipated such warmth from Chunya's grandfather, who was currently holding his hand throughout the exchange, showing no inclination to let go. With a sense of helplessness, he could only deliberately shift the topic. Yet the old gentleman continued to gaze intently at him, his complexion unusually agitated, and his eyes had turned a shade of crimson unbeknownst to him. This scene left Ji Fan utterly perplexed. Chunya hurriedly assisted the old man to a sofa, fearing he might inadvertently reveal Ji Fan's origins. In truth, she understood the old man's reaction all too well. However, the moment for recognition had not yet arrived. All she could do was watch anxiously. "Grandfather, Ji Fan is speaking to you." "Oh, look at me, what am I doing here?" Regaining his composure, Old Chin quickly retrieved a handkerchief from his pocket to dab at his eyes, then chuckled heartily. "Xiao Fan, actually, I came to Jiangzhou today to inquire about a renowned physician." "A physician?" Ji Fan was momentarily taken aback. "I am curious, which esteemed physician are you seeking?" Chapter 71, Waste of Resources. "Oh, I have heard that Master Liao Guopei of Jiangzhou has recently taken a celebrated healer as his mentor. Decades ago, I fought for my country and sustained injuries from shell fragments that remain lodged in my skull to this day. Due to their peculiar positioning, surgery is unfeasible. In my youth, it was bearable, but now, with age, every windy or rainy day brings excruciating headaches, making my existence a torment. Thus, I hope to take this opportunity to see if this esteemed healer can provide a solution." The sincerity in Old Chin's words was palpable, revealing a determination not to relent until he found this physician. Ji Fan was instantly struck by a thought, his eyes darting as he pondered. Could it be that the revered healer the old man spoke of was none other than himself? After all, Master Liao was indeed his most recent disciple. "Ahem, old sir, I possess some medical knowledge as well. Perhaps I could offer you treatment?" At that moment, Su Piaoxue nervously approached. "Ji Fan, what do you know of medicine? Do not speak recklessly in front of Old Chun." She then stepped forward, addressing the old gentleman with utmost respect. "Old Chun, do you still remember me?" Old Chun scrutinized Su Piaoxue from head to toe, his expression one of confusion, until Chunya clarified, "Grandfather, this is the eldest daughter of the Su family, Su Piaoxue." Upon hearing this, the old man suddenly grasped the situation. "You are Su Piaoxue, the granddaughter that old Su Zhengxiang has been incessantly mentioning?" Su Zhengxiang was the head of the Su family in Jinling, and Su Piaoxue's grandfather. Overjoyed that Old Chun recognized her, Su Piaoxue exclaimed, "Grandfather Chun, you actually know me?" Old Chun regarded Su Piaoxue once more, noting not only her beauty, but also her keen intellect. Learning that she had married Ji Fan only added to his delight. He mused that despite Ji Fan's misfortunes, marrying Su Piaoxue was a stroke of fortune, even if he were not the long-lost child of the Chun family. The influence of the Su family would ensure a life free from hardship in the days to come. Of course, who does not know that the old ghost Su has a granddaughter as beautiful as a celestial maiden? Seeing you today, you truly live up to the tales. Old Chun said with a smile, stroking his beard before shifting the conversation. When do you plan to have children? Ji Fan and Su Piaoxue exchanged an awkward glance upon hearing this question, particularly Su Piaoxue, whose cheeks flushed crimson, momentarily at a loss for words. Chunya, standing nearby, quickly interjected, "Grandfather, having children is a matter for the young couple. Why are you so eager to rush them?" It appeared that the elder Chun realized he had overstepped and hastily attempted to rectify the situation. "I was merely anxious for my friend, old Su. He often laments during our conversations that all his peers have grandchildren, leaving only Su Piaoxue without one. Piaoxue, Ji Fan, you two must strive for it. Go. Grandfather believes in you." With that, Elder Chun and Chunya departed from the Su residence. Before leaving, He inquired if Ji Fan was free the next day to accompany him to the Liao Medical Clinic. However, as the Su Group was to convene a board meeting the following day, Ji Fan had to personally oversee matters and assist Su Piaoxue in reclaiming control, leaving him no time to spare. He could only apologize to Elder Chen. Fortunately, the elder was quite understanding, stating he would visit the Su residence later to spend time with Xian. At that moment, only Su Piaoxue and Ji Fan remained in the living room. Ji Fan, what secrets do you still harbor? How could you possibly attract the attention of the Chun family patriarch? It seems I have underestimated you in the past. Su Piaoxue crossed her arms, her frosty expression finally softening into a smile, one of admiration. Is this elder truly of significant standing? I have never encountered him before. Ji Fan replied, bewildered. He genuinely did not understand why the elder had visited the Su residence that evening. However, upon reflection, he felt grateful. Had it not been for the elder prompting Chun Ye's intervention, a fierce confrontation at the Rose Bar might have been unavoidable. Noticing Ji Fan's expression, Su Koju furuit herburoth. You truly don't know the elder's identity? Ji Fan responded helplessly, Piaoxue, why would I lie to you? Ikasperatit, Su Koju rubit hertemplis. Pondering how Ji Fan could be so oblivious. The Chun family of Jinling was the foremost family in the region, and, as its leader, Elder Chen's visit was a momentous event that Ji Fan seemed to take in stride. It was almost a waste of opportunity. Had this been any other privileged youth from Jinling, they would have been ecstatic, leaping for joy, a revered figure they could only dream of having in their circle. And he remained unfazed. Today, she surely benefited from Ji Fan's association. She wondered what the elder saw in him. All right, just remember, if Elder Chun or Chinya contact you again, let me know in advance, understood? Understood. In the living room, Ji Fan sipped his coffee while focusing on his phone. At that moment, Lu Bo, the third brother, was reporting to him about Cheng Xingyi, a major shareholder in the Su Group. Ever since Ji Fan decided to assist Su Piaoxue through her challenges, the names Fu Xiaoxiong, Cheng Xingyi, and Zhai Gang had entered his death list. Now, half of the Su Group's shares have fallen into Zhai Gang's hands, although Fu Xiaoxiong's 10 stake remains unchanged. The evidence of his illicit affair with the mayor's wife has been thoroughly gathered. Only Cheng Xingyi remains. Cheng Xingyi is the father of Cheng Duo, who was present at the dinner at the Rose Bar last time. He holds 20 of the Su Group's shares, making him the most influential figure in the company after the Su family. During the previous board meeting, he was the instigator who collaborated with other shareholders to pressure Su Piaoxue. However, this man has a passion for collecting antiques, particularly bronzeware. Thus, the third brother Lu Bo, after much effort, managed to exchange a box of beauty mud for a renowned bronze tripod named Tianmu Wu from the black market. He subsequently spent money to connect with Cheng Xingyi. After orchestrating a scheme, this Mr. Cheng finally succumbed to temptation and agreed to exchange 5 of his shares for the Tianmu Wu tripod. Now, with the future company holding 5 of the Su Group's shares, combined with the 75 held by Ji Fan and with Su Piaoxue's collaboration, they could completely seize control of the Su Group's discourse. Third brother, Fu Xiaoxiong's video must be delivered to the mayor tonight. I believe tomorrow's board meeting of the Su Group will unfold a spectacular drama. After Ji Fan edited this message and sent it to the third brother, he turned off his phone and returned to his room. At that moment, Su Piaoxue was busy in her study. However, faced with the speech draft on the screen, she was writing and deleting and writing, looking utterly flustered. The looming pressure of tomorrow's board meeting for the Su Group left her unsettled. Chapter 72. The meeting begins with this thought. She immediately dialed her secretary, Sun Aran. At that moment, Sun Aran was sitting cross-legged on the sofa, enjoying some fruit while watching a television drama. Freshly showered, she wore a white bathrobe that accentuated her graceful figure, with steam occasionally rising from her damp hair. The urgent ringtone of her phone jolted her back to reality. Oh, it's a call from President Su? In the past, Su Piaoxue would only call her on weekend evenings to discuss personal matters. She rarely interrupted during work hours. It must be something important. Without further thought, she promptly answered the call. Hello, President Su. Hello, Iran. Could you help me write the speech for tomorrow's board meeting? Oh, certainly. Sun Iran was somewhat surprised. In previous instances, Su Piaoxue had always crafted the speeches herself, so it was unusual for her to suddenly request assistance. Nevertheless, as the president's secretary, her primary duty was to resolve any tasks assigned by her superior. Su Piaoxue continued. The theme of this speech should center on the need for all shareholders to unite and strengthen the company. What's the point of constant infighting? If anyone can double the company's annual performance, I, Su Piaoxue, will voluntarily relinquish the position of chairwoman. With that, a sharp sound echoed in the room. On the other end of the line, Sun Iran intended to inquire about the situation with Su Piaoxue, but was met with a sudden disconnection, leaving her utterly perplexed. Meanwhile, in the study of the Su residence, Su Piaoxue reclined in her chair, staring vacantly at the ceiling, releasing a deep sigh. With the task of drafting the speech now entrusted to Sun Iran, she felt an unexpected lightness in her burdens. Alas, this relief came at the expense of Sun Iran, who spent an entire night tirelessly crafting the speech. Fortunately, before dawn, she managed to compose several thousand words, concluding with a flourish in the document. The following morning unfolded like any other, with Su Piaoxue sharing breakfast with Ji Fan in the dining room. She deliberately inquired whether he had time today. What's the matter? Do you have something on your mind? No wonder you seem so burdened this early, she remarked. Ji Fan took a sip of his coffee and offered her a faint smile, one that felt like an invitation. Yet to Su Piaoxue, it bore an air of mockery. Perhaps her sensitivity was to blame? She had hoped Ji Fan would accompany her to the board meeting, but seeing his demeanor, her words faltered on her lips. No. After you drop me at the company, you may allocate your time as you wish. There's a meeting today, and unless I summon you, do not linger at the office. Su Piaoxue responded nonchalantly, though her heart was a tumult of emotions. Each time she faced the elder's scrutiny during board meetings, she felt utterly powerless. In those moments, she yearned for someone to stand behind her, to support her and speak on her behalf. That sensation surged within her once more as she gazed at Ji Fan, inadvertently comparing him to her ideal. Unfortunately, given Ji Fan as current status, he could offer her none of that. Sighing inwardly, she lamented, "Why place my hopes on someone so predictable?" Yet, she steeled herself, thinking, today I will seize the day. Just wait, Cheng Xingyi Fu Shaoxiong Zhaigang. Ji Fan, observing the fluctuations of Su Piaoxue's expression, surmised that her worries stemmed from the board meeting. However, he chose silence, driving her to the company as per usual. Upon arriving at the Su Group building, Su Piaoxue exited the car and swiftly entered the building alongside Sun Iran, who had been waiting. Witnessing this from his vehicle, Ji Fan wore a knowing smile. This girl, facing a significant challenge, still refrained from confiding in him. It seemed she possessed a fiercely proud spirit. Yet, how could his woman be bullied? Fear not, Su Piaoxue. Proceed boldly to the board meeting. I have already dealt with those troublesome shareholders. He mused with a chuckle. A grand spectacle awaits your presence. Inside the conference room of the Su Group, the seats were already filled to capacity, led by major shareholders Cheng Xingyi, Zhaigang, and Fu Shaoxiong. A majority of the small and medium shareholders are eagerly gearing up for action. They have long conspired in private, and the main objective of this meeting is to oust Su Piaoxue from her position, subsequently electing Cheng Xingyi as the chairman, Zhaigang as the general manager, and Fu Shaoxiong as the vice president. Their aspirations are indeed grand, yet they remain oblivious to the lurking dangers. Ji Fan has already discerned their intentions and has preemptively set his plans in motion. In an empty office adjacent to the conference room, Lu Bo and Shi Qingfeng are intently fixated on the screen, displaying the proceedings within the neighboring meeting room. After receiving a message from Ji Fan the previous night, they stealthily entered Su's company early in the morning and installed a pinhole camera in the conference room to monitor the activities inside. Thanks to Shi Qingfeng's familiarity with the place from his prior employment, their task was accomplished with relative ease. Boge, when will the boss arrive? It seems the meeting is about to commence, Shi Qingfeng remarked, his excitement palpable as he watched Su Piaoxue enter the meeting room accompanied by Sun Iran. Lu Bo, however, maintained an air of calm throughout. Qingfeng, have you forgotten? Miss Su has always been picked up and dropped off by the boss. since she is already here, the boss must be as well. We simply need to wait for him, Lu Bo replied. Sure, Qingfeng nodded in agreement. Yes, Bo Gu, you are indeed clever. No wonder you are so close to the boss. As their conversation unfolded, Ji Fan pushed open the door. How is it? Has the meeting started? Boss, you're here. Both Lu Bo and Shi Qingfeng rose to greet him. Not yet. Let's observe for a moment, Ji Fan replied. At that moment, as Su Piaoshu entered the conference room, silence fell over the attendees. Cheng Xingyi wore a sly grin. Dear niece, you seem a bit off today. Did you not rest well last night? Should we postpone the meeting? In response to the jibe, Su Piaoshu coldly replied, Thank you for your concern, Uncle Cheng, but I am perfectly fine. Cheng Xingyi sneered, a hint of malice flickering across his lips. Very well, let us officially commence this board meeting. Sun Aran, serving as the company's secretary, initiated the proceedings. All right, we will officially begin this board meeting. Now, I invite General Manager Su to address us. Upon her words, she led the applause. However, an awkward silence ensued, with only a smattering of claps from the audience, while the majority remained indifferent. The atmosphere in the conference room became suffocatingly tense. Sun Aran, encountering such a situation for the first time, glanced anxiously at Su Piaoshu, beads of sweat trickling down her forehead. Yet, Su Piaoshu remained remarkably composed. Undeterred, Sun Aran attempted to lead the applause once more, but this time, it was even more dismal than the first. Now, even the two individuals who first applauded remain motionless. What has transpired? She is utterly enraged. You, how dare you not applaud for President Su? Are you still employees of this company? What audacity you possess. You do not even grant President Su the courtesy of applause. What exactly are you trying to accomplish? In the vast conference room, only her voice of dissent reverberates. Met with silence. Cheng Xingyi, Zhai Gang, and Fu Shaoxiong exchanged knowing glances, unable to suppress their amusement. Su Piaoshu was already psychologically prepared. In such circumstances, the young lady merely furrowed her brow slightly. Calmly, she thought, perhaps they are simply exhausted from their daily toil. It is now my turn to speak. In Su Piaoshu's view, applause is trivial, while the speech is the main event. With that, she seized the microphone from the table, sifted through her notes, and was about to begin when Cheng Xingyi triumphantly exclaimed, Are you deaf or blind? How can President Su speak without applause? With that, he led the room in applause. Thus, the shareholders in the conference room began to clap one after another, until the applause thundered. All right, that's enough. My hands are genuinely tired now. Cheng Xingyi chuckled, then turned to Su Piaoshu at the podium. President Su, please commence your speech. With that, he reclined in his chair, exuding an air of arrogance. Su Piaoshu had discerned that this fellow was not here for the meeting. He was clearly here to provoke her. Her expression grew increasingly frigid, confronted with Cheng Xingyi's repeated attempts to humiliate her. Su Piaoshu felt a surge of resentment. She had never anticipated that this man would choose such a manner to belittle her. The earlier incident of applause had indeed diminished her authority. Moreover, the implications of his words suggested that within the company, Cheng Xingyi's words were law. No one applauded for you, Su Piaoshu. In this vast Su group, who would still heed your commands? Chapter 73. Retribution. Sun Aran instantly comprehended that all the peculiar behavior in the conference room was orchestrated by Cheng Xingyi. Thus, unable to bear the sight of Su Piaoshu being bullied, she spoke up. Vice President Cheng, your actions are rather excessive, are they not? Cheng Xingyi was taken aback that a mere secretary would dare to criticize him, and his countenance darkened. Sun Aran, it seems you lack the qualifications to address me in such a manner. Were it not for Su Piaoshu's insistence, with your meager credentials, you wouldn't even qualify for the front desk position, let alone the role of secretary. Beside him, Fu Shaoxiong chimed in, Indeed, after trailing behind President Su for a few years, you truly believe yourself to be of significance? Do you have any place in the board's discussions? Zhai Gang sneered. You better get out of here now. Sun Aran was taken aback by their harsh words, tears of grievance welling in her eyes. In the adjacent office, Lu Bo witnessed this scene and slammed his hand on the table. Damn it, these people are too vile. How dare they treat President Su and Miss Sun this way? Boss, let me take action. Shi Qingfeng clenched his fists, his expression filled with fury. Boss, how about I storm into the venue right now and give those three a good beating? This is simply intolerable. Observing the eager expressions of his companions, Ji Fan's lips twitched slightly. A glimmer of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Wait a moment, before we enter, I must contact Tang Jingrong. With that, he dialed the phone number of the mayor of Jiangzhou, Tang Jingrong. During their last encounter at the Liao Medical Clinic, Mayor Tang had already promised him that the land in the northern suburbs would be developed by the Su Group, but it required Ji Fan's notification first. Now, announcing this matter at the board meeting would undoubtedly create a sensation. It would also serve as a grand gift for Su Piaoxue. At this moment, in the mayor's office, Tang Jingrong had just settled into his chair when Ji Fan's call came through. Had it been anyone else, he would have likely hung up already, as he preferred to savor a fine Da Hong Pao tea before commencing his work each morning. Those familiar with Jiangzhou's political landscape were well aware of this habit. Therefore, most people refrained from calling him before 10 in the morning. Who would dare to invoke the mayor's displeasure? Hello, Dr. Ji, what can I do for you? Tang Jingrong did not dare to be neglectful and immediately answered the call, standing up from his chair with utmost respect. Ji Fan replied coldly, yes. Little Tang, do you remember the piece of land in the northern suburbs that I mentioned last time? Mayor Tang nodded vigorously. Yes, yes. Do you require us to sign a contract with the Su Group now? Indeed, it would be best if you dispatch someone immediately to finalize the project contract. Certainly. I had the contract prepared in advance. I will send Secretary Wang to the Su Group right away. Please hold on. After saying this, Ji Fan prepared to hang up. Hastily, Tang Jingrong interjected, Dr. Ji, you mentioned wanting to help me with my condition to help me grow stronger. When might you have time for that? Ji Fan initially thought that Mayor Tang was questioning him due to having viewed the video of his wife, Lu Yumei, with Fu Shaoxiong. It seemed, however, that the mayor had yet to discover the little video on his computer. How about this? You start by opening your computer, and I will send you a set of health exercise videos to your email. Practice for a while, and in a few days, I will personally attend to your treatment. Tang Jingrong became instantly excited upon hearing this. That sounds wonderful. Thank you, Dr. Ji. After hanging up, Ji Fan confirmed once more with Lu Bo that the video of Lu Yumei was indeed on Tang Jingrong's office computer. With that assurance, he lit a cigarette and waited patiently for things to unfold. Before long, Tang Jingrong eagerly sent Ji Fan his email address. Third, download a set of health exercise videos from the internet and send them to this email address. Understood. Upon receiving the command, Lu Bo promptly took out a notebook and began to work swiftly. Meanwhile, Tang Jingrong, filled with excitement, had already opened his computer and accessed his email. However, after waiting a few minutes without any activity in his inbox, he pondered that perhaps Dr. Ji was busy and decided to wait a little longer. Thus, he resolved to browse the news online. The email had just been closed on the interface when a peculiar folder on the desktop captured his attention. The folder was ominously titled, The Mayor's Wife, Lu Yumei, Engaging in Infidelity. Tang Jingrong was taken aback. He hastily opened the folder and discovered multiple videos and photographs. To his horror, one video displayed his wife in bed with another man. Subsequently, it appeared that someone intruded, leaving both individuals in a state of panic. Although the video's audio was muted, it was evident that a confrontation ensued. Most shockingly, Tang recognized the man involved. In the subsequent photographs, he saw his wife, Lu Yumei, engaged in illicit activities with the same man inside a car. His eyes turned bloodshot. Lu Yumei, Fu Shaoxiong, how dare you, a pair of adulterous lovers, betray me in such a manner? I shall seek revenge. I will exact a thorough and complete retribution upon you both. Tang Jingrong's face flushed with rage, and he was consumed by fury. He yearned to confront Fu Shaoxiong immediately and strangle the man. After all, he had always considered Fu Shaoxiong a brother. Having known him for over a decade, he never imagined this man would dare to engage with his wife. With this thought racing through his mind, he promptly dialed Zhao Quan's number. As the head of the municipal bureau and his most trusted confidant, Tang Jingrong's first thought was of him. You, Zhao Quan, come to my office at once. Yes, Mayor Tang. The municipal police headquarters was adjacent to the city government. 10 minutes later, Zhao Quan arrived at Tang Zhengrong's office, breathless. "Mayor, you called for me?" At that moment, he felt a pang of confusion. Mayor Tang usually conveyed matters over the phone. Why summon him in person today? Could it be related to his promotion to deputy mayor? As the director of the Jiangzhou Public Security Bureau, Zhao Quan's greatest aspiration was to ascend to the position of deputy mayor, entering the ranks of deputy-level officials. Unfortunately, this position had remained vacant since the previous deputy was placed under investigation. He had approached Tang Zhengrong several times about it, but the mayor had always urged him to be patient, intensifying his anxiety. He feared that someone might be appointed to the deputy mayor position unexpectedly, as in most cities. The deputy mayor also served as the director of the police bureau. He dreaded the possibility of not achieving his goal and having to relocate. "Director Zhao, you've arrived. Please take a seat. I'll pour you some tea." As Tang Zhengrong spoke, he rose to brew a cup of Dahong Pao for Zhao Quan. Meanwhile, he turned and locked the open door. This action caused Zhao Quan to feel a wave of unease. What was going on with Mayor Tang today? Normally, Secretary Wang would prepare the tea. Moreover, why lock the door for their conversation? Was there something unspeakable at hand? Tang Zhenggong sat beside Zhao Quan, his tone laden with significance. "Director Zhao, how is the public security in Jiangzhou lately? I've heard things have been rather tumultuous." Chapter 74. The appearance of Ji Fan Public Security? Zhao Quan was momentarily taken aback. Was Mayor Tang referring to the Lin family massacre? But hadn't that case already been handed over to the Tianji Bureau? As he was engulfed in confusion, he noticed Tang Zhengrong's expression suddenly shift. "Zhou Quan, allow me to show you something," he said, moving towards the computer and clicking open a folder. "Zhou Quan astili upruaka." And the contents of the files left him utterly astounded. At that moment, Tang Zhengrong had reached the floor-to-ceiling window, lighting a cigarette while gazing out at the scenery before the building. Meanwhile, Zhao Quan, having perused the material, found his heart in turmoil, for he recognized the individuals in the video. It was shocking to discover that the mayor's wife had become involved with the renowned entrepreneur Fu Xiaoxiong from Jiangzhou. This revelation was an immense humiliation for Tang Zhengrong. "Have you finished watching?" Tang Zhengrong inhaled deeply from a cigarette and turned to glance at Zhao Quan. Zhou Quan, filled with indignation, replied, "Yes, Mayor, give the order. Fu Xiaoxiong deserves to be punished." Tang Zhengrong chuckled coldly. "Zhao Quan, we live in a society governed by law. We cannot resort to violence so readily. We must adhere to legal procedures. Do you understand?" "Understood. Rest assured, Mayor Tang, I will fulfill the task." Zhao Quan bawet zet pet fun to Tang Zhengrong. Tang Zhengrong nodded slightly, evidently pleased. "Zhao Quan, in a few days, the city will hold a standing committee meeting to discuss the selection of a vice mayor. I have already recommended you to the organization minister, so proceed with confidence." Upon hearing this, Zhao Quan was instantly elated. "Thank you for your support, Mayor Tang. I assure you, I will not disappoint you." Tang Zhengrong waved his hand, slightly furrowing his brow. "What do you mean by thanking me? You should express gratitude to the party committee and the organization. Your mindset must be aligned correctly, and do not bring bureaucratic thinking into your work. Yes, go now." As he watched Zhao Quan depart in a police car from the city government, Tang Zhengrong picked up his phone and dialed his wife, Lu Yumei. "Yumei, you should come back." On the other end, Lu Yumei responded softly, unwilling to argue. The Lu family had risen from humble rural beginnings to prominence in the locality, largely due to Tang Zhengrong's efforts. After receiving her reply, he composed himself and ended the call. No wonder she had returned to her family during this time, claiming to miss her mother. It was all FAAD. The underlying reason was her affair with Fu Xiaoxiong, which had been caught on camera. Fearing that he would find out, she had chosen to hide away. As this realization dawned on him, Tang Zhengrong was suddenly struck by an unsettling thought. Who was the person behind the camera capturing these videos and photos? What could be their ulterior motive for placing these files on his desktop? After much contemplation, he dialed Zhao Quan again. "Zhou Quan, please investigate who took those photos and videos. Also, if there are any related discussions online, ensure they are suppressed. I do not wish for this matter to escalate." "Understood, Mayor." In the conference room of the Sioux group, Sun Aran was so incensed by the remarks of those individuals that she covered her face and hurried out. Although Su Piaoxue felt a surge of anger within, she knew she had to finish her speech. Thus, she restrained her fury and continued speaking. Please maintain silence. I shall now address the proceedings of this meeting. Throughout the discourse, various subtle gestures were observed beneath, all of which Su Piaoxue noted, yet she refrained from reacting. Ultimately, I wish to convey this. If you truly aspire to occupy my position, it is quite simple. There is no need for elaborate schemes. If you can double the company's annual profit, I, Su Piaoxue, shall willingly relinquish the chairmanship. These words resonated profoundly. Upon hearing this, those present fell into an immediate hush. Cheng Xingyi, who was nearly dozing off, suddenly became alert, springing to his feet. Piaoxue, do you genuinely mean that? Indeed, then you must cede the chairmanship to me now. I assure you, next year the company's profits will double. At last, Su Piaoxue beheld the unsightly countenance of Cheng Xingyi. Uncle Cheng, you underestimate the complexity of the matter. I have stated that you must first ensure the company's profits double, after which I shall consider relinquishing this position. As for your ability to secure the position, that is entirely up to you. With that, she rose and prepared to leave. As she passed Cheng Xingyi, Su Piaoxue could not help but cast a lingering glance at him, her icy gaze almost capable of extinguishing his existence. Piaoxue, since you're unwilling to concede your position, let us see the true outcome at the voting session in the second half. Cheng Xingyi smirked. Su Piaoxue paused momentarily, then swiftly exited the conference room. Now was the intermission. Shortly, the board would convene to vote for the chairman. According to standard procedure, Su Piaoxue's shares were evenly split with the directors. Should they unite, they could easily oust her. No sooner had Su Piaoxue departed than laughter erupted in the conference room, a cacophony of derision aimed at her. In the adjacent office, Ji Fan could no longer contain his rising fury upon witnessing the scene. Lu Bo, you and Qin Feng entertain the mayor's secretary here. I shall go seek retribution against them. Understood, boss. At this moment, Lu Bo and Shi Qin Feng were eager to storm into the next room and reprimand those individuals. However, bound by Ji Fan's orders, they complied. Ji Fan drew a dagger from his waist and left the office. By now, Su Piaoxue had distanced herself. At the end of the corridor, Sun Iran knelt on the floor, weeping softly. It appeared that Su Piaoxue had gone to comfort her. Ji Fan glanced over and then stealthily slipped into the conference room. At that moment, the group huddled around Cheng Xingyi, Fu Shaoxiong, and Zhai Gang, discussing the voting strategy. Mr. Cheng, we shall all vote for you. We guarantee that Su Piaoxue will exit the conference room in tears. Mr. Cheng, once we succeed, you must secure me a position as department head. Su Piaoxue is far too aloof. In terms of capability and character, she cannot compare to you. Is it not merely because she is the daughter of the esteemed Mr. Su? I strongly advocate for Mr. Cheng to become the chairman of our Su Corporation. Indeed, the Su Group has flourished under your stewardship alongside the late Mr. Su. At that time, Su Piaoxue was still in high school. What contribution could a young girl possibly make to our company? This group of people, with their incessant flattery and declarations of loyalty to Cheng Xingyi, made him feel that the position of chairman was all but secured. Clearing his throat, he announced, since everyone is so supportive, I shall reluctantly accept your request to assume the role of chairman. The applause that followed was resounding, and Cheng Xingyi's smile was nearly crooked from delight. However, a disdainful voice suddenly rang out from behind the crowd. Ahem, so you're Mr. Cheng? I apologize, but as long as I cast my dissenting vote, you shall never become the chairman of the Su Group. It would be best for you to retreat to a cooler place. Upon hearing this, the crowd turned to look at Ji Fan, a young man in his 20s, dressed rather unremarkably. Who are you? Cheng Xingyi, jolted from his daydream, furrowed his brows and regarded the young man with displeasure. Who am I? I am the one who will bring you to disgrace. Ji Fan replied coldly, pointing a finger at him. Cheng Xingyi, now agitated, shouted, You! Get out! Get out of here! Who does this country bumpkin think he is? Disrupting the board meeting of the esteemed Su Group? Simultaneously, he produced a walkie-talkie that he had prepared earlier. Are you all incompetent fools? Can't you see someone is causing a disturbance in the conference room? In no time, 7 or 8 security personnel, led by a man with a sideways glance, burst into the meeting room. However, just as the man was about to confront Ji Fan, he recognized him as Ji Fan, the personal driver of the CEO, Su. He had personally welcomed him during his last visit to the company. What was more, Ji Fan's department was listed under the security team. Cheng Xingyi commanded, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and drag him out." The man with the sideways glance hesitated. "Mr. Cheng, this is the CEO's personal driver." "Are you certain you want to?" Cheng Xingyi, growing impatient, retorted, "Damn it, you were promoted by me. I don't care who he is. If he disrupts the normal proceedings of the board, throw him out, regardless of his identity." With that, the man with the sideways glance couldn't afford to hesitate any longer. He snapped his fingers at his subordinates. "Boys, be quick. Get that G fellow out of here." Yes, in the blink of an eye, Ji Fan found himself surrounded by several towering security personnel. Cheng Xingyi finally wore a long-awaited smile. "Before dragging him out, make sure to give this brat a good thrashing. How dare he come here to threaten me? He should take a good look in the mirror to know his place." Just as everyone assumed Ji Fan was doomed, a cacophony of cries erupted from the meeting room. All 7 or 8 security guards lay defeated on the ground, each with broken limbs. The most unfortunate among them was the man with the sideways glance, who not only had his limbs incapacitated, but had also lost several teeth. Now, he lay on the floor, wailing in agony, his mouth slightly open and drenched in blood. The scene was nothing short of a hellish nightmare, evoking a visceral sense of horror. The most terrifying aspect was that the onlookers had barely grasped how Ji Fan executed his moves. They merely perceived a shadow darting through the crowd like a specter, and in the next instant, they were confronted with the gruesome aftermath. The spectators were left paralyzed, their faces drained of color. Cheng Xingyi's expression was grave, his brow furrowed. He had not anticipated that this seemingly ordinary young man possessed such formidable skills. Yet, having navigated the treacherous waters of the business world for years, he was seasoned enough to squint and scrutinize Ji Fan closely. "What do you intend to do?" "Quite simple," Ji Fan replied. "In the upcoming board meeting, you will forfeit your candidacy for the chairman position and cast your votes entirely for Su Piaoxue." With arms crossed, Ji Fan regarded Cheng Xingyi with a look of disdain, while his gaze occasionally flickered toward Zhai Gang and Fu Xiaoxiong. Notably, Zhai Gang's eyes betrayed a heightened excitement as he looked at Ji Fan, and in that moment, Ji Fan realized that this man had recognized him. However, recognition was futile. The 75 stake in the Su Group was now firmly in Ji Fan's possession. "You shall not," Cheng Xingyi bellowed. In his eyes, no one could thwart his ascent to the throne of the Su Group, not even with a knife to his throat. "Is that so?" Ji Fan retorted with a mocking smile. He then swiftly advanced towards Cheng Xingyi, seizing one of his hands and pinning it to the conference table. Simultaneously, he drew a dagger from his waist and mercilessly impaled Cheng Xingyi's hand onto the table. A blood-curdling scream echoed through the conference room. Are you insane? How dare you touch me? Do you know who I am?" Cheng Xingyi grimaced in pain, leaping from his chair. He wrestled with excruciating agony, desperately attempting to wrench the dagger free with his other hand. Yet, regardless of the strength he exerted, the dagger remained steadfast. This spectacle left everyone in the conference room gasping in shock, paralyzed by fear, with nary a sound escaping their lips. The only sounds that filled the air were the intermittent moans of those lying on the floor and Cheng Xingyi's anguished cries. Fu Xiaoxiong, witnessing the unfolding chaos, could no longer remain passive. "Who on earth are you? Remove the dagger at once, or I will call the police." Turning to the source of the voice, Ji Fan recognized Fu Xiaoxiong and responded with a sinister grin. "Ah, Fu Xiaoxiong, I've heard tales of your audacity, daring to pursue a certain leader's wife. I suggest you count your blessings." "Who are you, really?" Fu Xiaoxiong was utterly astounded, a chill coursing down his spine. He had not anticipated that this nameless youth would be privy to his indiscretions with Liu Yumei. Could it be that this brat was connected to the 3 individuals who had intruded upon him at the hotel? As he pondered this, Zhai Gang trembled as he rose unsteadily to his feet, his expression oscillating between fury and fear. Pointing a finger at Ji Fan, he erupted in rage. You are the Master Ji who set me up at the Shirgu Pavilion that day. Ji-fan chuckled softly. So it's boss Shy? Look at my poor memory. I must thank you for the 75 shares of the Su Group. I now consider myself a significant shareholder in the company. Upon hearing this, Zhai Gang felt a sharp pain in his chest and collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. The conference room erupted in chaos, as no one had expected that Zhai Gang had gambled away half of his shares. The individual responsible for this turmoil was none other than Ji-fan, who was now ruthlessly asserting his dominance. Who could possibly oppose Su Piaoxue becoming the chairperson? Silence enveloped the room like a still pond. Just then, the door creaked open, revealing Su Piaoxue. Upon seeing several security personnel sprawled on the floor and Cheng Xingyi pinned to the table with a dagger, she was utterly stunned. What on earth happened? When her gaze fell upon Ji-fan, understanding dawned upon her. Ji-fan, what are you doing? Do you realize this is a board meeting? How can we proceed with such chaos? Unfazed by Su's reprimand, Ji-fan replied, Ms. Su, I am assisting you. Oh, by the way, I am now also a major shareholder of the Su Group. As it is a board meeting, I have every right to participate. You are a major shareholder? Are you joking? Recognizing Su Piaoxue's disbelief, Ji-fan elaborated. Cheng Xingyi willingly sold me 5 of Su Group shares to purchase an antique for me. And this Zhai Gang also bought a piece of Burmese jade for me, granting me an additional 75 share. Now I possess 125 of Su Group shares. Does that not qualify me as a major shareholder? His words detonated like a bomb, stirring a tidal wave of shock within the assembly. Uncle Cheng, Uncle Zhai, is what Ji-fan just said true? Su Piaoxue questioned, torn between belief and skepticism. At that moment, Cheng Xingyi, recognizing the shift in power, lowered his head in resignation. With Ji-fan and Su Piaoxue's combined shares exceeding 60, if Ji-fan chose to support her, the chairperson's position would undoubtedly belong to Su Piaoxue. It is true, he reluctantly admitted. Zhai Gang, having been assisted to his feet, clutched his chest in agony, leaning weakly against his chair, his complexion pale. He did not respond to Su Piaoxue, but sometimes silence speaks volumes. Witnessing this, Su Piaoxue grasped Ji-fan's strength and was elated. Yet the sight of the injured left her distressed. Hello, is this the security department? Send everyone in the conference room to the hospital immediately. Soon, over a dozen security personnel entered, following Su Piaoxue's orders to escort the injured out. And make sure to take Zhai and Cheng to the hospital as well. Their conditions do not seem promising. Yes. Thus, the two were assisted out by several guards. Ji-fan, this is all your fault. You set me up, and otherwise, I would never have transferred my shares to you. You are a fraud, a deceiver. I will kill you. As Zhai Gang passed by Ji-fan, he suddenly charged at him in a frenzy. The stock equity worth billions that he possessed had been deceitfully taken by Ji-fan. Moreover, this situation was utterly unsolvable. If it were not for his own greed, how could he have so easily fallen into Ji-fan's trap? Get lost. Ji-fan kicked Zhai Gang to the ground. Zhai Gang, those who commit wrongful acts will ultimately meet their demise. You should hurry to the hospital and check on your heart. I will kill you, Ji-fan. In the end, Zhai Gang was led away. As for Cheng Xingyi, his hand had been pierced through by a dagger, blood pooling on the tabletop. At this moment, at Su Piaoxue's insistence, Ji-fan withdrew the dagger. Finally liberated, Cheng Xingyi quickly retracted his hand, trembling in agony. Su Piaoxue, you are ruthless. I may have lost this round, but as long as I, Cheng Xingyi, remain in the Su Corporation, you shall not enjoy your position as chairman in peace. He cast a fierce glance at Ji-fan. Ji, since you have spoiled my plans today, I will not let you off the hook. We shall see what happens next. With that, he swiftly exited the conference room. Now, the meeting room was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. The loyal followers of Cheng Xingyi appeared ashen, terrified that Su Piaoxue would seek retribution later. Ji-fan showed them no mercy. Let's commence the vote now. Those in favor of Su Piaoxue continuing as chairman, please raise your hands. With that, he thrust the dagger into the center of the conference table with a resounding thud, striking fear into the hearts of all present. Hesitant hands quickly shot up in agreement. Ultimately, Su Piaoxue was elected as chairman by significant majority. The applause erupted once more. As for Fu Shaoxiong, a staunch ally of Zhai Gang and Cheng Xingyi, he wore a sullen expression, neither raising his hand nor applauding. Ms. Su, since you have been re-elected as chairman, allow me to extend my congratulations, he said, rising to depart. Ji Fan smirked derisively, swiftly moving to Fu Xiaoxiong's side, forcefully pressing him back into his seat. Mr. Fu, leaving so soon? I still have an intriguing performance that requires your cooperation. I kindly ask you to stay a while longer. Fu Xiaoxiong's face turned pallid. Earlier, Ji Fan had claimed to have an affair with a certain leader's wife. He feared that Ji Fan might expose his own scandal with Liu Yumei. Thus, he had no choice but to comply with Ji Fan's demands. Meanwhile, Su Piaoxue sat at a distance, observing Ji Fan. Today, he appeared transformed, far more handsome than before. How had she never noticed this? Those who had bullied her, Zhai Gang, Cheng Xingyi, Fu Xiaoxiong, had all met their match in Ji Fan. The surprises he provided were simply overwhelming. What was crucial was that she had never confided her troubles at the company to Ji Fan. Yet, he seemed to know everything. Had she known this would be the case, she should have clarified the company's situation with Ji Fan much earlier. Su Piaoxue's heart was filled with both joy and regret. It is a source of joy that there exists a man in this world who can alleviate her burdens. Regret lingers, pondering why she did not open her heart to Ji Fan sooner. The torment of recent days has caused her to lose hair, and she finds herself unable to sleep or eat properly. Alas, what was the need for such distress? At that moment, Ji Fan's phone rang. Upon answering, he discovered it was Liu Bo, the third in command. Boss, Secretary Wang from the municipal government has arrived with the contract for the Jiaobei project. Can we proceed to the conference room now? Yes, please bring Secretary Wang in. After hanging up, Ji Fan approached Su Piaoxue with a beaming smile. Darling, I intend to surprise you. Su Piaoxue returned his smile sweetly. Wasn't he everything that just happened a surprise? Witnessing this exchange, everyone in the room was momentarily frozen in shock. Instantly, the atmosphere in the conference room became electric. What? Ji Fan actually calls Su the boss darling. When did Miss Su get married? How was I unaware of this? Damn, I'm filled with envy and jealousy. The renowned beauty of Jiangzhou, Su, has been taken by this fellow. What use is envy? Ji Fan does not seem lacking, does he? Lacking? Oof. His behavior today is no different from that of a rogue. Besides, he is merely the personal driver of Miss Su. Amidst the myriad of speculations, Ji Fan chose not to engage in dispute. The most incredulous was Fu Xiaoxiong, who could hardly believe that a stunning beauty like Su Piaoxue would marry this enigmatic driver. Ji Fan. Just then, the door to the conference room swung open once more. Liu Bo and Shi Qingfeng entered, escorting Secretary Wang. Su Piaoxue had met Secretary Wang a few times before, as the Su group often interacted with the municipal government. Thus, she was somewhat familiar with him. Upon seeing Secretary Wang's arrival, her expression turned to one of confusion. Congratulations, Su. Secretary Wang approached her directly, placing a stack of documents before her. Initially, Su Piaoxue assumed that Secretary Wang was congratulating her on being re-elected as the chairman of the Su group. However, when the bold letters spelling out the Jiaobei project contract caught her eye, she was utterly taken aback. Isn't the land for the Jiaobei project allocated to the Bai family? Secretary Wang, why are you presenting this to me? Secretary Wang chuckled heartily. This is precisely the reason for my congratulations, Su. After numerous efforts in persuasion from Mr. Ji, Mayor Tang has finally decided to allocate this land in Jiaobei to the Su group. What? This revelation sent shockwaves throughout the room. They could hardly believe that the Bai family would willingly relinquish such a lucrative opportunity to the Su group. It's Ji Fan again. At this moment, they could no longer underestimate Ji Fan's capabilities. Mr. Ji, are you truly the driver for Miss Su? Indeed, your ability to negotiate multiple times with Mayor Tang and to persuade the Bai family to relinquish the Jiaobei land is genuinely admirable. With your skills, I believe managing a company is well within your reach. Congratulations, Su. You found yourself such an extraordinary husband. Suddenly, a chorus of praise enveloped Ji Fan from all directions, lifting his spirits to an almost euphoric state. Su Piaoxue gazed in awe at the fortunate turn of events, as if caught in a dream. Rubbing her eyes and flipping through the contract, she confirmed that it was indeed the Jiaobei project, with the municipal government S seal and Mayor Tang S signature affixed. Without a moment's hesitation, she inscribed her name on the document. Miss Su, do your best, and if any issues arise, feel free to come to the municipal government. I assure you, I will assist you. With those words, Secretary Wang bid farewell to Ji Fan and exited the meeting room. At that moment, Fu Xiaoxiong felt as though all his strength had been sapped away in an instant. Previously, during board meetings, he would mock Su Piaoshue's incompetence by referencing the Jiaobei land. Yet now, the Jiaobei land had officially come under the aegis of the Su group. He felt utterly humiliated and ready to leave. Ji Fan, you have triumphed. As the awkward Fu Xiaoxiong prepared to depart, Ji Fan halted him in his tracks. "Ha, Boss Fu, your performance is yet to begin. Why the haste?" In the next moment, a resounding crash echoed as the meeting room doors swung open. A dozen uniformed police officers rushed in, led by Zhao Quan, closely followed by Chang Shuqing. Zhao Quan scanned the room and quickly spotted Fu Xiaoxiong. "Oh, why is Ji Laodi standing next to him?" Upon seeing the police, Fu Xiaoxiong felt a wave of relief wash over him. "Officers, please save me. This person is currently restricting my freedom." Zhao Quan scoffed. "What is your name?" "Fu Xiaoxiong." Hearing this, Zhao Quan strode over to Fu Xiaoxiong. Ji Fan glanced up at Zhao Quan and chuckled, feigning innocence. "Brother Zhao, what brings you here today?" "I too am engaged in official business." Zhao Quan retorted, grabbing Fu Xiaoxiong by the collar and bellowing, "Take him back to the station." Fu Xiaoxiong was utterly bewildered. "You've got the wrong person. It's Ji Fan who is restricting my freedom. Why are you arresting me instead of him?" "Humph. You will understand once we get to the station. Take him away." Chapter 77. The healer's whereabouts. The onlookers fell silent as they witnessed Fu Xiaoxiong being escorted away by the police. With Fu Xiaoxiong's arrest, Cheng Xingyi sustained an injury, and Zhai Gang suffered a heart attack. In the crowd, no one dared to challenge Su Piaoxue any longer. It could be said that, after this confrontation, Ji Fan had turned the tide and seized control of the Su group. "All right, we shall conclude today's board meeting here. Everyone may disperse," Su Piaoxue declared with solemnity. Gradually, the attendees left the meeting room, engaged in hushed discussions. A long-awaited smile finally graced Su Piaoshue's face, a reflection of triumph and a newfound sense of calm after the storm. All of this was attributed to Ji Fan, who, at that moment, sat casually in his chair, fiddling with his phone as if nothing significant had transpired. "Ji Fan, how did you manage to persuade Mayor Tang to allocate the Jiaobei land to our Su group? Furthermore, how did the shares from Zhai Gang and Cheng Xingyi of the Bai family come to be in your possession? Where did you acquire such substantial funds?" Su Piaoxue enumerated Ji Fan's myriad accomplishments, her heart overwhelmed with astonishment. For her, each individual feat was a formidable challenge, yet Ji Fan effortlessly managed to resolve them all. It was nothing short of miraculous. In response to her inquiries, Ji Fan chuckled softly. "Your husband has his own methods, so refrain from questioning too much. Tell me, how do you find your humble husband?" Su Piaoxue let out a delicate laugh, her countenance blooming like a flower, her spirits lifting considerably. She swiftly approached Ji Fan, slightly bending forward to bring her fiery red lips close to his ear, whispering seductively, "What reward does my husband desire? Whatever Piaoxue can provide, I shall certainly fulfill." Ji Fan was taken aback by Su Piaoshue's sudden boldness, feeling a bit out of his depth. Yet, the enticing fragrance wafted towards him, igniting a surge of courage within him. With a swift turn of his chair, his hand encircled Su Piaoshue's delicate waist. Su Piaoxue was utterly unprepared for Ji Fan's audacity, her body stiffening in surprise. She dared not move, allowing him to hold her, her cheeks blossoming like a ripe persimmon. "Did you not just say you desired a reward?" Ji Fan inquired, puzzled. Su Piaoxue felt tears welling up in her eyes. I did not mean that kind of reward." "Ji Fan, are you out of your mind? Let me down quickly. We're at the office. What if someone sees?" Ji Fan remained remarkably composed, replying, "So what if they see? After all, everyone knows you're my wife. It's perfectly normal for a couple to embrace and express affection." "But we," Su Piaoxue attempted to protest further. only to feel Ji Fan's hand slipping inside her collar, inching towards her bosom. Terrified, she grasped his hand firmly. "No, please, not yet. Ji Fan, I beg you," she pleaded softly, her heart racing and her face burning with embarrassment. "Very well," Ji Fan conceded, slightly disheartened. "Intimacy should be mutual. If one side is forced, it loses its essence. I prefer a reciprocal approach." With that, he withdrew his hand. Su Piaoxue felt an immense relief wash over her, exhaling deeply. The previous moment had been overwhelmingly exhilarating, her first experience of such intensity. She was slightly perspiring with tension, especially under the potent masculinity that Ji Fan exuded, which left her in a dazed state for several seconds. "Wait, do you have some kind of weapon on you?" Su Piaoxue suddenly felt something hard pressing against her from beneath. Curiously, she turned to look at Ji Fan. At this moment, Ji Fan was bowing his head, closely pressing against her cheek. Su Piaoxue, in an unintentional turn, inadvertently kissed his face with her fragrant lips. In an instant, she was completely stunned, her eyes wide open, even holding her breath. Just then, the door of the conference room creaked open. "Su, I just saw President Fu being taken away." Before she could finish her sentence, she discovered that Su Piaoxue was actually sitting on Ji Fan's lap, her lips pressed against his face. Under the gaze of 3 pairs of eyes, she was utterly dumbfounded. "I opuludisa, I opuludisa, I intruded. Ah, Sun Iran, let me explain." Su Piaoxue attempted to call out to her, but Sun Iran, frightened, quickly closed the door and fled the conference room. Only Ji Fan and Su Piaoxue remained in the empty conference room, engulfed in a palpable awkwardness. The flirtatious atmosphere that had existed between the moments before had dissipated entirely. Su Piaoxue's body instantly regained its strength, and in a flurry of panic, she stood up from Ji Fan's lap. "It's all your fault. It's all your fault. How am I supposed to face Secretary Sun in the future?" She pouted, playfully striking Ji Fan's arm with her delicate fist. "Hey, are you trying to murder your husband? That was quite a blow. Just let it be," Ji Fan complained, rubbing his painfully struck arm. Su Piaoxue, with an air of pride, declared, "No way. You must compensate me." Ji Fan, feeling overwhelmed, replied, "Then how do you propose I compensate you?" To his surprise, she was staring intently at a certain part of him, her mouth agape in shock. Following Su Piaoxue's gaze, he discovered what she was looking at. "Was that what was pressing against me just now? Ji Fan, I never expected you to be so indecent. I no longer wish to speak to you." Su Piaoxue scolded, turning on her heel and storming out of the conference room, leaving Ji Fan looking utterly innocent. What on earth just happened? Given that scene, should I not have stood up and saluted? Otherwise, wouldn't I have become a eunuch? At the Liao Medical Clinic, Elder Chun, accompanied by Chunya, arrived here seeking the recently renowned divine doctor. At this moment, Liao Guopei was attending to a patient. Upon hearing that Elder Chun from the Chun family of Jinling was visiting, he immediately abandoned everything in hand and hurried to the reception room. "Elder Chun, what brings you to my humble establishment? I am truly honored," Liao Guopei exclaimed, extending his hands and greeting Elder Chun with a beaming smile. "Ha, Master Liao, what? Am I not welcome?" No. Come, let us go to my office. I have some exquisite by Luo Chun tea there." He excitedly grasped Elder Chen's hand and joyfully led him toward the office. The two were already well acquainted. In the past, when Elder Chun served as the provincial secretary in Jiangdong province, Master Liao had been his health consultant for a year. In Master Liao's office, Elder Chun sipped the fine by Luo Chun tea while getting straight to the point. "The reason I came to Jiangzhou to find you is to inquire about the recent emergence of a divine doctor. Do you happen to know his whereabouts?" "Divine doctor?" Master Liao was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that Chun Lao is seeking his own master? Thus, he leisurely sipped his tea and replied, "Indeed, the esteemed physician you mentioned does exist." Oh, the Elder Chen's interest was immediately piqued. From Master Liao's tone, it seemed he was acquainted with this renowned healer. Given that his health had been deteriorating of late, if this physician could truly provide a remedy, it would be a tremendous fortune for the illustrious Chun family. The Chun family of Jinling was a legacy he had painstakingly built. The tribulations endured were known only to him. Over the years, he had weathered numerous storms. accumulating countless enemies. As long as he drew breath, those adversaries dared not threaten the Chen family, for his position in the political sphere was well established. However, should he depart from this world, the Chen family would face a tempestuous retaliation from their foes. The thought of his inept descendants kept him awake at night, and this was the fundamental reason for his relentless pursuit of the physician. Yet, the healer's temperament was elusive and unpredictable. Even I, who had become his disciple, might not be able to persuade him to assist. Master Liao stated candidly. Upon hearing this, the elder Chen nearly sprang to his feet in excitement. What? You have already become his disciple? Old Liao, you have given me the most wondrous surprise. Master Liao nodded. Indeed, Chun Lao, I have taken him as my master, but even so, I cannot guarantee that he will treat you. I must consult him to provide you with an accurate response. Earlier, he had taken the elder Chen's pulse and discovered that the fragments of shrapnel were indeed located in the most critical area of the brain, just as Chun Lao had described. Moreover, due to the prolonged passage of time, the brain tissue had enveloped these fragments, forming a cohesive mass. Even with a craniotomy, the success rate would be less than 30%. Therefore, this matter must rest in the hands of the esteemed physician. With that, Master Liao retrieved his phone, located Ji Fan's number, and anxiously dialed. Chen Lao, please remain silent. My master abhors interruptions. Rest assured, I promise not to utter a word. The elder Chen nearly thumped his chest in affirmation. At that moment, Ji Fan had just departed from the Su group with Lao San, Shi Qing Feng, and was en route to the Hao Weilai company. The company had been flourishing recently, with several products developed from beauty clay quietly placed in various cleaning and cosmetic stores for consignment. Their effectiveness had garnered significant acclaim, resulting in exceptionally high repurchase rates. Many store owners sought to acquire additional stock. Lao San, it seems our reputation has truly taken off. Let's open a physical flagship store for Hao Weilai, showcasing all the products we have developed, with a pricing strategy that accommodates both the affluent and the general populace. Absolutely. Subsequently, Ji Fan toured the company before driving home, as it was nearly time for Xian to finish school. At this moment, he received a phone call. Looking down, he was surprised to see it was from Liao Guopei. Could it be that this fellow was seeking his assistance to save his granddaughter? Ji Fan vaguely recalled encountering the young woman named Liao Xinfeng, a girl with high-level paraplegia, at the Liao Medical Clinic. Later, he learned she was Liao Guopei's granddaughter. Upon diagnosis, it was revealed that Liao Xinfeng suffered from the same ailment as by Minyao's father. However, on that day, in his efforts to treat Tang Zhengrong's father, old Master Tang, he had exhausted too much vital energy. He then promised Liao Guopei that once he regained his strength, he would certainly treat his granddaughter's illness. Now, having refined the Longhu pill and the Jingqi pill, he was no longer troubled by the short-term consumption of vital energy. With this thought, he answered the call. Little Liao, what prompted you to contact me at this hour? Master, do you have time? Could you come to my clinic? I have a very special patient whom I hope you can assist. Liao Guopei said with utmost respect. Upon hearing that he was being asked to treat someone else rather than Liao Xinfeng, Ji Fan felt a headache coming on. How many times have I told you not to mention me to others? I am usually quite busy and do not have the time or energy for such matters. Faced with this admonition, Liao Guopei broke into a nervous sweat, hardly daring to breathe. Old Master Chun, witnessing this scene, felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. He muttered to himself, could it be that old Liao had offended the esteemed doctor? Master, Liao Guopei, rendered speechless by Ji Fan's reproach, felt utterly helpless. After all, old Chen's status was significant, and he could hardly afford to offend him. At this moment, Liao Guopei's heart was filled with trepidation, fearing Ji Fan's ire. However, the next words from Ji Fan alleviated his concerns. All right, I understand. Here's the plan. I will visit the Liao Medical Clinic tomorrow and treat your granddaughter in passing. Please have this special patient come to the clinic tomorrow. Ji Fan hurriedly concluded and hung up, not waiting for Liao Guopei to respond. Huh, is that it? Liao Guopei glanced at his phone screen, confirming the call had ended, and let out a long sigh of relief. Old Master Chun, believing that the esteemed doctor had refused, quickly interjected, Old Liao, If the doctor is unwilling to help, I'll 1T press the matter. You mustn't jeopardize the harmony between you and your master for my sake. Yet, Liao Guopei, who had been wearing a frown, finally broke into a smile. Old Chun, do not worry. My master is willing to assist. Please come to the clinic tomorrow morning. Really? That is splendid news. Hearing this, old Master Chun rose from his chair, grasping Liao Guopei's hands fervently. Tonight, at the Jiangzhou Hotel, I will treat you. We must celebrate with a drink. Well, while I can agree to a meal before meeting my master tomorrow, I must decline the drinks. Agreed. In the office of the president of the Su Group, Su Piaoxue gazed at the documents before her, yet her thoughts were consumed by the ambiguous interaction she had just shared with Ji Fan during the meeting, leaving her heart in turmoil. Due to the provocative nature of the scene, she felt her ears flush all the way to her neck at the mere recollection. Ji Fan, how audacious! How could he dare to take advantage of me? Just then, a knock echoed through the door. She quickly composed herself, took a sip of water, cleared her throat, and sat upright, declaring, "Come in." "It's me, Secretary Sun Iran," came the response as the secretary entered. Initially, she was taken aback by the intimate sight of Ji Fan and Su Piaoxue together. However, upon returning to the office, she was further astonished to overhear discussions among colleagues about Su Piaoxue's marriage to Ji Fan. It dawned on her why the two felt so emboldened in public. They were indeed a legally recognized couple. Yet, recalling Ji Fan's humble beginnings as merely an ordinary driver when he first joined the company, she found it hard to believe that he was now the husband of the enchanting CEO, Su Piaoxue. With this thought in mind, she resolved to inquire directly with Su Piaoxue. Chapter 79. Early Blessings. "Oh, Iran, what brings you here?" Su Piaoxue asked. Su. Is it true that you and Ji Fan are married?" Sun Iran asked cautiously, her face betraying a hint of timidity. After all, marriage is a personal matter, and such a direct inquiry could be quite intrusive if the other party preferred not to discuss it. However, Su Piaoxue was not offended. Instead, she graciously acknowledged, "Yes. We have been legally married for some time now. Otherwise, why would he be living with me?" Upon hearing this explanation, Sun Iran nodded thoughtfully. "Oh, I see. I apologize for my earlier comments in the conference room. I did not intend to intrude." Su Piaoxue replied, "It's all right. Ignorance is no fault. However, you must not speak of this to anyone else, and it would be best to forget about it." "Understood. You may leave now." That evening, at the Su residence, Su Piaoxue instructed the housekeeper, Ma Wu, to prepare a lavish feast and even brought out her cherished collection of fine spirits. "Ji Fan, I am truly grateful for your assistance today. Otherwise, I would not have known how to navigate through the crisis," she exclaimed, personally filling Ji Fan's wine glass to the brim before pouring herself a glass as well. "Here's to you." Ji Fan was taken aback by Su Piaoxue's sudden initiative. How could he ignore a toast from the stunning Ms. Su? Cheers to the flourishing future of the Su Group. They smiled at each other, clinking their glasses before downing the fine liquor in one go. As Su Piaoxue, accustomed to lighter wines, consumed the spirit, her fair complexion flushed charmingly. At the sight of this, little Xian clamored for a taste. "Daddy, Aunt Piaoxue, I want a drink too." Ma Wu quickly intervened. "Xian, dear, this drink is for adults. Children cannot have it." "Really? But I really want to." Xian insisted, shaking her little head like a rattling drum. Seeing her enthusiasm, Ji Fan poured a small amount into a paper cup. "Ma Wu, let Xian have a taste. It's fine." Su Piaoxue shot him a glance, rendered momentarily speechless. "Ji Fan, what are you doing? Xian is still a child. How could she possibly drink alcohol? This is utterly irresponsible." Initially brimming with excitement, Xian quickly waved her hands upon witnessing Su Piaoxue's anger. "Daddy, I don't want to drink anymore. I don't want to upset Aunt Piaoxue." Su Piaoxue promptly enveloped Xian in her embrace. "Sweetheart, Auntie is not angry. She is concerned for your well-being. Your body is still developing, and you must steer clear of alcohol. Do you understand? Don't listen to your father." Ji Fan, observing the scene, felt speechless. Xian was undeniably his daughter. It had appeared as though she were Su Piaoxue's own. After finishing his evening routine, he prepared to retreat to his room. Strangely, Unlike her usual habit of showering early and secluding herself in her bedroom, Su Piaoxue remained on the couch, watching television with him. Just as he was about to ascend the stairs, he noticed Su Piaoxue clearing her throat repeatedly, seemingly hinting at something. However, when he turned to glance at her, he saw nothing out of the ordinary. Perhaps Su Piaoxue was merely feeling unwell due to the effects of alcohol. Piaoxue, I'm heading back to my room to rest. Oh. As Ji Fan made his way upstairs, Su Piaoxue, stealing a sidelong glance, felt a surge of frustration within her. How could he be so oblivious? My throat clearing was a clear cue for him to escort me back to my room, yet he simply ran off. Then, clutching an ice pack to her flushed cheeks, she muttered to herself, "But it's all right. You will soon grasp my intentions." At that moment, Ji Fan returned to his room only to find that aside from a few pieces of luggage, the bedding had mysteriously vanished. All that remained on the bed was a bare mattress. How could one possibly sleep like this? "Aunt Wu, why has my bed been stripped?" he called out, hastening to the hallway. Aunt Wu, who was in the kitchen washing dishes, immediately removed her rubber gloves and wiped her hands on her apron as she approached. "Young master, did you call for me?" "Aunt Wu, where's my bedding gone?" "Oh, it was a young lady. She asked me to move your bedding to her room." As she spoke, Aunt Wu glanced toward Su Piaoxue, who seemed to have anticipated this response. The moment Aunt Wu emerged, Su Piaoxue hastily escaped into the bathroom. "I don't know. Don't ask me." Bang! The bathroom door slammed shut. Witnessing this, Ji Fan suddenly comprehended Su Piaoxue's intentions. "Ha! This woman is so contradictory. Yet she still wants me to sleep with her, doesn't she?" With that thought, his furrowed brow relaxed, and a smile crept onto his face. "Young master, do you require anything else?" Aunt Wu inquired, looking up from downstairs. "No, you may continue with your tasks, Aunt Wu." She beamed at him, making a fist and gesturing encouragingly. "Young master, best of luck. May you soon welcome a child with the young lady." Huh? Ji Fan was momentarily taken aback, still processing her words, as Aunt Wu had already returned to the kitchen. "Wu ma," Ji Fan chuckled, then eagerly made his way to the third floor, his destination being Su Piaoxue's boudoir. He hummed a little tune. "Su Piaoxue, my dear, I am here." With a creak, the door to Su Piaoxue's bedroom swung open, revealing a delightful expanse of pink. He was taken aback by how much this young lady adored the color pink. The wardrobe, sofa, vanity, bedding, and even the wallpaper and ceiling were all uniformly adorned in shades of pink. The air was infused with a delightful fragrance, reminiscent of the scent that emanated from Su Piaoxue herself. Ji Fan couldn't help but close his eyes and take a deep breath, feeling thoroughly satisfied. Su Piaoxue's bedroom was quite spacious. However, he was surprised to find that his bedding was laid out on the floor beside the bed. Upon witnessing this scene, Ji Fan's excitement quickly turned to disappointment. Was he really relegated to sleeping on the floor? Oh well, it would have to do. With a long sigh, Ji Fan lay down and began to drift off to sleep. Not long after, he felt a cool sensation brushing against his face. Squinting through his drowsiness, he thought he saw a foot clad in black stockings swaying before him. His slumber was abruptly interrupted. Opening his eyes wide, he discovered that Su Piaoxue had somehow taken a seat at the edge of the bed, clad in a white bathrobe, exuding an air of enigmatic allure. Her long, damp hair cascaded over her shoulders, radiating the unique charm of a mature woman. At that moment, she gazed at Ji Fan with affectionate eyes. A mix of shyness and a hint of helplessness, her red lips gently biting, revealing her slight nervousness. "Piaoxue," Ji Fan exclaimed, lunging toward her. Hey! Ji Fan, wake up, wake up." With a series of sharp slaps, Ji Fan felt someone calling out to him, even as his face was struck. He jolted awake to find Su Piaoxue bending over beside him, looking at him with exasperation. "Ji Fan, you pervert. You were sleeping while clutching my pillow, gnawing on it like a mad dog. Look at the state you've made." Ji Fan quickly sat up, realizing that the pillow he had been clutching was torn apart, its stuffing strewn across the floor. He suddenly understood that his earlier reverie had merely been a fleeting dream. A wave of profound disappointment washed over him. "What do you mean, look? Shouldn't you be cleaning this up? I'm a person with obsessive-compulsive tendencies. I cannot stand a messy room." Su Piaoxue sat at the edge of the bed, arms crossed. Fresh from her bath, steam still rose from her head, her lustrous black hair cascading down her back. Not yet fully dried. Clad in a white nightgown, she showcased her alluring figure, the enticing curve of her chest exposed to the air, leaving one utterly captivated. The scene before him was strikingly reminiscent of the one he had just dreamt. Ji Fan surveyed his surroundings, a malevolent thought rising within him. Why do you look at me with such eyes? As if you've never seen a woman before. Su Piaoxue's beautiful eyes reflected a hint of trepidation, yet her tone feigned defiance. Ji Fan, seemingly disturbed from his reverie, felt a surge of inexplicable anger. With newfound courage, he drew closer to Su Piaoxue. What? You are my wife. Am I not allowed to look? I tell you, not only will I look, but, as he spoke, his lips inched toward her face, causing the unprepared Su Piaoxue to scream in fright and tumble backward. Upon the pristine white sheets lay an unparalleled beauty. Su Piaoxue, you belong to me, he declared, as though possessed by a beast, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Su Piaoxue had not anticipated such impulsiveness from Ji Fan. Tears cascaded from her exquisite eyes, her face a portrait of utter distress. Woo-woo, Ji Fan, let me go, let me go. She bit her lip, her voice trembling with sobs, her cheeks alternating between crimson and pale. Her hands clawed frantically at Ji Fan's back. With a sharp sound, the fabric of his shirt tore apart, striking Ji Fan like a heavy blow to the head. He suddenly regained his senses, gazing at Su Piaoxue, whose expression was one of profound humiliation, evoking deep sympathy. Ji Fan, would you kindly get off me? She rasped, her tone laced with anger, yet predominantly frigid. I am sorry, I acted impulsively, Ji Fan said, rising helplessly and gasping for breath. At that moment, Su Piaoxue appeared visibly shaken. She sat on the bed, knees drawn to her chest, her head bowed. Her eyelids fluttered, and crystalline tears fell like raindrops. The stunning Su Piaoxue wept like a flower in the rain, prompting Ji Fan to feel a pang of regret. Why had he exerted force? The dance of love between a man and a woman should be voluntary. Now, the affection he had painstakingly built seemed to have been squandered. The room fell into an awkward silence. Su Piaoxue's vigorous struggles had inadvertently torn Ji Fan's shirt, leaving his back feeling tender. Reluctantly, he rummaged through his pile of clothes to find another white shirt to wear. Before the dressing mirror, Ji Fan shed his torn shirt, revealing his well-defined muscles. As he turned to glance at the mirror, he discovered 2 long scratches on his back. Blood had oozed, creating 2 striking red lines. No wonder he felt a burning sensation. This was the cause. He couldn't help but muse on how remarkably sharp Su Piaoxue's nails were. However, being a martial artist, his recovery was far swifter than that of an ordinary person. Such superficial wounds were of little consequence. With this thought, he discarded the damaged shirt onto the floor and faced the mirror, beginning to don the white shirt, which, incidentally, had been purchased for him by Su Piaoxue. At that moment, the tranquil bedroom was once again filled with the voice of Su Piaoxue. Ji Fan, wait a moment. What is it? Ji Fan turned back, puzzled. She had stopped crying, but traces of tears still lingered on her face. Her eyes reddened. You have an injury on your back. Let me apply some iodine. All right. Ji Fan did not object. Since Su Piaoxue had taken the initiative to draw closer, he felt no need to refuse. Soon, a serene scene unfolded in the bedroom. Ji Fan sat on the edge of the bed, barebacked, facing Su Piaoxue. Beside her lay an open first aid kit, and she held a cotton swab dipped in brown iodine, applying it to the scratches on Ji Fan's back. Hiss! Ji Fan involuntarily inhaled sharply, a pained sound escaping his lips. Su Piaoxue coldly remarked, "You deserve it. You brought this upon yourself. Why don't you just suffer for once?" Ji Fan chuckled. If I were to die, who would be worthy to be your husband in this world? She playfully retorted, I think you're just being cheeky. Had I known you would treat me this way tonight, I wouldn't have saved you at Jiang Lu's wedding. I would have let everyone mock you. Before Su Piaoxue could finish her words, Ji Fan suddenly turned around and pressed his lips against hers. Locked in each other's gaze, Su Piaoxue was once again intoxicated by his overwhelming masculine aura. Her whole body softened, and her beautiful eyes gradually closed. However, He merely grazed her lips with a fleeting kiss before rising and leaving the room, leaving Su Piaoxue alone in her thoughts. He remained a perfect gentleman, refraining from any inappropriate actions. As Su Piaoxue opened her eyes and observed the situation, her heart was filled with a mix of emotions. She now feared that Ji Fan would not return, yet was also apprehensive about his potential recklessness. "Hey, where are you going tonight?" "I'm just going for a walk. I want to be back tonight." Ji Fan left the bedroom without looking back. Su Piaoxue's heart felt a sudden pang of loss. The memory of their earlier flirtation flooded her mind, igniting a youthful shyness within her once more. She lay on the bed, one hand covering her face, the other pounding the mattress. "This guy, he stirs up my feelings and then just runs off. Ji Fan, are you even a man?" Chapter 81. Learning medicine in front of Villa Jiangjing No. 1, Xiaoyan, as usual, approached the security booth to inquire if Ji Fan had visited recently. When she received the same answer as before, her once hopeful gaze fell into confusion. Ever since she learned that Ji Fan resided in this villa, she had even relocated her home nearby. Her purpose was simple, to be closer to Ji Fan. Fortunately, she shared the villa with acquaintances, so the costs were manageable. She had a habit of running at night. Hence, every evening after finishing her shift at Liao's clinic, she would jog along the Jiangjing corridor. The route conveniently passed by Villa Jiangjing No. 1, and she would always make a turn here during her runs. However, to her disappointment, Ji Fan had yet to return today. Yet, due to her frequent visits, she had grown familiar with the security guard. "Young lady, should Mr. Ji return, I will certainly give you a call. Please refrain from coming here so often, especially at this late hour, as it can be quite perilous." The security guard remarked with a smile while puffing on his cigarette. His tone shifted abruptly, revealing a hint of awkwardness. "Moreover, you always bring me gifts, either cigarettes or liquor, and I have yet to fulfill my end of the bargain, which makes me feel rather guilty." Xiaoyan flashed a smile. "It's quite all right. You can keep the cigarettes and alcohol. I work at the clinic, and those items are gifts from patients who have recovered. My master has no use for them, so I simply handle them myself." The security guard nodded appreciatively. "I truly appreciate that. Rest assured, the moment Mr. Ji makes an appearance, I will notify you." "All right then, I shall take my leave." As Xiaoyan swayed her curvaceous figure away, the security guard couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. Mr. Ji certainly has a beautiful young woman by his side. Her every gesture radiates affection for him. How can he not cherish such a lovely lady? With that thought in mind, he retreated to the guard booth, where he found solace in watching a captivating female host energetically gyrate on his phone screen, while simultaneously enjoying his cigarette, his rough hands deftly tapping the screen. Countless hearts filled the mobile interface, and he paused, a long-lost smile gracing his face. After departing from the Su residence, Ji Fan drove swiftly toward the Jiangjing No. Una villa. The night breeze swept through the open window, tousling his hair. With one hand on the steering wheel and a cigarette in the other, his deep-set eyes wandered over the dazzling billboards along the street, his thoughts spiraling in disarray. What was the nature of his relationship with Su Piaoxue? Were they a couple? Clearly not. He had only just crossed the threshold of her bed today. Were they merely friends? Even less so. Although they had engaged in activities typical of a romantic relationship, it hardly reached the level of true intimacy. It could only be described as a friendship that surpassed mere companionship, yet fell short of romance. Ji Fan found it difficult to define their relationship. After much contemplation, he concluded that their connection was one of mutual cooperation and benefit. After all, she sought the wealth of the Su family, and Xianxian required a nurturing educational environment. Currently, the Su residence and the kindergarten were quite suitable, especially since his daughter adored Su Piaoxue, which was enough for him. The contract stipulated that neither party would interfere in the other's emotional affairs. He was merely playing his role in this elaborate charade. There was no need to become overly engrossed in it. Furthermore, with Xianxian in the picture, would the Su family consent to her marrying him? After all, they belonged to a prominent lineage. Before long, his car came to a halt at the entrance of Jiangjing No. 1 villa. Upon hearing the commotion, the security guard quickly tucked his phone into his pocket and grabbed the electric baton from the table. He hurriedly opened the door and stepped outside. Looking at the young man who had emerged from the vehicle, his expression one of confusion. Having recently been assigned to this post by the property management, he had yet to see Ji Fan's true visage. The last time Ji Fan visited, there had been no security booth. Ever since the Bai family presented him with the Jiangjing No. 1 villa, the Market Supervision Bureau has conducted several inspections here. Consequently, the villa management installed a security booth at the entrance of each villa. I'm the proprietor of this villa. My name is Ji Fan. May I inquire about your identity and the purpose of your visit? Upon hearing the name Ji Fan, the security guard immediately stowed his electric baton and stood at attention, saluting respectfully. Greetings, esteemed owner. I am Wang Yud, dispatched by the property management company. I will be on duty around the clock to ensure the safety of Villa No. 1. Ji Fan was pleasantly surprised by the management's attentiveness in assigning a security guard to his villa's entrance. It was a comforting notion to have someone vigilant in the vicinity, ready to report any incidents promptly. All right, your dedication is commendable. Wang Yud, let's exchange contact numbers. Should any matters arise at Villa No. 1, do not hesitate to reach out to me. Absolutely, certainly, Wang Yud responded with a cheerful grin, efficiently activating the switch to open the villa's electric gate. Ji Fan drove his vehicle directly inside. Returning to the security room, Wang Yud promptly dialed a number. Hello, is this Miss Xiao? Mr. Ji has arrived at Villa No. 1 tonight. At that moment, Xiao Yin had just finished her shower, donning a white shirt and a black pomegranate skirt. She was in the washroom, blow-drying her hair, when her phone rang unexpectedly. She initially assumed it was her master, Liao Guopei. Upon seeing the caller ID was the security guard, her expression shifted to one of curiosity. What? Mr. Ji is back? Excellent. I shall come at once. After excitedly hanging up, Xiao Yin, barefoot, nearly leaped with joy. Eager to see Ji Fan, she darted into the dressing room, trying on several outfits before finally selecting a white blouse paired with a green skirt adorned with white polka dots. From a distance, she radiated youthful exuberance. In no time, she slipped into red high heels and made her way to Villa No. 1. Wang Yud, upon seeing Xiao Yin all dressed up, nearly had his eyes pop out in astonishment. Her figure was simply stunning. Sir, please inform Mr. Ji that Xiao Yin has come to study medicine with him. Of course. Of course. At that moment, Ji Fan was preparing to meditate cross-legged. The lingering passion stirred within him from his earlier flirtation with Su Piaoxue at the Su residence had left him restless, and he sought solace in training to quell his fervor. However, a sudden ringing disrupted the tranquility. Damn it, who is it at this hour? He approached the desk by his bed, discovering the call was from security Wang Yud, which displeased him somewhat. Hello, Wang Yud, what is it? Mr. Ji, a Miss Xiao Yin is here to seek your guidance in medicine. Xiao Yin, an image of a voluptuous woman flashed in Ji Fan's mind. Ahem, very well. Please let her in. However, I shall not entertain any visitors tonight, and you are not to call me again this evening. Is that understood? Understood, understood. I assure you. Mr. Ji, I will adhere to your wishes. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Yin made her entrance into Ji Fan's line of sight. As he beheld this enchanting woman, a wicked smile involuntarily crept across his lips. The last time they were here, their chemistry had nearly ignited a passionate encounter. Now, the moment had finally arrived. Ji Fan descended the staircase, each hand holding a glass of red wine. At that moment, Xiao Yin had already entered the living room, her chin held high, revealing a flawless alabaster neck, and she greeted him with a sweet smile. Mr. Ji, it has been quite some time. Ah, Miss Xiu. You dare to visit me at such a late hour to learn medicine, unafraid of your mentor, Liao Guopei, discovering it. Xiao Yin gracefully approached, accepting the glass of red wine. With a playful chuckle, she replied, You are indeed my mentor's mentor, but you are not my teacher. So what do you have to fear? As she spoke, she swirled the goblet, the crimson liquid sloshing within, before she downed it in one swift motion. Throughout this exchange, her sultry gaze remained locked with Ji Fan's. The desire that had been subdued within him reignited. This time, he chose not to suppress it. After taking a sip of wine, he carelessly discarded the glass, shattering it upon the ground. With a clatter, the glass lay in fragments. Ji Fan approached Xiao Yin, suddenly pulling her alluring waist towards him with fervor. Did you not wish to learn medicine? Very well. Today I shall teach you the art of intimacy. Thus, A passionate encounter ensued. Chapter 82. I am innocent within Villa Number 1 of Jiangjing. Sultry melodies filled the air, growing increasingly louder with the passage of time, evoking a sense of flushed embarrassment. Even Wang Yud, hiding in the security room, occasionally poked his head out the window, casting envious glances towards the villa. Mr. G is indeed fortunate tonight. That Miss Xiao is truly a gem. The stamina of the youth these days is commendable. Alas, I, old Wang, have been unable to perform in that regard for years. Otherwise, I would certainly seek solace with my wife. In the dead of night, at the interrogation base beside the Jiangzhou Public Security Bureau, Fu Xiaoxiong sat handcuffed to a silver bracelet, fatigue etched across his face. I tell you, release me at once. My wife is Guo Baoshan from the Guo Group, and my father-in-law was once the mayor of Magic City. You cannot apprehend people so casually. It is against the law. I will file a complaint against your abuse of power. Across from him, Chang Shuqing scoffed coldly. Fu Xiaoxiong, do you truly believe we would bring you in without evidence? What do you mean? If you have evidence, then present it. Fu Xiaoxiong retorted defiantly, while his mind raced to recall any recent illegal activities. Surely there had been none? With this thought, he felt a surge of confidence. Fu Xiaoxiong, confess, and you shall be treated leniently. Resist, and the consequences will be severe. You should know well what you have done. Chang Shuqing warned once more. However, Fu Xiaoxiong maintained his obstinate demeanor. Captain Chang, if that is your stance, then I have nothing further to say. I have the right to remain silent. Suddenly, he tilted his head to gaze at the ceiling, resolutely remaining silent despite Chang Shuqing's attempts to coax him into speaking. At this moment, in the surveillance room adjacent to the interrogation chamber, Han Bing was fixated on the monitor alongside Zhao Quan. Clenching her delicate fist, she exclaimed indignantly, Director, Fu Xiaoxiong is utterly arrogant. Should I go in and teach him a lesson? Zhao Quan, observing Han Bing beside him, felt a wave of exasperation. Why does this girl always resort to violence? We are currently living in a society governed by law, where coercion and torture are expressly prohibited. Though he was frustrated, he knew that rash actions were out of the question. The scandalous videos and images involving Fu Xiaoxiong and Liu Yumei were known only to Zhao Quan, Chang Shuqing, and Han Bing within the entire police precinct. Given the implications for the mayor's reputation, this matter must remain confidential. Han Bing, please go inside and gently remind old Chang to speak up. Otherwise, Fu Xiaoxiong's arrogance will only escalate. Understood. Upon hearing this, Han Bing eagerly dashed into the interrogation room. Meanwhile, within the Tang family villa, Mayor Tang Jingrong was engrossed in news on his mobile phone. Suddenly, a report about a scandal involving a couple in Jiangzhou surfaced at the top of trending topics. Although the images were pixelated, he immediately recognized the individuals as Fu Xiaoxiong and Liu Yumei. This particular image was, in fact, one of those stored within a mysterious folder on his computer desktop. Fury surged within him. It appeared the unseen puppeteer had begun to act. Frowning deeply, he lit a cigarette and took several puffs before promptly calling Zhao Quan. Hello, Mayor Tang. Zhao Quan, you must swiftly ensure that all online posts are deleted and locate the individual responsible for the posting. Posts? What posts? The top trending topic. Just go and see for yourself. With that, the call was abruptly terminated. Out of curiosity, Zhao Quan opened his phone and discovered that the leading trending topic was indeed the scandal involving the couple in Jiangzhou. Upon viewing the corresponding images, his complexion turned pale. No wonder Mayor Tang was furious. It seemed that this matter had been maliciously disseminated online, severely tarnishing Jiangzhou's reputation. He immediately contacted the cybersecurity team to have the post removed from the internet and instructed them to find the poster's location and swiftly apprehend the individual. In less than half an hour, the cyber police captured the poster at an internet CAF on the outskirts of Jiangzhou. However, they were taken aback to discover that the poster was a homeless man. During interrogation, it was revealed that he had been paid a few hundred yuan by a stranger, who had crafted the specific images and text, merely using the homeless man's account. Thus, the trail went cold. When Zhao Quan reported the situation to Tang Jingrong, the mayor erupted in a fit of rage. Zhao Quan, investigata. Investigate thoroughly. I demand to know who is trying to sabotage me. The thought of his wife's infidelity being publicly exposed was unbearable. He could manage the knowledge privately, but could never allow it to be broadcast across the internet. Those acquainted with Liu Yumei could recognize her even if her face were obscured. If this were to leak, where would she hide her face? What of the mayor? Fu Xiaoxiong? According to regulations, we can only detain him for 24 hours, as he and my sister-in-law engaged willingly. If he had coerced her, the situation would differ entirely. Zhao Quan's audacious remarks over the phone were spoken only after steeling his resolve. Implicitly, he conveyed, "Mayor, I am aware of your deep resentment towards Fu Xiaoxiong. Yet according to the law, his actions do not constitute a crime, nor even a violation, since he did not capture the video or images himself. He too is a victim. Unless Liu Yumei were to step forward and assert that Fu Xiaoxiong had forced her, he would face imprisonment. However, that would mean Liu Yumei would publicly declare her own violation. Do you wish to make me a laughingstock in Jiangzhou?" Tang Jingrong was utterly unhinged. Zhao Quan's attempt to shift blame did not sit well with him. "No, I dare not, Mayor. I merely speak the truth. If your intention in bringing him back to the police station is solely for reprimand, I suggest finding someone to teach him a lesson instead." Zhao Quan's words struck a chord with Tang Jingrong, who harbored intense hatred for Fu Xiaoxiong. Even if he were confined in a detention center for 10 days or half a month, it would not suffice to quell his fury. "Very well. We shall proceed as you suggest. By the way, regarding who recorded the video and images, who sent the folder to my computer, and who posted online to incite such an uproar, you must investigate thoroughly. I shall grant you 1 week. If you cannot uncover the truth within that time, you are unworthy of wearing that police uniform. Yes, Mayor, I assure you I will fulfill the task." After hanging up, Tang Jingrong leaned back on the sofa, massaging his temples with one hand. He silently rejoiced at his timely discovery. Zhao Quan's efficiency had ensured the complete removal of the content from the internet. Yet, who had uploaded it online? Who was the mastermind behind the posts? He had reason to believe that this incident was a calculated attack by his political adversaries. "Yumei, have you arrived?" The thought of his wife mingling with Fu Xiaoxiong ignited his fury. At that moment, Liu Yumei had rushed back overnight. Her WeChat was inundated with inquiries, all concerning the scandalous post and screenshots from Jiangzhou, questioning her role as the female protagonist. Liu Yumei was beside herself with panic. While denying the allegations, she contacted the cybersecurity team, and upon learning that the matter had been resolved, she finally exhaled in relief. Standing at the entrance of the Tang family villa, her heart raced, and her complexion was as pale as a ghost. She was uncertain how her husband would react upon her entry. Tentatively, she pushed the door open, only to find the living room empty. She hurriedly stepped in her high heels, intending to reach the bedroom swiftly. Yet, she spotted her husband, Tang Jingrong, on the second-floor corridor, one hand holding a cigarette and the other a bottle of liquor, his demeanor slightly inebriated as he gazed at her. "Yumei, your haste to return to the room suggests you may have something to hide." He spoke indirectly, his voice laced with a sharp reprimand. Startled, Liu Yumei's body trembled, causing her bag to slip from her arm. "Husband, you must believe me. I am innocent. That photograph was orchestrated by someone with ill intentions. Please do not succumb to rumors." Chapter 83. Escalating tensions come with me to the study, Tang Jingrong instructed, his wife's panicked reaction eliciting no further words from him as he turned and strode into the study. His resentment towards Liu Yumei swelled anew. At such a critical juncture, this woman still dared to lie to him. Truly, she was oblivious to the gravity of the situation. In the study, Liu Yumei stood before Tang Jingrong, trembling. "Open the computer," he commanded, settling onto the sofa beside her. "Okay," she replied, her voice quavering as she approached the desk and hesitantly powered on the computer. The screen revealed a nearly blank display, save for a large folder labeled with her name. Curiosity piqued, she quickly clicked to open the file. Instantly, a series of compromising photographs and videos flooded Liu Yumei's view. Overcome with shock, she leapt from her chair, a startled cry escaping her lips as the mouse clattered to the ground. Weakness enveloped her, causing her to collapse onto the floor. "Husband, I beg you, please forgive me. I will never do it again." Liu Yumei felt as though all her strength had been siphoned away. Tang Zhengrong, fury mingling with a bitter amusement, asked Yumei, "How long has your affair with Fu Shaoxiong been ongoing?" Faced with his inquiry, she dared not conceal the truth any longer. As the mayor's wife, Liu Yumei had long navigated the elite social circles of Jiangzhou, being a core member of the high society. Through her friendship with Guo Baoshan, she frequently visited the Guo household, where she naturally encountered Fu Shaoxiong, Guo Baoshan's husband. Their flirtations eventually led to her being seduced by Fu Shaoxiong's sweet words, culminating in their affair that had lasted 3 years, coinciding with the period when Tang Zhengrong faced difficulties in his own matters. Unable to satisfy Liu Yumei's fervent desires, he inadvertently provided Fu Shaoxiong with an opportunity. His shortcomings had been brought to his attention by Ji Fan during his time at Liao's clinic, where he expressed a desire to remedy the issue. Yet, men dread nothing more than the suggestion of inadequacy. Even as the mayor, he was no exception. The thought of his beautiful wife once being beneath Fu Shaoxiong stirred a murderous rage within him. Listening to his wife's confession, Tang Zhengrong's heart bled. One cigarette after another burned in his hand as his brow remained furrowed. "Zhengrong, I promise you, if I ever err again, I will leave with nothing." "Fine. This is your word," Tang Zhengrong replied. His eyes reddened as he regarded his wife, resolute in her vow. An unnamed fire ignited within him, prompting him to seize Liu Yumei, forcefully pressing her against the desk. What do you intend to do?" Today, she wore a black pomegranate long dress, complemented by a fitted green knit top that accentuated her voluptuous figure. Though she's approaching 50, her beauty and grace rival that of women in their 30s. "I shall show you whether my strength surpasses that of that wretched Su Shaoxiong." With that, Tang Zhengrong lunged forward. Yet, within a minute, a deep growl and a resigned sigh echoed through the air. Bang! The study door slammed shut. Humiliated, Liu Yumei covered her mouth, her voice trembling with suppressed tears as she hurriedly left. Inside the study, a dejected Tang Zhengrong sank to the floor,